Yo, come on. Now we do. In this bitch, you hear me? It's G Block today, G Block tomorrow, and G Block forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever. My. Alright, so still African Spiritual Week. Yeah, couple people in the building yesterday. One sec. One second. Alright. Yeah, man. Let's see where we're going next, mate. Hold on. Check. Yeah. One sec. Yeah. Blockery's in the building. Yo. I'm on for this blood top thing, man. Yeah, man. So, yeah, blocks in the building, man. It's popping. You telling me? Hello? Yeah, man. Yo, walk on. You there? Actual factual. Big up yourself. Alright, let me put the link in the chat, man. Base. You know what, yeah? I actually need the man them's help, though, still, because this next job's not that far away, you get me? It's round the corner. Yeah, it's round the corner, mate. From this fucking last job. Bastard. So, what I might be able to do, though, to pull up at the job and chat for a little minute. And hopefully someone should jump in. Mm. Yeah, mate. So, what go on, though, man? What's popping, mate? Yeah, yesterday was a good show still, man. Um, the Tale of the Two Easters, yeah? That was a bad boy show. The Tale of the Two Easters. Mad. Mm. It was good, mate. It's like 25 degrees outside today. Yeah, man. So, we should get outside for a bit today, beat. With daily exercise. Yeah. Come on, pick up my G block team. That we do. All the G blockers. No. Yeah. All right, man. Mohammed. Yo, old top Mohammed. Walk what?
Yo, Billy,
Mm.
bro, it's so peaceful, man.
Calm
It's not.
before the storm be.
yeah, yeah, your Billy say we out here, cuz.
Yeah, but we out here, B. You get me? Man. You get me?
no,
Trust me.
no, but listen, Billy. I'm not
Huh?
gonna lie, Billy. I don't come on here a lot like before,
Yeah. I comes.
because of my phone, bro, and it trips out, and there's a lot of people on here. But,
Yeah,
but
man. It's like, you know what happens here? It depends what time of day. If it's a busy time, then it's hard to jump on in it. Like, always a million people on the panel. Sometimes the studio gets full.
yeah,
Yeah. But it's like, yeah. There can only be 10 people in the studio at once. So there might be 6 people on the panel, 4 people waiting in the back, and other people wanting to jump on, and one person chatting. Yo. So
no, listen.
obviously, if anyone's on mute for long periods of time and not chatting, and someone's in the back that wants to contribute to the convo, then I'm gonna swap them in it.
Yo, I heard one time. I heard you and Benny go at it. I heard Benny say some funny ass shit.
Benny, Benny's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, Benny's funny, bro. Listen,
And
well,
Benny, man, why you put me in the back, man? Why you put me in the back?
you don't even like.
Hey, here's what
In
it
the,
is, son. Here's what it is, son.
but
Talk to me.
listen, listen, Belly. What would Issa be? What would Issa be in Reanimator?
The reanimator. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
He's got to make Easter a funny character, man, because Easter's a G still. Easter the Black Collector. You get me? He's got to be a funny character, though, still. What character would suit him? Because remember, you can't have the lion, yeah? Because Witness is the lion.
Witness is lying. That's hella
Mm.
funny. Yo, James SC. James SC is the dog. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a dog as well, man. Bulldog.
Oh yeah, you're the other one. You're the cop.
Yeah, I'm a fucking security bulldog, man. Mad shit.
Yeah. You know what I don't like.
Security!
I want to tell James this. James, I don't like the thing about the crow is it reminds me of Black Dunya. I don't know why, bro. It scares me. You get what I mean? Black Dunya
Black Dunya,
scares
yeah?
me. Yeah, bro. I don't know
What,
who runs Black
the
Dunya.
YouTube guy, Black Dunya?
Who runs the YouTube channel? I just
I
sketched
spoke
out.
to him before, man. I
Yeah,
see him in the park all the time, man. Yeah, yeah.
is he like Afghani or something?
Like, he's a Muslim guy, but he's not loud. He's quiet, man. He just films, you
No,
know?
I'm saying
And then,
is he Afghanistan? He's like from Afghanistan.
mm,
I
I
feel
won't
like
tell
he's.
you exactly where he's from, yeah, because he don't like guys on camera, innit? He
Like,
runs from
is
the
it?
camera, boy.
Oh, okay, but yo, is there a guy supporting ISIS or something? They caught him. The guy with the glasses. Who's the guy
Yeah.
Raj is fighting with? Who's the guy?
Who? What guy with the glasses?
The guy that was like the guy that got in trouble or something. But hold up, yo, time out, yo. This is a trip. Veli, I don't like you getting involved in this, Veli. But Veli, look, the guy. What's his name? Oh, fuck, what's his name? The guy with the big nose. What's his name? The
With the big.
the one. He's like Muslim and he calls himself Muslim. Bro, it's like a trip. They're all the same.
I don't even
They're
know
all
what you're
like,
talking about, man.
all right, listen, what's his name? Oh, fucking A. The he's like from Afghanistan, bro. Bro, all of them, they're scary, bro. Listen, when they were this guy, he worked for ISIS, all right, or something like that. He supports ISIS or something, and he's like filming This is the like people and shit in Speaker's Corner, and like he got in trouble or something because he supports ISIS or something. He went to jail.
Oh, what's his name? I know who you're talking about though still. But the
He
little guy
filmed.
anyway. The
Yeah,
little guy with the glasses. He's not a young guy, but he's small. Short.
yeah, he's a little guy with glasses. Yeah, he's old. He's in his 40s or something. He's a
Yeah. He's
beard
in
and
Belmarsh
shit.
now, man. Bargain.
He's in jail.
Yeah. He went in jail for that, man.
What did he do, bro? I don't know what he did.
I think it
Fucking
was like
rat.
he was propagating like ISIS videos and stuff like that. So they were to bang him up and all that, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. This is some fucked up shit, you know.
Stephen Raj was onto him, innit? In the interview, they was trying to say, you support ISIS. You support ISIS. You are going to court for support spreading terrorist videos. And he was like, no, that's not me. That's what he said. He said, no, it's not me. Yeah. Next thing you know, my man's in the paper first.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Damn, this is embarrassing. You get what I
front
mean?
page
It's
on the
like,
news and shit. You get me?
fuck, bro.
And then all the man that was on his camera had to do like an apology fucking talk. In Speaker's Corner, I'll tell you what, yeah, in Speaker's Corner, yeah, that's the most gayest thing, yeah, that I'm never gonna do, yeah, is go on a fucking apology tour of every camera crew to say, oh, I apologize for so and so because of this, that, and the other. Yeah, like if I'm gonna apologize, I'm gonna apologize to the person, and then that's it. You get me? After that, yeah, like, man, fuck anything else, man. Going on some
Okay.
apologetic tour, I've got to fucking go around every fucking
Yeah.
YouTube channel telling
Yo,
them that,
Billy,
man,
Billy, one sec, Billy. All right, so there's Muhammad Hijab, okay, and there's Ali Da'wa, okay, Shamsi. Who's the other guy?
Mohammed Hijab, Ali Dawa, Shamsi, and who else?
Who's the other guy? What's his name? Muhammad Hijab, Shamsi, Ali Da'wa, okay, and there was another guy. There's another guy. He's Sunni too. He was even like fucking. He was in TV and shit, and then someone asked him a question like, "You support like beating up women and shit?" And he's like, I don't have no comment to that." And they're like, "Oh."
I don't even know who that is, man.
Yeah, that's a trip. Yo, you should put that shit on here, bro, because people watch it here. You should put it
Yeah,
on
I
here.
don't know. I don't know who that one is, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everyone told the truth, yeah. Man. I used to go to Speaker's Corner ages ago, yeah. But like only true, my brother's filming all the time. He's always there. He's interested in the thing, yeah. But some of the Speaker's Corner arguments was just like it's like the same argument over again. Innit? So, yeah.
Yeah, but at least you have something like that in your country. We don't have that in here. Everyone's just like,
You already got free speech, so you can say what the fuck you want anywhere. Anyway, yeah, I
no,
say that.
but people keep like politics like personally here. People don't talk about that. People talk about like fucked up shit, but they don't talk about politics. Remember Dave Chappelle in the episode, and he's like, yeah, I fucked my wife last night, and he's like, oh, who did you vote for? It's like Sarah.
Sorry. Don't you dare ask me who I'm voting for.
We don't talk about politics.
Yes, but
Yeah.
city.
And then he's like,
Stuck his father, his wife's batty and all
like,
that. But
oh, I'm
if
sorry.
you ask who they're voting for, I won't tell you.
And then he's like, yeah, then I was fucking her from like sideways and shit. And then that's what he said.
Man.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
trip,
Shit.
yeah.
Yeah, man. We're here though, man.
Trip.
You get me? Where's the rest of the man? Them, yo, jump in the live thing. You get me? Like I got a fucking Dude, this job that fucking like I just done one job, but the
You-
next job was fucking
His,
down the road from the other job. You get me? So
his
yeah.
name is
We the kind
Adnan Rashid.
of Adnan. Yeah, Adnan's a madman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Adnan's got his own version of history, fam. Trust me. He's got the Adnan revised version. Man. Yeah, man.
Yes. Right.
Saidi loves Adnan still.
Damn. Yo, but listen, Veli, you have to get like Issa debating some other Sunnis, bro. It's just
Like,
entertaining. I don't know why. You have to get Issa, bro.
right, who you want to see
He's
Issa debate?
like, I would smash them. He's like, I would smash them.
Yeah, but I'm saying, who do you want to see Issa debate? Yo, Mohammed. I must have got a phone call. Yo, Rob, big up yourself, bro.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Yeah, man. How you doing, man? Hey, Rob,
Yep.
listen, man. I'm surprised, that you never clicked the link around 2 o'clock yesterday, because there was a lot of Quranic talk going on.
Yeah, I've been very busy over the last few days, so
yeah,
I've hardly had a chance to. Fortunately, I mean, we get, it's useful if you get a bit of work in when normally you wouldn't. You've got to take it. So the only chance I really get at the moment is, in the mornings when I have a run or a walk. I've had a run. I'm now out for a walk, so I missed a bit of that. What was of interest there?
I think Moore said that things in the Quran have been proven to him, so that's why he knows it's true. I thought, oh shit, that would have been something you would have clicked the link for.
Yeah, well, like what things though? Like an
No,
example?
he didn't give an example. He didn't give an
Right.
example.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's mundane claims, sure, right? If it quote unquote proved that there were mountains in Arabia, or some mundane claim that you could get anywhere else, but that's a trivial claim, right? So presumably, he thinks that something has been proven that is unique to or special in the Quran that's not accessed somewhere else, and possibly even quote supernatural.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Obviously, you can. I've been busy during the day, but your question of the day, maybe you can, like in like a minute, explain what that system is. What is an African spiritual system as you understand it over the last few days?
Okay, the one that seems like, in my personal opinion, has got most chance of people taken to is like a bit of a secular socialist system, but it's a bit socialist, but and a bit democratic, because it was called Ubuntu, so it was basically like working for the benefit of everyone, rather than for the benefit of one person at the top of the pyramid, sort of thing. So like
What does the word spiritual have to do with it?
I'm not sure. It was more to do with like, is it I am because we are, therefore I am. So it was more like we're
Like a
sort of all
tautology,
connected.
like a trivial statement. Okay.
Like we're all
Deepity.
connected.
The philosopher Daniel Dennett calls those deepities, right? They sound very profound, but in fact they're trivial. And it's like saying all humans breathe air. Well, yeah, of course, but it's a trivial statement, right? It it doesn't explain anything or add anything of substance, right? I am because my mum. Oh, of course, right? Trivial statement. But do they believe in some sort of a god? These
Well,
one or more of
I'm
these
not
systems?
sure, but I think it was that the belief of some African spirituals. I'm not sure of the Ubuntu one, but I think the belief was that like obviously we're all part of the universe, isn't it? Like so we're
Yeah, well, I mean that's again a trivial statement, right? Of course we're part of the universe. So is everything else in the universe.
We're made of. Well, it's not that an external creator have made us, is it? That it's got to be, that we're made of stuff inside the universe. And
do they think there's an external creator?
If I tell the truth, I'm probably butchering it. Not giving it the best representation. Because like I was listening. But obviously there's been like loads of conversations and different points. Been made over the week or whatnot. But like I was saying,
I did pop on last night.
Like the closest system to like I was saying, like it seems like a democracy that people are already living in. So that would sort of be the less stress on changing people's ways or whatever.
Right, okay. So it's almost like a naturalistic secular society, but using different words. Unless there's a god, then it sounds like it's a naturalistic thing. And if it's secular, i.e., doesn't mean.
But yeah.
Well, it's just different words. I mean, so then presumably these people are under the definition atheists then.
Well,
i.e., they do not believe in a supernatural creator of the universe.
Yeah, I don't think never got to that part.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, like you're saying, I think Ansar was on telling us about it, saying that there was someone that done an experiment with some of the people, and they said, I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, because you can look at the result of this both ways, isn't it? But they said to some of the kids that was under the living by the Ubuntu lifestyle or whatever, like I'll have a race and whoever wins, I'll give you a prize or whatever. And instead, they all held hands and run across the line together. So it was like
So they're doing it, like a collectivist notion. There isn't a winner. We're all sort of together. Yeah, sure.
We all lose.
Yeah.
So see that extent, you can see the good in that as well as where you might be able to see the problem. Well, I'm sure that you'd be able to think of some issues in that as well. Still, but
yeah, I think there's some good in that, as you say. But it also, what it does is potentially doesn't allow people to reach their full potential for fear of being different from others. And so, or being quote unquote seen as superior to others, and so there might be a limiting factor in that.
So, do you think that there is some good use in having competition in like something competitive, something to compete?
Yeah, I do think there is. Again within reason, because you can go over the edge, but I think competition brings out the best in people. And it allows them to strive and to, reach potentially heights that they wouldn't have otherwise have done. But I think, like anything can be pushed too far, right?
Right.
So
obviously,
it depends
anything at any extreme end can be put in a way where it's not going to be good for anyone, isn't it? So.
Yes, well, at very least, it'll be limiting, right? So keep everybody together. Don't put your head above the pulpit, or don't show that you're special or whatever, because otherwise other people will be jealous, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's a limiting factor, especially for children, right? I think.
So it could if all right. So hypothetically, if there was a country, a continent, that was living by the Ubuntu system, how would they feel when they was trading and doing business on other stuff with like someone that's running by a capitalist system or whatnot? Would they get taken advantage of, or would they ever be in a position to not be taken
Well, I mean,
advantage of?
they could. You know, if we take it charitably, they could just say, we want a win-win for both of us. We want to feel like, you know, it's been valuable to us, which, you know, is part of, you know, ethical business anyway. But they could just say to the, you know, whoever it is, we want it as a win-win. And so, if, for example, you want to come and drill oil, then half the proceeds need to go to the, you know, the people here to improve their lives, or whatever it might be. So I don't think they would be at a disadvantage if they went with a principal view of it's a win-win for both. I think the only thing that can happen with something like that is, and that they might learn over time, is how maybe unscrupulous people can take advantage, make it look like a win when it isn't. But that's sort of hard to figure out sometimes.
Right. And the thing that was good about it was that you can, if something seems like it's detrimental or something seems like it could improve the community, it's open to removing and adding laws or legislations, and do you know what I mean? Like, so it's
Well,
not
it's the same in a
set in
democracy in
stone.
principle, at least, right?
Right.
So that's
So
the
it's
same in
not
a
set in
democracy.
stone.
Whether that happens in practice every time is certainly debatable.
It's different, yeah.
And I think as a tribe or a nation grows, so that problem becomes bigger. In a small tribe, it's easier to control that and so forth. But as that becomes bigger, spread over massive distances, and you have some sort of governance, then it just becomes a form of a democracy which has, at least proclaims to have, the best interests of everybody at heart. But as we can see, that is easily corrupted as well.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So I think
big
that
up,
those
man.
things can be effective in small tribes, but so can other systems, or systems that use different names, but in fact are basically the same system. So in a smaller tribal sort of setting, that would work. Make it a country size, like the bigger countries in Africa, and then you're sort of down to the same problems that you have in the West, in the sense that those that are elected are fallible human beings, and they might really want to have the best for their country and so forth. And that becomes difficult if you have, you know, different people competing and wanting, you know, claiming they want to
But you see,
improve the economy.
another good thing for what Shakara was saying about the system was that obviously it's not perfect and it can be improved upon. You know, so
Yeah.
it's
Well,
not.
again, that would tell me that it's a sort of man-made in the sense, because if it's
Yeah.
divinely inspired, as some of our religious interlocutors suggest, then you would expect it to be perfect, right?
Right.
Or beyond, at least beyond anything that humans could do. But that's at least it seems to me a reasonable concession to make, that, but it does entail that this has sort of come about through sort of human experience and so forth, which I'm totally fine with. To my ear, it just sounds like a version of naturalism with, you know, some sort of secular humanism or parts of that on top of it. But then, to me, again, you know, just from a religious point of view, then they're all atheists and they're part of our team, for want of a better word. They're just labeling themselves something different to differentiate themselves, which is fine. But the overarching banner is non-theism and probably atheism, by the sounds of it, if I understand it correctly.
I think the issue some people have is labeling themselves as an atheist.
Yeah, you're right.
I think some people have an issue with labeling themselves as an atheist, in it. So that they'll say they might not believe in an Abrahamic God, but they believe in a creator, a most high, so and so, with this, that, and the other. Do you know, like,
but as you know, right? As you know, whenever they're critiqued about what this most high is, it's like a nebulous term that they can hardly explain to themselves or anybody else. And so they use this word that they can't even visualize what this is in their mind, but they want to hold on to, almost like a conceptual idea rather than something that is even potentially actual.
Yeah, true, man. That's what I'm saying.
Because we hear from the guys, don't we, regularly, the Most High. Well, what is that? And at that point, you know, it sort of dissolves into rather a bit of a ramble about nothing substantive. And at the end, though, unfortunately, people think that they've actually answered the question in a substantive way. And you're like, You haven't told me anything. You just have a belief in a Most High, whatever this is supposed to be. That's a nebulous term. Maybe in your brain you've got some idea, but you aren't able to articulate it. And I really don't think in their own brains they've got a clear idea of what it is. But they like the concept of some sort of creator that is non-religious. And so that's easy to sort of say the Most High, because then you can just, you can just say, well, the Most High told me. That they've actually answered the question in a substantive way. Morning, gentlemen. Belief in a Most High.
Sorry, well gone, Isa. Well gone, James. My bad.
Yeah, sorry. The last thing I heard was something about God concepts, sir.
Yeah, it was just asking. Rob was just asking me whether because I was talking to Shaq about if we was living in a country run by the Ubuntu system, how would it work or whatever? And then Rob was just asking, does it have a God concept with it? I don't think Shaka really got into if it had a God concept as well.
Look,
so if you know, you could let us know.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It does. Yeah. But what I wanted to, before I forget, Rob mentioned something like, or no, it was you that I think said it. But one of you said this, something to do with the problem is the label atheist. So, for instance, the tantamount of what they have may be atheism, and then, as Rob was saying, the God thing is more of a concept, and I'm saying that's generally what it is anyway, because all of us are saying that we ultimately do not know. This whatever we're talking about is unknowable. Yeah. So through what is produced by the source, we then say it is all-knowing, all-powerful, all of these different attributes. Because what's produced. You get what I'm saying? So
say that last part again. Say that last part again.
So because of creation, what's produced, we then attribute certain things to the source. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, because so if there's knowledge, then the source must be all-knowing. You mean like that? In that kind of sense?
Yeah. So similar to like a child. Like if a child come out midnight looking, you're not gonna assume the parents are white. It's possible.
This midnight color fucking shit, isn't it?
Yeah, I just think
every day it's about midnight color.
Because
black shade, black are still.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These lot would be hunting hard, bro. Like, boy, trust me. And I'm saying when I saw the Somalis on that truck, bro, like, yeah, bro, I was like, this whole idea that Somalis aren't black, I'm saying they put that to bed, fam. You get me?
Nah, we're not black. We're not black at all. We're not black at all, bro.
Yeah, hey, good job, because no one cares. But hey, listen,
we're not black at all. Keep the blackness. Keep it all to yourself. Take it all.
Free beat.
Wholesale.
Let me ask you a hypothetical question.
Oh, let me just finish that. Give me 30 seconds.
Carry on.
Give me 30 seconds. All I wanted to say was when this guy's claiming Somalis aren't black, listen to what I'm saying. Forget the convention.
Though, Issa,
hold on, bruv. Oh, for flip's sake, bruv.
Hold on, James Jones. Hold on.
It's not going to be a long thing.
Isa, just to let you know, he's trolling you for attention.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to say it anyway. This is my point. What it is. All I'm saying is this, yeah. I'm saying regardless of the conventional terms, yeah, right? Whoever saw these people anyway, regardless, yeah, you would have said, right, you see charcoal over there, and you see you lot, you have something in common, right? And that's the color. You're both black. Do you see what? That's my whole.
No one cares
about that, man. No one cares about that. No one cares about that.
I promise you, no one
don't care about all that.
No one in the world wants to be where you're from. Hold on. No one wants
to be there. Now you're longing out the subject. Like, back to the thing. So
exactly, back to the thing.
Got a black man.
Man
don't care about all that.
Yeah. So as I was saying, the things are concepts anyway, right? So how do you kind of? It's more to do with this whole thing of making Christianity and its Western paradigm the norm, and even atheism and all these things. Again, it's like, well, because this is what Europeans have said, then this becomes the norm to look at everything else, and that's where we're going around in circles.
No, but you know what the difference is, Issa. Yeah, And like, and it's interesting because like as I said to Zabi, you still there, Vel, yeah? Or actually,
Yeah.
Rob as well. You there still?
Rob might be.
Yeah, cool. But when Zabida made the argument about Charles Darwin being being racist, and them using and racists using that as a pretext to demonize black people, yeah, I was like, that for someone that was thinking on her feet and thinking on the fly, that's a really good argument, man. But
say that all again.
She basically she was clutching at straws, and she just basically Googled Charles Darwin, and her first thing was he's a racist, therefore undermine the whole evolution, whatever in it. And I said it for her, that was a good argument because she was thinking on her feet, she was backed into a corner. It's a good argument. The problem with that, and the reason that atheism, irrespective of its Eurocentric origins, is epistemically preferable, is because is so much more independently verifiable. So you have periods of Arab hegemony when it comes to Islam. You have clear Eurocentric influence when it comes to Christianity. You know, the image of Jesus, so on and so forth. And then it's shrouded in so much mysticism and esoteric. And it's esoteric in that sense, where it's like, you know, you got the Roman Catholics, you got all of these institutions and orders protecting their secrets and their traditions and that. Whereas like science is fucking science, bro. Anyone can do it. And to disprove these things, it's like, if you don't provide me good evidence, I shouldn't have to believe anything. That is a universal concept. That's just universal. I mean, it's based on knowledge.
No, but I'm saying that makes sense only when you get to the door of quantum physics, and then all of that is something else.
No, but look what you're doing now. You're overcomplicating what I've just posed is really simple. The difference between making a claim about your religion is definitely believing in what you believe definitely supports Arab hegemony. Definitely. It's simple one. You have to learn their language to get closer to it. When it comes to atheism, you don't. When it comes to atheism, it's literally the most universal of concepts, which is until you're proving something, don't believe it. Until you're proving it.
No. I want you lot to look at what he just tried to do. He tried to merge atheism with science. Brother, you know.
Wow.
You really tried to pretend that atheism and science goes together. Are you nuts, James? Like, do that, bro.
So tell me how it doesn't.
Are you telling me someone who believes in a god, cannot do science?
No.
Like, bro, get out of here with that. People in the bush have been using all kind of medicinal plants to poison fish to get their fish out of the water.
Where are you going? I didn't say that at all.
I'm proving. Bro, listen to what you just said.
Hold on. You could be a scientist and be a theist. Why? What's wrong with that? I didn't say you couldn't.
You just merged. Listen, you said in relation to this God, you have to learn Arabic. You don't need to learn Arabic in relation to knowing God. Right, and then when you talked about when you talk about atheism, you said, this simple thing of you don't believe it, you prove it to be true. What?
That's atheist logic. Atheist logic 101.
I said for your belief, you do, and I used you as a specific example, and I said in the same way, you're not bound by that. Hold on. So the basic premise of my argument, remove science for a moment because it's immaterial. The basic premise is for anyone can be an atheist. All you need to essentially do is wait to be proven something. So you're not necessarily bolstering any kind of institution. You can say it's got a Eurocentric perspective, but any test you want to do, like, and the reason I said science is Charles Darwin. I said you can independently verify what he's saying, right? So you can become a geneticist and you can verify.
You said
hold on. Listen. I know, but let me finish my point so you get it. You could be a paleontologist and verify what he's saying. You could be an anthropologist, whatever, and verify the things these people are saying, right? So if he's a racist, it won't necessarily have a trickle down effect. It won't necessarily have. Huh? What you said?
Yeah, no, I agree. It don't matter to whether he's telling the truth.
I'm saying with certain religious institutions, you do take on board their biases, and you do. And I gave the example of Arab hegemony. I also gave the example of esotericism or what do you call it? Like you heard the points I said, and I'm saying those are examples of you being if I pick fault with some cultural issue with Islam or something, you can be accused of harboring these similar views, let's say, if you believe in this ideology. Whereas with atheism, it's not the same. So you can say, oh, it's a Eurocentric position, but it's like, no, the two basic premises, or the one basic premise, is a rejection of something that isn't proved to you.
Right. So
again, European.
I'll explain. I'll explain. This is you don't even realize you're so stuck in the middle of your argument that you can't step out of it and look at it. The problem you're having is that no matter what, so regardless of language, yeah, the natural logical conclusion is that there is a source to all of the things that you're looking at. That's just logical. That's why they always use the tree. Hold on. You always find in all these ancient places a tree as the example of the universe. It's rooted somewhere, and at the root is that source, and we're kind of the fruit, or everything is the fruit.
What is the universe? Like, tell me what you think.
I'm saying, I'm just talking about nature, yeah? So it's a study of nature. So I'm saying we're in nature. Me and you are in the bush, and we're just sitting there. We got a day off of hunting, and we're looking up at the sky, and we're saying, blood, you know what? There's something out there. We don't know what it is.
Why?
There's something.
Why?
Bro, because we think, because we have a brain.
Oh, but I don't think there's something out there. Let's say there isn't.
You're contaminated right now. See what I mean? I'm saying right now, James.
Hold on. I'm being honest with you.
Man said because we think, you know.
I'm being brutally honest with you. Yeah? I'm being brutally honest.
Unfortunately, atheists don't think that much, man. Unfortunately,
I don't think that. I'm not saying like there isn't. I know for a fact there isn't. But I don't look up in the stars and like aside from.
Because you're now contaminated.
No, hold on. Not aside from the conditioning that most people have been through. Like, so right now you're presupposing that you can think exactly how some kind of Neolithic, fucking Stone Age, hunter-gatherer thinks. That's what you're saying, right? And I'm just going to assume you know that. That's something that you know for sure. I'm saying not only do I not know how those people thought, but I'm conditioned to think. I've seen TV and movies of people staring into the stars saying what if and what is beyond the stars. So any decision I make, if I said yes to you, I would have been conditioned anyway to think like that, because the anthropic principle of the universe having some kind of anthropomorphized creator is conditioned into all of us at this stage, right? All the major Abrahamic faiths, all the other religious deities and whatnot, we're conditioned. So we're not really independent in that sense. We can't be completely it's not organic, our thinking about the universe, isn't it? Is that fair? Is that not fair? Is that not fair question?
I just gave an example. I don't know why you can't just roll with the example given. Yeah, I'm saying that once you have got time to sit down and think, and you're a human being, right? One of the questions is, where does it all come from? And I'm saying the pattern that you have is your parents, animals giving birth to others, trees giving birth to fruit. This is the only consistent flipping pattern that is consistent throughout everything that we know.
You know what the problem is though with that, and I get you. I agree with. See that the way you phrase it there, I perfectly agree. That what is the source of things? Yeah, not there must be something out there. I don't think that, but I do think what is the source of things? I don't think anyone's answered that. But one thing I will say is, if we take the universe to be everything we observe, well, unfortunately, like so for you and I, because we have a limited scope, unless you have a telescope. But you and I have like a pretty limited scope, so we are like the countries we've been to, everything that's observable that we can see optically, like. So arguably there is actually answers for all of that. But what you're talking about is the sort of theoretical, conceptual. But what began, beginning, and keep asking why until we reach an end point. That's what you're talking about. So that's more like theoretical and philosophical.
No. We were going to the atheism position, yeah. And my point is that the conclusion that there is something that produced everything is the natural so-called scientific process of the human mind. Atheism comes about specifically in relation to European religious ideas. That's the problem. That's where you go to Greece and all of these places, because again, if you're dealing with a people.
No, but Greece suggested that there was something. Like if a lot of the ancient Greek philosophers that there was.
I'm saying that atheism.
People.
Listen to what I'm saying. Atheism came in opposition to the concept, some of the concepts of God in Greece. So that's where it started.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying when you look at the religions that are traditional to ancient people, they more or less personified, symbolized, metaphorized nature itself. So therefore, if they're talking about nature, reality, and existence, then you can't be an atheist in the whole bloody system, can you? Because then you're saying
you cut out for a look. Can you repeat that? You cut out for a little portion.
Yeah. So I'm saying if you come to a group of people, the ancients, so to speak, and they perceived, they metaphorized, symbolized, personified, etc., the source of the universe or existence, nature, and reality with this what we call God concept. You can't all of a sudden become an atheist when your God concept is nature, existence, and reality.
Well, but atheists don't have a God concept. That's the whole point.
No. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You listen to the point. I'm saying in those systems, you can't even tell. Like what Rob just said was they're atheists, but
I didn't hear Rob, by the way. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, you didn't hear? Okay, so
tell me.
Him or Veli was saying that they are atheists, but they don't like using the term. So let's say African spiritual systems. If it's tantamount to atheism because they're dealing with the natural world being the source. No, a lot of it.
You're trying to get Shaka on. You're trying to get.
He did say that though. He did say we could get him on board on team, something like that. He did say that. So yeah.
Come on.
No, that's what Rob said. But I was saying that most people that could be atheists probably don't classify themselves as atheists because they don't rate the label.
Yeah,
they don't like the atheism label in it. So they don't want. So they will say, I've got a most high. I've got this, that, and the other. When, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, or they might not even say they've got a most high. They just got, I've got this belief, that belief, or whatever. Blah blah blah. There's no God concept in it or whatever. But I'm not an atheist.
But me and Rob had an argument one time about agnostic. Look, everyone always thinks the man them just never have a disagreement with Rob. But I remember when I was talking about.
Hey, James, you disagrees with Rabs?
Don't tell Kimo that. That's like all of his bars. That's like
disagrees with Rabs. Yeah, he's bad at it. But shoot for that.
I was saying, but like, man was having an argument about being an agnostic atheist, and he was like, "You can't be both." And I was like, "All right, cool, but I'm not agnostic when it comes. Like, I feel like it's less likely that there's a God. But if someone says, if the fact that I'm happy to say that I can never fully disprove, and I'm not 100% sure that there isn't a, like, let's say a deistic deity or I don't know, but there's something that I don't believe in now, but that I could be shown that could be shown to be true or something." Then that makes me agnostic. And we was like going back and forth about the different types of atheism, non-theism, irreligious, all types of shit. But there's a stigma attached, but I feel like you should use words like for all those people that are double dutching. I feel like you should just use words or use words that you can clearly define and you understand. So if you don't believe in a God per se, you're an atheist. And if you don't know if you'll ever be able to be God will ever be able to be proven to you, then technically you're agnostic. So I feel like it's safe to say you're agnostic atheist if you don't believe in God.
Let me put something to you, James. Right? Do you agree the detecting machine and the processing machine is the human body and human mind, correct?
Say that one more time.
The detection machine and the processing machine is the human mind and body. Yeah?
Okay.
Right. So within that, you would need to explore the human mind, human perception, and consciousness yourself, correct?
Human mind, human consciousness.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the idea that we're essentially being fed or downloading universal information, and that's what we perceive as our perception? Have you ever heard of that idea?
Yeah, that's very broad. So I'll just say yes to move it along.
Like the internet. So there's a universal internet, and we're all the computers. We're downloading what we see as our reality.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
What
about it, though?
Oh, sorry. Go on. Yeah, go on, Rob.
You're back. Yeah. So what the point I was getting at was, and I didn't want to say this, but obviously DMT and what do you call it? Hold on, wait, listen. Listen what I'm saying, right? DMT, LSD, magic mushrooms, all of these things, yeah. When you check these guys that have taken these substances, and what I don't get about scientists when they're talking all of this stuff, I'm saying you need to explore your own consciousness first before you start to interpret the things that you're finding. Do you get me? Because it's you yourself, the detection machine, that needs to be explored as well. You can't just tell me, well, based upon our normal way of perception, this is how things are.
Oh, but yeah, I get you, but like there is a limit to introspection, and there's only going to be so much that you can understand about consciousness from only looking at your own consciousness. So like you can get high and meditate. No, but I'm saying you can get high at the top of a mountain or something and meditate for a few fucking weeks, but at some stage there'll be far more to glean from doing actual experimentation on consciousness and like actively like testing or doing experiments to fully ascertain consciousness. And obviously there'll be a lot of physical experimentation and research to be done. Like introspection is very necessary, but introspection is almost how you get your hypothesis. I don't think it'll never give you a complete mapping of sort of consciousness and understanding the mind, if how you like to call it.
No, but we're talking about patterns, and that's what I'm saying, universal patterns. Yeah, go on.
Isa, I missed your earlier thing. You had a critique about atheism, and I had a phone call, and I was on and off there. So, what was the critique really there? Because is it about consciousness or something else?
No, I think the critique. I think it was.
You heard me saying something, and then you came in and said something about atheism, and then James was talking about Arab hegemony, etc.
Yeah. Well, the two criticisms. One in relation to James, he always tries to tie in atheism with being scientific, and I'm saying you can believe in a God and still be scientific. In the sense that you
wait. That's the straw man. I did not in any way tie in atheism to being scientific, and I didn't exclude any religious people from being scientific. I said
backtracking.
I said no, I didn't. I said
in your examples.
No. Hold on. I talked about Darwin. I was talking about Zebeda, a discussion we had with Zebeda. That's the only time science was referenced. And then outside of that, what did I used the universal principle of rejecting what isn't proven. Also, or not accepting what isn't proven. So
let me quote you. Let me quote you to demonstrate the point. You would need to know Arabic to know you have your concept of God, right? And that's the point where I drew you back to nature and said, if we're both just sitting in the bush, we've got a day off from hunting, and we're contemplating. I'm saying it doesn't matter what language you speak, you will somehow question what is the source. How did all this come about? Doesn't matter what language. So that's where I was, saying, look, your concept, because what you tried to do was say that we would need to go through all of this study and learn Arabic and just to know God, right? And then with atheism, well, if you want to bring me something, you have to go through a scientific process and prove it. And I'm saying,
yeah. But wait, hold on. Let's get this clear. There's many people that claim to be atheists that don't observe anything scientific. Wouldn't even be able to explain what the scientific method was to do, and don't rely on science to explain anything in the universe. Literally, just don't believe in God. Full stop. So there's no prerequisite. There's no obligation to understand science or to use science as a criteria to be an atheist. And Rob, to answer your question concisely, what his argument is still that atheism is a fundamentally Eurocentric perspective, and that's why we brought in Arabic. It wasn't arbitrary because you're saying we're atheists, therefore we must have got it by it must have been delivered to us by Europeans. And I'm saying you literally believe you literally believe in a concept that's inextricably linked to Arab culture and Arabic. But
no, that's not true. You know what? Yeah, I'm saying these things that ain't true.
Arab culture, that's funny.
James just said that, yeah. James just said that, yeah. That was one of the other reasons why I was saying a lot of people have a problem with labeling themselves as atheists as well. They feel like, you're following some white man religion. You're following, trying to be European, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I hear you, but that wasn't my point at all. Look, when I gave the example of it being European, I gave the opposite, which was if you have so-called African spiritual systems, ancient spiritual systems, where they personify existence, nature, and reality. That's part of the way that their language works and their way of thinking. You can't be an atheist in that system.
Why not?
Because
Why
they're
not?
talking about existence and reality. You can't disbelieve in existence. You exist.
Okay, but if they're personifying something and they know they're doing that, and they don't believe that there's an overarching creator like you guys do, then at the very least they're non-theist and potentially atheist. We'd have to ask them what they are, but at the very least they're non-theist. That you can't get away from unless they say they believe in a personal creator. Now, as to whether they're atheist, obviously, if they say, hey, I do not believe that there's an overarching creator that created this, but I believe that nature is, I imbue that with some sort of anthropomorphic idea, cool, but that's still, to my mind, at least to my ear, naturalism by a different name.
That's what I'm saying. And that's why I said Eurocentric, because everything you just said there shows that you're sort of limited in your scope, viewing other expressions in language, other ways of thinking. Everything you just said is that. And I'm not necessarily blaming you, I'm just saying this is the problem when people don't study linguistics and other people's language and other paradigms based upon language. Because it's not something that the example I gave, I also mentioned that that's the very nature of the language. When you study the language, that's how they talk. You get me? So, you know, we do it ourselves. Yeah, when somebody's car doesn't work or something in the house, you talk to the bloody thing. This piece of
but we realize if we stop for a moment and think that what we're saying is just part of what the sort of culture and the way we speak, but it's not an accurate statement that reflects reality. This damn toaster is not working, as if the toaster's decided not to work, right? We know that if we stop to think about it. But I just want to check
away from the point that I'm making. I'm saying, what is that is in all of our natures, that despite knowing that a toaster, a car, none of these things have consciousness and they don't respond to anything we're saying, how is it that deep within all of us, we will still treat the thing like it does have a personality and that it does interact with us? There you go.
That's probably okay, sure. So that's probably just the nature of human beings at our current level of development, right? But I don't see a problem with it. It's just the way we speak. Maybe that's the way we have evolved to make it easier to communicate, whatever the case is. You know, I don't see a problem with that in any way.
Can you say that again? Sorry, Robbie got stopped because you lost me completely.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. When we fully know the toaster doesn't have a consciousness, it doesn't have a personality to respond. A car, likewise, whatever it is, a tool, even a bloody wrench, right? When the thing don't work, we start cussing it, bloody stupid car, this, that. We start cussing things. We know it's not his fault, right? It's a mechanical issue with the thing, but we're getting emotional towards something that's not got a personality.
Does everybody do that?
Pardon?
Does every single human being do that?
I guarantee you the majority do. I guarantee you.
Well, all right. First of all, you haven't done any research to that effect. And secondly, you're saying show me it. Let me review it.
Throughout my whole life. Hold on, the same way how people can do.
But show me it so I can review it. I'm saying actual research.
Listen to what I'm saying. Review it in your own experience in life. Listen to what I'm saying.
I forget. Hey, listen, no. This is how we get. Listen, this is how we move off. So, all right, fine. You're not going to. That's fine. What I'm saying is you're basically saying that there's some profound meaning behind personification of inanimate objects.
I'm saying it's part and parcel of the norm of human beings.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Rob. I'm going to defer to Rob's explanation.
So
hey, listen. He's being generous by even bothering to explain it rather than just summarily dismissing it. Just being fair. He's being really generous. Carry on, Rob.
You what? Say that again.
That he's being very generous in the way that he responded to that, as opposed to just dismissing it.
Bruv, that's because you must be absolutely retarded. He even said, listen to what did he say in response to what I said?
He was generous and he said it might just be because at this stage of human development, this is the way we respond and this is the way we personify inanimate objects as in some kind of, I don't know, some way of making sense of the world. Okay. I don't know exactly.
That's the main point. That's the main point. This stage of our evolution. So look at the contradiction in you lot who are the flipping atheists. You're the ones that don't believe consciousness is in everything, but you're still bloody talking to machines. How stupid is that? You don't believe there's a... Okay. But you're still...
Okay, but Peter, when you say stupid, it's just a form of language. I mean, we could start to be hyper, and I'd probably recommend that over a period of time, be much more accurate with our language. But it is still a fallback, probably to our evolutionary history, which was to personify things, which is fine. But I don't think that there weren't people in Africa that were, by the label that we currently use, atheists. I think they were. They could still personify it. And if you personify something, that doesn't disqualify you from being an atheist. It just means, like the rest of us, that sometimes we use poor language. I don't see the problem. So maybe you can explain what the problem is.
What's the nature, Rob? If the word for nature is the same as God, how do you get out of that?
Isa, 1 second, yeah. Idealism doesn't preclude one from atheism. Like, someone can believe in all matter being conscious and still be an atheist. Like, you're aware of that, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
I want to listen to what.
No. Can we establish this? Because again, it's this generous discussion that's being had here. We're allowing you to make false equivalences just for the sake of an argument.
Bro, forget all of that. If you can't understand it, then don't let me interrupt you.
He's basically saying atheists are okay with having beliefs. They're okay with having beliefs.
Free seats for an intelligent debate, and then he wants.
It's in the morning. Tone it down. Do you understand that principle, though? Like,
of course, no, but you're talking. This is false equivalence. You just given the false equivalent.
No, you don't know. Hold on. Maybe you didn't understand what I said.
Of course I did.
I said, what did I say?
Bruv, you said if we believe all matter is conscious, you can has consciousness, you can still be atheist. That's a false equivalence. We're saying that their word for God, as it were, is the same as the word for nature. Don't you understand? It's the word for nature is God. The word for existence is God, so to speak.
That's an assertion. Yeah? So that's an assertion. Fine. Forget Africans for a minute, African spiritualists. I'm just saying you do understand that concept is reconcilable. Someone can be an idealist, believe consciousness is independent of human beings and all that shit. Believe inanimate objects are somehow conscious. Like, there's a lot of quacky beliefs out there. Or you don't. Okay, this is a better way. Atheism does not entail physicalism or materialism. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah, it's nothing. It's just a disbelief. That's all.
Hey, listen. Let me ask everyone a question. Yeah. Because obviously he said something that was. Right. Let me ask this question. Yeah. So, has anyone, when their car or whatever is broken, ever spoken to it, expecting it to, just speaking to it will fix it?
Yeah, it worked.
Obviously not. No. Obviously not. No, but I know. Like, I obviously I have spoken. I do personify random little thing. Like, yeah, I do personify things. But to be honest with you, I'll say a phrase, but I don't. No. To answer your question, no, of course not. I don't directly expect it to.
No, he said, "Have you?" Not "Do you?" Have you?
No, he said, "Do you expect it to fix it?"
Yeah, in the past.
Obviously not. I don't expect it to be fixed.
Yeah, in the past, present, or future. Do you ever expect that's broken to ever fix the problem?
No.
No. You can't expect it to be fixed. No.
Can you still hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah,
we get you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
cool.
loud and clear.
Okay.
I asked
Okay, so let's just check.
Hey, Rob, did you hear my question?
Do we speak to a car on occasion? Is that what you say? Or anthropomorphize a car?
When you speak, anytime you spoke to a broken instrument, was you speaking to it expecting it to be fixed?
I don't think not expecting it to be fixed, but I'm sure I might have at some point in my life said, this bloody thing is not working. I wish it would just work now, something like that, or whatever it is. So I'm pretty sure I've used anthropomorphic language at some point. But again, all I have to do is step back a moment and go, hang on a moment. That's just how I've learned to speak in, and I think, as Isa points out, it's probably ubiquitous around the world, but it's just an inaccurate way of speaking. Right? So, and if we stop for a moment, we go, okay, that's not really true. That's just the way I speak. But I still don't see what the critique is that Isa's making, in the sense of if everybody anthropomorphizes something, how is that a problem for an atheist? Maybe you can explain that.
Right. Let's go back so you understand exactly the foundation of the point. I'm saying when you are using the version of the view of atheism, it is from the perspective of the language and mentality of the Europeans. They're philosophizing about God and different gods and all of this different stuff that they got from Egypt that they got confused about and they didn't understand. I'm saying if the very word for nature, for existence that they're looking at, that they're living, is the same word as God, then you can't disbelieve in it. Don't you get it? If you believe in existence, yeah, it's like you saying you're a disbeliever in existence. Let's say the word atheism meant you didn't believe in existence. People would look retarded to be like, you'd look stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but that's not what it means, though. And it doesn't matter if another language.
No. I'm saying it does if you try and enforce or transpose that to those whose word for God is nature and existence. It does.
Wait, hold on. So irreligious. You wouldn't make this argument about someone who said they were irreligious, yeah? That's what you're saying. You're saying irreligiousness is universal, atheism is European. Is that what your argument is?
Not really. I'm not quite sure what that.
Irreligious doesn't have anything to do with an African's definition of God. It has to do with the religious tradition. In
other words, someone can still So somebody can say I don't. So hold on. So for instance, somebody in those ancient traditions can say I don't subscribe to the rituals. I don't care about your thing. But in their language, the word referring to existence being God, it's just a matter of fact. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't say you're not an atheist in existence, but you can say I don't subscribe to your tribal traditions and so on and so forth that relate to existence and nature.
But atheist is a European word, though. You know that, right?
Exactly, but it comes with a concept.
So what does this mean? What does God mean in this language? It means X. And what does atheism mean in this language? It means X. No, but there's another language where both these terms are different. So you're European because you're speaking English, bro.
No, James, you know what? You really have to sit out, bro. Like,
weak argument. It's just so weak. It's such a weak argument.
It's so simple. Right. Listen carefully.
I'm talking too much.
Yeah, you're right. You need to just sit out, bro. Seriously. Yeah, go on, bro.
All right. So maybe I can just summarize then. You're saying that if African people refer to as the universe as God, then they cannot be an atheist.
Existence. I'll say it again. Not universe. Existence. All right.
So what's the difference between universe and existence? What's the difference there?
I'll tell you why. Because what people talk about the universe, can be disputed where it begins. Is there anything beyond the universe, etc.? If there's something beyond the universe, it still exists. If there's not something beyond the universe, right, then it doesn't exist. But whatever it is, existence is something you can't get away from. You can debate all day about the universe, what it contains, what it's like, but existence is the most simplistic idea that we have in relation to ourselves. Simple.
Okay, sure. But I think at this moment in time, Issa, would you agree that what we do understand about the world, existence and the universe are synonymous? And you are right that if there were something else, which is speculative at this stage, then that would existence would encompass that. But at this stage, to the best of our understanding, the universe and existence seem to be synonymous. And like you say, if something we found out that there was something beyond the universe, then now it's no longer synonymous because the existence incorporates something that is not the universe.
That's why you would use the term existence, because you acknowledge that you don't know the other things that could be out there. Whereas the universe is where you think it ends and the nature of what you think it is. So I'm saying when
African people talk about God, are they talking about what they understand within this universe, or are they talking about what they understand within this universe and some speculative idea outside of the universe?
Both, yeah, it's both of that. But I'm saying what I'm fixing it to. I mean,
let me say something quickly.
You just agreed to stay out of it. Now you want to keep
going. Come on, relax here. The Africans that do believe in the European concept of God, and you're positing it as a European concept, and I'm going to accept it for the sake of this argument, even though Arabs are supposedly black African people, whatever. So we're assuming that the presently understood definition of the term God, right? You're saying that there are some Africans that believe in that and some Africans that don't. So if I'm an atheist to those Africans that do believe in that, is that then an African concept or is it still a European concept?
If you're an atheist that believes in what?
So I'm an atheist that
Yeah.
disbelieves in the conventionally defined God that the Africans believe in. So there is an African man that believes in God, Allah, whoever the fuck else.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist to him. Am I still a Eurocentric atheist, or am I now an African atheist?
But he's a Eurocentric. It's a Eurocentric idea that he has. So
Also,
what
all the gods, all of the Abrahamic gods are Eurocentric. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying the concept. Listen carefully, James. Listen carefully.
Dangerous.
The people that have that concept of God that you're talking about,
Like
they
you,
were
Stop.
Stop.
You, yeah. No, but can we be clear? Like you, though.
James, I'm talking. I let you speak, right? And I'm clarifying exactly what you're trying to say now is going to be clarified.
Okay.
Came about when they took on the Greek and Roman ideas, okay, mainly in the Abbasid era. I do not subscribe to that. I come from the perspective of the Quranic concept. So the point that you're making, obviously, again, the Sunni idea, blah, 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 and I'm saying I don't want to go into that, but the point that you're making still has that influence. However, going back to what we were talking about, let's use ancient Egypt where you have Neteru as, let's say, the word for nature.
No, you went too far. I asked a simple question. You believe in Allah. I don't believe in Allah. I'm an atheist because I don't believe in Allah. Does that make me European?
No. James, we're not going to make it you and me. We were talking about something else. No, I don't care, James. James, no, we're not going to go off. Every minute that James wants to interrupt a flowing conversation because he feels he can make a joke. James, stop
I'm not making a joke.
No, brother, don't care. Me and Rob are talking. No, forget that.
Pause for a second.
Every time we're getting somewhere in a conversation, you want to come in and make it personal between me and you. Forget that. Right. As I was saying,
brother, can I ask Rob a quick question, please?
No, because it's some stupid.
Brother, it's not you fielding questions.
You already interrupted our conversation.
No, but it's not just you.
I said it's only going to take a minute.
I know. So let me ask Rob a quick question because I want to understand if he's getting what I'm getting. So Rob, did that question, as far as you're concerned, make sense? I.e., if someone, an African man, believes in Allah, and you and I, or me, I'm another African, I disbelieve in Allah, and that means like someone is going to posit that Allah belief that they have is African or Arab, but not European, and my being atheistic to that position, yeah, is obviously again not European because it's to an African god. Does that still make atheism Eurocentric?
No, I don't think it makes atheism Eurocentric, and it's just a label as well. To me, I think we're just talking about labels. So atheism, even if we grant that atheism is Eurocentric, right? What it refers to is the disbelief in a supernatural entity. What do we mean by supernatural entity? A personal being that has created this entire universe with us as, you know, the centerpiece of this sort of thing. That's what that label. Now, if an African person came to me and said, hey, I believe what you believe, and I call it Barak, I'm going to go, cool. So your label is Barak, mine is atheism. We're in agreement. What those words represent is the same thing. Hey, welcome, Mr. Barak. So in your language, I'd be a Barak, and in your language, in my language, you'd be an atheist. And that's fine. What I'm really interested in is whether they have that belief. And it seems to me it would be hard to believe that people in Africa were not what we would call atheists. And let's just use a word like Barak, whatever it might be. I'm sure there's an African word that refers to somebody that believes everything is natural, whether they're personified or not, whatever that word is. It's just, that's the African word and it means the same thing. And if we're happy to grant that, cool.
Okay, so Rob, this is where I'm saying I suggest we just leave any childish foolishness out of it. Because if we've already agreed, yeah, that what we're proposing here is their word for God is nature, relates to nature itself, existence and reality, right? Therefore, it can't be a supernatural being because it's referring to nature, existence, and reality itself. Do you understand? So,
yeah.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I think
I
think the problem there, though, is this conflation of terms there, I think, Issa. Because if a person came to me and said, hey, I believe in God, and I asked them, and they say, yeah, I come from Africa, I believe in God. I said, okay, what is this God? And they said, it's existence. And I asked them further, okay, what does that mean? And they say, everything around us that exists, as far as we understand. In my mind, I'm going, okay, that's the universe, as far as I understand. If they said, no, it's something else.
As a concept. Existence as a concept. Do you understand? So it's almost like there's no offense.
Something that is as opposed to something that is not, right?
That, yes, you could say that. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Isa, I asked you about irreligious though, and you I don't know what you responded.
I already dealt with that. All right, irreligious.
But no, but I'm just saying quickly, just so you understand what I'm saying. Because, like I said, yeah, we are being generous here because this is a non-starter, but we're engaging.
Right, then let's leave it. Forget it. You
no,
lot
but
discuss.
I'm just saying. No, but I'm saying if someone,
if you're coming with that attitude as a non-starter is rubbish, then you're wasting my time.
No, but you need to stop being so emotional because you're trying to.
No,
okay,
basically, I'm doing it.
All right, hold on.
I'm giving my time to do it.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you then. Let me and Rob say something, yeah, and then you. I'm gonna, Rob, I beg you, can you say what you think his argument is, and I'm gonna say what I think his argument is, and then let him. Maybe we both don't understand. So can you tell me what his argument is?
Okay, so the first part of it is that the label atheism is Eurocentric, but then the other part is that when an African person says they believe in God, as Isa is explaining it, God is synonymous with existence, and existence isn't necessarily just the universe; it's everything that could be. That's what they mean by God. And to me, that again could fall under the label of atheism. So I don't mind what the label is. What I care more about is whether what is the label? What do they believe? What does it refer to in reality? That's the point that I'm interested in.
And I would say I would echo that, and I'd say the reason that I'm saying it's a non-starter. I'm honestly not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, you're basically saying atheism is Eurocentric because in one corner of the world, some people have a different understanding of the concept God, but in another corner of the world that's not European, they do have an understanding of something that could be considered God. And if I'm atheistic to that position, does that mean in that country? So when I don't believe in Buddha, does that mean I've got an Asian centric perspective? When I don't believe in some Taoism, does that mean I have a Eurasian centric? What is the kind of argument?
Yeah, I don't think. I agree with you, James. I don't think that's helpful. What might be helpful, though, is these two terms. One is referred to as a local atheist, and the other is a global atheist. A local atheist is somebody who disbelieves in a particular God, right? A global atheist would be somebody that disbelieves in anything that could be labeled God that falls under the category of supernatural. So you could split it up in that way if some people wanted to. I'm not sure how helpful it is. I mean, maybe it is helpful. I just haven't thought enough about it.
I don't think there's any utility in that. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I don't mind if someone I've been called a sellout or whatever on here. Yeah, I'm European. I'm trying to be white, whatever. But the reality is, I just feel like it's not a well thought out argument because it's like what you're really saying is people don't give enough credit to African spiritual systems and have a full understanding. And I would agree with you on that. I wouldn't even doubt that. And you're saying like all the beliefs that people hold about spirituality in places like Africa or other remote fucking tribes, they've got a very different concept of spirituality that people like me maybe haven't taken into account. I'd also agree with that. But if you're saying atheism, if you're saying the absence of religion is somehow specific to Europeans, you're giving Europeans way too much credit because you're saying default positions in humanity are European. Fucking hell.
Let me and Rob continue, but I've realized, Rob, unfortunately, you also, in the same way as James, lack a lot, and I guess it's due to not studying and not knowing, so it's not necessarily malicious. So the whole point is, if somebody is just living with nature and they have these various concepts, they haven't come to the point where the Greeks have got their concepts in which they've just evolved them into all kind of ideas where people come along and say, well, I am an atheist towards those beliefs. And that's what you lot seem to lack. You don't seem to understand that there's a whole culture or language or bunch of cultures and languages which don't see the world the way that you lot have seen it. It's
okay, hang on. Let me just check in. When you say they don't see it the way we do you mean by the language or do you mean by what the language refers to? Which one of those two do you mean?
Both together. So the word.
Okay, I'm going to agree with you on the language. I'm going to potentially disagree with you on what it refers to. If that African person came to me and said, "Hey, I believe in everything around me, the natural world," I go, "Wow, okay, so do I." And I said, "Do you call yourself something?" And he says, "No, I just believe in it." I'm like, "Cool." Where I come from, there's a label that's sort of 2,000 years old or whatever it is. We call it atheism. You might not like that, and I'll tell you. And it's the same kind of thing that you believe. Do you believe in a supernatural entity? He goes, no. I believe in existence and everything around me that I can see, and even there's some things that I can't see that I might believe in. Then we go into what the evidence is for that. But I think if what the label refers to, even if they don't have a label, if I find out that they believe the same thing as me, then by my definition, that's an atheist. They might not like that label. They might say, no, I either don't want a label or I've got my own label. I'm like, cool, okay, that's fine. But in my head, we all believe the same thing, essentially.
Exactly. This. Oh my gosh, I don't know what.
They're naturalists, basically. They're naturalists.
But this is what I'm saying. I have no, and my whole point is the way in which. So now we're getting somewhere now. Hopefully, Robert, stick to that point there. So from this point that we've got now, the way that those people interact with nature. So actually, let me reverse. Let me come back a bit and help you out with the language part. Do you agree, Rob, that if somebody has, let's say, whatever word it is for nature, reality, and existence, and they interact with it differently, i.e., they have a human appreciation for the fact that the sun beams rays down and they know what it's like, for instance, for maybe a year where there's been drought, right? Where certain trees have not produced certain food and certain crops haven't grown. Therefore, when it has done so, they've showed an appreciation to nature itself, to the processes that have produced it. And they've got these rituals where they're giving thanks to that in the same way that we would give thanks to a human being that has done something for us. Now, they're seeing the whole system differently because they're part of that system of nature. Do you see the difference where the language and the thinking is different too? The whole thing is different. Do you get the point? So, so the construction of words in how you refer to nature because of your interaction with it. And I gave the example, you missed it. Hold on, let me just add this bit. When I said about the interaction with tools and with mechanical objects, is still there in our mind. That subconscious reflex is still there in the same way that.
Yeah, but that's sure. I accept that, Isa. But I say again, that's just we haven't outgrown that idea, right? So we've still got to evolve where we recognize that that's doesn't accurately reflect reality. Now, somebody could make a pragmatic argument, say, hey, I have value in doing that for X, Y, and Z reason. That could be the case, but it doesn't represent reality. Now, going back to your point about the how they interact, I would agree with everything that you said there, except when they give thanks, are they just giving gratitude, or are they giving thanks in the sense that they believe that nature is in some way responding to their thanks? If that's what they think, then obviously I'm going to challenge that. But if it's a form of gratitude. So these rituals are a form of gratitude, realizing that all that's happening is that the laws of nature are doing what they're doing, and they are thankful in themselves, and they're echoing that to the world. Cool. But if they think that the world is somehow going to respond back to their echoes, then I think they're mistaken.
Listen to what I'm saying, because now what you keep doing is you keep trying to push it towards the religious argument rather than the train track we're on. Is very simple. Is their view of nature, reality, and existence, and how they act towards nature based upon their experience and their language. So I gave you that bit. So there's no need to bring in whether the nature responds or whatever else. So
no, but it's important. He said no. You said they gave thanks.
That's exactly. I didn't say they asked for anything or they're expecting anything back. I'm just saying.
So
based upon
the
fact,
clear. It's just so I'm clear that when you say they give thanks, would that equate to they're just giving gratitude that now the season is better, for example? Is that what you mean when you say they give thanks?
Yeah. So I said
in no way, as I understand it, then are you saying that hey, they're expecting or have an idea that nature is going to respond to those rituals?
No.
Okay. Well, cool. Okay.
Okay.
So what about this? So to me, again, we're using different language, but essentially it means the same thing.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. Hold on. This is my point. No, it doesn't. And this is my point where when something goes well, for instance, your car drives, right? Or nature, for instance, brings, let's say, Europeans food, for instance. You don't show any gratitude to nature. There isn't that
Well, where do you get that from? Where do you get that from?
Yeah, bro. Can I just say, even on the other thing, Like
So
that.
you say thank you
Hold
to a
on,
tree.
one second.
Every time we get to an important point, you want to come in with something.
I
want to come in and interrupt me.
I gotta make a
Not
point.
Mr. Rob.
I gotta make a point on it. Hold on, I gotta make a point there. Issa. We've done this. I beg you, listen to me this
All
time.
right, do your thing, man. Do your
There's
thing.
6 people on the panel. It's not
Well,
always.
I've got to go
I'm
anyway.
putting you up then, James, on you talking it. Because I'm saying when 2 people can build something, everyone else normally sits back and let them build. But you
Let me speak for 1 second, and I just want to come in before it moves to the point that I wanted to intersect. Like, bro, you're mad, you know, bro. Seriously.
James, you take over. Well, I'll chat again. I've got to go. This for the time now, 10:30, just after 10:30. Actually, I'm a little bit late. I've got to shoot off.
It borders on disrespect. You can't have 7 conversations when you want to, and someone wants to say one thing.
No, then you do it, then, James. That's what I'm saying. But you keep interrupting.
Big up to all of you guys.
Dragging it down, bro.
A big man thing is not better. It's actually not cool, man. Seriously.
You drag it down all the time. Then you talk in it. What's wrong with this guy? You talk.
Bro, bring your level down. You man were moving off of something that I wanted to just do my consent in. Like, allow me to do that,
this guy, bro.
Oh my guy.
Yeah. So because of what you feel, forget what everyone else can learn and build on. No, let's just satisfy James Jones.
Brother, if I do it to you, if I ever do that to you, I beg you pull me up on it. Because I come on panels with you, and I don't mind because you're fun to talk to, yeah. But there'll be times where you want to talk to the other 5 people on the panel, and when I say something after you've begun another conversation, you go, hold on, and you don't realize that you've been the one constant in every discussion on the panel. That's unfair. It's unfair for other people that want to talk as well.
All right, let's say that's unfair, but if you're firing at me, the next person's firing at me, all of them are firing at me. Who's got to talk the most?
It was me.
Innit? You're all bloody firing at me.
No, it's me and you that's disgusting, and you're like, oh, you're stupid. Let me talk to Rob. I don't mind you doing that. That's one of your little idiosyncrasies, but don't disrespect me to the point where when I'm not.
You retarded. You've got listen. If your guy's got more sense than you, more intelligence than you, understands it quicker than you, sit back. It's a free ticket. You can just sit back in your seat, have your coke and your coffee, and watch the show.
With all due respect, yeah.
That's a voyage.
Yeah, it's fine.
No, bro. Listen to what I'm saying.
Can I respond? With all due respect, yeah, me and Rob had number one. I came to the understanding of what your argument was literally instantly, and I dismissed it because it was stupid. Rob came to exactly the same understanding as me, and is far more generous with his.
He misunderstood it. And he got educated.
That aside. So the point I was going to make is this idea of personification being some kind of acceptance or being cognizant of inanimate objects being conscious is ridiculous. And when I ask you for actual research, so in the same way you're saying that we don't understand African culture, one could argue you don't understand fluent Russian, yeah? So you don't know what Russian people are saying. If Russian people are talking to themselves, if they're in a car, you don't know how other cultures react to this concept.
James, we already know this. Just forget it. This is why Rob already said we'll go with it, because he knows. This is what I'm saying. You need to research stuff that people just know for a fact. So stay out of the argument.
Hold on. People know for a fact is the verifiable research that you're offering me, yeah?
Bro, James, there's certain things in human life that we don't need to go, Massa, have you researched? James, just forget it. Just leave it. Yes, what I'm saying. You're talking to Rob. Look how Rob responded to that thing, yeah? The same thing I said, yeah? And he flows with it because he knows something like that. If you've seen other humans,
Master.
On a level, big man thing.
Regardless of race and language. No, because you come in there belittling with your sly little thing and belittling and laughing and giggling. And then you don't respect that. Doesn't make sense.
Hold on. This is the difference. I'm not allowed to laugh, but you literally sound like you're standing up and sweating, screaming at a screen. And me laughing is what's wrong with what's going on.
I don't care. But there is no sweating. I am standing up. Hold the laptop.
Yeah, I know you, bro. You sound like you're going.
You know what? Wait my time, bro. Forget it. Anyway, yeah. So as I was saying,
I was talking that you cut me off, right? But I'm saying there is no research that you're going to provide me other than that is inductive to say. I think like this.
Who cares, James? For flip's sake, bruv. You even know or you don't. Seriously.
Yeah, so let me, bro.
Welcome, Shakara. Take a break, guys. Take a break. Welcome, Shakara.
Yeah? You're still stuck in you want research. Rob's already agreed.
Right,
We
I don't
moved
care.
on.
Rob, you may rate Rob like to think that his opinion
It's not
matters.
rating Rob. I'm saying he already knows something.
Well, stop talking. My opinion matters to me. So can I say what
Yeah,
I'm
go ahead. Yeah, express yourself.
saying? It is very inductive to say, I think, therefore it is. If that was your hypothesis and say, I think like this could be whatever, and then you do an experiment to that fact, and then as a result, you say, sorry, you do an experiment to that, and you conclude some kind of fact, which is everybody in every culture personifies inanimate objects, and that to me is evidence for all matter being conscious, something like that. I would follow that trail. I would follow that argument. But literally saying, you know how like when you stub your toe, you're like, fuck the chairman that stubbed my toe. Isn't that an example of conscious matter? It's like, bruv, what kind of discussion are we having?
Who said that though?
If you want to appeal,
hold on. James, who said that though?
I'm just saying, if you want to appeal to the intelligence of a 6-year-old and then get angry with me because
who said that? That's the question being asked. Who said that?
You said.
No, I'll explain. James, you misunderstood, and this is the point because you don't listen. Because you think you're more intelligent, you think you understood. Listen, what was said. It's saying the human brain, the human being knows that the thing's an inanimate object, but still interacts with the thing as though it's not. You understand now, James?
Yeah, but I'm saying that isn't across the board. So it's like,
no, all right, good. So you understood. Now you're saying it isn't across the board.
I don't know. It might be.
No, that's fine. All right, you're saying you haven't. I haven't provided you with evidence. What I'm saying to you is, it's similar to me discussing something. Let's say in the Quran that somebody already knows. We both know it. And hold on. And then you come in and you're saying provide the evidence. And I'm saying, if me and this person can flow in a conversation, because we're both saying, yeah, that is more than likely to be the case than not, then coming back to you and saying, well, to prove it to you, when that person they've just rationalized it based upon their life experience, James. They do not need to go and do a survey.
No, wait. This is what I'm saying. I've told you that I do it. I literally told you that in the beginning. And I said that it's way far too inductive for me to say, oh, I do it, therefore everybody must do it. Therefore, it becomes some kind of premise for me to build an argument for consciousness on. That becomes very.
It wasn't an argument for consciousness. For a flip, James, listen carefully. No one is saying that the object has consciousness. Listen to what.
Let me show you something. You said to me, and I remember I had to make this distinction. You said to us, and this is why. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm happy to clear up. But did I not say to you? You said, how can atheists and EB, if you're honest guy, you laughed at this. You said, how can atheists be talking to things like they're conscious when they don't believe things that inanimate objects don't have consciousness? You literally said that, and I could pull that up.
Personality, same thing. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, right. So can you blame me for thinking for criticizing your?
No. Listen. Right. No. This is my whole point. Now, listen. You got the words correct. Let's say. But the bit and the focus is what you got wrong. The point was, and this is what he said, yes, he was saying there's a flaw in human evolution. Yes, in the sense that we still have this nature of talking to inanimate objects. And I said that this relates to the nature of us normally personifying inanimate objects. And this is where he partially agreed, but went left and right. And I was trying to pin him down to that path there to carry on the conversation.
Okay,
let me just say this. This is why I get frustrated, because when it's such a moment in time in the conversation where we're going to have a breakthrough and you all can learn, and then you're sort of like tagging it away, that's why I get frustrated. Do you get what I'm saying?
Listen, you know me, I don't take nothing personally, yeah? What I'm saying is, bro, even if I was to go down that trail of thought, so I was to make all the concessions he apparently has made, yeah? To be honest, I was writing an email, so I kind of didn't listen to a little part, yeah? But if I was to make those concessions, I personally, so I'm gonna let you make the case for me. I personally see absolutely nothing spiritual or metaphysical about ascribing sort of human attributes to inanimate objects, to deities. I see that as an entirely natural process. And like me personally, I'm saying that I haven't done any research, but I bet my fucking last nickel that there'll probably be some kind of psychological study that's like, this is the reason, or There's many.
It's just getting emotional. It's just the person getting emotional. It's nothing big, anyways.
No. But even though you're emotional, listen to what I'm saying. There is a habit of doing it, right? So let's just deal with whoever it is as an example, James Jones himself, where whatever it is he's doing, a computer, for instance, perfect example, your phone or your bloody computer, you're trying to do something with a thing, it freezes, right? Everyone's been in that situation. It freezes.
Yeah.
You put your computer down,
Yeah.
you're pressing your phone down, and you know the thing is you're thoroughly aware of that. So when you say emotion now,
Okay.
your emotions overriding your intellect, correct?
Correct.
So you know the thing, right? But you know it's a mechanical thing.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but what's my emotions got to do with anything?
Bruv, they're interconnected with your bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. There's a listening problem. I'm saying to you, within the atheistic framework, there is an inconsistency.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm saying if you are on your atheism 100%, you should not be interacting with objects as though qualifying. Who is it?
Yo, Shakara, mute your mic, Shakara.
What's this noise, bro? That's you joker. Yeah, as I was saying, yeah.
No.
It's you,
But what's it called? I think what you're getting confused is someone making a conscious. I think what you're doing is someone making a conscious decision to interact with these inanimate objects to someone who is emotionally triggered about something. That's two different things.
Right. So let me explain. You say emotionally triggered. Do you agree humans get emotionally triggered? Wait, emotionally triggered with each other?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree there's normally a response in some way?
Yes.
Okay. Or an effect. Meaning that even if that person's not going to respond, there's an effect that's going to happen. They're going to hear your cussing or whatever you got to say, and therefore you've moved away. So do you not agree?
Correct.
Within that frame, hold on. Do you not agree? Within that framework, it would seem like insanity to the point of retardation to talk to an inanimate object that can't even listen to what you're saying nor respond. Yes
no,
or no?
but again, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm telling you no. I'll tell you why. No, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because the immediate reaction of my frustration, I am not intending to communicate with this thing. It's a trigger.
Brother, listen to what you said. Listen to you've proven my bloody point. You're saying you're not intending to, but you continue to do it for years after years after years. That means you're retarded.
Cause it's not retardation. It's just an emotional reaction of frustration. That's all it is.
Right. So what you're saying is, it's an emotional reaction. Hold on. And there are certain men out there right now, apparently, who are boxing up their women right now. Yeah. Hold on. It's just an emotional reaction. Do you not agree they need to get treatment and help for that?
Look, obviously, if you're gonna go and hold on. You went from being frustrated about the car to punching up your wife. That's too.
No, I want to listen carefully.
I am listening carefully. I am listening.
Right. I'm saying, I said that's a retarded thing to continue to do it. 10, 20 years, you still complain at your computer and your phone. You didn't think after 1 year, you know what? Why do I keep talking to an inanimate object? Right? But you continue to do it. And I said, likewise, those people, and I went to the extreme, right? Where those people have, it's come up a few times on Facebook and elsewhere, domestic violence will increase, etc. Yeah? So I'm saying to you, those people need treatment because there is something wrong with them. So I'm saying, likewise, from the atheistic perspective, for you to continue to interact with inanimate objects, knowing that the thing doesn't hear you, will not respond to anything you've got to say, that is retardation. Don't you understand?
I think when you say interact, it's just what we're differing on is the word interact. I'm just saying it's a national emotional reaction. You're saying they're talking to something.
But I said the match.
Wait. Let me add something to that. Because you made that point there. I want to add something to that. Yeah.
Cool.
I would say you'd have a point in what you're saying if a person continuously say like you're talking to something, expecting a reaction. Like, so when the thing goes wrong, you might say, "Oh, fucking it'll work." And then when it's going bad, you're talking to it like, "Yeah, well done for working." And then if you're doing shit like that, yeah, that's retarded. But if you walk in the room, yeah, and you open the door and you bust your toe on the door, and you're like, "Fucking door," you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not saying what? You're not gonna call.
Very.
So you're telling me. So you're telling me.
I can't believe, yeah. I'm gonna say this, yeah. I agree with fucking 3B. Fucking hell.
Issa's basically saying. Issa's basically saying. Hey, listen. Issa's basically saying if I have a sat nav and my sat nav sends me the wrong way and I go crazy, all of a sudden I'm a madman.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying.
It's just an emotional reaction. It's an emotional reaction.
Okay, yeah. I agree with you. It's an emotional reaction. I've already said that. So let's explore. I use science and go into this emotional reaction in relation to other people that have an emotional reaction based upon their cultural traditions and language, and they say, "Oh, thank you, God." They say it's just an emotion. They say, "Oh, thank you."
Isa, hold on a sec. So wait, you know when people go to the Kaaba, yeah, did they talk to it in prayers? Do prayers to the Kaaba?
When they go where?
When they go to the Kaaba, you know, when they circle the Kaaba.
Yeah. From what I know,
prayer that people are reciting.
Nah.
It's not like a Quran verse or nothing.
Bro, you can't keep talking every minute, Veli. Stuff for ask me something, bro. Yeah, Veli. They do not talk to the Kaaba. You consider it a holy place in which you relate to Allah. Obviously, you recite some things like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if there's verses that they're reciting at the Kaaba, knowing that the Kaaba can't return or reply, if you're praying to a God every day that never answers back, would you consider that a sign of madness?
Right, brilliant question. Now the first point of it, no one prays to the Kaaba, right? So the second question, if somebody prays every day to a God and it never answers, the issue there lies, Veli. If something that you've prayed for comes about, right? So there's two ways of looking at it. It would have come about anyway, but you don't know that. But you prayed and it came about. How can you, Veli, prove it was not the answer to a prayer?
Because when you're doing your prayer directly, it's not like you're having a conversation. Dear Allah, hello Allah, and Allah goes, hello Isa. Allah, I want to be the best Muslim possible. What should I do to be the best Muslim possible? Well, Isa, you should go around calling Sunni.
Look what you've done, yeah? I've given you something where you've got two. In other words, for instance, let's say you wanted to achieve something, right? You don't believe in God. You just went through your normal daily life, and you would call it coincidence, yeah? It just happened. You wanted something, and you got one.
I'll call it hard work.
Bro, listen. If it's something you work for, then obviously that's different. Listen to what I'm saying. All right. Let me give you a scenario so that you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. You were hoping to step up, whatever it is, to work for a company that gives you double your pay a year, right? Now, you had no means of finding any means of getting that. You were just hoping it, right? You were just like, boy, you know what? I want more money for this work. And then you as a person don't pray. You go into a shop and you hear a conversation about a boiler or something. And, you weren't even intending to go in that shop. Maybe there was too much traffic and you just thought, let me just quickly go in there. And you went in there to buy some cigarettes or something like that. And you hear this conversation. You say, yo, you do this, yeah? And you heard them saying, yeah, and I get this much a year. He's like, rah. And then he goes, yeah, and I'm looking for people as well. And you go, wow, I'm a plumber too, da-da-da. You understand? So, Veli, because those things happen, atheists will call them coincidences. People that have prayed for them will say that's the answer to a prayer. How do you prove that it's not the answer to a prayer? Unfortunately, you can't, Veli. Yeah.
I wasn't going to say that I was going to be able to prove that wasn't
Answer to a prayer.
an indirect answer. I would say it's not a direct answer though, is it? Because remember, like I was saying, the point that you was making it on was that when someone is annoyed with something and they cuss it, the thing's not going to turn around and cuss back. So when you're making a prayer to Allah, Allah doesn't directly have a conversation with you at that moment.
But this is what I'm saying to you. You're now imposing the concept of Allah talking to you, which isn't what they say happens. So you're just bringing something out of the air and putting it in there where it don't belong. What they say, the example I gave you is a realistic one, because you have many people say, I prayed for this and I got it. Do you get me? And then you lot would say, oh, this big coincidence. I wanted this thing and it just happened. Or you got the other people that say, I sent out the energy to the universe and the universe responded.
Hey, can I ask you? Unless Veli, you want to respond to that? Do you want? No, what the fuck is this all in aid of, man? Because I get the Eurocentric thing. I kind of it kind of dissipated. Now what? What is the sort of crux of this personification?
Basically, what happened was Isa was saying it's insanity for people to get angry and cuss at things that may not, say your car's not working, you bust your toe on the door, your laptop's not working, your TV's not working, and you slap the side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not that fucking. You don't think the shit's alive, it's not going to talk back to you. It's not going to give you an answer. That's the point that I was making.
But what are you
talking to it, Billy? That's the whole point, Billy. Why are you talking to it?
But what's the argument though? Like, okay, so you talk to it.
Right. So the point is,
why are you talking to it? Why are you talking to the thing? And you're saying, I would say you're not actually talking to the thing, innit? You're venting your frustration.
But listen what I'm saying. You keep, all of a sudden science has gone out of your head. I'm saying to you, based upon science, that is not logical.
Okay, but Veli's not a scientist.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but how is not venting your frustration? How is that a part of science?
But
right,
hold on.
Talking to inanimate objects and blaming inanimate objects, bruv, is very different. You can vent your frustration in many ways. You can say, grrr. You can punch a wall.
I think you get to the point, man. You said you gave use examples.
All right, get it, because every time me and someone are building, get to the point. James,
no, but what the fuck, bruv? You've given the same example 25 times. What, like,
But you talking to him, you bloody retard. You talk, just talk. Stop telling me get to the point. You talk.
Wait, no. You know what, Veli, you're annoying me as well now, because you've let him say the example 26 times, and you have said it's frustration 27 times. What the fuck is the okay? Now what? What happens now? What happens now? Okay.
You got confused where it's not. You saying every time you get frustrated, you talk to inanimate objects, and that's where it looks stupid. That's a retarded. Anyway,
you jumped onto Veli Vision's panel today to tell people that when they talk to inanimate objects, they're stupid. That was
that wasn't the conversation at the time. I jumped on to address what Rob said, and because Rob is superior in intellect to you, he could entertain the conversation. It could build, but because you seem to be very retarded,
he's white. Of course he is to you. He's white.
No, to you, bro. I keep saying it.
To you, bro, not to me.
But you're the one that brings him up, and I'm saying he knows.
I'm saying, of course, you
sit back and learn. Just sit back and laugh. That's become personal. This is ridiculous.
I'm not saying you.
What good would following an African spiritual system bring in 2023? Chakra.
Stop doing this, bro.
How would it work, bro?
Stop doing this, bro. Like, it's very weird.
But you want to make it personal. I ain't got time for that crap.
You got personal.
Me versus you. You're like a little boy, bro. Like, you ain't got no self-esteem,
bro. Are you there? No, Veli.
Chakra.
Who got
following an African spiritual system in
relax,
2023?
Relax yourself, Ethan. Just relax.
Yeah, forget all of that.
Who got
following an African spiritual system in 2023? Yeah. Answer that. Let's deal with the question of the day, innit? Because
Veli, Shaka's not here, so let me talk to Veli. You mute for a sec, yeah? So. No, he's not here. So mute for a sec. Hold it. Wait, so listen, yeah. So I've come on.
Following an African spiritual system in 2020 would be a good step to those who are retarded. It would be.
Let him say his piece, man.
I don't know.
Hey, whoever's doing that, stop, come. I was actually speaking. That's very rude.
That's Shakara's intro music, bro.
Hey, hello. Can I say one thing? Hold on, man. Hey, Shaka, man. I beg you to stop for a second, please. Because you weren't doing it when he's screaming for an hour and a half. You're doing it when I'm talking. That's rude, bro.
James Jones,
Why put this on, man? This is a different thing.
What master there? Exactly. That's not here to help James Jones.
Yeah, I'm probably. Yeah, I don't know, man. Hey, check it. Can you mute your mic, please? Can you mute your mic? I want to say
Tell me thing.
Greetings in the name of Shango Ogun.
Yeah. I was saying something though. Hold on. Can I just finish my point now?
These things.
No, I want to say what I'm saying, bro, because I don't play music when you're talking.
You're so frustrated, bro. Like you're sweating and standing up and sweating.
Yeah, right, I'm not though. I want to say what I'm saying. Innit? I want to finish what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, you engaged in a convo with Rob, with EB, with Veli for it must have been at least 25 minutes because I've been doing shit in the meantime. Yeah, at least 25 minutes. It's making a point. I've come back and been a bit bored by what I was hearing and literally said, bruv, all right, so you've explained what you think, how stupid you think people are that talk to inanimate objects. What is the main point? What you concluding? What you drawing from that? And then you said, let's stop talking about it. Rob is smarter than me, so on and so forth. Then you got upset. You did say that. And then you got upset. And then when I tried to respond to that, you said, let's not get personal. Shut up. Shakara, let me talk to Shakara. That's a reflection of your behavior. It's weird. I'm not offended, but it's weird. Now you can talk to Shakara. I just wanted to sum up what happened.
All right, good, yeah. So in your retarded summary, dismissed. Right, so yeah.
There's no one in the world that thinks you're smarter than me. I'm just telling you.
All right. Yeah, all right. Yeah, when Rob comes, we'll talk to him. I'm just telling
you, there's no one who thinks that.
What good would following an African spiritual system in 2020 bring? Well, there would be some good.
And you can't do that.
I'm not working.
So, as I was saying,
you barely speak one language. How dare you? How dare you ever trust my intelligence? You think Rob is smarter than all black people?
Help you, bruv. Stop it, bruv.
Who gives Rob more ratings? Us, man, or the theists? Everyone.
It's only you, man. I mean, in addition to you, because he's your master.
No, listen.
I don't even know if he's allowed me to talk to you.
Rob's a bad boy. Rob's a bad boy. Rob's got you on your toes. 20.
I don't even know, like, if he gave me permission to talk to you, bruv. Like, he's your master.
Have you had that? Have you had that debate about?
I don't want to be stepping on his ground now. You get me?
Have you had that debate? I'll have it with you right now. I have it with you right now. I have it with you right now. Hey, check the stats.
You're gonna burn the bed sheets, Stephen.
Check real wicked man stat. I'll have that debate with you right now.
Are you gonna burn the bed sheets?
No, Rob. I'll have it with you right now.
Anyway,
I'm not telling. I will have that inheritance debate with you right now. No, Rob. Right now. Right now, we can have it right now.
Are you really feeling this inferior?
Listen,
lockdown is messing some people up, bro. Seriously.
I can have it with you right now.
I'm blaming you, blood. You got this man frustrated as hell, yeah. You were liking on the man, and all of a sudden you left him in the wind, and now look at him all mashed up and frustrated.
Hey, Shakara and Veli, I'll prove his Quran is not from God right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Is he ready? Can he take the challenge? Ask him.
But let's deal with this first, and then you can do it. But you can do it anytime you want. You're done. All right, I understand certain people are not getting the weed and the cocaine and stuff that they need in the lockdown. But bruv, calm down. Seriously, everyone's not getting
You think Rob. You're scared of Rob. I'll have it with you right now. You're scared of me.
I'm trying to debate Rob. You're interrupting, but I'm scared of Rob.
Stop it. You're looking stupid. Don't lie.
Seriously, any day I stop Rob for you. Because at least Rob can accept when he's wrong.
No, because Rob's nice to you. Rob treats you like you're a little Negro.
Antagonize
little Negro. You're happy.
Shakara.
A real wicked one.
In 2020, an African spiritual system wouldn't be that good because we have the Islam and the Quran, damn it. There you go. We have the Islam and the Quran, and it's available to African spiritualists, and they're just bluffing and pretending, body bluffing, Afro bluffing, all kind of thing, rather than accepting the true Islam and the Quran, which they know will be successful deep down. Bullshit.
Okay.
Hey, Shakra, do you accept that anything in the Quran or the Quran could be an African spiritual system?
Right, he's come now. Yeah, turn up your mic, bro. Turn up your mic.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, turn up your mic, bro.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah. We good.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, because like that was a lot of longness, like for no reason, innit? Like, that conversation could have ended like half an hour ago. Still.
Oh, you mean like the 5-hour debate about whether or not Afro was?
Don't do that. See what I mean? All right, Shakra.
Like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, do that. That was long. So, what's it called? Isa is entitled to his opinion. You know what I'm saying?
I just said that you on the show, man, just to change the subject.
Yeah, everything bliss.
Yeah, Billy, did you understand the one point of East's Eurocentric argument? Did you understand one point of it? Like, for man, chatting shit about nothing, and you've got the cheek to say Shakara, let's start a new combo.
You're not gonna get cocaine or weed doing this, brother. I don't know what's wrong with you. Bro.
What the fuck are you on? Like, are you on
You're like, brother. It's like talking to a machine. I don't care what you want to say. You want to go on.
Chatting shit for an hour about stubbing your toe.
Not here. Your master's not here.
Longest time about stubbing your toe. Mad guy. Whether he's like Shaka, African spirituality, Shaka, like, bro, who are you, bro? Like,
yeah, you're right. Oh,
who are you? You're the guy that
let me know. Duck out of here, bro. I really
man, just chatting shit for time, bro.
Okay.
What was the sum of all the nonsense you've been saying? What was the sum of it? Nothing.
Let Rob deal with it because it's above your level.
Still want to, but what the fuck are you talking about?
You're not ready.
You're chatting shit for an hour. You're chatting shit for an hour.
Chase a girl, cotton socks. Please start chatting to him in the comments and divert him from me. There's something wrong with this guy.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Put a girl jump on there so he can.
Now you're like, let's start a new comment. What? Chat shit for another 2 hours about absolutely.
You want to talk about man? Why do you want to talk about me?
I'm just saying, you're plugged out, fam. Like, what
you're just saying, but you've been saying, and change the subject. I don't get you, men, blood. You weirdos.
What was all of that about, though?
We don't need to discuss that with Rob. We will discuss that later. But anyway, back to the subject.
Well, you're Rob in private. That's not gay enough. That's not gay.
No, online. We'll discuss it later when you're not on the panel. We can have 6 people on the panel without you, who's got a small man syndrome. Something wrong with you, yeah? Right.
So you jumped on the panel. When man jumped on the panel, I made a point that you responded to. What are you talking about? And you haven't.
We're trying to accept that even deficient people like
it's atheism is Eurocentric because I'm ashamed of being an Arab. Because I'm ashamed of being an Arab.
I'm not giving away any free help for your psychological issues. I don't know how to arrange for your.
All right, but that's what happened. You're embarrassed about being an Arab flunky, and you wanted to. That's it, though. That's what happened.
Okay, if that's what you say.
Chat shit for an hour and a half.
Okay.
Yo, madam. Yo, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Let's say Shakara that other question still. So, is Islam an African spiritual system, Shakara?
I asked him that yesterday still. But could it? I think I said, could it become so if they took Veli? This is what I said. Yeah, if somebody who was part of, let's say, Yoruba or Voodoo.
That's a Shakara, you know. You're a sick guy, bro.
I'm making the question a bigger question. Yeah, more detailed to it. Putting flesh on the question.
You're a gangster.
Oh my God, bro, please. Do you need like Viagra? Is there something wrong with... Hey, Cotton Socks. Hey, Cotton Socks. Seriously, you let this guy out and look at him. Yeah, he's falling to pieces, man. Or did you meet him and just walk away? Like, what's going on? All right. Yeah. What I was saying was this, yeah. Imagine somebody who was part of the African spiritual traditional system who takes on the Islam and the Quran. Is that now an African spiritual system, Belly? That's the point.
Hey, have you seen Analyze Dunya's new video?
Oh, that was hilarious.
Oh, my, hey, Issa. Oh, no. Hey, all bullshit.
Anyway, stop pretending it's a friend. No. You're a weirdo, bro. Advertising video, I don't mind. Analyze Dunya done a video.
Did you see the picture of you?
It's hilarious. Like, he's got me as Malcolm X, yeah.
No, did you see the thumbnail of his mum?
Yeah, I swear, man. Analyze
Hey,
Dunya.
the thumbnail is 10 times.
Stitches, bro. I don't know.
He's got you at 12. He's got you at 12 a month.
I don't think it's me, though, really. That's the thing. I was looking
That's you, that's what you mean.
No, listen. Hold on. I think, yeah, he took some other... I don't think all the 12 faces were me, but he just put the mask. I don't know.
They were you. They were all you, but like, he's got different... You know, he's such a G. He's got different... Like,
Bro, I like that, though. You know what? I like that idea. That, you know what? That's arrogant.
Hey, bro, take that picture. That's a hard picture. I don't care. That's the sickest picture. You should have that as your screen picture.
That's what I might, bro. You know what? I don't even want to. Whoever you are, Analyze Dunya, yeah. If you can edit all these things, yeah, bro. I need to let you, boy. You need to really do some work for me, bro. Seriously, that was good though.
Yeah,
not funny though.
Why you shining Reagan? He's a white supremacist.
Is he white? Hold on, is he white?
I don't know, man. They say they're black women sometimes. I don't know. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. No, he's not really a white supremacist, but he's just white, though.
No, is he white?
But you don't know that for a fact, Belly, man.
He is, man.
Is he? I asked him that in the chat before, and Reanimator, if these guys are white. I don't know.
I reckon Reanimator probably is white, but they'll probably tell you that, though.
All right, again.
Reanimator is not Analyze Dunya, though.
Yeah.
Right. No, but both of them like have similar like jokey ways, whatever it is. Yeah. So
no, that picture is hard, though, man. That picture is actually sick, bro.
I don't know. It's arrogance for me to say I like.
Reanimator is a black woman, isn't it? Yeah,
but he's got even my hands, bro. I was looking closely to see if he just put the face on, but even the hands are black.
No, that's professional. That is professional, bro.
He spent some time on that still. That is immense, isn't it? I would have never in my life. But then,
Issa,
the old man crying.
So hear what I'm saying, yeah? It's not, but be honest, yeah? You don't have to be humble because you can call yourself the Black Telic.
I don't have to be what?
I said you don't have to be humble if you call yourself the Black Telic.
Yeah, true. Well, not necessarily.
Well, have that as your screen pick, fam. That should be your screen pick. But do you know what? I actually forgot. It's mad how you know when you jumped on today, yeah? I should have remembered that because I saw that last night and I was dying laughing. I was actually dying. That
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe when I saw it. I was like, wait. And I just thought it's so funny. But I don't know. I think there is a sense of arrogance to me that I don't want to admit, bro. Like, seriously, because I was actually happy and sad. I was like, my man's got me like as the Malcolm X picture is
the hardest one though. Now, the Malcolm X picture is hard. That's harder than the Imam picture. The Malcolm X picture.
Bro, that's mad.
It's more gangster.
That was the shoot.
Bro, but you know what? It's a bit sad though that I don't want to say that.
Now imagine Issa with his AK at the door, like the Sunnis are coming.
If I heard Issa had a gun, I wouldn't be in the same city as Issa with a gun. And you know, man's literally the 0 to 60 king. Man will be my brethren, and then I'll say something that you don't like. He'll be like, "Are you fucking retarded? Just pull a gun on me." I'll be like, "Whoa." Issa's like a character from Money.
And so you say that. say the Shahada, you get me? But make sure you put Ali in there.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, I heard Belly the other day. Belly said, would you say Huck Ali or Huck Ya Ali or something?
Yeah. Huck Ya Ali.
Yo, Belly's a pro out here.
Wow.
Yeah, so carry on. All right, go on. Anyway,
You lot shocked me with the Huck Ya Ali. I didn't even think you lot even understood what was being said, were.
Man went from little Ali still.
Oh yeah, little mouse coming. Yeah.
Nah, man, I got it for Gathering and them man there.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, what good would following an African spiritual system in 2020 bring? I can speak about the good. For a lot of our people who have been made to feel ashamed of being African, so to speak, or being black and from the continent, following the traditions that were natural and normal to the people, being made to feel ashamed of all of that, yeah, that would be one of very good things that we can say that the systems will bring, or an African spiritual system will bring. There you go. However, obviously, I have to make sure that everyone knows after saying that the Islam of the Quran is the best and will be the thing that will make us successful. There you go.
Yeah, but Isa, have you tried to learn any of the African languages before?
Well, you know, it's
Arabic. Don't do it.
I thought last night, I had a feeling that question would come up somewhere, right? Because I was speaking to Shakara about expressions, right, in the languages then and personifications and so on of the mythology. Now, I was at a juncture, a point where I would have gone down that road, and you can say I was trying to a degree, but then I was like, that angle was being taken care of. So in other words, there are a lot of people investing in that, but when it comes to what I'm dealing with, there isn't. So therefore, I had to say, right, I have to focus on this, which is the Arabic, Hebrew, and you could say ancient Egyptian, but I mean, I don't think that's not what you meant, though, is it? You didn't think of Medinetta Valley when you asked that question, did you?
No. Medinetta.
But you know it is.
Obviously, apart from dons like Shakara and them, I don't want to hear none of them other man talking about Medinetta and Egypt when they're talking about Africa. I want to hear man talking about something else. It's like everyone always, that's like the go-to thing, isn't it? Kemit's the best, and Osiris and Isis and what's the Kemet name? The pro-black name?
Kemet too, right?
I need to fucking. Don't worry, man. I won't make myself fucking feel, but boy, that was a madness. Now!
Hey, Belly just killed someone. No, sorry, I'm good.
No, really, remember the importance of that.
Hey, listen, quickly, I was saying, now go on, bro.
Yeah, it was through the establishment of Kemet being something that, number one, no longer hindered us. So the Christianity didn't hinder us in looking at Kemet as being something great. And from that, drawing the connections between a lot of the so-called African spiritual traditions, it then opened the doorway for that as well. So Kemet, I would say, or the studying of Kemet for a lot of people was something.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? Shaka, are you there?
Yeah.
Can a European or a fair-skinned individual, in your opinion, practice African spiritual systems? And not in the sense that can they physically do it, but would you say that was
legitimate?
That they could do it properly, number one, and that you know, whether it be not your brother in faith, but you would consider them practicing it properly.
So politically, it would contravene my political principles, if that makes sense. So like I say, physically they can do it, and there are instances of that happening. But I consider that to be like a cultural.
Like black shirt, black. Yeah,
I suppose you could. But no, I consider it to be a breach of the defense, so to speak. I think that the only way that becomes viable is when we attain a certain level of power and self-determination as a people in the restoration of our culture and spiritual traditions, and I don't think we're there yet. So in a sense, in white people in African spiritual traditions, for me, is an act of colonization.
So I'm saying, if they said they venerated their ancestors, though, would you say that their ancestors?
That's fine. But there are nature-based. There are more nature-based systems that exist within European culture. If they wanted to develop those, I would have no problem with it. That's not an issue. It's when we deal with African spirituality, from my perspective, and I'm not suggesting that my perspective is what's the word, all encompassing in terms of everybody that deals with African spirituality. It is not, but there is a significant number of people that do hold my perspective, and that is that. This African spirituality concept and the restoration of our traditions is the work of African people, and there's nothing wrong with people, appreciating or admiring that, but involvement in it, especially when we have a situation whereby in the 90s, a lot of Europeans, like they were doing from the 70s, they started to go to India, and study all kind of Eastern philosophy and come back with yoga and. Commercialize it and so on and so forth. In the 80s and the 90s, a lot of them started to do that with African spiritual systems, voodoo and Ifa in particular, and they started to come back, and basically we've got a situation whereby today, like the leading experts in the academic world and African spiritual systems tend to be Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what about in Cuba and or all the people doing the like Santeria and that, like there's a lot of fair people.
Yeah, again, in that, so the Santeria is actually considered to be the white man's religion in that sense, by a lot of people in Cuba, because Lukumi is the more traditional expression, if that makes sense. Yeah, so even in that situation, there's a conflict. There's some tension between in the ways that the traditions have been co-opted and manifested in a certain way. You see what I'm saying? So when you're looking for like the real thing, if you're going to Cuba, you're looking for Lukumi, but Santeria is the Europeanized version, which takes pride of place within the nation because white supremacy still exists in that regard. Just what I'm saying. So you know what I'm saying. So but again, like anybody is entitled to invest in and develop aspects of their culture, and if they align with an African spiritual system, they align. So spiritually, we might say, there's nothing wrong with it, but if we're looking at it politically, which I do, I don't look at spirituality as an entity within itself, divorced from politics. I would make the argument that there are some issues there, and there are some manifest contradictions that are actually playing themselves out.
Well, then to bring back to Vel, you still there? Yeah. So to picking up, Issa's probably taking a break, but I kind of wanted to bring him in. Like what he was saying about when Vel asked him if he spoke any African languages, the man said no. Do you think then, simply put, that like seeing as you have a political understanding of African spirituality, and obviously Veli answered this as well, do you think how Issa was just like, obviously man was more interested in learning Hebrew and Arabic? Do you think then these religions, how can I put it without sounding making it racist, like, do you think that believing in them takes you away from your own culture and your own heritage?
Manifestly so. And for those, that was also the express intention of those who brought it to us. They intended to take us away from our culture and our spiritual system.
But he can't speak on Islam. He can only speak on what the bits that he knows and the history. But the thing is, also remember the middle letter was in there when I said about language.
But Issa, why I asked you the first question? Sorry to cut you, Shakara, but why I asked you the first question? Was because it was to lead into how would learning about Islam bring you closer to learning about any sort of African language, any sort of where you came from, your tribe, or any sort of stuff like that? Because again, it tells you to go away from nationalism. Don't be nationalistic and all them.
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. This is my point. That's what they tell you. The Quran says exactly the opposite, and the Prophet.
Yeah, I agree.
The opposite. Practice exactly the opposite. So this is my point where we can speak about what people have done in the name of the thing, but then when talking about the thing, it becomes another something. So either you're going to be qualified and speak the truth and say you don't know and just talk about the experience, or you're going to be going around in circles and misleading our people. So this is where the problem comes in.
Well,
Hold on. I'm saying when people left and were taken, some of them were Muslims as well, right? So when you're talking about their tradition, they had their own language, right, and their culture, but they were also identified as Muslims. So how do you deal with that situation?
I'm just saying. What I was gonna ask you was how has Islam brought you closer to your African tribe or where your roots, where you came from, or whatever?
Right. Well, obviously, I mean, the way that Islam encourages science and learning, anyway, and establishing yourself upon your right identity,
that
who
is
you are.
vague, bro. That's vague.
What?
That is pretty vague. Like, to be honest, that's a bit vague.
Okay, so the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a person that knew his tribe. If you're following the Sunnah of the Prophet, you would also like to know your tribe as much as possible and your lineage as much as possible. So that's the first point of following the Sunnah of the Prophet, to know your ancestry. And he knew his culture, his language, etc. Again, another Sunnah of the Prophet. Although it's not promoted by these other people, I'm saying that would be the very nature of if you're following the Sunnah of the Prophet. So within that also is the studying of other cultures and languages and histories, right? So obviously in relation to studying myself and my history and this is what this is what I was doing. But at the time when I decided to learn these things, to be honest, there was no internet and there wasn't that much access to study other what they call African languages. There was so much on Kemet, I can't even say so much. There were things on Kemet, but that was about it, to be honest.
You could
You are.
So you could obviously go to the country and like to whatever country you want and learn. Like...
No, back then, bro, think of the time period. It's like, you know, I was invited to go. People would say, you know, all you got to do is pay your ticket. Whether Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Ivory Coast. But there's still a sense of, you know, I mean, always wanted to go, but even now I'm still fearful. If I go, I just probably won't come back. I just because sometimes when I've been to the Caribbean,
Inshallah, that's what happens. Inshallah, that's what happens, bro.
And I don't mean dead, bro. I mean literally. I'll be like, you know what?
Obviously not, bro.
I'll just forget about everything over there, and it will just become so valueless. Like, forget.
But can I just say something quickly? Yeah, that's why. Even though I was fucking about yesterday, that's why it's important. What you said is important, like because of your ideals that's brought about to you, whether it's indigenous or foreign, you could actually conceive of an African leader being any kind of color or any kind of race, any kind of ethnic group that's not African, but you based it on, let's say, the content of his character, whereas they will never accept that anywhere else. Like in any like all the other cultures are pretty firm, and there's a clear like reticence to allow another ethnic group to be like.
Do you mean in Europe? So you're saying if somebody, a black person,
no, but even Saudi Arabia, they're not going to let like an.
But this is the point. You seem to miss out the most important point in the whole conversation. I'm saying at the point in which we are at the bottom and need stepping stones to get up, and I'm saying if it happens that this is the case, which is going to be more likely than not, that it's going to be the lighter skinned ones, like a lot of places in the Caribbean, the lighter skinned ones are the ones that have more influence in government.
Yeah, but you're making concessions for you. Like I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna say it like this. I don't mind white South Africans being in South Africa. Yeah, I don't mind Arabs being in North Africa. Or put it like this: I'm not gonna go on record and say anything about anything. That's their right now. I don't live there, so it's their prerogative. I would definitely agree that it's the same thing. It's just one is far more removed. Like one has been a longer time period. You, on the other hand, make concessions for Arabs because of your religion, but you know exactly what's wrong with what the white people in South Africa.
Same religion, nothing to do.
That is a problem. Can I bring home? I just bring land it really quickly, yeah. But that's what, when someone asks you probing questions about your learning another language, taking your way, that is the negative effect on having something that pulls you away from your culture. You don't even see the landscape anymore.
But that's how it messes up, because they said even if they were Christian, and I said yes. So it again, your argument falls to the ground.
No, but that's but that's you. That's you. What's the word? That's you doing damage control after the fact. The original.
No, but it was at the same time. Oh, all right. They're a white. Hold on. They're a white person practicing voodoo. Now what? Bro, you keep talking.
No, but this is post. Look, this is post hoc. I'm saying when we were having the initial discussion.
Yeah.
I didn't challenge you. You challenged my idea, saying no, it's not the same. It's not the same what the Arabs did to what the white South Africans did. And I was like, no, it is the same. And you said it's not. And I was like, so. And then I explained to you.
No, that's not what we were talking about. The Berbers. No, you got it wrong again. I did talking about the Berbers. Hold on. The Berbers were there. No, because you keep getting it wrong. The Berbers came there before the Arabs, and we were talking about the Berbers specifically.
I'm saying people that identify as Arab, in fucking North Africa, have maintained power throughout this period post-invasion, and I'm saying that is fundamentally unfair. Yeah, that's unfair for the indigenous population that is most likely melanated people. Yeah, you said it doesn't matter as long as the leaders are righteous. You don't mind what color they are as long as the leaders are righteous.
No. I said to what?
I said yeah, but I said that's only because these are Muslim countries, and we were talking about Gaddafi and Libya at the time. Okay, so I'm lying. Isn't it? All right, what do you want me to say?
You're weird, though. You know what? Listen to what's being said. If it's Nigeria, Ghana, it doesn't matter where it is on planet Earth. Yeah. I've made this statement as well. When it comes to leadership, all people, the masses really care about is getting a lot of their rights. That's the first fundamental thing. The color would be last, because we know and have experienced people that are dark skinned that have oppressed their own people, people that are white that have oppressed their own people.
What about it? That's immaterial. Like, the point is,
it's either yes or no.
Why are you moving away from the context? The context was literally you challenged a comparison between South Africa and North Africa, and I said ultimately it's the same. Right, okay, then, brother, like, this is what I'm trying to say. If you've never been wrong in your life, challenge you on. Then
all right, go on.
Would this be a good time for me to sort of slide in or no?
Yeah, go ahead with, and you're telling me they're the same, yeah?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go to Ultra. Yeah, one sec. Yeah, go to Ultra, the one that called out the African Spirituality Week, but only turned up on Thursday.
Yeah, no, sorry, bro. No, let me just answer the question of the day. I don't see the point in quote unquote like following these African spiritual systems today in today's world, because the world as it's set up today doesn't really have a place. However, I strongly recommend Black Africans to discover your ancestry prior to this Abrahamic stuff, because let's be real, it's new. Abrahamic stuff is new. What were we doing? What were our ancestries doing prior to the Abrahamic programming? I mean, I'm not saying go back and replace your Abrahamic foolishness with African spiritual systems. I'm just saying find out what's inherently yours. But in today's world, I don't really see a point. However, I can obviously see the benefits in understanding, researching, even following into a degree something that's inherently yours, can give you an identity that's inherently yours.
Ultra, when you're finished,
yes.
Yeah,
go through, bro. If it's not, go beat them up, guys. Go for broke. I don't really want to hear it, but I'll listen anyway because I'm more.
First of all, just apologies. Your wife's in Tanzania, right?
Yes, sir. And she's right next to me, and she's huffing and puffing. So you got to be quick.
Would you and your wife mind if someone that looked like Jim Carrey or Ace Ventura was the leader of your nation?
Well, this nation, I've already got somebody that. His name's Boris Johnson. But if I was back home, of course, probably be a problem.
You'd have a problem with it.
Yeah, do you know what it is? It's just because it's like in most facets of life, it's always the white dons that are on top, and it's like, well, listen, let's do for us, and let's put black dons at the front. That's why I dash away white Jesus, man.
Ultra. Let me
Dash
ask
with
you a
that.
question.
And even in a funny sort of way, I get the Nation of Islam. I mean, I don't agree with it in any way, shape, or form, but I get it. It makes sense to me. You see what I'm saying?
I said yesterday, would man have
Let me just
I can't hear. There's two of you talking at once. I can't hear.
Veli, let me just ask a simple question off that. If you had a choice between
Morning, Issa. Morning, Issa.
Morning.
Big up yourself.
If you had a choice in relation to the leadership that was asked about that question that was asked regarding leadership. If your own choices were between somebody who's the darkest man you know, and he's going to impose what you call terrorist Islam on you, and then a white-ish man, Ace Ventura looking man, said he's going to impose whatever policies you are agreeing with, and you have to choose.
It's not even a choice. It's a white don, straight up.
There you go. And that's what the question was between these two. And all of a sudden, forget that and just bring in. Well,
I didn't hear that question. I didn't hear the question.
The real question still. James did try to say that was bad.
I'm saying, but all of a sudden, it's no. He favors this. This was the choice.
Issa, you didn't ask Shakara that question.
Yeah, he did. He asked it yesterday.
We went over that for ages, brother. He
wiggled breakdancing my out, boy.
What is Shaka saying?
Shakara got his breakdancing mat out, fam. Trust me. He's moving like Turbo and Ozone.
Bro, Shaka was cartwheeling, backflip.
Let me hear it today. You know, I didn't even get to appreciate my work last night. Shaka, how did you answer that, bro?
So I was basically, my first answer was to say that it's a false dichotomy. Neither would represent for the black people, but it's a hypothetical. So it strategically under that situation, it's a no-brainer. Anybody would suggest that the absence of slavery is preferable to open slavery. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Strategically, I suggest that any people given those two choices to choose the option whereby they're not subjected to open slavery. But then the question still remains: does that represent self-determination and liberation for black people who have been historically oppressed by white people? It doesn't. So a nice white people is never a metric for being free. Is the point?
What you're saying, that one of the factors of making someone, which actually makes sense. One of the factors that makes someone a good leader is the fact that it's a reflection of the populace, isn't it?
Well, I'm saying that you don't liberate black people by putting nice white people in leadership. This is a forced a situation. This I'm saying.
What about a man with white thighs?
What white side?
Hey, Joe. James Jones is fucking.
Listen, this is why Shakara is a G. Yeah, Shakara is so pro-black here that he didn't say he would vote for a white man once in that
fucking No, you know the funny thing is, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I don't even like the question that was posed to me. Like, it's a no-brainer. Like, one of them is going to implement something that is not beneficial to our people in the short or long term. The white don implementing policies that will help my people in the short term can only be a good thing. Long term, dash them up.
Hey, is North Africa is what's happened with Arab invasion in North Africa, in you guys' opinion, really how it all started? Because I thought he's out. You know what, Issa, on a level though, I would have thought you'd have been on my side with this. I thought it was a pretty clear cut as well. Would you?
But that's the point, though. That's the point, though, James. Here, because what happens is instead of actually dealing with the reality on the ground, we have to start creating what's the word? Hypotheticals. That gives concessions to white folks. Or
that's not true.
Right? I'm saying that we don't have to go down that. We're not living in a reality at the moment whereby there are all these despotic black leaders and all these good humanitarian lining up to take ownership.
Hold on. Because you're going back to that rather than what he asked.
But the point is, hypothetical situations, hypothetical examples are valid. They're not invalid. But we have to also recognize that that hypothetical example doesn't factor into reality. That we're not talking about that situation. We're talking about a situation whereby, if we talk about North Africa, whereby black people for a significant period of time have been oppressed. Yeah. In that situation, so we're not. So all these, and there are.
Yo, Shaq, don't take it too seriously, bro. Yeah, man only answer that question. Yeah, just to see how long how much words you'd be able to use without saying I wouldn't vote for a white man. You get me? That's what it was really. You get me, like.
That is a good question though, like, because be honest, that's the reason it's come about, because for whatever reason, Esau's going to refix the refix, but the contention was what?
Can I say this here? There are Pan-Africanists here that live in the UK and the USA that vote, and they buy the system. They're revolutionaries. They want to end the system, but they see a strategic benefit in voting for the lesser of two evils for whatever reason, that is pertaining to their present day circumstance. So neither of those is a contradiction. If I can choose between two different white people, what's it called, oppressive white people, then a despotic African and humanitarian European, to whatever degree with that European is humanitarian.
Is North Africa the same?
But the point is that we don't harbor the illusion that any of this represents the ultimate goal. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a strategy in the context that we're in at the moment, and so we remind ourselves that, listen, we don't want to get caught up in whatever this is right now. This is a means to an end. It's not the end in and of itself.
Shakara, what you did, you seem to miss what he was proposing there, which was the North African situation, which goes back to the wars of Kemet, when we find them representing these people, which we say are Libyans, right? Yes?
No, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry, come again.
Okay. Do you agree?
You're saying the white ones on the wall that are Libyans in Kemet.
Do you agree there were Libyans living in Libya, that area, that were those light-skinned people, as portrayed on the walls of Kemet, or do you disagree with that?
No, at a certain point, the original Libyans, though, are not white people.
No. Listen to No. I'm saying the point I'm making is they were living there. They've been there all of these thousands of years.
The leaders call themselves Arab.
The original Libyans are not white people.
Brother, the area we call Libya. Do you agree that going back to the time of the hieroglyphs, I'm not talking about original, I'm saying back to those times where they portrayed them on the hieroglyphs, are you agreeing that in that area they were the light-skinned people as portrayed on the hieroglyphs? That's the only question.
Sure. I will need to see what you're referring to, but they did portray non-black people in the hieroglyphs.
So Shaka, the leaders in modern day, this is what I said this to Zabida the other day. The leaders consider themselves Arab. So don't tell me about no Neolithic or you know what I'm saying, or 6,000 years.
That's what I'm saying. We're building up to that, James. And you keep doing it.
But can I just say it though, yeah? The leaders consider themselves Arabs. People that are indigenous to that land, even if there was a point in history in which it was a shared population, the people that are oppressed in that land are the indigenous ones. The people that are in a leadership position, identify with the invaders. Whether or not they are genetically the invaders or otherwise is irrelevant. If somebody is saying that they are pro-black and for the liberation of Africa, but they support they support the power structure if it's more quote-unquote righteous, then you are essentially, that is assisting the subjugation. I don't mind if you when you
the first point is
he was comparing it to South African rulership.
Hold on.
The comparison you made was South Africa to North Africa. Now you come back to the voting system.
It's comparable.
Blood, I beg you wait 1 second, please, yeah? And yes, exactly what I was about to say. Yes, it is literally the exact same. The only reason I have an issue with you saying that, Esau, is if you then condemn the white South Africans. Because if you're going to be consistent across the board and say that anyone that's identifies with the invader, has this dual identity, dual concept, is the minority or is not indigenous but maintains the power structure. If you have no problem with that all over Africa, fine. But why you got a problem with the white dons, them? But you ain't got a problem with the Muslim Arab dons.
Exactly. So when man's talking, let me talk without you trying to enforce what I'm saying. So I'm getting there by first starting with the people being there. Never would they later on identify with being Arabs. I'm saying those people, whether they identify with being Arabs or not, are we agreeing they are the people that have been there from since the time of the hieroglyphs?
Yes, but they've been, but to the extent that they were there, they were still invaders, bro.
Okay, good.
The length of time there doesn't make them any less invaders.
Totally agree. And the problem with that is that certain people on the continent can say that other people have come in and they're invaders and they took over, and that's where that argument can go. But what my point is, are you saying then that as invaders, they should be pushed out? They shouldn't be there. They're not African. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying that the issue of justice for the black people in North Africa needs to be pursued. Whenever we discuss this, people want to focus on whether we're going to push everybody out so they can focus on a sensationalized, act. Yeah. The issue is that there are black people being oppressed and repressed to varying degrees. Yeah.
What's that got to do with the point, though? Listen. What we're saying is, if the people have been there from before,
The point is, I do not define that situation by the goodness of Europeans or non-Africans in North Africa or South Africa.
That's disgusting. Oh, Shakara. Listen to what I'm saying. It's nothing to do with goodness, okay? All of that, whether you vote for a white person, that's out the window.
No, you just asked me, what's it called? What you just asked me this question about whether we should kick them all out. Listen, like can we recognize?
Hold on. You missing the point.
Isa, can we acknowledge that a system of anti-African Arab supremacy exists in North Africa?
Yes.
Right. That's it.
Sorry, anti-black. That's what I'm saying. When you come to anti-African.
To the extent that that system exists, justice for those people who are being on that system needs to be pursued. That's it. Right. That's the only argument.
Fine. I agree. What I'm saying to you is, because I could just go with the flow. Okay, they're Sunnis and done. What my point to you is,
how is that different to?
Hold on.
Whether they're Shia, whether they're Christian, whether they're Buddhist, whether they're Hindu, whether they're Shintoist, it no matter to me. The issue is there a scenario of anti-black, anti-African, supremacy of another group existing in that area? The fact of their Islam, is secondary in that regard, and is considered in the context to which, and is considered only in the context to which that the ideology and the cultural imposition facilitates the oppression. That's it.
All right, Shakra, let me have the conversation with you, right? Because hopefully you can facilitate, right? What I'm saying to you is, if I'm trying to make sure I understand exactly where you're coming
from. Stop.
Okay.
Shakra, make a point about white South African, bro, because I think this.
Sorry. I was just trying to get my son to stop.
Yeah. Now, what I was saying is, so prior to Islam, right, coming there, or Arabs, will these people still be seen by you as invaders and therefore shouldn't be there?
Say again.
Issa, how is it not the same as white South Africans? Can you make that?
The only reason why it's not the same is because they're Muslim. That's the only reason why it's not the same.
Exactly. Look. Hey, Shaka, you know you're a G because I'm not.
No, that's not the case. Flipping out. Look, seriously.
No, but that's what you said. No. You said let me respond. You said don't interrupt me. Let me respond.
James, I was just getting to the point, to the major crux, so that we can get somewhere, and you keep doing up. So, Shaka,
I beg you. I was saying to you. I went on mute for time for you to let you answer the question.
I don't know what's wrong with you.
But why don't you answer any question?
Every time I'm getting to a proper juncture, you come in. Let me just get this.
You make everything seem much longer than it needs to be.
60 seconds. Let me just get this point out and then go. Right, Shaka. All my point is, I'm trying to make sure that I understand your point is, as invaders that you consider non-African, before any Arabic came to them, are they still invaders that don't need to be there and are non-African to you?
Isa, North Africa has suffered a number of different invaders. The focus on the Arabs today is only about the fact that they are the dominant ones today.
Can you put a yes or no to that first?
Well, I just answered the question. If you need a yes or no, I'm not able to do that for you. The reality is that the issue of North Africa, I've never said that the Arabs are the only invaders to North Africa. Like they happen to be.
No. Why have you not addressed South Africa once? I don't get it. Like why?
That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Listen, all right. Let me make the whole point. Right. So what I'm saying to you is this: if we're saying that there's a group of light-skinned people that came there, right? And they dwelt there. Let's say they were warring with ancient Kemet black people, but then they was like, you know what? As long as they stay over there, that's fine. You stay over there and do your thing. So other black people that continued throughout for thousands of years said, you're fine. You're doing your thing. You're doing your little rituals and dancing there. As long as you don't invade there, you remain there. There was no concept of Africa. They were just living over there. As long as they're not bothering us, we don't care. Then they convert. And now I'm not saying they're Arabs. I'm saying, as James Jones said, they identify with being Arabs. They now speak Arabic, etc. And they've got another identity, but they're the same people. Now, because they now have a different view of conquest, let's say again, now is it that they're not Africans and they're invaders? So I'm drawing the contrast between when they've converted, they've got a new ideology of conquest, and now we see them as people that shouldn't be there. So prior to that, would you say that there would be no problem with their being there? I.e., they can identify as being part of the people that belong there. That's not a problem.
No, because to the extent that they are invaders, they're invaders. So the invaders, yeah. Like, unless you're sorry, are you speaking in hypothetical terms or actual history terms?
Actual history, in the sense that they dwelt on land that no one else lived in. There wasn't a concept of Africa.
That's false. But that is false. The idea that they dwelt on land that no one else lived in is false. It's
really
false. Yes, it's false. People have existed in the area called Libya. There's evidence of certain attainments in civilization in Libya before even the development of Kemet as a civilization, as a recognized nation state.
You know how big Libya is, bro? Listen. Oh.
Yes, I do. But the size of Libya has nothing to do with what it is I'm saying. It's a part of the.
It does, because you're missing the point. I'm saying if we in the area where no one else lives,
the most part of Africa. Yes, and the point is that the civilizations that have existed in Libya are ancient. Yeah, they are ancient. Okay, to the extent that it is heavily. It is I was going to say very much likely, but it is more or less concluded that those people that were there were a part of the contributory culture to the development of Kemet as a specific Nile Valley civilization. Yes, as well as Tarseti and other areas of migration, people that migrate into that land.
I don't know. Like,
the reality is, yes, that today, so the Romans have invaded. The Ottomans invaded. Yeah. There's a few other people that invaded North Africa. Okay. Today, however, we have a situation whereby the descendants of some of those people still have descendants in the land, yes, but the dominant force that presumes authority and superiority over black people in North Africa do so in the name of being Arab. Yes, and I am saying that situation is one that requires justice, and that the Arabs that are there do not identify as African and have never done so to any significant degree. The African identity was developed in large part as a unified construct for people of African heritage to come under in order to fight for our own liberation. The only time that the Arabs in North Africa tend to get emotional about the term African is when they face Black power Pan-Africanists who affirm African identity. Other than that, they're not interested in being African. And I've said it many times, and none of these white North Africans have ever challenged me because they know I'm chatting the truth.
Hey, but did he answer the question about South Africa? Because I left for a second.
Right. Now I'm coming to that now, yeah. And the reason why I asked about this view, it was to know how we're discussing.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So
Shakara, your mic is buzzing. Yeah.
Yeah, Shakara, your mic's buzzing still. I'm gonna answer this very quickly. So yeah, if we're discussing the people as they are right now, yeah, I've already answered that long time, James. If I said to you as I have that Sunnism is worse than neo-Nazism, then obviously the South African situation and theirs, as it stands now, is the same. However, the reason why I differentiated is because they came there, these people came there, right? And ever since they've been there, they've had this anti-black oppression. So when I go back to the people being there for thousands of years in Kemet, I'm saying, let's say they're invaders. At some point, it seems they were allowed to settle and do their thing. But then they merged with these other people that came.
Give me the history on that. Where's the history of the fact that?
But hold on. That's just some like patchwork. I told you, like, if there's a group of people that are identifying as the invaders, don't worry about their genetics. Don't worry about their DNA. Yeah, just worry about genetics. I'm saying how long they've been. Hold on. There's white people in South Africa that subjugated and oppressed black people that consider themselves as European. Yeah, there's Arab people in North Africa that consider themselves Arabs that oppress black people. It's the same thing. It's exactly
James Jones, you're not listening. Then you should know the answer to that. Then, because if I've already told you the view of their ideology and the people, and I said it's worse than neo-Nazism, it's a simple thing. But my point
disagreed with me, brother.
No, James, no. I'm telling you. Listen to the point of disagreement. Listen to the point of disagreement. When you said it's the same, I was talking about the fact that when the Europeans came there, our knowledge of them, they've come there with their European thing and specifically opposed our thing. I've seen no evidence that when I've mentioned the Berbers, I'm saying them and the darker skinned people are practicing the same ritual.
What about the Arabs that castrated black men? No. What about the Arabs that enslaved?
A lot of them call themselves bloody Berbers. The flipping people in in Mauritania, they're Berbers too. That's what I'm saying to you. So I'm saying,
what are we talking about? This is what I'm saying. Yeah,
let me finish. Listen to what I'm saying.
It's disingenuous, bro, because you were buddy with Zabida. You was agreeing with her when she was saying that when I was saying that someone like Shaka would disagree that even Gaddafi was a good leader because of his pan-Arabism and the fact that he was black people. And when you jumped in to disagree. And then when I grilled you,
no, I agree with that. So don't try that.
No, about the South African thing. Sorry, I merged the two. Then you disagreed about the South African comparison, and your example was I don't mind. And then I gave you the thing. I was like, but what would you?
James. No. Oh, wait, no, because you always do this. Listen carefully to the point being made. The Berbers, and this is the main chunk of the conversation which you just dismissed, where someone else went and researched. I don't know if it was you. Someone went and Googled the thing on the Berbers and how it's inconclusive and so on, right? And I'm saying specifically the fact that they've been there for so long. I'm saying I do not have this thing where the Berbers were seen to be the enslavers back then until this religion came in. That was my point. I'm saying when the white South Africans came in, ever since they've been there, it's been that way all the time. Whereas, hold on. Whereas I'm saying I can attribute an ideology that these people have taken on board, and then they didn't use that against us, just like we have taken on the same blasted ideology and then used it against us. That was the difference I was drawing.
We can move on. The crux of the issue is that for Esau, we need to focus more on the issue of Sunnism. That's what it is.
No, that's for flip. You know what?
I ain't gonna lie. Listen, can I go on record as saying, I'm not telling anybody to get out of any country anywhere. But to me, on the face of it, it appears like the same thing.
No, that's all it is. If everything that Issa said is true just now is true, then the only real issue in the analysis we focus on Arab identity rather than Sunnism as an ideology. That's the only real difference. Yeah.
Say that again. We focus on what?
On Arab identity and culture rather than Sunnism as an ideology. That appears to be your attention, your essential.
Hold on. So you're saying if they were Arabs who were practicing a certain system that was just living here or
what I'm saying is you're focusing on a perceived change with the introduction of Sunnism. Yeah.
No, that's what I wanted to explore with you in the conversation. So I put that on the table.
That they went on a certain way after Sunnism came to them.
I'm saying with what you're discussing now, it is based. Is it not based upon that right now? Yes or no?
No, you're asking me the question. I'm clarifying what it is that you're saying. Is that not what you're saying?
I'm saying that according to the evidence, the case is the difference between South Africa and these people is that they took on this ideology and then Sunnism. Yeah, let's go with that because people could accuse me of.
No problem. You're entitled to that. I still don't see the difference between it and South Africa because of the fact of Sunnism. The people in South Africa had ideology from religious to political to cultural, and they use it to suppress the black people in South Africa.
So before that, then, so the Berbers before that show that they're the same as South Africans.
Yes, because the oppression of black people in that area to varying degrees, and we're not presuming that it was always the same for all time, but to varying degrees.
We're talking about Algeria, by the way, Algerian Berbers.
Oh, but we're not just talking about Algeria; we're talking about North Africa, bro.
But has there ever been a dark-skinned leader of Algeria?
Well, we had an example.
Not that I'm aware of.
Has there ever been an indigenous Algerian ever been a leader in?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, cool. But there has been in. But cool.
A light-skinned black woman in Algeria won on a beauty contest, and like half the nation went mad because she's too dark. Yeah, in this country she'd be considered a lady, right? Like so, yeah. If Miss whatever, what's it called, can get heat. Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying. Anyway, let's all acknowledge the point that Reggie's making at the moment. You know what I'm saying? He looks very, 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 sharp.
Also, hold on, wait, before Reggie.
Let's take a moment.
Before Reggie though, still
Reggie, like and his African attire. Don't know. You know what I'm saying? This is one step. This is one step towards. So we give thanks. You know what I'm saying?
We should have an African attire day, man, just to celebrate the week. It'd be nice if some of our brothers here would also come out with the African attire.
I agree with that, brother Reggie. I'm not
Especially
sure.
the ones that haven't lost their heritage, the ones that claim they haven't lost their heritage due to the Abrahamic people. You know, the ones that have gone back to their roots and all that.
I agree. I totally agree with you, brother Reggie. I think that would be a good thing to have an African attire day on the G.
I know you got quite a few Sakuraba.
Hey, but hold on. Hey, 1 second.
You better get your Agbada ready, you know, Isa.
Yeah, it might take 2-3 weeks though, man. It might take 2-3 weeks, Isa.
You know what, bro? Trust me, like, yeah, I'm
Hey, but hold on, lads.
Yeah, go on.
1 second. Yeah, hey, E, you want to answer? Obviously, E answer the question, and then obviously Reg answer the question. Yeah.
Well, E, what did you want to say anyway about something?
Answer the question.
I was just saying about the
Nigeria.
Anyway, listen, I do want to get to the question of the day at some point. You know what I'm saying? Because that's very important. But
you answered it.
No, I didn't answer it. I was about to, and then you.
No. I'm saying, what's his name did, innit? Ultra did, so we did get to it. But go on.
Yeah, let E go, and then Shaq and Reggie build on what he says, innit?
Because it is African Spirituality Week, I am trying to give people an insight into certain things. So we're gonna read from some scripture at the moment. Ashe, Amin-Ra. And this is from the book of Declaration of Virtues, which is a compilation in the book called the Hosea of basically ancestors declaring their virtues in what is referred to today as the Book of the Dead, or more properly, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, or even more properly, the Per Em Heru. Yeah, and this is the word of an ancestor by the name of Jed Konsef Ankh. Yeah, And the prophet, he was a priest of Amun-Ra. And so what the tradition is that when you're in preparation for your death, you prepare scrolls here that declare your virtues for the memory of those who come after you. And so this represents the kind of ethical wisdom, like the moral teachings here of Kemet. And basically these scrolls really just speak to the extent to which those in question are recognized to have abided by the moral teachings of the spiritual system. So I hope ones and ones learn or understand something from the following. Yeah. Jed Consef Ankh, prophet of Amun-Ra, says, "Hail to you who will come after me," that's us, "who shall live in time to come. I shall make you call me blessed, for my destiny was great. Ra, as Khnum, the great potter, fashioned me into one most able, an advisor of excellent counsel. He made my character superior to others and guided my tongue to that which was excellent. I kept my mouth free from attacking those who attacked me. My patience turned my foes into friends and my enemies into allies. I controlled my mouth and was skilled in response, yet I did not submit to evil doing. The people judged me as one generous, for I hated the hoarding of riches. I caused them all to greet me for my excellence, paying homage to my inner essence and saying of me, he is righteous. He is a righteous offspring of his father and a divine descendant of his mother. No one spoke evil of my parents because of me. My parents were honored greatly because of my worthiness. Indeed, they found me helpful while they lived upon the earth, and I provided offerings for them now that they have departed. Moreover, I did not allow my servants to address me as our master, but instead made myself in the image of their father. Such is the wisdom of our great ancestor, Jed Consef Ankh. Hail to the power of the word, Amun-Ra, Ashe. So yeah, what was the question now?
The question of the day. So now, yeah, after listening to that, yeah, I feel that I'd have to like read it in its entirety, like in terms of like a lot of things from the ancestors, right? Because that to me has limitations, right? Because it seems like the settings that he was living in, he wasn't dealing with having to interact with an oppressive, like people with oppressive nature. You see what I'm saying? Like it seemed like
yeah. You're correct. You're correct.
So being able to implement that in certain environments for me wouldn't be as effective as the art or such and such.
But as
you get what I'm saying?
As you said, the what I've just read exists in the context of a society in which the people, generally speaking, have a semblance of control. He's not. There are other texts that would address things like war and how to deal with enemies and them kind of things there. So this is you're right. This is more about internal peace rather than a situation of war and despondency and so on and so forth. So I'd agree with you, but the essential point in that though is more about the person's character than anything else, isn't it? It's about the character traits that we develop, and the character traits.
And I'm definitely with that.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's about the character traits that are celebrated among the people them. And these kinds of things, you know what I'm saying? So, but the reason why man reads it is because obviously, if we're discussing African spirituality and them kind of things, there, a lot of people are not exposed to the spiritual teachings of African traditions, and so sharing them just gives people a brief insight, you know what I'm saying, into it, So yeah, I'd agree. So yeah, if I'm being,
I think yeah, we could build on it, like
most definitely.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing that needs to be taken away from it. But in these times we could add a couple things, and leave that behind also.
Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? We agree with that. So yeah, in answer to the question though, I'll answer the question in a couple different ways. I'd say the first thing is that because we have been taught to be ashamed and reject and condemn African spiritual systems, there is so much of the like African history and culture that is contained within it that we don't know of, because of the fact of the desecration of the spiritual system. So knowledge of the spiritual systems, especially by those who adhere to it and follow it, would restore a lot of the cultural continuity and historical consciousness of African people, which would serve us well in combating colonial mentalities and colonial impositions, and ridding ourselves of the colonial understanding of our own culture. That in and of itself is a good thing.
Hey, 1 second. Hey, Veli, Ultra's in the back, man. Ultra trying to get on, bro.
The other thing is that by the estimation of those who have studied that traditional African spirituality, the commonalities among them have the power potential to develop a common consciousness among African people. Yeah, and I'm going to say that would be a benefit, even if not everybody follows an African spiritual system, but the understanding of African spiritual systems is heightened among African people. So that what you specifically follow can be entirely up to you, except for the fact that the spiritual consciousness and the dignity of the system is restored among the people. That would be a good thing. And finally, for now, I would say that the most redeeming factor of African spiritual systems is the fact that they are nature-based. Yeah, and so the respect for nature, the restoration of the respect for nature in terms of how we relate to nature as human beings, would I think be a positive contribution to African people in general and humanity at large. As we know, this whole society trying to go green at the moment. All this go green stuff, go green. I'd suggest is inherent to African spiritual consciousness without the commercialized, corporatized, capitalized industries, go green industries that exist around it. It's a way of life to protect nature. It's a way of life to preserve nature. It's a way of life to consider the impact upon nature in terms of how society is developed and built and them kind of things there. So I think all of those things would be benefits to society in general, but African people in particular. And I haven't even gone into all of the different social, economic, and political systems and ways of people management and social organization that would also have also come from African spiritual systems or understandings, and can be developed into political systems that operate in modern society.
But Shakara, that's on you, because if I'm honest with you, when I was thinking about a legitimate response, right? And if I'm honest with you, and I said this to you the other day, when you say African spiritual systems, you're being way too vague because of the sheer number of quote unquote systems that there are. I mean, like, yeah, I don't know, like it's too vague. Like, for instance, like worshipping or deifying nature or showing appreciation for nature doesn't build the internet or get me from London to Spain for £60. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But nor does not believing in a deity either. You see what I'm saying? So the claim. So obviously you haven't heard some of the things here. But yesterday the question was asked: can African spiritual systems solve African economic problems here? Words to that effect here. And my answer was no. There's no idea that simply venerating your ancestors and worshipping Olodumare, once all Africans are doing that, they're going to solve all the economic problems. Yeah, that's not the case. That claim is not being made. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. It makes full sense. But see, this is the thing again. So that means again, what I'm doing then is I'm showing my limited thinking in just assuming that because what we're used to is like all encompassing, that your thing should be the same.
It is all encompassing, but not there's no Abracadabra Alakazam, yeah. So it is not once we worship Olodumare, we will solve our economic problems.
But you can't say all encompassing to a Muslim who has a belief that Quran even tells them how to, I mean erroneously, but it tells them how to solve inheritance and shit like that. Tells them how to have a thought.
Nobody could deny justifiably that the religion of Islam doesn't give its adherents guidance and rules and laws in terms of how to manage certain economic principles. That's a fact. Yeah. What's it called? And so to the extent that one disagrees or agrees with what the actual principles are, they exist, right? As a part of their religion, right? That's a fact. So
yeah, I'll say that I agree with Shakira's point on obviously the Islamic side is very well documented that they do have a system in place that seems to cater for a lot of facets of life, which is quite unique. But when Shakira brought up the point that it would rid us of our colonial ties, I believe that is really hard to. I think that needs to be demonstrated how that would actually work, because we see a lot of countries that still retain their spiritual beliefs, but still have influence by colonial ties. And obviously, the restoration of respect or nature is a good thing. So we can't really disagree with that. I mean, that could be also attained without African spirituality. You just have to have a governance that would actually is dedicated towards looking after the environment. We can see that's kind of being pushed by this this side of the world as well, that with the what do you call it, environmental change movement that's going on. Obviously it's not as strong as it should be, but there is a movement here as well to do that. But yeah, if African spirituality could do that, that is actually a good thing. But apart from that, like you've been rather vague. You just seem to talk about the stripping us of our colonial ties as if that's going to be the solution to our problems. And in the same way you seem to think that the Abrahamic faiths are responsible for the reason why Africa is not moving forward. You need to demonstrate how moving to the African spirituality would be responsible for us moving forward. I think that's what the crux of what people are trying to get to. Over to you, man.
So the issue, what I actually said was, because we have been taught to condemn and reject African spiritual systems, and the extent to which African spirituality is tied in with the development of African culture and civilization, there's a certain lack of cultural continuity that we have developed because of that shame, because of that rejection, and because of that mischaracterization. So a part of the process is the restoration of pride and dignity and the cultural continuity of African people. Yeah. And so African spirituality, for the people adhering to it and restoring the dignity to it, yeah, helps in ridding us of colonial concepts about our history and about our culture, because no aspects of African culture have been demonized more than African spiritual systems. Yeah. So by implication, if we get rid of the colonial ideas associated with African spirituality in specific and African culture in general, then we are ridding ourselves of a colonial construct and freeing ourselves from those colonial ideas to be able to look at our own history and culture independently and develop it from our own independent basis without the colonial baggage. Yes, that's the point that's being made there. 1 second, right? So when it comes to the issue of nature and being nature-based, it's possible for any system to develop a nature-based sensibility. The point that's being made is, the question that's being asked is, how would African spirituality benefit? And I'm saying that the fact that nature-based is an essential concept to African spiritual systems, then that is something that African spiritual systems have to contribute based upon their core principles. They don't have to add anything to it for it to be nature-based. It's there already. Yeah. To address Ultra's point in terms of vagueness, I've been having to do with this all week, and I think that even though, and this is no disrespect to Ultra, it's just a fact of conditioning, in the sense of the fact that we're used to religions whereby here's the book, yeah, and everything that you need to know about the religion is in this book. Okay.
Shaka.
Yeah.
Go on. Your question to do with that, yeah, because when Ultra said that, I was thinking a little on that same line, yeah, like when you say African spirituality, it does, like, to me, with like my knowledge is not too deep on it, right? So it is a bit vague. I was wondering, yeah, because you read the text. It was of did you say a prophet, right? From the
priest.
From the system. I was wondering, is it a priest? Okay, like, is the system something like that had an end where it couldn't be added to? Like, okay, everything is complete now, or is it one that is continuously growing?
Okay, let me explain this here. Obviously, the two of you have not been here for a lot of the week, innit? So I've explained some of these things already, right? So so forgive me for those who've heard this before. I just got to repeat myself quickly, yeah? Right. Africa. I know, Reggie. I know you love me so much, innit? Like that, my voice, you know.
I've heard it, man.
It brings you in the morning, and I give thanks for the inspiration still. You know what I'm saying? Just like your gowns right now are giving me inspiration, bro. I give thanks, you know what I'm saying, for the sharpness of the attire. All right. Now, the issue is this: African spirituality as a concept here has developed as an umbrella terminology among African spiritualists in order to refer to the combined indigenous spiritual and religious expressions of African people. Yes. And that has been seen as necessary for two reasons. The first is cultural, anthropological, and historical in its nature. And I draw on the research that was done by Sheikh Anta Diop and John S. Mbiti, who wrote books such as The Cultural Unity of Black Africa, Sheikh Anta Diop, and Introduction to African Religion, John S. Mbiti. Yeah, and they draw parallels between different African cultures, yeah, across the continent, and the fact that the core concepts within them, they share commonality, yeah. And so John S. Mbiti focusing specifically on religion, he was a Christian, yeah. And his whole point was that he wanted to rescue like the indigenous religions from the negative colonial characterizations, and so they bring together the traditions under a unified expression because their core concepts, yeah, are relatable. They're not irreconcilable with each other. Okay, they're, for the most part, you're not talking about spiritual traditions that have a book that claims to represent the totality of what the religion is. Yeah, that doesn't exist. There are core concepts that are built upon and manifested in through different rituals and different forms of social organization and so on and so forth. And so the term African spirituality gives expression to that fact. But okay, let me go to the second reason. The second reason is political. Yes. So the first reason is historical and cultural. The second reason is political. The politics of it is that regardless of what these traditions were saying or doing, we are now in a context whereby a generic understanding of them has been imposed by those who have colonized and oppressed us. Yeah, so they didn't differentiate between Ifa and Vudan and Pa and Akom, you know what I'm saying, and all the various different spiritual traditions. They just call all of it pagan, heathen, kuffar, shirk, and all of those related terms. Okay, and so politically speaking, the restoration of dignity and pride to those traditions is inherently based upon the strength of those who adhere to them. And so African spirituality as an umbrella terminology is intended to unite those who are either raised in those traditions or trying to return to those traditions, and based upon the fact that we can see each other as brothers and sisters in that process and restore dignity and respectability to those traditions, collectively speaking, as opposed to this individually. So as an Ifa practitioner, using the term African spirituality means that as an Ifa practitioner, I recognize the validity of brothers and sisters who are not in the tradition that I personally practice. Yeah. Now, finally, having said all of that, when I am speaking on African spirituality, I do as much as possible attempt to give examples of concepts in specific systems that relate to what it is I am saying. So if I'm discussing spirit, I will explain spirit using concepts in Ifa or Fudan or Medjuneta or the Zulu tradition or whatever it is. Yeah. If I'm discussing consciousness, I will do the same. If I'm discussing social organization, I'll do the same. Yeah. And so I hope ones and ones can understand that. So it's not a vague concept. It's just the fact that people don't understand the concept, and so it needs explaining. But the concept itself is not vague.
Shakara.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you to an extent that our people lack respect for themselves, self-respect. However, when you say that a religion or belief is going to restore our self-respect, I somewhat disagree. And why I disagree is because it's been demonstrated on multiple occasions that people can have separate faiths. Even within this society, we have people of multiple different faiths. Even like in this country now, we have half the population don't believe in God, and then there's probably half that do believe in God. But yet, because they still unify and they still achieve their economic goals, they still manage to progress forward. So,
Reggie, may I did you hear me say that? Did you hear me say that wouldn't even go for Africans who don't adhere to an African spiritual system? That once pride and respectability is restored to African spirituality and culture, yes, even among those that don't practice it, if it is indeed respected and understood as a part of the culture of the people, that pride and dignity is restored in that context. Did you hear me make that point?
Yeah, I did. But when you say pride is respecting the culture, are you saying that
in the same way, bro? In the same way that the majority of nobody that I've ever come across in this country worships Zeus or Apollo, but the cultures, but recognizes that the fact that they come from the cultures that did worship Zeus and Apollo, and they don't demonize and condemn those cultures. They understand those cultures to be their cultural center, and they are continuing a legacy, yes, that is built from that cultural center. They don't need to worship Zeus or Apollo in order to be building upon the legacy coming from that cultural center, but they respect that cultural center. They honor that.
What does that do for?
One second. And they perpetuate that cultural center in various different ways throughout society, whether it's the iconography or the stories that have now become central to our movie traditions, or whether it's the Olympic torch that is carried from Greece every year. Yeah, and so every Olympics, the Olympic torch is carried from Greece to wherever the Olympics is being held, and that represents the spread of this particular culture to the world through this ceremony of athleticism called the Olympics. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So it's the understanding of Greece and Rome and the continued celebration of Greece and Rome that inspires a cultural continuity from Greece and Rome to the entirety of the Western world. And they see it as so beautiful and so wonderful that they want to spread that to the rest of the world, even in the form of democracy. And when you ask them, well, where did democracy begin? They're going to direct you to Greece. And today,
we are very well aware of where we all originally came from. Black people, anyway. Most black people are well aware of where they come from.
Where we come from, though, we're talking about restoring dignity and pride to the cultures of where we come from. Yeah, so it's about if African people have been given a colonial narrative in relation to our culture, then it makes sense for us to get rid of that colonial narrative in terms of how we view our culture. And I'm saying that restoring dignity and respectability to African spiritual systems, because they have been the most demonized, is a part of ridding ourselves of colonial mentality.
So are you trying to tell us that Africans don't have a culture?
No, I'm saying that we do have a culture, and that we need to restore dignity and pride and respectability to our culture and rid our culture of the colonial interpretation of our culture.
Yeah, but the Romans don't go around, or Italians don't go around dressing like Romans and practicing fucking worshipping Jupiter.
I've just said that though, James. I've just said.
Oh, sorry, I was away.
When it comes to Greece and Rome, you don't see Europeans demonizing Greece and Rome. But when they speak of their cultural center, their classical civilizations, Greece and Rome are apparent, and they are continuing a tradition. They're developing a culture that for them comes from. No, but one second. So, in as much as they're not worshiping Zeus or Jupiter or Apollo at the moment, but they are also not demonizing the cultures, that worshipped Zeus and Apollo, and in various different ways they preserve the traditions of Zeus and Apollo, even down to the names of the days of the week.
You're right. 100%.
Greco-Roman gods. One second.
No, I get your point.
One second. I know you get it. Let me land. The months of the year, are all what's it called? Venerations of their culture. The symbolisms and the heroes in their movies. And I don't know if you heard this point, but I gave the example, James, of the fact that the Olympic torch, every Olympics is carried from Greece to wherever the Olympics is being held. So they preserve respectability and dignity and the application of their history and their cultural continuity in their ceremonies, in their rituals, in how they construct parliament and Congress.
Yeah, I agree. So what I was going to ask you, I really agree with you, But what I was going to ask you is, so obviously there's a part on the Europeans to obscure African history, like it's intentionally done. But do you actually think it's comparable? Sorry.
Sorry, what's comparable? Sorry, what are you comparing?
So, like, for example, so like they pick and choose what's good from theirs, and they refer to certain texts to build like contemporary understanding of philosophy. They'll use kind of references from archaic, antiquated, Greek philosophy, let's say, or Roman republicanism or whatever. I don't know, and then do the same things with their gods. Like as far as it is now, I mean, granted, you'll say it's from a Eurocentric perspective, but it's kind of it's easily translatable in this context, like for the movies, for the whatever. Whereas African spirituality, from my understanding, especially from all the days we've been speaking about, it's still highly, very ambiguous. Like it doesn't seem to be clear. Do you think it's even comparable? Like, are we comparing apples and oranges?
No, it's not. It's that we have an intuitive connection to European culture because we live in it, and so we can see its modern day application because we live in it, But it's not just the fact that they pick and choose from their ancient cultures. It's the fact that they've engaged in the organic development of their ancient cultures almost without interruptions. That's what cultural continuity is. That you're able to develop your culture through progressive stages. African people have had a massive interruption in that process. So it is not the case that we're simply going to go and pick up traditions from 200, 300,000 years ago and implement them as they were then. Now it is not required that we do that, and it is not a tenet in any African spiritual system that I've ever come across that it must remain exactly the same as it was in day one. That's not a claim that is made. The evolutionary, in as much as the creator continues to create the creation, we must also continue to recreate ourselves as individuals and recreate our traditions in ways that serve the people best. And that concept is personified in ancient Kemet in the concept of
Nelly, you got two characters in the back chat trying to come on. Two characters. Well, that's all good and well, Shakira. I mean, you're just basically repeating what you seem to repeat all the time about the subject of the Go on, James.
We doing in Harry Potter's bedroom.
Harry Potter.
Man, say you live under the stairs, Fucking no.
Yeah. The usual. So you believe that if African spirituality people take pride in African spirituality, then somehow the colonizers are going to disappear.
No, again, see, now you're trying to bastardize what I'm saying. I'm saying, I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that the process of getting rid, of the colonial mentality will require us to restore the truth and the dignity and the pride and the respectability of our own traditions.
Hang on. Let me let's have a look at what like some other cultures, for example. Would you say that the Indians, for example, have a sense of pride in their culture?
For the most part, yeah,
they do.
Yes, and but more to the point though, the pride. One second. More to the point though, the pride in Indian culture though was also a fundamental component of the decolonization of India in terms of throwing out the British. Sorry, Reggie.
India's decolonized.
Reggie, repeat yourself because Shango appears to be playing with your stream.
Do you believe that India is decolonized?
You're cracking up, Reggie. You need to perform. You need to burn some sage around your modem, yeah. No.
I was asking, do you believe that India's decolonized?
I would suggest that they are far further down the decolonization route than we are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you ever can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Like, so you know how because I see a lot of people now they wear the in Speaker's Corner I see they got all the different kind of garms with like the different symbol, the hieroglyphic symbols. I don't know, is that what you call them?
Yeah. Well, it's more probably called Medjugorje, but go on.
Yeah, Medjugorje, right? Apologies, but wouldn't you say that is an example of something of and it's referenced by people of other cultures as well, isn't it? And from what I seem to see, you know, like symbols relate to what some would argue is like universal principles and laws, isn't it? Like, so like I hear people a lot of times talk about ma'at and stuff, balance and these kinds of things, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of simple. Wouldn't you say that is something that's endured because of its because of how like adept it is, and versus some of the things that you're trying to revive are ultimately the reason for the reduction in people subscribing to it is because it is ultimately inferior to what replaced it.
No, it's the fact that what replaced it doesn't make what it replaced inherently inferior.
No, I'm saying, but some have endured those. So some things that have intentionally been.
But the strength of a thing is not necessarily evidence of its superiority. It's universal superiority. So we can definitely say that. Let's say, for example, that as we were discussing the other day, the social system related to Christianity was certainly stronger than the social systems related to African spiritual traditions at a particular point.
No, but look, I'm saying, look at Kemet, yeah? Sorry.
Yes,
but right now, some people would say Hippocrates learned his thing from Imhotep or something. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I've heard that argument be made, yeah?
Yes.
So that's because so developed and advanced a civilization was ancient Kemet,
yes,
that it's insuppressible.
Right.
That you're trying to revive, but it's dead for a reason.
But it's not dead. That's the point I'm trying to make. The languages that we speak of, the traditions that we speak of, are not dead. In fact, there's more of an argument that because people refer to the language of Kemet as a dead language. Yeah, they refer to it as a dead language. So the idea doesn't stand to wait in the sense of the fact that Kemet was also overthrown.
No, but what I'm saying is, yeah.
By the same token, James. By the same token,
but in Europe, there's a lot of other pagan rituals that are extinct. So you can think the Christian but there are things that have died out because of their lack of utility.
James.
I feel like you're clinging on to this idealistic idea about all African spirituality. But why don't we just say these five are examples of things that are compatible with modern day society, not everything that falls under the banner of African spirituality.
But the claim is not being made that everything that falls under the banner of African spirituality is applicable in our time. But you don't the fact that a system evolves doesn't mean that the things that it evolved from is no longer a part of the system. Does that make sense? Yeah.
What I'm saying is, if you say,
here's the reason why, James. Here's the reason why, though. Here's the reason why. Firstly, your argument would have to factor in the fact that we have African spiritual systems that have endured from that time until now, in spite of slavery, in spite of colonialism. Yeah. But also, the fact is that you don't disregard the expressions of specific groups. Yeah. So because we wouldn't just select these 5 that relate to these groups and say, well, this is it. And if you're not dealing with these 5, then you're null and void, you're irrelevant. Yeah.
No, if you're not putting forward, no, be honest though, if you're not putting forward 1, 2, or 3, right, and then it's like when someone makes one of these idiot references to some kind of, I don't know, man, some kind of uncouth act, yeah, like I won't say it, but you know what I'm talking about, yeah. It's like it becomes difficult for somebody like me on the peripheries now to fully understand what you're arguing for, because we sure as shit ain't arguing for that madness. Like, I think we can all agree we're not arguing for that. So then what specifically are we arguing if we keep saying, I do a little bit of that?
It's very simple. It's necessary then to understand the basic concepts at the core of what people mean when they say African spirituality. Yeah. So if we're able to identify those things, then it makes sense.
But how can that vague, ambiguous shit influence? Like,
you keep saying vague. You keep saying it's vague, and I'm saying that. But that's because, James, you're used to having religions that have a book that says this is it.
No, yeah? I'm not talking about religion. I'm saying
but there's nothing vague, James, about the concept of the ultimate creator as nature.
No, forget the creator or something.
No, hold on, but you can't say it's vague.
You're talking about Greek philosophy, bro. Be serious. You're talking about Greek philosophy. You're talking about the Romans. Like
James. It's not intellectually honest to say it's vague. But then when we begin to identify the core concepts that relate to the thing that's being referred to, then we say forget about that. That doesn't make any sense.
But I'm not talking about this. I'm saying it's not specifically the creator or not. We all know that's magic bullshit anyway. I'm saying when you talk about stuff like philosophy and stuff like that, I'm saying if you say that in ancient Kemet, some of the medicine practices were taught to Hippocrates. Therefore, all modern medicine or the modern science, like anatomical sciences and stuff, they all have their root in Kemet. That's a way of that's a proof. That's a way of me saying yes.
Yeah, so, I've said that before though.
No. If you say Kemet doesn't get credit for that, that is a way of them discontinuing and not allowing the continuity. If you're saying this random African spiritual system has a base premise that it shares with all other African spiritualism of X, and then be upset that the world hasn't embraced this vague random spiritualism, I can't really get on board with that.
Man is not expressing upsetness. Man is expressing the intention to restore.
What should the world embrace? What Africans embrace? What?
But James, if you're saying that you would like some practical examples, like for example medicine, that's legitimate. But you don't have to discount what I've said before, the relevance of what I've said before, in order to make that point. Yeah, religions, spiritual systems, social systems are generally speaking based upon a philosophical foundation. So it is not incorrect for me to explain the philosophical foundations. Yeah, right. Now, having said that, the example that you gave about medicine is one that I gave days ago. Yeah, in terms of natural medicine, coming from a nature but that also has a philosophical foundation, which is the fact of being nature based. Yeah, what's it called? So yeah, there is medicine. We can look at architecture. Yeah, we can look at political systems. We can look at economic systems. There are so many things that come out of African spiritualist philosophy that inform human development. Yeah, that we can go into.
I'm trying to say, but when you talk about stuff like the pyramids, I feel like the pyramids are referenced now, and then anything outside of that, what is it? I think like I'm gonna lie, if I'm honest, I feel like every time.
But you can't say the pyramids are. But then the people don't know about the spiritual system that inspired the development of the pyramids.
No, you're missing my point. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying so the way that people gravitate towards Kemet makes sense to somebody like me, because it's like this is a point in history. So like if you say like some of the great, Greek philosophers, hold on. Let me make this point. Yeah, if you say some of the great Greek philosophers, they were great, irrespective of where they took their information from. If they stole it from somewhere, then wherever they stole it from was great as well, right? So, and we can say that this is great, and that's why it's endured.
Yeah.
Or say that whatever kind of societies had these pagan rituals, and we can say they were great. So if you're pointing to an African spiritual system, and we point to somewhere like great, but where else is great? Because other places seem great.
But nobody would argue that the civilization necessarily attained the same level as Kemet. Yeah. Although other great achievements were attained. Yeah. But again, that requires people to do a little bit of research into certain things.
No, but the Hellenist.
One sec. Let me ask James a question.
Okay.
Like,
can I just say one thing real quick, bro?
Go on.
The Hellenistic period, the Roman Empire, whatever, all the different iterations of the Roman Empire. These are some of the greatest civilizations ever known. The Crusading unified Europeans, the Ottomans, the Mohammedan Arabs, like these are great empires. So the fact that their cultures has endured and their spiritual systems have endured makes logical sense. If you're picking an arbitrary African spiritual system and saying, it should definitely still be practiced today, I don't think that's necessarily
All right,
true.
On that point right there, James. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Were the Vikings like a great, empire?
100%, yeah. I mean, yeah, in their region, they control the seas.
In comparison to the Greeks and the Romans, would you say like
no, it's not on the same level,
no, okay, but
wait, sorry, hold on, I'm not I don't know history enough to make a bold claim like that, but I would argue.
Fair enough, taking that answer, but somehow we still learn about Odin and all those Viking gods today in the movies, like Shakara was saying. They still perpetuate Viking mythology.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I'm saying. So, regardless of whether it was as their civilizations was as great as Roman or Greek civilizations or not, we're still getting information from those.
Yeah, I'm not
from the Viking tradition.
Now, James, yeah, good point.
I'm not trying to track out a general rule, though. I'm just trying to say that.
Hear me now. I'm gonna address your point. Yeah,
go on.
That's an excellent point, man, boy. Yeah. So it's very simple. It's not an accident that those who proclaim African spirituality are often studiers and researchers of African history and culture. So we could mention Ouagadougou Empire. Yes, we could mention Ouagadougou Empire. We could mention the Bakongo Kingdom. Yes, we could mention Monomotapa. Yes, we could mention various.
No, because I don't know them yet. Can you give me like an example of the experts?
But sorry, James. But the fact that you don't know them is in fact making my point. Yeah.
Yes or no? Yeah. Yes or no? Hold on. So can you, if you could just give a quick brief summary for like 3 examples.
Ouagadougou, yeah, the empire of Ouagadougou, is the key empire, that begins like what some people refer to as the golden age in West Africa. This is a pre-Islamic empire in West Africa, upon which the Islamic empires that we know of got their foundation. Yeah, but we know more about Mali and Songhai. But there would be no Mali and Songhai if there was not first Ghana. Ghana is the city-states that preceded the development of the empire were engaged in metallurgy, were engaged in various different forms of mining, including gold and kauri and other minerals. Yeah, they developed a system of architecture that became known as Western Sudanic, and these things. Yeah, they developed systems of social order and quote-unquote democracy, as exemplified in how King Tenkamenin ran his court, for example. Yeah. One second. Let me go back. Let me go forward. Yeah, to another example.
on that one, before we move to the number example. So you learnt this, I imagine, from like preserved texts from the Wagadu Empire, yeah, from the Ghana Empire.
Not necessarily. So the Wagadu Empire didn't have an extensive literary tradition. So we know about it from archaeology, and also later written texts that came under Mali and Songhai.
Okay, so the sort of scriptural textual evidence you have is from essentially most likely from reports from the Mali Empire.
Yes.
And the architectural evidences you have, I imagine, are from like archaeological finds and shit.
Yes.
You call that's archaeology, right? When you find.
Well, well, archaeology is more when you dig up things, but yeah, it's both, isn't it? So the architecture still remains. Some of the architecture still remains, yeah. and some of the archaeological finds have been found.
Okay, so what? So, and then this is what I would ask. Right? So the criteria we've been using now are arguably its endurance or its sustainability, if you like, and then it's.
Sorry, James, but that would go for Greece and Rome, though.
No, and then it's uniqueness. What do you mean that would go for Greece and Rome? What do you mean?
I'm saying that the preservation of Greece and Rome has engaged the people. In order to preserve Greece and Rome's history and civilization, people have to engage archaeology to unearth information. No. I mean, like, so the fact that we still practice something today, when I say endurance, or the fact, we still practice today. Number one, yeah.
What was the other reason I gave?
Yes, but
it's not order. It's uniqueness, isn't it? It's uniqueness. So it may have failed one category because it's not ubiquitously known. But then the second category would be so what you described it had something, it had trade. Maybe if you don't mind doing another one, and when you do the other one, tell me how.
This Wagadu Empire seemed to sell slaves as well.
Reggie, man, don't move.
That's the mute point.
Do the summary for the next one, and can you just, in your own words, describe why you believe it's unique and it still is relevant to sort of like there's still practices that we could have derived from it that aren't being practiced, something like that, or something that maybe is similar to Greek that we never give it credit for. You know what I mean?
Why is it that Greek stands on its own merit and Wagadu doesn't? I don't understand.
Hang on. Wagadu was influenced by Muslims as well. Because I'm just looking at it, and they seem to have a lot of Muslim influence as well.
If you were listening, I've already given an explanation for that. Wagadu is a pre-Islamic empire. It fell because of a destabilization that occurred after an Islamic invasion, and Mali, an Islamic empire, eclipsed Ghana. So yes, there were definitely Muslims in the Ghana Empire. It doesn't mean that the Ghana Empire was Muslim.
So, but so, for example,
put it this way, Reggie. Yeah, the Soninke people, that developed the Ghana Empire, were developing city-states in West Africa, in the region of southern Mauritania and northern Senegal, at least 300 BC. There was no Islam at that point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but like I was saying, Jack, obviously, because this is what we're saying. We're saying, oh shit. We're saying that these people, the Europeans, will take from their European predecessors, right? They'll take things, and we can still see evidence of them or them incorporating them ancient practices in their contemporary practices. So and then what we're saying is, but there's been a discontinuation when it comes to African history. Therefore, we cannot practice it in the same vein. And I'm asking, all right, cool. Rather than use the European sort of ancient philosophies in lieu of an African one, what unique principles or what similar principles should we be deriving from African spirituality?
But now you're bringing me back to a philosophical conversation when just a minute ago you were asking for concrete examples in terms of artifacts.
Well,
but when I first came on, I said
No, but
I said a number of different things. But you have to listen though, innit? Because some of what you just asked, I've already answered. Yeah. One, the process of decolonization in and of itself stands in and of its own merit. Yeah. So if a people's culture has been demonized, yes, and they've been taught to reject it, properly understanding their own history and culture is a beneficial act in and of itself. It allows them to properly situate their reality and understand their reality at this present moment.
I'm interested in technical. I'm interested in a technical because you're trying to appeal to people's to people that don't know, and you do know, which is a benefit that you have. Listen for a minute. I beg you, listen. Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you give me a summary of something, I'm just like, cool. You could say they had great this, they had great that, they had great that. In relation to what exactly? So if you say the first example of democracy was from X empire. Nowhere in the world.
Already, bro. This is the part I'm trying to make. Like, I just.
Bro, the Wagadu Empire is not fucking prior to the fucking Hellenist period, bro. What are you talking about?
No. Why does it have to be prior to if we're talking about cultural continuity?
No, but you're misunderstanding. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying why. So if you've got a fully fleshed out system of democracy or republicanism or the laws of logic or different kind of cosmological arguments, all of this stuff from one thing, and then you're saying, the other thing did it too. Like in a period far after it, you're going to make a hard case to say that we need a revival of this one outside of the sort of what's the word, like indigenous cultural factor.
So then basically you're saying that I should focus my argument exclusively on Kemet.
No, that's all I know, because like for somebody that doesn't know a lot,
James, if Kemet is the only example that you can see viability in, you're entitled to pursue it. I don't think that. I think that Kemet is brilliant, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, and it should be considered, and it is considered by many who proclaim African spirituality and the African-centered academic or intellectual.
No, but I think you're relying too heavily on this cultural condition.
To be Kemet in the same way that Diop proposes that we should see Kemet or the Nile Valley as our classical civilization, in the same way that Europe sees Greece and Rome as their classical civilization. It doesn't mean that that the Europeans only take Greece and Rome and don't give consideration to development since Greece and Rome. That doesn't.
No. You're right. I'm with Diop on that. That's the kind of context.
But James, my point is that I've explained this a number of different times. Yeah. So you're asking me questions that I've answered, and then
but rather than give some dissertation about something that is kind of like is not really laser focused, I'm saying if you give me 3 examples of 3 things, I go, they got great architecture, they got great this. For example,
I said that already. I've mentioned architecture. I've mentioned political.
I think you're listening to what I'm saying. Like you're just like I'm saying. It's instead of. So I'm saying instead of just running through the going through the motions, I would say, for example, I might say this is the first instance of a castle in the world, and this is evidence why the discontinuation has hurt Africans, because we have lost a sense of pride because people have taken claim to castles when it was us that created castles. You know what I mean? That's the kind of.
I've been saying that, James.
But not in the last example you just gave. Let's see what we're going on here.
I've even said it down to the concept of the atom and the quote unquote Big Bang that you find
today. You said that today.
No, in the week I've said these things, and yesterday.
In my life, I didn't hear that. So but
I'm saying my only point to you is that everything that you're asking me to do, I've been doing. This is Thursday. I've been on every day this week. I'll never come on every day in a week. Yeah, and I've been on every day this week and answering a lot of the things that you're saying that I should say.
I'm not taking no shots at you. I just didn't hear it. That's all. I literally just didn't hear it. That's what I'm saying.
That's cool, but I'm saying that because the philosophical is important, the practical or the Brother Ben, Dr. Ben Buchanan calls monumental civilization, that you can look at monuments. But you also have to remember, for example, let's look at Monomotopa, the great city of Zimbabwe. They call it the Zimbabwe ruins. Why? Because part of it exists and some of it doesn't exist. In Benin, they destroyed the city of Benin. Yeah? Like they destroyed it. It doesn't mean that the city wasn't built, but there is evidence for the architectural magnificence, that existed, but we can't see it today because it was built. It was destroyed. You see what I'm saying? So the fact of its destruction doesn't contradict the architectural brilliance that went into making it. And unfortunately, we didn't have photography at the time.
Hey, man, but you remember, yeah, like for people like me that are nonplussed about any spiritual system, outside of just the cultural connection, i.e., you know, it was an African that made it or whatever. I don't like. I would like to hear a compelling argument.
But James, it is not the case though, yeah, that simply veneration of Orisha is what inspires people to create buildings and architecture.
No, you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not
going to make the argument. Yeah.
No, I'm not naive. I'm saying, but what I am saying is, for someone like, bruv, there's a lot. All right, cool. Let me put up. This is a simple way of putting it because I don't get onto African spiritual system at all. But when researching FGM, what I found out was the main two culprits, as it were, when it comes to, let's say, some kind of ideology, is what some would argue. I know you're going to hate me for this, but primitive tribes and Islam. Those are the major practitioners.
And there are some African-centered historians that would agree with you. And therefore would put forward the case that this is something that, to whatever extent it exists, we need to rid ourselves of, whether it came from outside or it developed internally. We need to get rid of it.
That's what I'm saying. This concept of, I know you hate the word tribal, so I can't really think of a substitute right now. My mind's gone blank, but whatever, the people that subscribe to what they would regard as spiritual ideologies that are indigenously African, those people, I'm not ready to wholesale ship any of their ideas. The continuity that they've maintained, I'm happy to throw it all in the bin and start again. But you're not.
Why is that? Why is that?
James,
why is that, James? No.
Exactly, because do you consider yourself to be somebody that has an actual understanding of what they're dealing with?
What, with FGM?
No, not with FGM. With their spiritual systems, yeah. But
I'm saying they're the kind. So, for example, this is what I say to you, yeah. I don't really agree with spiritual systems, but the fact you can carry over, like, so for me, yeah, it's got to be a complete coherent system. So the fact that there isn't anything that enables you to abrogate these kind of barbaric practices, in my opinion, means that I don't give a shit if your tribal culture practices FGM. I don't give a shit what good points you have in that culture.
You don't make that argument when you're talking about Western civilization. You don't make that argument.
No, because it's far more. I don't need. What the fuck do I need to live with? I got an iPhone, bruv. Like, what are you high? Like, this was saying, you're naive when you engage in arguments. No. Wait. You can if you.
Hear what you just said.
No. Listen. Wait. Capital punishment in fucking America is a practice I disagree with. Right? I disagree with capital punishment. However, you've got to do a crime. Let's say there's so many mechanisms within that society that
you see how you're rationalizing it. Exactly. One second ago, you just said, yeah. No. 1 second ago.
Ultimately, hold on.
Let me finish.
There's so many mechanisms in that society that produces a coherent system. Now, clearly, they lie when it comes to their foreign policy. But let's just worry about domestic now, because what fucking domestic policy does a foreign policy does a fucking African try? Stop being stupid, man. You're gonna compare their foreign policy domestically, yeah? If there's one practice you don't like, there's enough mechanisms to make it a coherent system where you say, you know what though, if you do X crime, that's not going to happen, and you shouldn't be doing X crime anyway. If you're in a tribe, yeah, where you're living, let's say, there is no innovation, there's no technology, there's no predictive power. They can't tell you. There's things they won't be able to tell you, or things they won't be able to explain. And on top of that, they mutilate their children, yeah, at birth or whatever, at a young age. Then I'm happy to say that the good does not outweigh the bad. It doesn't outweigh the bad at all. Let me leave it.
James, the barrier that me and you have in these conversations.
That was poor, man. That was poor.
It's very poor. The barrier that we the barrier that me and you always have in these conversations is that you reason from the perspective of the superiority of Western civilization constantly, yeah, and we cannot get over that hump. what you just did, was an amazing leap of logic, because you said that if a society practices FGM, then whatever other good things they may have in the society, you're inclined to throw that away. All right?
Yep.
Then I said to you, but how would you rationalize that in terms? You're a defender of Western civilization, and your response was, "What the f do you mean? I've got an iPhone." So the existence of the
iPhone, that was jocular. Like don't act like that was the.
But it is symbolic though, and exemplary of a particular kind of mindset. That
even going on that example, iPhone is an example of innovation.
If we look at the
colonial mindset, Shakira, what are you saying? Has it got a colonial mindset?
If we look at not the specificity of the iPhone itself, but what the iPhone represents, in a sense, what you're saying, is that by implication of the existence of this iPhone, wherever other wickedness, that
like capital punishment, like he mentioned,
that this society engages in, is justifiable or excusable or whatever, because of the existence of this innovation. Now, let's use the iPhone as the example.
Why do you not know? Because I was questioning it. Why don't you go for the whole argument? There was a lot more that was said. That was literally a tongue-in-cheek response.
No. But I understand what. Let me finish it, because then you.
Why? But why? You wouldn't? Why not just the whole argument?
Let me finish. Because I'm not dealing with the iPhone specifically. I'm dealing with what the iPhone represents. Yeah.
The argument made. Are you just going to forget? Did I waste my time saying all that?
Let me finish, and then you understand. Yeah. All right. The iPhone. Yeah.
Oh my God. Go on, say. I'll mute. Say.
The iPhone, as a matter of fact, is only possible because of the resources from Central Africa, in particular, a mineral that is called coltan. That trade in coltan is run by European multinational companies that have impoverished African nations, specifically in areas where that mineral is resource abundant. Hands of children are being chopped off, wars are being fought, for this mineral. That's why there's a thing in this world called conflict minerals. But because and the system that creates the iPhone also facilitates that reality. But we can't judge it. We can't judge this system on that reality that it has created, because we've got things like iPhones. But we can totally negate and reject an African culture because of the fact that it developed female genital mutilation. And I'm not defending female genital mutilation. I'm not defending it at all. As I've said, we would consider this to be something that we need to get rid of. At the same time, the idea that we would totally reject the people and their culture in total is joke business. If we're not going to reject and negate and condemn the culture that we live under, which is
but this is what you don't realize. No, this is what you don't realize though, because I can condemn this country, and I do, like, come on, man, know my thing already. Of course I condemn this country. I actually speak about it a lot, right? So it's not like I'm saying it for this argument. But if you're saying what is preferable, what we must derive, what culture we should derive, sort of, let's say, ideas, our innovations from, then clearly it's not going to be that country that practices FGM. For example, I would say that if you aggregated all of the benefits, and the reason I say no foreign policy, by the way, I'm not trying to cheat to win an argument. I'm saying I don't know for example, like if an African tribe fights another tribe, or any tribe, whatever, or not tribe, whatever word you like, but group of people, whatever ideology, if they fight another people, and with whatever they have at hand, whatever technological level they're advanced to, they use the weapons at their disposal, right? I don't know that give them nuclear weapons, they would use nuclear weapons instantly if that's the way they engage in combat. So when I say I don't know about foreign policy, if we're not going to be able to compare, let's say, restraint that's used as part of having a nuclear arsenal and not using it all the time, or I don't know, whatever kind of thing, we can't do like for like comparisons with how people approach out groups, how a tribe approaches out group. Then I'm not. What are you saying, basically? I'm not prepared to do that with international, supranational nations, because I don't know if one tribe has fucking dominion over 5 other tribes, then logically, if we scaled that up to the supranational level, there'd probably be people that invade in other countries as well.
In order to tap into the arguments, yeah, there's another perspective that you have to be able to learn to think from. That's what I'm realizing at the moment. Like if one is only able to think from the perspective of Western civilization and how it developed, yeah, and in order for anything to be worth anything, it must replicate these tenets of Western civilization. It's not to say that I believe it, that there are not things that we should learn, but again, technology. It can be a good thing. Yeah?
No, but how can you not see the health risk you put your child through? No, but wait. How can you not see the health risk you put your child through as a major deficiency?
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm not saying that it wouldn't. But you're only seeing it. You only want to confine it to what a so-called tribe is doing. And
what's comparable? What is comparable though? What is comparable to it?
We live in a world economic system that is fundamentally based upon the exploitation of land, people, and resources. Yeah, that is a fact. And attempting to get away from that fact doesn't make it any less a fact.
What I'm trying to say, you know what? Hold on. You can't rely on that. Hold on. You can't rely on that. No, this is my problem.
This is how constant electricity in this country, because people in southern Nigeria live in areas. Hold on. Their land has been devastated by companies, Chevron and Shell and others.
Allow me. This is what I'm saying, yeah. What benefits do these tribes bring? This is what I'm saying. So you can argue that aviation, whatever, tubes, whatever. Say, listen. I beg you wait.
James, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, please.
What benefit?
No.
What benefit?
Hold on. The complaints.
No. Wait, bro. Get your point, bro. Like you're trying to make. No, we get it, James. So I'm gonna ask you, what global benefit, does the practice of Hinduism bring to the world globally?
I don't know.
That question is for you, James.
I don't know.
James, what was you gonna ask before that?
Yeah, like, bro, 1 second, sorry, boy. Yeah. I wasn't gonna wait. Hold on, wait. Shaka, what Shaka's saying is the global economy is bad. Yeah. Like basically, these types of foreign policy and the exploitative nature is bad, and I would agree wholeheartedly. There's no denying that. What I'm saying is, the main argument, I feel like you're straw manning me. Or maybe
mute your mic.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm filling in the role of the big bad black guy here, because we're not saying that they're good or they're perfect. What I'm saying is, when I see Islam and African tribal systems being promoting FGM, there is nothing I want from their culture. And the fact that this got FGM means it's even less likely for me to want anything from their culture. Right. But if I'm wrong, for example, then you can, so for example, I'd say, what do I take from Western culture? Well, there was a lot you take. You take the emphasis on innovation. I mean, just the fact that the way they conduct their empire,
even though they practice
even though the way they conduct how negatively affected you and I, Shaka, I would say the emphasis they put on science, I mean, in strategy, in war, in innovation, ultimately allow them to conspire to create these kind of economic systems. All of that is culture. I would culturally want to take. What is hold on? What is the equivalent from some African tribe that mutilates their daughters? What is the equivalent?
Now listen to the dichotomy that you drew. Anyway, the reality is this, Jim. You're in luck here. There are any number of indigenous African cultures and spiritual systems that did not practice FGM. Yes, so so we can feel free to take from any of them. All right.
And now you're being more disingenuous. I literally said don't want to practice FGM.
1 second.
That's literally what we're talking about.
Second, please. Right. The other fact of the matter is that we're dealing with a political and social environment in which cultures and civilizations and nations have been progressively underdeveloped, for the sake of the development of colonial nations. So it is a fact that under a situation like that, that those who have been benefiting from that situation will have developed certain things economically and technologically more than the people that they have oppressed. The rest of the world, not just African people, is still catching up. China is just about getting to it today. If we're going to use the Western model as a marker, okay? If we're going to use Western model as a marker, they're just about getting there today, right? And Africa, what's it called, has been underdeveloped, the worst of everybody.
You know what? I'll ask you a question, innit? But
I'm saying, James, that part of the reason why African people are continuing to perpetuate colonial policies that continue to benefit Western powers more than ourselves is because we consider Western.
You know what? I asked you a question. I had no speeches, no more speeches now. I asked you a question. What should we be taking from this FGM culture? What should we be taking from them then? Because I know what I'm
in one breath, James. You want to say
no. I'm not going to answer that. Right, sorry, backward. Quickly, to reduce my adherence to African spirituality and the idea of revival to taking from FGM cultures is joke business, and I'm not going to joke.
All right. You know why you're disagreeing? You should have engaged me from the beginning. You should have agreed with my point. The cultures hold on, listen. The cultures that you know about that on top of whatever other African spiritual practices they have, on top of that, the ones that do practice FGM, those ones, I don't want nothing from them.
They don't take from them.
Do you? I'm just asking. Because you challenged me, so I'm saying, do you then?
In as much as
because what that implies is that there's nothing else that can come out good from that culture.
African spirituality, as a concept of unified.
Shakira.
I'm going to finish. Reggie, speak after me, please.
Is this just a random? You're going to directly answer
FGM?
Is there any chance I'm going to get a direct answer from my question or not? Because why were you talking to me?
James,
you asking me for nothing?
James,
about iPhone,
James. When you brought up the issue of FGM, what did I say?
You started talking about an iPhone.
No, I didn't. You brought in the iPhone as well. When you brought up the issue of FGM, what did I say?
If I'm honest, I don't remember.
I said the issue. There are African historians and culturalists who
would agree with me. You said
that address the issue of FGM and suggest that this is a negative, and wherever we got it from, whether it's internally or we got it from externally, we need to get rid of it.
But the argument you just engaged in for the past 15 minutes, you and Bank Boy all high-fiving each other, So now so the reason you were so distraught by what I said, I'm gonna ask you the question that you seem to think is preposterous the way in which I've referred to it. So, the cultures that practice FGM, you and Bank Boy, what from them cultures would you want to take?
In as much as any of their spiritual systems or understandings match up with the general unified concepts in African spirituality, we would not negate the fact that those principles. Easter, meet your mic, please, bro.
No, great. Yeah, sorry, Shaka, can I just add to that? If it's true that FGM got to the Somalis from the Pharaohs, then you can say
this guy.
Hold on. If that's true, then the whole of things you're praising, the European civilization come from there. You get me? So we can remove FGM, we can take everything else. All right.
You come late. You're missing the point.
Can I finish? I've already rejected the practice of FGM. Trying to pin me to African spirituality, to civilizations or cultures that practice FGM is just disingenuous.
No, I'm not trying to make you say that you agree with FGM.
By the same token, James, if we can learn things, from civilizations that engage in mass rape, robbery, pillaging and murder, then we can also learn something from civilizations that practice.
That's why James is just being stupid right now.
We can point to
You're
things.
actually being silly.
We
like
can
James,
point to emphasis on scholarship. We can point.
Don't
to,
emphasize nothing, man. You just basically said, yeah.
James,
You just said, yeah. Let me say something.
James,
Let me say something.
James,
Let me say something.
I have not said that we need to learn specifically from cultures that practice FGM. I have said that we need to learn from our ancient cultures and spiritual traditions. That's it.
Exactly. So
yeah,
don't act
that's it.
dumb.
Look, so don't make it about FGM.
And then don't come and say stuff like, you know what? I don't condone capital punishment in America. But you know what? They've done so many other good things, i.e. the iPhone.
James, what was your bigger point? Hold on, one sec. Hold on, let me try and mediate. One sec, James. What was your main point over the FGM?
It was such a minor point. I was just saying that I gave Shaka an example, and I was like, you see how there are some culturally regressive parts of African culture. I'm not comfortable because it feels like a broad banner of this. We need to take African spirituality, and I'm essentially saying that no, there's definitely some African spiritual systems I don't want fuck all to do with, right? And these are the reasons why. And I also said, because I didn't want to try to mock the thing, I was like, you know what these pussies were talking about before, about this cow whatever, and I said, I don't want to say that out loud. FGM I'm more comfortable speaking about, and Shaka knows why I'm more comfortable speaking about them type of things, isn't it? So where I've said it to him and Bankway have used it as an opportunity to, you know,
Sorry, stop for a second. James, be honest. When you brought up the issue of female genital mutilation, I said to you, this is something that we would consider to be aggressive and wrong. Yes, and there are African historians and culturalists who will say the same thing. That some say that it developed internally. Some say we got it from the Arabs. Wherever we got it from, whether internally, what's it called? But
the African tribes do it like
1 second, James, man. James, you're straw man.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Let me just say something. 1 sec. I heard Chakra personally say that he himself.
Stop. Listen.
Go on. But I'm saying he's going to keep interrupting in it.
Wherever we got it from, it doesn't matter. Yes, whether it developed internally or whether it came from outside. This is something that we need to get rid of. Yes, and so James was saying that as far as he's concerned, if a society or a system practice FGM, he doesn't want to take anything from them.
Right.
I'm saying, but you can't say that.
Hold on. No, 1 second, Shaka. 1 second.
No,
Shaka, Isa, 1 second.
Issue became.
Isa, 1 second. I'm just going to add to that, Isa.
Stop talking. Understand? The issue then became that you cannot say that whilst lauding European civilization. It's a contradiction.
I know, but hold on. I'm just saying the way that James's brain works, you need to now make a stop there, and you now have to show the contrast. Otherwise, it's going to go straight over.
Isa, he made the contrast himself. James made the contrast himself.
No. Listen to what I'm saying.
This is what James said. No, Isa, this is what James said after the FGM talk. Yeah, he then went on to say, you know what? I do not condone capital punishment in America and whatnot. You know, but they made the iPhone.
Bruv, I know. Right. Listen to what I'm saying now. All I'm saying is, in the same way, if we took ourselves out of all of the system.
No, actually, he did condemn thingy.
Hold on. Shakara personally said that he himself would like to see FGM. I heard him say that he himself would like to see it removed or a system stopped. Yeah. So, no, but I'm saying I heard you say regarding yourself, not historians. Yeah. So what my point is, though, James Jones, is what they're putting to you. So take ourselves out of it, and we're looking at both systems, yeah, or both types of thing. What they're saying is you're approaching the African system based upon one or two practices within a whole system, yeah, that you could stop, right? So, for instance, you could do something where you don't have to put your head up a cow batty, or you could stop mutilating female genitals, and then look at the rest of the system that they have. But then the predominancy of the other system is based upon the oppression, the murder, the rape, the this, the teeth, the whole blasted lot.
Can I add something? So, how we got here was me talking about Greece and Rome and the role that they play in European civilization and culture, yeah. And The reality is that when you study Greece and Rome, there is a lot of chegri in Greece and Rome. Yeah, there is a whole heap of chegri, yeah, and disgusting barbarity in Greece and Rome. Yeah, but they don't define Greco-Roman civilization by those things. They just consider that to be a part of their primitive development, and they've developed, yeah, upon the greatness of Greece and Rome in this particular kind of way. So that's the
and
same.
they perpetuate it in their traditions.
To the extent that FGM has existed in African culture, we can view it in the same way. This is a that we developed at a certain particular point, and we no longer abide by that practice, and we get rid of it, and we move on from in
Shakara, did they not demonstrate the wickedness of what the Romans did in the movies as well?
Did they not demonstrate the wickedness of?
What's that got to do with what he's saying? Because the whole point here is what is
hold on. I was asking Shakara a question.
Do they not demonstrate the wickedness of what the Romans did in the movie?
They don't demonstrate they're enslaving and they're killing.
No, but they still praise it. But the films that you're talking about, name the films, Reggie.
Oh my gosh! Like you want me to? I'm not like someone that has movies in my head, but
name one.
Okay, let's say Gladiator.
Right, good one. Yeah, they depict slavery in that film. Yes.
Which one, Gladiator or Troy?
Either one, both of them. Yeah, they do. Yes.
I think they do. Yeah.
Right. So what's your point?
Yeah, I'm saying that they depict the wickedness of what they do as well. And I'm saying that you said earlier about African spirituality, how they depict African spirituality. And I'm saying that they also
It's
do
still
that.
a way of keeping those traditions alive and propagating it within their modern customs. Do you understand?
Are you attempting to conflate Hollywood movies that depict Greece and Rome with the political, cultural, and spiritual demonization of African spirituality and culture?
I'm demonstrating they also show the wickedness of Rome as much as.
All right, let's say you're correct. They celebrate Rome and they show the wickedness of Rome. Yes, we are talking about a situation in
which celebrate Rome. When do we celebrate Rome? Which day do we celebrate?
Quickly, guys, before we move. Sorry, if you don't mind, just a thing, yeah, because I got dropped out. Fucking. All I'm saying is, so you were asking what was said, you know, what there was an issue with. I just said there's certain red flags in cultures that means irrespective, I won't export them or import them, I guess, if you like. But with someone like Shaka, if like me and him had this discussion, if there's an African spiritual system that he believes provides that missing link that we haven't had yet, then I will always endorse that. But if there's something, if there's a clear red flag. No. So when we're talking about continuity of history, the way that some people can incorporate antiquated cultures into their contemporary culture, we haven't had that opportunity because ours has been intentionally obscured. Happy with that. If there is a clear red flag, in a culture like one of these tribal cultures, generally around the northern sort of central eastern Africa, if any of those kind of tribal cultures, I don't think there is benefits that can outweigh. And when we talk about why I said it's conflating or using foreign policy or global impact is if one tribe attempts to extirpate another tribe, because it's on such a minuscule, innocuous level, we're all like, oh, it's cool. Give them motherfuckers nuclear weapons, or what do you think they would do? So be it human rights conventions, be it philosophy, be it technology, be it medicinal, be it whatever. All of the benefits, hold on, man. All of the benefits, hold on, man.
More self-control.
This is wrong, man. Whatever, bro. Why are you talking, though? If I'm making a point, why are you talking? I don't get it.
James, did you hear me say it?
I don't get it. Like, it's a bit dumb, like, man.
James, did you hear me say it? At one point in the conversation, that if we don't want to deal with the cultures that practice FGM, that's fine. There are any number of other African spiritual traditions and cultures that we can look to.
Yeah, but you get my look. But if I'm saying there's something that's really bad in this culture, and there's not really that much great in it, other than it's from where I'm from. You can understand why I'll say fuck that off in it. You get that.
I am not trying to get you, to take and practice a culture that practice FGM. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah. At every point through this conversation, when you brought it up, I said to you, even the people on my side of the conversation would agree we need to get rid of this thing.
Yeah, no, but I'm not, no, but you took out. You
said 1 second. Then you said about learning from the culture. Yeah, and I said, but if we don't want to pick up those specific cultures, we don't have to. There's so many other.
No, but you're making it like you made it like I'm a hypocrite.
Hold on. Oh, let me bridge this gap. Hold on 1 sec. I think I get what James is saying. What James is saying right now, for today, he's saying despite the wickedness of this culture,
facts,
it has all of these benefits.
Facts.
So he's saying where you are saying let's follow an ancient culture which has this other thing which is mash up in it. He's saying whatever else they have to offer, it does not give the benefits of this one, which gives us mash up and
yeah. Thank you. He's entitled to it if he wants to measure everything by this culture, this civilization. That's fine. I would suggest that for the people that have the culture that practice FGM, it would be incumbent upon them to have a cultural continuity that makes them understand where the thing came from, yes, and why it needs to be removed from the culture.
But any culture, Shakwa, he's saying also any culture
but I am saying, Issa, that if one doesn't, there's no requirement for anybody, to get involved in the practice of FGM, the culture of people that practice FGM.
No. If you remove any of that, all the cultures that practice FGM, right?
Listen, from an African spiritualist culture perspective, yes, just in the same way, that barbarity and wickedness in Greece and Rome does not negate Greece and Rome for Europeans. Wrong practices and fraud practices, and even barbaric practices among African people does not negate the culture entirely. That's the only point that's being made. Right?
No, but hold on. No, it's not though, Shakwa. This is the point. No, it's not. One sec. Give me 1 sec.
Listen, it's null and void. Nobody is arguing that we should lower the practice of FGM. Excuse
it. You keep sticking. It's more than that point now. Stop sticking to that. What we're saying now is what he's saying now is this. In the sense that wherever, so let's say, for instance, you go back to the FGM cultures or any other of the cultures, they're moving forward. He's saying the Europeans have gone further where you're looking to go. So you want to go backwards and then end up where the European is now in the next 500 years or 100 years. He's saying, why not just jump on the train over your head?
Issa, we don't have to go around the corner. I've said already a number of times that going quote unquote back to African spirituality, because this is a topic that you lot use. Yes, the going back to African spirituality is not about picking up what's it called? Everything that was done 500, 600 years ago and just implanting it on the now. There is a process of evolution, yes, and development that takes. I've said all of these things.
Yeah, I know. In the same way that Europeans, in the same way that Europeans do not worship Zeus and Apollo, but they have a basic understanding of that time.
But that's not true because the people are still invoking Ogun, etc.
I beg you 1 second, lads. Yeah, please. Yeah. All I'm saying is the only thing I took issue with, and you're right, because I don't want to make it. Shaka's no way condoning FGM. Neither is Bank. Yeah, we're not arguing for or against anything. All I'm saying, I didn't like how you made it. You made it seem like I was being a hypocrite. But I'm just saying, I see clear benefits in. Like there's a clear good outweighing the bad when it comes to adopting some elements of Western culture, and there's some cultures I don't give a shit that's from my heritage. I don't.
But James, you know,
I don't. But hold on 1 second, Mike boy. I beg you let me finish off then. But I don't think there's some things that even from my heritage, and I don't give a fuck because there is no net benefit for me bringing them in. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not a hypocrite. I can explain why.
James, would you agree? Would you admit to saying 1 sec, Shakara. But James, would you admit to saying that you've said it a lot of times that you don't know a lot of
exactly.
But we don't know.
That's why I'm not banning them all out. But that's why I'm not banning them all out.
So if you don't know, then at least that's the whole point of.
We know about FGM. We don't know, but we know about FGM.
No, but
Yeah,
again, bro, this is trying to say, I don't know who you think you're arguing with. Like, I don't know what guy that, like, because I've literally said to you, I endorse all African spirituality that doesn't have any of these clear. So, for example, if it's one of these ones that Reggie's talking about that promotes slavery or whatever, then I'll obviously say that's a bad one. If there's something like what like Ifa or what Brad, what Witness, what Shaka tell me about they practice, I endorse that fully. I go a step further.
I wouldn't say that that's a bad one. You know what I'm saying? Because they practice. It's not a bad one.
I'm saying, would you want me to say if it's bad?
Make another point. Let me make another point. Yeah. So if we got to that point now, then we have to understand and appreciate that African spiritual traditions and cultures also have the capacity to self-correct, like any other spiritual system and culture.
I don't know that though. I don't know if that's true.
Yes, but if you don't know, then listen. If you don't know, then listen.
Yeah, but I'm not. But this is what I'm trying to say. The issue that we had here is this. I'm being honest. Maybe it's me being sensitive. It's me being pointed out, like you lot getting excited, like there was some great hypocrisy in what I said. I feel like it's logical, and I feel like I make the point 10 times over. You won't get it because you're going to argue it's from a Eurocentric. That's your get out of jail free card. Fine.
I also said to you that
that's fine.
For us to have the conversation, then you have to be able to reason from a different perspective. Yeah. What I spoke about was there was a material and then there was an immaterial. The immaterial was about cultural continuity and restoration of dignity and pride. Restoration of dignity and pride does not mean. Sorry, back by mic, bro. Please, it's friction. Thank you. What's it called? Restoration of dignity and pride does not mean that there was nothing wrong in the culture. Yeah, or that there is nothing wrong in the culture.
Yeah, but why would I revive it? Like this was just like. But you know what? I feel like we do. Like you know what it is? I feel like there's so much dishonesty.
James, because reviving dignity, because you cannot see reviving dignity and pride in a culture separate from reviving dignity and pride in FGM. That's you. That's on you. Yeah, that is on you. I'm saying that all cultures have are embedded with the capacity and the desire and the will, yeah, to evolve. Yes, and you can.
Hold on. You know what? Stop. Yeah. If there's cultures in my country, hold on, no, because I need to. If there's tribes in my country that don't practice it, and there's tribes in my country that do practice it, and I say the ones that do practice it, I don't want fuck all to do with them. There's nothing to think. You two geniuses should say, I fully understand that. It makes perfect sense. Not go, but you do it with the West because you know we don't have to say a white guy.
James, I done said to you already, more than once at this point, that if you don't want to take anything from the traditions that practice FGM, you don't have to. Because from an African spiritualist perspective, there are countless others that don't do FGM.
Exactly. So why not leave it there? Why not leave it there?
Because you didn't.
My point, yeah.
So I said,
no. You didn't leave it there. You guys made it seem like I was some grand hypocrite. And let me tell you about the West now. Don't think by challenging my idea. Hold on. Don't think by challenging my idea and talking about the West that you're not going to engage the combo longer. If you had left it there, it would have been there.
We're going to move on.
Let's move on. But don't make it feel like I forced that issue.
I'm not going to talk about this. Seriously. The reality is, that another aspect to that is the fact that when we're talking about African spirituality, the unified basic concepts, also creates an environment for the different indigenous spiritual systems to learn from each other. And so there may be things lacking in one that are abundant in another. And those traditions that are lacking in that thing can learn from the other tradition. I've even said on a previous day, it's not even that there's nothing to learn from European civilization. I've never said that we can't learn anything from European civilization. Yeah? The issue is whether we make European civilization the standard to assess ourselves from. That is the question. And from a revolutionary point of view, it would be considered an act of oppression to make the system and culture of your oppressor the standard by which you measure yourself.
And everything else, for that matter.
That is right. That's correct. But
yeah, it's put to bed now, yeah, man. Yeah,
that is correct.
Like
but,
my point, I was gonna say quickly here, Reggie, yeah. Like James Jones, even the coaches, yeah, that practice FGM that none of us like that none of us condone, yeah. Even though you can't say that there's no good, that you won't find any good in those systems or those coaches. It's just one thing that they're doing that they
you have to demonstrate.
And Shakira is
demonstrate the
hitting
goods.
the nail on the head
I
when
lie,
he says that.
what's the point in talking
No point telling us that you won't find no good if you can't demonstrate the good.
Yeah, like, there's no point in talking about it anymore. Like it's done. And Chaka, just this lets you know that this is what you man talk about. Both of you.
Are you really going to judge? Yeah, are you really going to judge whether I've actually demonstrated any good by Reggie? Are you being serious?
No, no problem. You didn't hear what I said.
Whatever I'm going to say. Listen, whatever I say, yeah, we know, everybody knows this by now, that whatever I say and demonstrate, Reggie's going to say that I didn't demonstrate or didn't say. So there's no point judging it by Reggie. If we talk about the decolonization process and the need to have an African-centered understanding of our own history and culture and get rid of the colonial process, and I am saying that an understanding of African spirituality is central to that point, I've demonstrated something. If we are about to demonstrate,
Shakira, all you seem to emphasize is that having African spirituality is at the core of our decolonization process. So basically, once we embraced African spirituality, therefore our minds will no longer be colonized. And then I don't know how that helps us or how that brings.
So bear in mind, yeah. Again, this is where I say we cannot judge what I have said by what Reggie said I said, because that is not all I've said. Yeah, so I can't even bother.
I didn't say that's all you said. I said the emphasis. The emphasis. Again, the emphasis seemed to be on the fact that, by picking up African spirituality, we will no longer be colonized in our minds, and it will restore respect for nature. You emphasize that one as well, but ultimately, you failed again to demonstrate, how this will take us forward, how this makes us more progressive than what we are at the moment. Even though I don't think we're progressive enough, you failed to demonstrate how this system puts us forward.
Yeah, so I've already given. Can I make the point that colonial mentality is not a progression?
Colonial mentality is not a progression, but
right.
There are many. So the lack of it at the same time is not progression as well. You still need to have something more, which you found.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. If for people that have been colonized and taught to demonize and reject their own history and culture, and have also been divorced from cultural and historical continuity as a result of that, getting rid of the colonization through an appreciation of the history and culture that they've been taught to demonize is an act of progression. Okay, I have not made the claim, and I'll say it again. When it comes to African spirituality, the claim is not being made, abracadabra, let's all worship Olodumare and we will transform the economy of the entire African continent. That's not the claim that's being made. The only claim that can be made is that indigenous spiritual systems create the context for a certain commonality, shared commonalities that will encourage certain levels of organization among the people in the same way any religion would do. Yes, any religion that is adhered to by groups of people will organize them in particular ways and will produce particular results. That's it. Okay.
Right. You know what it is,
One second. The example that was given of being nature-based, yes, related to how we relate to the environment, okay, and the economy that we develop through how we relate to the environment, which is a big thing. The entire world right about now is trying to go green, yes? And so if we had a spiritual understanding of nature, whereby we were encouraged to preserve nature, to protect nature, to not develop economic systems that would destroy nature, it would have a direct impact upon how we operate and how we and our economic standing in the world today. But furthermore, completely. Furthermore, from that, however, because nature-based spiritual systems are inherently tied to the land and the resources that exist among the people, it stands to reason that a people who see their land as sacred are less likely to allow foreign companies and invaders to come in and exploit that land. Yes? What happens is, when you destroy an African spiritual system, you sever the people's connection to their land and the importance that they have in relation to their land, and you also open the way for colonizers. So it can justifiably be said that the adherence to an African spiritual system will restore, or let's say has the potential to restore, the importance of land and resources to the people that are organized around those principles.
Yep. So Reggie and James Jones, you guys with your Stockholm syndrome, yeah, with your colonization mindset, yeah, like, please try and understand that, man. It's not hard. Open your mind, just open it a little bit, like, and just try and get that Stockholm syndrome out for a minute, man. You'll get it. I promise you.
All I've understood is that you guys believe that African spirituality will bring you more pride and make you to understand your culture more.
What's wrong with that? Even if that's all it does, what's wrong with that?
That's right. Like you're not.
That acts on the presumption that people don't know their culture due to their
Yeah, a lot of people don't. I don't know mine. James Jones has said a lot of times he doesn't know his. Even
that
you
is bank
don't
boy.
know yours to an extent.
That is bank boy in isolation. That is bank boy in isolation. There's things about our culture that I'm sure Shakara doesn't know. There's things about our culture that I'm sure you don't. And of course, there's about my culture that I don't know. Yes, it goes without saying.
Definitely.
At the end of the day, most of us Africans, you know, real Africans, yeah, that have this thing here, yeah.
Real Africans, yeah.
I'm very much in touch with our culture, and I'm very proud of our culture, and I'm very proud to represent our culture. And what's the word for it? Are satisfied with the level of knowledge we have about our culture. Of course, we're always open to learning more. But
James, did you just say that we real Africans that have this thing here? When you said this thing here, was you referring to a passport?
Yeah.
Is your passport a Nigerian passport?
I was referring to the passport, and obviously. Is
the passport a Nigerian passport?
Yeah.
Okay, so you do know that one, Nigeria was the creation of the British, and two, passports were also a European creation, right? So how can a Nigerian passport make you a real African when both were creators of the colonizer?
Well, it's the creation of the colonizer, as you say, but we've also decided that this is the best way for us to move forward, because we do have the option. Actually, if you look at the passport, yeah, and I'm sure not. If you look at the passport, hold on, calm down. Hold on, Sunny Somalis Ashia. If you look at the passport, yeah, I don't know if you can see it very well. It says the economic communities of Western African states. So it's ECOWAS, which gives you the free movement around West Africa, I believe. So we have decided amongst ourselves, without any Western intervention or colonial influence, to allow people around West Africa to freely move. You get what I'm saying? We've also decided to set these barriers.
What if I said to you, Reggie? What if I said to you the two things here? The first is that the economic community of West Africa, well, depending on how you want to look at it, right? So first of all, the fact that when Britain was colonized, they didn't colonize everything as individual nation states. There was actually something called British West Africa, and there was something called French West Africa, and they allowed free movement around the countries that they particularly dominated for the free movement of resources to their benefit. However, from an independent point of view, prior to the completion of the colonization of Africa, the Pan-Africanists in West Africa were already positing, and were campaigning for, during the colonial period, for an economic community of West Africa, not in that name, but a unification of those nation states, yeah, on what's it called, and getting rid of the colonial borders, yeah. So, in as much as you're proud of that fact, yeah, you have, yeah, either depending on which perspective you want to come from, the colonizer to come from, or the revolutionary Pan-Africanists who are trying to self-organize or get rid of colonialism at different points. So which perspective are you coming from? The revolutionary Pan-African or the European colonizer?
No, I believe that we should have closed borders. I believe that we do need to make sure we regulate.
From the European colonizer.
I don't know whether you want to call it the European thing. As you said, hold on. As you made clear, there are some stuff that the Europeans do that will be beneficial to us, and this is one of them. If you want to call it colonial,
that's not what I said though. I didn't say that there's something that the colonizers do that's beneficial to us. I said there's something that we can learn from.
There's some things we can learn from. Okay, so this is one though. I think we can learn from it. Obviously, if we can't see eye to eye on stuff, if we want to be,
we can learn.
If us Nigerians would like to run our country,
in as much as foreign companies can come into our nation and control our primary natural resource, and even create sections of our government that institutionalize their control of our primary resources. That's what we can learn from the colonizer in relation to how to run our economies and how to annex off our nations and control our borders.
Oh, unfortunately, there's so much variation in Africa. I don't know if you've realized, but we, even probably before the colonizer came there, we've always had different ways of wanting to run our communities, and therefore, because of our differences, I feel that it will be beneficial for us to, have borders that separate us, so people can live the way they want to live in their unique area or people, and we can live the way we want to live. That's the only benefit that I see of having borders, because we can't see eye to eye. That's just the fundamental. We have differences in the way we run.
What specifically is to celebrate, or what specific benefit do the borders that were drawn up by the colonizers give to African people today?
So, for example, we gave hold on, James. James Jones gave the example of FGM. If some people practice FGM in a certain area or with their women, we don't have to have that kind of culture come into Nigeria to, to bring it. It doesn't have to become a.
But Reggie, a simple way of saying it to Shaka is, what is the point in? So let's say the colonialists drew up the borders. What's the point in sort of disbanding these or taking apart this system and then creating borders anyway? The only alternative would be.
I'll tell you why. It's very simple. The borders that were created at the moment, as they stand, were done so for the purpose of facilitating colonial rule, and they continue to do so. When you're talking about the resources of land masses, resource abundant nations, by simple logic, will tend to fare better than resource scarce nations. Yeah. So if we can reconstitute quote unquote borders, if we need to have borders in Africa, in ways that economically look at the economic situations of groups of people and reshift them according to those demands, then it creates a situation whereby those people can benefit from a more economically robust.
Then why would
for example,
if every nation had the opportunity to be independent, why would one that was resource dense? Why would they want to give up their resources?
Again, it depends on it, because of the fact that if you are uniting or create a confederate, a federation with other nations, you also have the wherewithal to benefit from their resources as well as your own.
Yeah, but the Russian Federation always has a central. There's always a central thing.
It creates a situation whereby instead of foreign companies being able to come and pick you off against each other, that you can consolidate your power in terms of creating a shared.
A federation has a central government.
A shared demand for your.
Can we have a dynamic discussion? Yeah, a federation has a central government. Who's going to be in charge?
There are different ways to federate, James. There's no one answer to that question.
Well, from my understanding, like the Russian Federation.
Yes, there are different ways to federate, and I just use the word federation as an example. There are different ways to federate. There's no one answer to that question. The only point is that if we're dealing with the nations as it is at the moment, no nation on the African continent has been able to, as it stands, economically defend itself from foreign intervention.
Yeah, but you're missing. You're omitting like the fact that you might talk to an African person, yeah, and that wasn't no like to say Reggie's more African than anyone, but that's literally saying I like my national identity.
Yeah, that doesn't. But then I'm going to speak to Africans who don't like their national identity.
You know what that's you know that just proves to you. You know what that proves to you.
Since the forming of Nigeria, there has been a battle about whether Nigeria should even exist.
No, I know, but you know what that proves to you. In a nutshell, do you know what that proves to you? That proves to you that human beings. I know we're using this term, yeah, but human beings are inherently tribal and have innate ideological differences, you know, due to their environment. Or whatever, so that even in that camp, even in that idea, you might resolve to disband the borders in Nigeria, and you may develop a borders of Nigeria again, just because two different people groups want two different things from that land.
You may do any of those things depending on the intentions of the people, the motivations of the people. So again, learning about African indigenous spirituality and culture, yes, will also glean lessons of how we organized mass societies pre-colonialism. That is not to say that it was perfect, yes, but if we're dealing with Monomatapa, if we're dealing with Bakongo, if we're dealing with Kemet, if we're dealing with Ouagadougou, even if we're dealing with Mali and Songhai, if we're dealing with the Mossi, if we're dealing with the Dogon, if we're dealing with the Kuba and others, we are dealing with if we're dealing with ancient Nubia and before it ancient Tarseti, we're dealing with empires that encompassed large land masses with various different groups of people. Yes? And so the ability to socially organize across so-called tribes, it didn't begin with the colonial epoch and was more successful under pre-colonial indigenous Africa than it has been since the colonial epoch, either during colonialism or post-colonialism in the neo-colonial era.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion before, bro. I think it comes down simply to the borders exist now. There may be a contingent of people that are Pan-Africanist.
James, this is what you don't want to get over. It is objectively provable that the borders as they exist at the moment do not have and have never economically benefited the people within those borders. No argument can be made against that. Nobody can suggest that the borders as they stand do not benefit foreign powers and foreign companies more than they benefit the Africans on
cool, man. You know what? I'm happy to get on board fully. Yeah, you just tell me which African state or whatever country is going to be the capital of this Pan-Africa. Hold on. Just tell me which one's going to be the capital of this Pan-Africa, and you tell me how they all vote for it.
So for again, I do not come to the table with the suggestion that what I have the 100% blueprint. Yeah, what I do understand is that there are different methodologies and suggestions and attempts, actual real life attempts, to deal with this. One of them is current, and I have my criticisms of it as it stands. But are you familiar with the development of the East African Economic Community and the attempts to bring about 5 or 6 of the nations in East Africa under a centralized economy, a unified economy and government?
No.
So that's in progress at the moment, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And all the arguments. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna put a video in the back chat that breaks it down quite succinctly. What's it called?
On on them talking about a capital city, what a capital country? What did they decide?
There is that suggestion. I can't remember what it is, but again, federated states can have various different capitals. Because there's only one capital in one of the nations that we know of, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'm saying, so if all the borders are gone tomorrow, yeah, and obviously the regions may retain their names, but there's no borders. There's going to be one place where the main officiating, they're Geneva or whatever, they're fucking Brussels, yeah.
There's a number of ways that can operate. So it might be that you have one which is central. I've heard various different suggestions. I've heard the suggestion that, let's say, for example, it should be Congo because Congo is Central Africa, and it happens to also be the most resource abundant place on the continent. In fact, my understanding is that when Nkrumah started the Ghana-Guinea Money Union and he was developing that secret relationship with Patrice Lumumba, and Patrice Lumumba signed a secret agreement to enter that union at some stage, it was intended that the actual capital, by Nkrumah's designation, that the actual capital would actually be in the Congo. Yeah. But there are other suggestions whereby you might have...
Can you pause for 1 second? Hey, Reggie, you happy with that?
You see what I'm saying? Like, this is...
But this is, you know what the problem is, yeah, is we talk theoretically and conceptually, yeah, but it's like, or in these abstract ideas, but it's like, you're an African, you're African, Shaka, I'm an African, Reggie's an African, all three of us don't live in Africa, right? But all three of us can have different opinions on what's best, let's say, for Africa, for example. You probably more than me and Reggie because we're lazy bastards.
James.
Hold on. The point is, you don't think that's reflected in actual fucking Africa.
James, but I just said there is more than one, even among those who are passionate about the issue, there is more than one suggested way to address it. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just. I have not suggested that there is consensus on how to do it.
I'm not saying you did. But I'm just saying, allow me to make the point to you. I'm just saying, like, for someone like me, it's always going to be hard to fully get on board with this idea of like, I'm not feel like this. I never leave these discussions with you and Scattered and that. I never feel like anything's really been fleshed out. And no, that's not a disrespectful thing. It's just I don't feel like anything's ever been truly explained to me.
As it stands, then, yeah, what we've admitted is that the only thing that is totally fleshed out is neocolonialism. That's what we admit.
I definitely agree with that.
And so, because of that, we should just continue to live under a neocolonialist state.
No. When I say I agree with fleshed out,
where I am at the moment, I accept, yes, that everything has not been fleshed out. Partly because as a group of people, as a mass movement of people, Africans have not developed to the stage as yet, whereby we have got to a point whereby this is enough of a concern for enough of us to get to the point whereby we're actually fleshing out, hammering in the nuts and bolts of how we will do something. So at the stage that we're at now, yes, it is theoretical. It is theoretical. It is based upon an assessment of
no, but it's not about hypothetical. It's not coherent.
It is based upon, but you can't say it's all right. Check this out, yeah. There's a video in the back chat. Watch it. Go away. Watch it, and come back to me. Yeah. And maybe.
No, but no disrespect, yeah, but I feel like it's unfair these conversations we're having. But it's like, man, are like, Bob, this is what I'm trying to say. Man, I'm trying to get people. No, listen. Wait, 1 second. Let me ask someone. 1 second. Sorry, Esau. Let me just get this off here. This is an unfair level of discourse we're having. A man says, let's get rid of the borders, yeah? What happens next? I don't know. And the man says it's not coherent. It's not coherent.
To be honest, nonsense.
He didn't say that.
Hold on. Wait, no, stop.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that.
Stop. Man said, hold on, stop. Man said, no, listen. Man said, yeah, federate. Man said, 1 second, Reggie, 1 second. Can I mute? He already said mute for a second.
Who's that, Shako?
Hey, Reggie, man. Hey, mute, man. Don't play music on there.
Reggie, are you serious, Reggie?
Hey, don't play music on here. Like, what's going on? Yeah, mute. Yeah, man said, "Oh, we're gonna remove all the borders, and then we're gonna have, I said, and then what? A man said we could have a federation. I said, but a federation implies a centralized government. Who's gonna be the centralized government? He said there's many ways to federate. Hold on, he said there's many ways to federate a thing. A man basically told me there's a bag of ways to skin a cat. Is that a
but you missed out the chunk. No, he didn't though. This is what I'm saying. He went to.
I think you're misinterpreting it. You know.
No. James, listen what I'm saying. What he said was that they would create borders that relate to the benefit of the nation involved.
What did I say next? What did I say to that?
Then the federation thing came in.
No. What did I say when he
you said next after that, why would people share? But obviously, if we're living under African principles and philosophies, it'd be beneficial for us to share. That's what Shaka was saying.
What did he answer?
You said if you gain independence, why would you give something away? And that's not African, isn't it? That's European.
Oh, this is what I'm trying to say to you, lads. Yeah.
Sharing is African,
listen, I'm not trying to piss on man's shit.
James, are you saying we've been contaminated with it, so therefore, no matter who you vote in power, they're still going to be infected by?
I'm just saying it's bruv, don't ever disrespect me and tell me what was posed is coherent.
No, listen, I'm saying, are you saying that? So don't sound disrespectful.
It's hypothetical. So how can it be coherent, bro?
Let me address this. Let me
be coherent, hypothetical. What do you mean?
Let me address this. Yeah.
I walk to the shops. I buy.
Let me address this. I'll address this very quickly, James. Yeah. The problem is that a lot of the times people want 2-minute answers to very complex questions. Yeah, and I've never claimed that the questions can be answered in 2 minutes. I don't make that claim. Yeah. I am saying that these are complex issues, and I don't intend to give the impression that all of the questions have been answered. If I say, sorry, someone's got a lot of background noise.
I don't think it's me.
Reggie? Is that Reggie? Reggie, stop it.
Yeah,
please, Reg.
I think the spirit of Oya is attempting to visit Reggie at the moment because there's a lot of.
It's not me, man. Look, my thing is on now.
Oh, it was Orthodox more.
Exactly.
Well, Shaka, before we go on the thing, what's the point of all these arguments?
I'd like to finish. Thank you very much.
It's about nothing, like.
The reality is, I can say that the system of neocolonialism is the only thing that's established, and we can accept that as a living reality because of the fact that we currently live under those systems. Yeah, but in truth, the systems that keep neocolonialism in place contain millions of pages of law and legislation and trade agreements and statutes and so on and so forth that keep those things in place. Yeah, and an insurmountable amount of resources. Yeah, that keep those systems in place via institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, and these kinds of things. In order to combat those things, Africans would have to develop systems of organization and institutions that are designed to solve those problems. Okay? So I do not answer. If you're asking me my personal opinion, I can give you my personal opinion. At the same time, I also recognize that the answer to these questions is not down to Shakara's personal opinion. It's down to the progression and the development of African people as collectives. So the basic theory is the borders as they are currently constituted are not serving our people. The basic theory is looser borders, or the actual extinguishing of these borders, or the reconstituting of these borders will allow us to develop a social system and an economic system that is better suited to our realities. Yes, if one nation has gold, another nation has diamond, another nation has cocoa, another nation has coltan, and they all are basically in the same vicinity, it stands to reason that they are more economically powerful as one nation than they are as separate different nations, especially in the context of the fact that the foreign nations that trade with them do so from a position of power over those individual nations, whereby they are able to, the foreign nations are able to dictate the prices and the values of the resources in those separate nations. If they consolidate their resources, it suggests that one, the foreign powers that come have to now deal with a centralized body, just using a group of nations as an example. And two, that based upon the confluence or the abundance of resources in those nations, they would empower themselves to the point where
This sounds like the EU. This just sounds like the EU. Well, you're just like working with a different group of people.
Again, Reggie, your colonial mentality is not able to compute the fact that the unification of Africa and the Federation of Africa existed before the EU. Yes, you're not able to compute that, but I know that because I'm a Pan-Africanist. So stop talking, okay, and listen. Maybe you learn something, okay? Right. What's it called? The fact of the matter is, you won't fathom the fact that Ghana had a motorway before Britain because you're colonial. Yes,
I don't understand that. I can't understand why the resentment that African people should be able to govern their own things. I can't understand the resentment towards it.
Ideas of African Federation existed, before the EU. So stop talking.
A colonial man with a non-colonial.
Yes, a colonial passport.
Shakara, would I be wrong in assuming that what you're saying is
documentation, brother?
1 minute, Reg. 1 minute, Reg. Brother Mo wants to talk.
Yeah, Shakara, just to clear Reggie's point, would I be wrong in assuming that your concept of the Federation Council will be no different than the 42 different Sepots or nomes of Kemet?
No, it wouldn't be different to that. But because more when you say 42 of Kemet,
conceptually, like because
however, people are not able to reason in African terms, so you got to say something like the 52 states of the 50 states of the USA.
Yeah, but can I just
and then they might understand.
My argument about coherent is not the like. Listen, me and you spoke, Shaka. I would want that too. I think that sounds beautiful. That sounds idyllic. Yeah. The reality is the why is incoherent as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but I think I've already explained why. The only question is how, and there are different ways as to how.
No.
I heard the why as well.
One second. The why, as in why would the individual leaders who do possess more, why would they want to do? And the fact that there is a reluctance and a reticence on most of their parts to fully embrace. You have hold on. You have
a reluctance for now, though, James. A reluctance for now. You know what I'm saying? Times can change, innit?
I'll let man go for time, but I'm saying the opposition leaders will have that. The socialists amongst them will have that. But any hardline capitalist regime will never embrace that bullshit. They'll never embrace that nonsense.
Hold on, James. Let me see if I understand what you're saying real quick, though. Like, because from what I understand, because I came in late, so please forgive me if you already covered this topic.
No. There's no real argument, no.
Yeah. So from what I understand, Shakara's talking about removing the current borders as they stand and then letting the people determine them for themselves. So if that's
right.
Hold on, real quick. If that's the case, what was that?
He's fantasizing. Clearly, like it's just like I wish.
I can't understand why that's a fantasy.
So hold on. Let me clear something up with James real quick, Reggie. Hold on real quick. I got you against. I'm with it. So I'm trying to be clear on something real quick. So from what I understand, and Shakara, please clear me up if I'm wrong on this. So if he's talking about deconstructing the borders or whatnot, the leaders that you're talking about being in place would not necessarily be leaders anymore. Whether they just be the regular individual, or if they try to be leaders, you're going to have them a situation where they're going to try to control power, and it's going to be like some kind of despotic situation. You're going to have people overthrowing them. You know.
I think it's simple.
That would be wrong. The whole thing is World War III. That's the beginning.
Right.
World War III. These Europeans will fight to the last man to keep all of that from happening.
Yeah, real quick.
No, but forget Europeans.
That is the biggest fact.
Hold on. Forget Europeans. Focus on Africans.
Yeah. So James, are you familiar with like the Hobbesian state of nature, like the political concept? Like just a raw, flat out, like every huh?
I can see the African countries wanting to benefit each other at some stage and realizing that
that's hold on. That's the part I want to address next, but I just want to just be clear on something, James. So instantaneously, like if the borders come down, like Africa's in a Hobbesian state of nature, right? So you're gonna get a whole bunch of things popping off. Like right off the top, you're gonna get like, so if Shakara's talking about like redrawing the borders, this is what I want to ask Shakara. So right off the top, if we redraw borders, we're going to see like the ugliest faces of tribalism show up right off the top, right? In an unbridled format, you know what I'm saying? Right after some colonialism, you know what I'm saying? So what is the best proposition you've heard so far to be able to draw said borders without any kind of infighting over the resources that no one inherently owns?
The issue is, Brother Moore, is that the point at which we would have got to the point whereby there is actual express will to do that, it would suggest that there is that some of those problems would have been solved. Like,
agreed.
Yeah. So
if you get to the point of expressed will, you're talking about already having an organized government of some sort. So if you go ahead.
The only point at which that solution becomes a living reality, is at the point at which some of those problems are solved. That people are not looking at each other in terms of so-called tribal conflict.
Got you. Okay.
That you have to solve a lot of those problems before you get to the point where you're able to do that. But the understanding of the ultimate goal is not an understanding of the ultimate goal. It doesn't have to wait until every problem is solved, if that makes sense. That's what it is. Yeah.
Right. Let me make sure if I understand the premise right quick. So basically, if you take away the borders and whatnot, you're pretty much putting Africa in a when I say chaos, I don't mean like anything that can't be conquered. I'm talking about like chaos in a sense of where like from that chaos an order will rise, and from that order, once that order rises, you're saying then deal with what you're talking about.
Yes, but it's also the case that it stands to reason that the idea that we can't pursue or advocate for this solution because none of the neo-colonial governments would agree to it is not the point. The point is that the governmental systems as they stand would have to cease to exist in order for the problems that we are trying to solve to be solved. The governments as they exist are a part of the problem. That is the point.
Would you back a concept of deconstructing the borders, then like in a large continental sense, nationalizing all the resources and then drawing borders from there?
It's a suggestion that I think is viable with more looking into and in terms of how it would be done. Yeah. The point is though, family, is that if we're trying to solve problems, like everybody that seems to be denying the capacity of Africans to be creative. Yeah. That the fact that we were
people can unionize. You make it seem like people can unionize. You can have individual fascistic states. Yeah. When I say that, I just mean like nationalist, ultra nationalistic states that have exactly the same ideals as you with regards to being opposed to colonialism, and that can ratify, reinforce their own concepts of nationalism, sovereignty, and borders, and still achieve a similar end. It's just when these fucking
to demonstrate that for me, though. So can you demonstrate that for me? Can you demonstrate for me how? Because you can't. There is no.
Of course I can. What do you mean? I just did. Like, in the same way. What do you think happened when you started explaining stuff? Do you think you fucking you flushed out? Like, the reality is as simple as this. Yeah, you've got an idea of hopefully capturing the minds and hearts of all Africans to let them know that enough's enough. We're not accepting colonialism no more. The reality is you could do that within your borders. You can have individual states, be it democratic, be it like somewhat fascistic or totalitarian, in which the government or the people understand that enough is enough, and whether it's some kind of revolution to overthrow, whether it's some kind of government sanctions we're going to go through, we're going to fight these colonial powers. You don't necessarily need to destroy all the borders and get everybody.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. That's a start, though, and I hope that happens. You get me? That is a proper start.
The problem is, that there's absolutely no universal law or natural law that maintains those borders other than the will of the people. Yeah. So the idea that we must keep the borders in place is nonsense. Yeah. There is nothing that.
No one's saying we must, but we're saying it's not going to happen.
It is at the moment because of the fact that European colonizers have drawn these borders and we have accepted them. That's it. We don't have to accept them. So in as much as we accept them, we don't have to accept them. Now, the question is, The question is,
The borders.
the question
Hang
is,
on. The borders are not strict anyway. We've got one of the most lenient
the question is, what is more viable?
No, but Reggie, what country are you from? Reggie, what country?
Hold on. Let me make a point to what Reggie
What
said.
country is Reggie from? Reggie, what country? are you
Hold
from?
on, James. Wait. You cut me before. Hold on. So what I'm saying, Shakara and Reggie, yeah, I would suggest where Reggie says the borders are fluid. One of the things is when it comes to natural resources, they're attributed to a certain government state. Correct, Reggie?
Facts.
Right. So that's what's important here. Yeah. And when I'm talking to Shakara now, I'm saying that if a country's already got its name and it's already got an identity with the people, that they've got these resources, and they're hoping that they can get more money out of their natural resources. Let's say that place where the natural resources or diamonds used to belong to the other country. If they're going to say, right, you see them diamonds and gold we have there that used to 100 years ago belong to them lot, they're going to give it back to them. That's going to be, for me, a big war. Because they've already got used to that being their thing and trading. But go on, you elaborate on that, Shaq.
But the West already owns
I don't think it's going to be a war if the countries are mutually benefiting each other. Do you know what I'm saying? If they're mutually benefiting each other, it's a fair trade. There won't be no need for war. Do you know what I'm saying, bro?
That's true.
If everybody comes to an understanding, we can start like what James said. Get every individually in your own country, New Guinea, everywhere on the same page, and then we can gradually get to what Shaka's talking about, where these borders are done away with.
Why though, Bob? Why are you going to do away with the borders?
Can I ask you a question?
Why though?
Keep the borders and get fair trade as it is as a start.
Yeah, like unionize. Why can't you just unionize?
Okay. Man, them are emotionally attached to borders, isn't it? So why not get rid of them? Why are they?
Hold on.
Please.
Not we. The people already there are attached to it.
Yeah, but Issa, one second. You're saying get rid of them as if that's the only way to facilitate your plan. You have to show us why it's imperative to get rid of them.
Okay, let me explain it again.
He just showed you 1,000 times, though. He broke it down that it's of no benefit to us.
I'll explain it.
He broke it down. It's only of benefit to.
Don't, please.
No, stop. The Berlin Conference in 1884 and 1885 was the place at which the scene of the crime, where these nations, for the most part, were drawn up. They were drawn up to apportion an entire continent to European powers, namely the French, the British, the Portuguese, the Belgians, the Spanish, the Germans, and America was in the mix somewhere in that frame. Sorry, and the Italians. Yeah, and the Americans were in the mix somewhere in that frame as well. Apparently, they sent a representative.
Was Germany not carved up by the Allies just not less than 100 years ago, bro? Like, come on, fam. Listen, you can.
Let me finish. No, Germany was established as a state, as an act of self-determination among those people, as was Italy.
And it was reduced significantly. A group
of people got together and decided this is Germany and this is Italy.
And it was reduced significantly, no?
This is a fundamentally different process.
And it was reduced significantly, no?
Comparing what happened in Europe among Europeans, to Europeans coming to Africa and totally redefining African reality by the creation of these nation states. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we're talking about just over 100 years ago where these borders were drawn up, and they were drawn up for the economic benefit of European nations. They understood something of where certain resources were. They wanted access to land and resources, and they said this part is yours, this part is yours, this part is yours, and this part is yours. And it just so happens that while they were doing that, however, they had Nigeria, Ghana. Let's just use West Africa as an example. Yeah, Nigeria, Ghana, not quite Liberia, because that was America. Yeah, and these nations. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what was that were controlled by Britain. Yeah, but anyway, were under British rule. Yeah, Britain was extracting resources from Nigeria and Ghana respectively, while the people themselves were confined to Nigeria if they were in Nigeria, or Ghana if they were in Ghana. Yeah, when you're dealing with France, yeah, they had Mali in West Africa. They had Cote d'Ivoire. They had Benin. Yeah, they had
I beg you, bro. Listen, bro, you keep doing this. It's like, bro, you're having a conversation. Talk to the people you're talking to.
I know. 1 second.
Yeah, if you make a point, if you say something, if you say 3 examples, why do we need 8?
You cannot ask big questions, yeah, and then interrupt, man. It doesn't make any sense.
No, but it's just tedious to go through. All right, make a brief example, reference, and then give the point.
Listen, you ask for an explanation, and now you get an explanation.
Man, your explanation, you could cut it down a bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, it doesn't.
It's tedious. Come on.
I've explained it about 5 times, and you are telling me that I've explained it.
Simplify.
I was just about to say that the man's explained this about 8 times, bro, because the man keeps skipping over this thing. You man are reluctant to get.
Is it possible, despite why the borders were drawn up, for the people who identify with these borders at the moment as their country and what's going on?
Let me just say this. Today, the French, have French West Africa and French Central Africa. Yes? And the nations that were formerly colonized by them, they effectively relate to those nations as one nation. They impose a currency. Yes?
Don't say CFA franc, please.
You see what I'm saying? I can't say CFA.
No, you can't say the same thing 25 times and expect people to always.
Shaka, real quick. Let me ask you a question. I'm listening to you and James talking. I feel like you guys are talking past each other, actually saying the same thing. Because in order for you, hold on, real quick. Because in order for Africa to get to the point to dissolve its borders, they would have to act within their borders to remove the European presence, right? So James's step would be step 1, right? And then your step would be step 2, is what seems.
Why though more? Why?
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
Hold on, James.
You have to know the why. You can't be dumb and don't go on like you don't know the why, James, because you can comprehend the other thing, but you can't comprehend the why.
Hold on, James. Are you against Africans self-determining their own borders?
No, not at all.
So that's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
I'm being logical. I'm saying, listen more. I'm saying there's people. Number one, there's people tied to the identity.
Right.
Number 2, unionizing on the continent. I don't really see an issue there. Like, if you manage to eliminate the threat, when you're talking about resources, right? The main problem you have is Western nations not paying tax, these ridiculous lease contracts they have, and abusing these African nations. These are the main issues. The main issue is not some arbitrary border.
Right, but this is where you got me confused. Hold on, this is where you got me confused, because the why. Hold on, real quick. The why is that some people, like let's say we all the European influence was taken out of Africa and the borders were currently still as is, right? The why is that somebody, like you're talking about, some individual or some individual nation is going to want to redraw borders, right? Just as an act of free will, right? So I'm saying, so that's the why, bro.
I'm not saying they shouldn't do that. Can I say one more thing, Shaka? Yeah, but in those, a lot of the examples you gave, this idea of self-determination, or this idea of the what's his name, Otto van whatever the fuck his name is, and Garibaldi, whatever, the Italian one. These two. This is examples of provinces, regions. In the case of like when the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, I swear, like be it the Austrias, the Prussias, the whatever. This is thing of regions subsuming others and creating these states. Yeah. And when I use Germany, by the way, I use that as an example of it being diminished by the Allies. So taking land that these people have acquired, and diminishing it. And they accept it, and they still work within the confines of the new borders that were drawn up for them. Germany was fucking split in half, as we know historically. So the point I'm trying to make, though, anyway, is a lot of this subsuming. Me and Shaq have been through this. If you're saying, and that's why I use fascism as an example. If you're saying one nationalistic state in Africa wins a war with a neighbor, or forces the neighbor into submission and manages to grow to the point of Africa, one nation in Africa colonizes the whole of Africa, well, that seems like a coherent, logical way of a reason for Africa to become under one banner. Because every single one of these guys just puts down their nationalism, their sovereignty, their identity to say, you know what, Pan-Africa, I'm like, I just don't think that's realistic. I think Reggie wants to be Nigerian.
So that at some point we just have to accept that your vision doesn't go that far. It's that very simple. But the basic logic behind the argument is indisputable in my humble estimation.
I doubt it.
The reality is, James. The reality is, when it comes to these national identities, they were manufactured by colonizers. It stands to reason that if colonizers can get us to be emotionally wrapped up in colonial identities, then we can redefine identities for ourselves. But
you can.
But we can though. I think we can as well. Because if you're gonna get rid, one minute. If Jay, don't you agree? If you're gonna get rid of everything for a colonialist, you're gonna get rid of your name. You're gonna get rid of everything, can it? Don't you agree?
No, where's Reggie from? Where's Reggie? I asked this question earlier, but no one let me. Where's Reggie from?
No, but I'm saying, this is why.
Where's Shakira from? And where's Shakira from?
Oh my gosh.
England,
where's
Caribbean.
Shakira from? He's from Africa. Shakira's from Africa because that's his identity. Where's Reggie from? Nigeria. That's his identity.
Will I be allowed to finish?
But do you like? Can anyone understand that? Of course, it makes sense.
Yeah, of course I can understand that. I can definitely understand that.
Really fucking rocket science,
I've been to plenty places in Africa. I don't identify one spot because I need to travel the whole of Africa. If that makes sense, I love the whole of Africa. If that makes sense, I would like to go to Somalia. I would like to go everywhere in Africa.
But
that makes sense to you.
The identities that we got now were imposed. So the identities that people got were imposed through war, and a lot of the identities people got before were also imposed through war.
So what are you gonna do if they don't want to give it up? What you do if they don't want to give it up? What do you do?
James, no, there are some people that don't want to give it up, and there are some people that are willing to give it up. There's a conversation.
And what do you do when
there's a conversation that needs to take?
You separate.
No, this is the point I'm trying to make.
War in the own country, then what does that create?
Yeah, why not? Like, you got a North Sudan, South Sudan, all the type of things.
I'm saying, what is it more?
Hold on. Like Shakira was saying, what did we do before the European, bro?
I know. I'm saying what? No, but I'm asking you now. I'm saying, what does it create? Does it create solutions or more problems?
To your question, it is a process. Nobody is saying that we're gonna get up tomorrow and get rid of borders. There is a process involved, and a part of that process is convincing for the people that believe in the idea is convincing our people of the value of the idea.
This is the fundamental flaw in communism. This is the fundamental flaw in communism.
No. You're equating it to communism. It's got nothing to do with that.
It's communism. This is communism.
This is the problem. When we're talking about convincing people of these things, European and the Chinese are taking place.
One second, please. The reality, this is why these conversations never get anywhere, because you get half of an answer, yes, and everybody jumps into the conversation and feels like that they're able to make a substantive comment on what has been said based upon one sentence. It's nonsense. These are ideas, that are complex. Yeah, James, you have said it many times, that when you're looking at science, yes. And these kinds of things, they are complex ideas. You have to engage in complex ideas to be able to understand them. This is political science. Yes, that's what it is. Yeah, so it's not simple. It's not 1 + 1 = 2. Yeah, so it requires for extensive study. Even anything that I'm explaining to you right about now is because I've read 50 different books and studied 50 different movements. Yeah, that we're trying to answer these problems and engage in these kinds of issues and then kind of things there, right? And look at what the leaders were saying based on what those who were contesting it were saying, and those who tried to implement it, and what they did and what worked and what didn't work and why it didn't work, and ideas and papers of studying those movements and exactly what we need to do to make it work in the 21st century, and all kinds of different things. And I say one thing, and you feel like, well, you can just say, well, people ain't gonna agree to it, and that's it. Yeah, and that's it, right? And that flaw was my whole argument, because some people don't agree with it. Yeah, anything other than it's a process. It's complex stuff. That's a reality.
Shakira, let me just comment there, bro. One of the things is with the people, let's say you read about and the things you've studied, because we're always moving forward and these devils have always got plans for what they consider to be their own. So they, as far as they're concerned, our property, our landmass, our resources is theirs. I'm saying whatever plans we're making, it has to always be adaptable to what they're doing and what they plan and then what they're doing again. So there's going to be certain plans, I suggest, from the Pan-Africanist perspective, that they're going to have to say, right, we had this plan based upon as it was then and as we foresaw things would go. We can no longer go away with that plan. We have to remove that because things have changed so much to the left or so much to the right. Do you get what I'm saying?
Issa, that's a given of any movement. But nobody...
Hold on. Sorry, the reason I mentioned that, the reason I mentioned that is because right now, as it stands, let's say a lot of the Pan-African movement, when you Kwame Nkrumah, etc., it was a lot more fluid then. A lot of the identities you maybe could have easily changed back, the borders, all of these things. I'm quite sure back then it would have been much easier.
The point that no people act as though they just came, and instituted these things, and everybody just accepted it, just like that. There was constant battle, and they had to subdue and kill a lot of people in order to institute what they did.
Agreed.
Yes. And then they have to, all right, and then they have.
You're not going to kill a load of people to enforce it, are you?
Let me finish. Then they had to create whole institutions and social groups of people that were going to manifest what they were going to, their intentions. Yeah. So, right, that's what had to happen. Yeah, and then they had to impose those people over other people. Yes, in order to manifest this thing over generations. Yeah, the identity of Nigerian becomes embedded in the people. Okay, the identity of South African becomes embedded in the people. But it doesn't. But it doesn't. No, well, Somali was before because Somali had an identity before, right? But that's different. Right? But it's true. Just like Uganda.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Just like Uganda is named after the book.
I actually meant the borders and boundaries when I said Somali. That's
right. But the point is that it's a process. Yes, it's a process. And at different stages of the process, they got people to accede by consent to different levels of their demands. Okay, so in the same way, it is a process. What part of the process is the fact that, generally speaking, today's generations of African people are disconnected from the anti-colonial movements. Yes,
right.
We don't know what they were about. We don't know what they were fighting for. We are just accepting that we have Nigeria, Grenada, Jamaica, Barbados, South Africa, Congo as it is today. Yes,
right.
And so our intentions or our visions, our aspirations for the future are being defined by the neo-colonizers. So a part of the process is restoring an appreciation for these Pan-African movements and their ideals and the problems that they were trying to solve. Independently, in institutions, like Saturday schools, which I've been teaching in a Saturday school for most of my adult life, and then attempting to raise the levels. There's homeschoolers groups that do the same thing. Then another stage is now developing organizations that are teaching about these ideals. Another stage is developing educational institutions that have these things in their curriculum. What's it called? These ideas in their curriculum. It's not just teaching about Kwame Nkrumah. It's about teaching about the ideas that were facilitating the movement and the problems they were trying to solve. 10 seconds. Get that into university, and create a new generation of people that are inculcated into these ideas and able to act upon them in government and other social institutions. It's a process.
Okay, no, I hear that. So I thought you were going to say.
And I was a part of that process. That's why I even want to. I've got an interest in Africans and African people and traveling and my history and my culture and trying to know where I came from because of that. Strategy is talking about Saturday school.
Sorry,
that.
1 second.
Shaka, what I thought you were going to say.
One sentence. I just got to say Ashe, because when Freddie says he was part of that movement, his father is a legend, you get me. So shout out to Jabones, you know what I'm saying, and
man, big up yourself every time, man, and your pops, man. Your pops, Christian, my child, you know what I'm saying. I was so happy, man. That was the best day of my life.
Yeah, fam, you know what I'm saying. So go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying was, I thought when you talked about the way how the identity got instilled, was the next step of basically dealing with that, i.e., so therefore they recognize that this concept of who we are, Nigerian, etc., whatever it is, and the borders will be the first thing that we're going to go to say, well, that there is an alien thing, an alien part of our identity. Let's, make that fluid, and then the next steps are coming. Is that what you were saying? So we're gonna.
So when Nkrumah when Nkrumah came to prominence in Ghana, he didn't dismantle the borders. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
what he did was he signed an agreement with Guinea and Mali for a process to enact a process of continue and to develop their nations into unified states. Yeah, that's what he did. And then from there they included Congo in the process. Yeah, and now bear in mind that Ghana, Guinea and Mali are not. So Ghana is not landlocked with Guinea and Mali, if that makes sense. Guinea and Mali are landlocked with each other. Yes, all right. So then the process would have included now getting the nations in between, Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, yes, to come into that process also. It's a process. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask, do you agree that World War I and II, or European World War I and II, were relating directly as well to the wealth in Africa?
Of course, there's no doubt about that.
Okay, so I just want to point out to people, although I think the ideas are brilliant, right? What you're pointing out, I think the problem is when you say this, you do not say what the results are going to be. Is that this is literally, you're literally taking all the resources, all the power from these people. So I'm saying if they're willing to lick each other down in World War I and II, and they came to us,
it's called fair trade, brother. Africans are capable of it,
No. That's my point. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying when we start to do that amongst ourselves, I'm saying these lot are not going to be happy, and therefore they're going to come with everything they do.
When I'm talking about these things, there's a million and one things that I'm not saying. I haven't talked about how we're going to have to militarily defend the gains that we make at every point. You know what I'm saying? There's a we have to solve the conflicts. And that's
the major one.
Let me finish. In relation to this East African Federation that is currently in process, and I have my critiques of it. Yeah, even though I agree with the principle of what they're doing, I have my critiques of it. So I readily accept that every question is not answered.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying whatever we agree.
What you're talking about, let me finish. Right? I haven't even gone into the fact that in order to some of the difficulties with the East African Federation is the conflicts between the nations of Ethiopia and Somalia, who are currently not in the process. They're not taking part in the process because of those conflicts and the fact that in order to bring them into the process, some of those conflicts have to be resolved. Yeah, there's a million and one things that I am not saying in whatever I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? But I know that
he's taking a piss.
I'm wondering if maybe it could be. All right, now fair enough. I mean, because some people, let me just say this then. Let me put it in these words. It's possible that if we were to go into any kind of conversations regarding self-defense of what certain people would come with if we tried to unite amongst ourselves, then they may try to see us as terrorists or whatever else. So that could be the reasons behind certain conversations not being brought up.
That's a fact. No, I'm not saying it should be brought up. I'm just saying we can take it for granted that whenever I'm representing a particular point on this issue, there's a million other things that need to be taken into consideration that are not present in the conversation right about now.
No, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying the major thing on a lot of people's minds, is that. And that's because I'm saying the other stuff they may not even think of. And that might be part of the thing. But I'm saying the exact thing that majorly, fear is a major thing amongst people, amongst all humans, animals, etc.
So all we're establishing at the moment is the basic principle. It doesn't mean that there are not trials and tribulations from this point that we're at now to the point that which I'm talking about. Yeah, but we should all be able to appreciate at the moment that the wealth of Africa is controlled by foreign nations to their own benefit at the expense of African people for the most part. Yes, and that part of what facilitates that control are the current borders. Yeah, that's I don't know how that can be denied. If France can treat its domains in West and Central Africa as two distinct trading blocks, why is it that those nations themselves couldn't consolidate themselves on their own terms and benefit from their own resources in the same way that France is currently benefiting from their resources?
Right. Let me propose something else to you, Shakara. Let's say the process. Let's say we managed to start the process, right? So before we convince people that you know what, you should let go of your current identities and its borders, yeah, and therefore once you've got there, we then change the borders. I'm just saying, why not go with the idea that we trade as it is? We start dealing with the resources amongst ourselves. And then
the biggest step, though, guess what the biggest step is first? Getting rid of the colonial mindset, bro, of the people.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's the first step. That's the only step to make anything run. You know what I'm saying?
Probably got more of a colonial mindset than the people in Africa, man. You've probably been influenced more by them than us.
You're right, though, Reggie. You're correct because
I live in the West, innit? I live in the West, bro.
We don't consider colonial mentality to be exclusive to Africans on the continent. So yes, you're correct. All of us have.
You guys are a bit influenced more in the West Indies by colonial.
We live in the West. We live in the West, Reggie. Look where we live.
You're confused, bro. Seriously, what you have to remember is Reggie. What you have to remember is this, yeah. In relation that we're over here in the West, yeah, we have been conscious of interacting with white people, whether in America or Britain.
I'm not talking about being from the West. I'm talking about being from the West Indies. You guys have had.
You're talking about people from here. No, listen, Reggie. You talked about Shakara, and you talked about us. So I'm saying to you, us who have been around the same people that colonized all whatever else, yeah. You lot might have felt more comfortable, just like some of our people in the Caribbean.
Let's not go into that, yeah, because we got the man now who weren't comfortable and they ran around busting people, right? You get
no, I know that, but I'm saying in relation to what he said in relation to us.
The Pan-African Congress of Tanzania said one settler, one bullet. Yeah, they weren't having it. Yeah, so like and bullet weren't having it. Yeah, so we don't even have to deal with that. The colonial mentality we can accept exists among.
The only language you guys speak, the only language you guys can understand is colonial.
And the greatest thing is we know that the divide and rule tactic has been used to tear man down. You know what I'm saying?
Reggie,
like divide us up and then you can conquer us quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Reggie, you're correct. The difference is I recognize that contradiction, and so I'm trying to correct it. Like in the languages. So
we can speak our language and we can understand our culture. You get what I'm saying?
Beautiful. And so for Africans who cannot speak African languages, it is incumbent upon us to speak to and learn from Africans who can speak African languages. It's that simple. I don't feel shame in the fact that I can't speak an African language because I understand the process that brings me to this point. But I do feel responsible for learning an African language and for learning what's it called from my brother and sister who speak African languages.
That's the truth.
Well, you understand the language very well.
But Reggie, how does it work?
I recognize I've been colonized and I'm fighting colonialism.
That's fact.
All right, but you don't have to understand an African language, though.
Yes, I do.
I've been on the continent enough times, and I'm going back to understand the language.
Reggie, you got a picture of Jesus in your house.
My brain power don't stop here, Reg. I've got capability to learn.
Jesus in your house, Reggie. Have you got a picture of Jesus in your house?
No, I haven't.
You haven't.
Well, it's not just about having a picture of Jesus or not having a picture of Jesus. It goes beyond that. I mean, you've learned Arab. You've learned a bit of Arabic, haven't you, Isa, yourself?
Commission, Arabic, Hebrew. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Can you show us some of the African language that you've learned?
No. That's what I'm saying. Only Commission. I didn't get to at the time when I started learning these things. They weren't really available, to be honest.
Whereas Reggie, listen carefully. The guy was and did a neck from Guaz, the Mamoyu Mango, then Zikwele Limwari. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, Tiri Pambochete Moropa, Tiri Pambochete Mumonyo. Tiri pamechete muchitendera, tiri muri mwechete, ngati umbale chachete, ngati mwechete.
You're getting cut out, Ray. That's how you get cut
in Africa. And guys, in Muziki Pitarayo, and Zwai Mitelo, Oyeto, Itu Moriayo, Itu Boyako. What if I said all those things?
What was that?
You see it there? You see it there?
So let's move on.
Can you guys
bite that? Bite on that, Reg. Bite on that.
I know Shakira.
Reggie, take a seat, bro.
Shakira might have learned a few words or little sentences in Africa. That is fair enough.
Aim him that. Get out of here, Reggie, man. Reggie, get out of here. You're ridiculous, son.
What are you talking about? Learning a few sentences does not mean that you've learned sufficient enough. You know what I'm saying?
Man's attempting to bridge the gap, bro. That's all it is.
Jesus, how is it helping, Reggie?
How you gonna downplay man's attempts to speak his mother tongue? Are you crazy, bro?
Issa, your turn now, man. Let's see what, man.
Take the European consciousness out your heart for 2 seconds, man.
I'm trying with Frank Cole, man. Frank Cole, all he knows is the colonial tongue. But
this is Reggie. What you don't seem to understand.
I know Patois. Yeah, you don't know it, Reggie.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Reggie. What you need to understand is, but this doesn't prove that you've come back to your black self, Reggie. That's the problem. You're not understanding.
You know more Arabic than you do African language.
Well, brother, at the end of the day, I'm saying it's all a science to me, right? But my point is, I know people that can speak the language and they're sellout people. Then you get me. So you telling me that somehow automatically makes you a pro-black or positive black or self that you got pride in being black?
Oh my God!
Yeah? Reggie, are you saying that's the case? That when someone can speak a native African language, then automatically they're happy to be an African and they're clad in their skin? Or do they also use skin lightening cream when they speak their language? Yes or no?
Well, I'll say it.
No. It just says, I want to ask you, all right, simple question. Let me pose it again.
Yes or no?
Are there people on the continent that speak their language but also use skin whitening creams? Yes or no?
There are people like that, yeah, for different reasons.
Thank you very much. So therefore, speaking the language does not give you some automatic pro-black, pan-African, pro-African perspective, does it, Reggie? I can't hear you, Reggie. Was that a yes or no? Reggie?
No,
it doesn't say yes or no. That doesn't help, bro. Yeah, thank you, bro.
It shows flashing, what do you say, flashing a passport, you say?
Yeah, your passport doesn't say yes or no. Your cap said Adidas. I just want the yes or no to the answer.
Hey, Reggie, I want you to get out your passport and put some cheese on it and put it in the oven because you are a square.
I want to add, Reggie. Did you voluntarily learn any African language, or do you just speak with your people come from?
He took off the gums quick, bro. He's gone back to Western, bro. Reggie, come on, mate. This is exactly the point, bro. You are majority European in mindset and every other expression.
You pretend you do a lot of lip service. Oh, we're anti this, we're anti that. But in reality, one guy knows more Arabic than any other African language. It's like your mother tongue.
I agree with you. Listen to what I'm saying. I agree with you, but the purpose for learning it, I'm saying, am I using it in assisting many of my people? Let me finish. I'm saying there are millions and millions of my black people that are entrapped in a mentality which Arabic is useful to get them out. Do you understand the point? So I'm saying I could have gone on and spent time learning other African languages, but there are other African languages apart from Commission, but there are so many people doing that. So therefore my usefulness wouldn't have added much to them. However, where I am in regards to this, there are millions of black Muslims, so to speak, yeah, and I'm saying in learning Arabic, I can reach them and explain things and break things down so that they don't succumb.
Issa can go all over Africa with Arabic, can't he?
You've been colonized, mate. It's another colonial language that you've just decided to learn.
It's an Afro-Asiatic language.
Hold on. Reggie, let me ask you a question. Do you agree that Semitic languages are native to the land of Africa or not?
Which ones?
The so-called Semitic languages. Afro-Asiatic. Are they native to the land called Africa or not?
I don't know. I can't answer.
Reggie, what books have you read in regards to linguistics, African history? Just give us any.
When I go to Africa, I know what my native languages are. That's what you people.
Listen to the conversation, Reggie. Listen to what I'm saying.
No.
No. Listen to the conversation. Reggie, listen to the conversation.
Reggie, it's obvious to tell you're taking a piss because you came on the other day talking about your Christianity disarmed you from dealing with identity politics, right? Hold on, Reggie, hold on. This is how you know you're taking a piss.
How would you know it's not a native language, Reggie? How would you know it's not a native language?
It's Arabic.
Yeah, no, listen to the question. Listen to the question. How would you, Reggie, know it's not a native? So if I said it was an East African language, which was exported to Arabia, how would you refute me if I said that, Reggie?
Come again?
If I said that Arabic originated in East Africa and the people that carried that language went to what's known as Arabia, how would you, Reggie, refute that claim?
He'd wait for Piers Morgan to tell him.
Oh my God!
I'll come back in 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes. Reggie,
it's like someone saying that people came to Africa with English, and they came as traders, and then they taught us the English language or missionaries.
Reggie, listen to the. Do you know what Afro-Asiatic is? Do you know that classification? Have you heard of it?
What's your traditional language, Issa?
No. Just answer the question.
What's your traditional language?
Listen to the question. Do you know what Afro-Asiatic is?
No, I don't.
All right. What do you know about Listen, Reggie, wait. Any of the subjects we're talking about, do you have any research at all in it?
Research?
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. 1 sec. So the history, let's say the Berlin Conference. Do you know what Shaq is talking about when he says that? Do you know what he's talking about?
Issa, have you been to Africa?
Just answer.
I'm going. Peace, man. Peace and love to the family, man. Peace and love to the chat, man. This guy brain fried, man. Man, you don't sniff glue when you turn off your camera, you know. Blame yourself, really. And I believe as well. I might not live to see it or whatever, but I believe Africans can cooperate with each other. First of all, to get rid of the colonial mindset and the mentality they got, and then secondly, to divide their resources and pull their resources together. It's like it's not like a hard concept to grasp for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? As I said, I might not live to see it or anything. But, yeah, I'm saying I hope and pray that it does happen. You know what I mean? But peace, brother.
These colonial minds are coming to teach people that actually like know the original languages. They know the culture.
Is your mind colonized?
Hey, Bill. Hey, Belly. Hey, Belly, you there? Hey, Belly. There's people in the back that trying to get on, man.
10 minutes.
Let this schooling dummies go, Bill.
You know the one. So you don't know the language of your ancestors, and you come here talking about colonial minds. You don't even know what language your ancestors or your origins.
You know what it is, Reggie. Yeah, my responded to you kindly a minute ago. Yeah, but the statement that you're making is actually very disrespectful. From another perspective, and I'm just pointing it out to you. Yeah, that you and I both know very well why those of us from the diaspora don't speak our languages. Yeah, so to try and use it as a beating stick is rather disrespectful.
No, I'm using it to demonstrate that you guys are more colonized.
I'm not being personal, right? Because at the end of the day, you are who you are. But I'm just letting you know, yeah, that not even in jest, yeah, not even in jest, yeah, would I use something like that as a beating stick where you are concerned. Yeah, it's not correct, isn't it? But you know, you can continue to do so. But yeah, you're right. Look, we don't speak our languages because we were part of the children of Africa who were robbed of that privilege. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah, so, I understand that. I understand where you guys are coming from. Obviously, I don't mean to.
And so a movement exists among us. Yeah. That is designed to. I mean, and you and I both know that there are brothers and sisters who are Yoruba, who are Igbo, and other nation groups that are born and raised in this country and who don't speak their language. Yeah, and even though their parents do, so it should be understandable. If you could understand that, it should be infinitely understandable for you to appreciate that an African who is removed 400 years and or less in some cases, and had the language beaten out of them, doesn't speak their language. That should be completely plausible idea, and it should also be understandable for you to appreciate that there are many Africans who have been robbed of that privilege, who would like to be able to return and to restore their understanding of their language.
I understand where you guys are coming from. I understand your eagerness to reconnect and to obviously try and understand where you originally came from, etc. But you must realize that when you guys are coming here to tell us that we got such a colonial mindset, you have to realize that you guys are probably been influenced more by colonization than us.
Reggie, you came on this show and literally said that your Christianity makes you not deal with identity politics, bro. What are you talking about? You said literally that white Jesus was not a bigger problem for Black Christians than Islamic apostasy laws.
Right now more, but I'm trying to bring up the point
that's retarded. Hey, Reggie, we got a new panelist though. Do you not mind sticking a pin in it really quickly? Is that all right? Introduce yourself, Schooling Dummies. Yo, Schooling Dummies, can you hear me?
Anyway, so as I was saying,
Schooling Dummies, you there?
Guys have no right to come and tell us people on the continent who is more that we're more have a colonial mindset when they have been influenced by colonization.
Yeah. And you'd be glad to know, Reggie, that nobody's actually saying that. Yeah, so we don't have to manufacture statements, because nobody's saying that Africans on the continent are more colonized than Africans in the diaspora. But the colonial mentality was spoken about by many Africans from the continent. I suggest that you look into people like Kobina Sechi and people like Nkrumah and Lumumba and Sekou Touré and Amilcar Cabral, Winnie Mandela. Look into many of the greats who dealt with the issues of colonial mentality and tried to address issues of colonialism that came from the continent, if you want to learn about those things. You know what I'm saying?
Small conversation switch up. Hey, Chakra, I got a question. I'm trying to understand your perception on African spiritual traditions versus the Abrahamic traditions, right quick.
Yes, sir. Sorry, well, this to point something out though. Yeah, there are times when, and I'm not trying to stop you from asking a question. I was making a point.
No, you're good.
The sometimes talking about African spirituality, like for me, stands on its own, innit? So it's not every time I talk about African spirituality do I talk about Abrahamic religion in the context of it, if that makes sense. And I just want to make that point because a lot of the questions get asked in relation to Abrahamic religions, and I do want to affirm that African spiritual traditions stand on their own merit and need not be compared to Abrahamic traditions in order to be, to be yeah. So yeah, just do that.
Oh, agreed, 100%. I'm not asking questions in terms of
hold on. What I was trying to bring up from what I was saying is that you guys have come from a Caribbean Afrocentric perspective, and you come and address African people that are still there.
Reggie, what are you doing? We literally changed the conversation like 60 seconds ago.
Hold on. You come to address people as if, like, you have a clue about what is going on in terms of, from reading a book, most of you, like we've established, Shia Easter, for example, seems to know more about Arabic and Arabian culture than he does African culture, African language. But you come and then talk about these things and these ideals, like you want to colonize us with a mentality, with an idealism that comes from a book. All right. Where we are at the moment, or where we where Africans want to go to. You get what I'm saying? You dismiss people like Samaroon that came the other day, even though I don't agree with Samaroon on some issues. You come and dismiss their actual what they actually believe now, and come with this.
I would hope you don't agree with Samaroon on most issues, to be honest.
All right, Reggie. Well done. Go ahead, Mo.
And you come here and you tell us about these fantasy ideals that that happened X amount of years ago.
Indeed.
about in the book. We don't even believe it.
Can I just say though?
Reggie, why do you speak English, Ak? Why do you speak English, bro?
Can I just
speak it, like, man, let's find out. Reggie cut up more, innit? Let more.
One second, hey, Shaka, can I just say one thing though? Yeah, I don't disagree with, and like, I'm not one of those people that I stand behind what I said. It doesn't seem, it may be plausible, but it's not coherent like that. Like just the fact that you oscillate between all these different, or between, you know, this federated with a central government, federated without, or these other sort of variables that are at play. It doesn't seem like there's one.
Cool. Maybe so. There are no more variables at play than there are in the established democracies that exist on the world today. They all operate different systems under a unified identity called democracy, and you can recognize the differences and the similarities within them. They've been given a chance to manifest themselves.
Yes, but they exist though. They actually exist.
Yes, but they do. But before they existed, they were ideas. But
we don't live then. They're like, you know what? You though. You don't concede. No, but you don't concede from someone's perspective. It appears to be X. You have to constantly, and this is why we got into the other argument. It's constantly because of this narrative, because of this paradigm. I haven't
said any of that.
That's what you're doing right now. What are you talking about? What you're doing right now.
All I'm saying is, that
you're doing right now, right?
Exist were ideas before they were realities.
Should black people lie because we're black? Should we all lie? Do you think that's what we should all do? Should we all lie and say it makes perfect sense? Should we say that everything you've said is crystallized perfectly in my mind?
I'll tell you what, James. Yeah,
that's what we should do. All right, that's what I'm gonna do from now on. Just so I don't seem like I'm going against the grain.
Lord have mercy. James, it makes sense here that if you actually want to probe into the ideas that man is bringing forward, like generally speaking, I forgot to read something, you know, because I was trying to, everybody started shouting. What's it called? But it makes sense here to do some study into the actual ideas. Like, I'm going to tell you from now, it's impossible, yeah, on platforms like these for you to get the comprehensive, definitive, what's it called, research and understanding.
I can accept that.
Do some research, right? So do a little bit of research. Yeah, go into, you know what I'm saying, study some of it, and then you can come to something.
Like that, I accept. That I unreservedly accept. But I'm just being honest. When I speak to someone, if the thing they say to me, okay, go on.
Finish, right? Then when it comes to that you said that earlier about people that wanted to give up their individual power states, yeah. This is a book called Black Africa. I've written it before. The Economic and Cultural Basis for a Federated State, yeah, written by Sheikh Anta Diop. It was first published in the 1960s, I believe.
Again, Black Africa.
The Economic and Cultural Basis for a Federated State, yes, where he's putting forward a cultural justification and an economic roadmap here and suggestions for federating Africa, Black Africa in particular, okay? And a couple sentences here. It says he's talking about the various different nations on the continent, yeah, and he says all of them are giants with feet of clay engaged in trying to square the circle to achieve meaningful economic unity without political union. No one wants to make the necessary sacrifice to achieve political unity. All hope to gain the benefits of economic integration without sacrificing the selfish interests of their governing groups on the altar of African unity. That is the fundamental contradiction lying at the base of all these ephemeral constructions and unions. Yeah? So he's saying that in relation to the nations that actually exist and the attempts to unify those nations economically without unifying them politically. And he goes into an analysis of why that is not a plausible roadmap for development or African self-determination in the book. Yeah. Now, obviously, I can't go into the extensive reasoning that he gives. I'm just demonstrating that some of what you have said, or some of your contentions, have already been considered and are already being considered in a lot of the theory and the practical research that has been done on issues such as these.
Yeah, like I said, man, I'm happy to concede that I haven't done my my research.
Due diligence.
Yeah. I'm not a liar. Like, you know far more than me, but I'm just honest. If I ask someone a question and they know this is not a shot, yeah. But if they speak at length on a topic and I don't feel like there's a clear directive, then I'm just going to be honest and say that I don't think there was.
That's
Maybe
right.
I get upset about it and tell me it's because I'm buying into I'm drinking the Kool-Aid from these. Maybe that's the case, but I just feel like it's not coherent. But who
That's
knows?
right. And you're entitled to it. And I'm actually even sympathetic to the fact that it doesn't sound coherent, because I understand that a lot of these ideas are very far-fetched for people. And that's it. I don't. But I'm also saying I am not claiming coherency where it doesn't exist.
You know,
So
like
if
you know, what the wickedest thing is, yeah?
if you ask me a question and there are a series of opinions or a number of opinions on it, as opposed to one definitive one, I'm going to be honest.
But can I just say one thing? Just one thing I do know. I'm from a place, yeah.
Where there's only love. Sorry, God.
No, but I'm from a place where they ain't going for that shit. Like, you might find some Pan-Africans dotted around them, but
I know.
they ain't going for that shit.
I'm very aware, James. It just so happens that the mentalities that get us to our present moment are not insurmountable. That's
But I'm not. You know what? One thing, I'll be honest with you, yeah. If I was a freedom fighter like that, if I was a liberator and I was trying to pose it as a complete logical argument, what would the way I would frame the argument is how you framed African spirituality to me the other night, and I'm reluctant to come at it with a but it's got to be better than this.
Last question.
You know what I mean?
Why is it that a lot of you
that as an argument is a flawed argument? Like,
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why is it a lot of that you? Why is it that a lot
Hold
of
on,
you?
hang about, mate. Reggie, man. Well, let me just ask Shaka if he gets what I'm saying. Do you get that point?
I get your point, bro. I'm just saying it's a process, isn't it? And so we will send Odisha blessings to you and ancestral wisdom in the hope that you will get it one day.
And to be fair, if he was going to explain the whole process, like, no one would allow him, because y'all be like, "Oh, you talk too long. Your examples are too long."
No. I'm not saying it's too long like the first time. I'm saying me and him have had 5 or 6 discussions. If there's examples that if for example he gives you an example of colonialism and how it's impacted and everyone's conceded, no one's ever said, "Oh, there's no contentious issue there," then what's the reason? If you say, like, for example, if he said, like, for example, the colonial borders in France that France have in West Africa, cool. If he goes into the whole and I'm not trying to mug it, but just like the whole spiel, it's like, come on, bro, like, we're not. This isn't facilitating this.
Right, but there's a lot of things that, like, so Shaka Ross he's trying to like, he got to put the 4 frames on the picture, and then he got to paint the picture on the inside, right?
Right,
So it's like he'll be on the 4th frame, but he'll be on the 4th frame about to get to the picture. Some people are like, all right, you're going too long. It's like, bro, you like. You know what I'm saying? Like, so hold on, James. That's why I short stored him. Was like, okay, Chakra, are you talking about X, Y, and Z? Because I can understand the assumptive points that he was talking about, right? He was like, yeah, I was like, cool. So like when I asked him about the chaos concept, right? Like, he answered yes. I'm making the assumption that, like, the chaos will happen, and I'm talking about the order after. I'm like, cool. So I'm not talking to you about the chaos at this juncture, right? Because now I understand the assumption in the concept, right? You know what I'm saying? Because he's talking because hold on real quick, James. Because otherwise, when he's talking about the process afterwards, right? You know what I'm saying? Where he raised an order. If I'm not recognizing that's what he's already making the assumption about the chaos. We're going to argue all day about chaos and how do you deal with the chaos aspect, right?
That's not what's happening here. No one's arguing about no entropic state, nothing like that. It's literally as simple as, like, for example, like, we're all slaves, yeah? The best thing to do is free ourselves from slavery. So we're going to go to the master's house at night. One of you is going to slit his throat. From there, we're going to go. Heard about this chick, Harriet Tubman. She got some underground road. You know what I mean? Like, if you explain that, it'd be like, oh, I see what everyone would go for.
No, James, here's the problem.
I see what everyone would go for that. Hold on. When you explain shakas, there is a few premises and assertions in it that, granted, are plausible. It's not, like I told you, it's plausible. But when it comes incoherent, it's like when you start asking the why, you're like, why not? The Europeans did it.
This is where, right? I got you. But this is how it's not apples to apples, right? Like, he can't give you a historical. He can't be like, okay, this is how Haiti did it, right? And act like it's the same concept on Africa, because it's like Haiti was like a straight physical chattel slavery concept, right? It wasn't a straight economic hijacking and whatnot. Hold on, of a whole continental structure. Do you know what I'm saying? So when he's talking about
analogy more though, don't read it. I'm not.
Realize the problem, because at the moment we have to consider that we have to actually convince our people that we are in fact enslaved. Using your analogy, Yeah,
No, but even if we are, I'm saying afterwards.
If we all agreed that we are in fact enslaved and we agreed upon the nature of our enslavement, we'd be more in a position to do something about it. At the moment, we're not. So we still have to convince people that the slavery still a gone and the enslavement. You know what I'm saying?
But this is the thing. Tell Julius Malema or one of these lot, yeah, who's big in the game on the socialism and you get me freedom and all of that stuff, yeah. Tell them to give up the Bimmers, Benz, and Bentleys then. Tell them to give up the Rollies then. Because the reality is, it sounds fucking good. It sounds great. Give up your national identity. Give up everything you've known. Embark on this, descend into entropy for this period of time. Fight 54 wars, and then at the end of it, create some new states and all that. Rather than deal with the problem at hand, which is these people are taking money and they're not paying for the land. They're not paying for the resources. They're paying the taxes. That's the problem that you're facing immediately.
But you always take it to a tax issue, which is an issue, but the fundamental issue at the foundation of it all is the resources issue. It's a land issue, yeah. And so you're dealing with how to get the best shake under the system that we're currently in, yeah. And then we're dealing with how do we create a new system that actually benefits our own ideals.
Yeah, you know what? You're not making me. You're not making the problem is.
You know what the bigger problem is? You know what the bigger problem is? We've got people that talk, and do more talking, and we haven't got enough people that do. And we've got people that are able to like tell you so much about our history, tell you so much about our present, but the people that are actually doing are the people that are exploiting us. The people that actually like we're finger pointing at are the people that have come to Africa in their small numbers and done much for their own.
Indeed. So we look forward to your monumental Pan-African achievements.
Yeah, but I
know that's right.
I'm never, Reggie, I'm going to tell you this now. Yeah, I'm never going to ever in my life follow a man that wears an Echo T-shirt. There is no way wearing the Echo.
I'm never in my life.
Change, bro. Like, was it too much Africa for you at one time? Like,
to Echo T-shirt. What happened to some man?
Yeah, my G. I'm disappointed.
An Echo T-shirt.
No, you know, I just thought like, you know, as we're on the panel and there's you know, there's four black folks and there's one white bloke. I might as well, you know, go back to the
his voice didn't get shaky over the white Jesus, but it got shaky over the Echo shirt. That's hilarious.
I gotta keep up with the Joneses. You know the one.
He's the white man. That's what we did when the colonizers came in. Though we put on their clothes.
I know, man. I can't help it, man. I want to keep up with the Joneses. You know what I mean?
Man has got an Echo shirt, a Nike hoodie, and an Adidas hat. Talking about he's not colonized. Come on, speaking English and man, fuck that.
Can I just finish on? Yeah, big up Shakarado, yeah, because he's actually someone that you can ask and conversate for hours. The fact that you can conversate with him for days and hours, it's been now about these topics. Yeah, and he's grown up in the West. Yeah, is a thing to us all, isn't it? He puts a lot of man to shame, me included. But it's what's the word I'm looking for? But it's like it's I don't know, like a lesson for us all or some shit like that. One of them phrases. So big up, man. That's not thing. That was
I appreciate the compliment.
Yeah, come on, man. No, you're the man. It just doesn't make
sense. The thing is, as I was saying before I was really interrupted and diverted to the dress code. I mean, you gotta like.
I haven't got any more.
I'm yet to see the attire of James Jones. If we'll even see his white face one day.
What's this you on? The man said blow. The man said hang about.
Before we start commenting on appearances, we need to like look at ourselves in the mirror, yeah. And,
get man a tampon still. He's bleeding a little bit.
That's it. Why do you look like you're in a Roll Deep video from like 2004 or something? You look like you know how you dress. You know that when I'm here, tune. When I'm here, you know that.
No, I don't.
Because colonialism is always a couple decades behind, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Man's wearing Adidas, Nike, and Echo though. That's a serious combination, fam.
Thank you, man. But now we're listening to Afro beats these days. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like, we're listening I know you can't really understand them things there. You know what I mean? The language and all that. But
no, you see, The thing you were wearing before was fire, though. I'm not even gonna lie, that was cold-blooded still.
Yeah, it's a native African, a native Nigerian at the time. But as I was saying, yeah,
man went from Lagos to Wembley Market, peak.
Yeah. So obviously, like, if we had a movement like the Chinese here, which obviously they got a lot of people, but they have a small quantity of people that have come to Africa and done quite a bit, just in a small portion. If we had that kind of movement, then I think we'll progress in some way, shape, or form. You get what I'm saying? And that is achievable by unity.
I put it to you, Reggie, that the movement of the Chinese as started by Mao Zedong. Yeah, do you know where Mao Zedong was in August of 1920?
No.
He was at the International Convention of the so-called Negro Peoples of the World that was being run by Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the UNIACL that amassed over 25,000 people in Madison Square Garden in New York. Yeah, and he was one of a couple who foreign leaders. Yeah, who saw the convention and they bought copies of the philosophies and opinions of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. And they sought to implement a lot of what he was saying in among their own people. So if you think that what China has done is good, I suggest you study Marcus Garvey.
No, I'm not saying that. Well, I don't really say it's good. I'll just say that the problem we have is, okay, we have these Pan-Africanist movement that have been talking about doing stuff in Africa probably longer than the Chinese have even thought about going to Africa and doing something. And in the meantime, while we're still talking about it and talking about the colonial mindset and talking about how great we was before and how slavery and all these other stories, in the meantime, the Chinese have actually been doing and have taken,
Are you familiar with the fact that in between 1983 and 1987, Thomas Sankara made Burkina Faso food self-sufficient? Are you familiar with that?
No, I'll be back in a minute. I just need to do so.
All right, then. More? Go ahead.
That's what's up. So, yeah, I'm just trying, and again, I'm not trying to, like, keep you barred into the African spirituality concept versus the Abrahamic tradition concept, because for me, I'm somebody who comes from the mindset that Abrahamic traditions aren't necessarily anti-African or un-African in their base or whatnot.
I understand.
However, I also affirm the fact that there are traditions within the Abrahamic concept that are anti-African and whatnot.
Understood.
So in that concept, I'm trying to understand how you see the basic principles of the Abrahamic traditions and what makes them un-African, and what are the basic overarching principles of the African spiritualities and what makes them un-Abrahamic.
Good question. Before I go into that, though, can I ask you a question? Do you have an issue with the terminology?
Oh, my phone went off. Do I have an issue with what?
The term Abrahamic.
No, not at all.
Why?
Because it's easy to comprehend.
Okay, cool. I would have thought so as well, but a number of brothers and sisters have challenged me on my use of the terminology. So I just, as though it's an insult. But I didn't think the term Abrahamic was an insult.
No, words don't offend me as much as ignorance, bro. You're good.
Okay, cool. Good, thanks. So in that respect, I think there is the actual. There's two answers to your question. The first is the philosophical, the differences that are philosophical within what we might call African traditional religion and Abrahamic religion. And then there's the political, which is in how the religions have been used or institutionalized over time, The first one, just the first one, sorry, the latter one first, because it's easier to understand, in the sense of the fact that when these religions came to us, they defined themselves in opposition to what we had, if that makes sense, and so
roll that one out for me, Russell. Give me the long Shaka Rock conversation right
now. Are you asking Shaka why he's in opposition to Abraham?
Because I'm trying to understand my brother. You got an issue with that or no?
No, I'm just wondering because he's probably explained this.
Oh, okay. Then let me ask my question and let me get my answer. Yeah.
All right.
So James, watch that video that I put in the. Oh, he's gone. I put a good video in the back chat anyway. But what's it called? So in this respect now, the most basic understanding of this is is exemplified in phrases like pagan and heathen and kuffar and shirk and all those kinds of things there. Yeah. And so when we look at how those terminologies have been applied, they have been applied to African spirituality for over a millennia. Yeah. And so
that's why I need you to slowly break it down from record, because you're starting with the assumption of that's already the difference and whatnot. So for me, I'm saying there's a singularity there. So I'm trying to understand where you break the difference. And hold on, real quick, just in terms of spiritual practice and how it applies with it.
But that relates to the first point. So that relates to the philosophical and the cultural. Yeah, I'm dealing with the political. Yeah, and so I'm saying that. Let's say even if I accepted your interpretation of what these terms mean and the fact that there is a commonality or congruence between them, it will also, as you've accepted, that there are anti-African elements, and it just so happens that when they came to us with these anti-African elements. Yeah.
Oh, fact.
Right. So I give you one example. The Africans who were in Islam. A scholar by the name of Ahmed Baba, wrote a document in the 13th century whereby he was outlining from an Islamic jurisprudence perspective who is eligible for being enslaved. And he identified basically the non-Muslim groups, that were around them, and the justification was because they are kafir, and they are disbelievers basically, okay, and so. That dichotomy between the tradition of Islam and all of the indigenous spiritual systems that were around them at the time was drawn. That line was drawn in the sand. Yeah, not to say that it wasn't drawn before then, but I'm just saying that's a key moment in time. Then you have the follow-up, which is in the 1800s, there were a number of jihad movements in West Africa whereby conversion was imposed upon people who were considered to be infidels, and these kinds of things. And by the way, this for full what's the word? Context, there were other factors involved in all this, so it wasn't completely it wasn't exclusively just religious, but
it's still going on today, Shakara.
But the religious element, but the problem, see, when Reggie says that though, you're going to also have to contend with the fact that this is also the period in the 1800s during which the Christian missionaries and their armies were coming and imposing Christianity by the gun. So I don't think I relate to someone where that is concerned. If you are
that's correct. Well, I'm talking about what about today as well. It's happening today.
I'd agree, but it's also still happening today with Christianity. So let's not go down that road.
Where is Christianity? Where is Christianity going with the gun and converting people?
In places whereby their armies are, in places whereby there are NGOs, Christian NGOs that are molesting children, where places like Haiti, places like Haiti. Yes.
So Haiti's in Africa, then?
Haiti is a nation of African people, and in fact, there is some suggestion that it has been admitted to the AU, and it's applied for AU status. So but Haiti is a nation of African people. So whether it's on the continent or
Haiti is not a country.
Shakara, let's do it like this, so Reggie doesn't get triggered or whatnot. Let's
Shakara, you said it's going on in
Hey Reggie, this is the second time you hijacked my conversation, bro.
No, but
Reggie, I'm gonna dumb it down for you. Is that okay?
Dumb it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna dumb it down so you don't get triggered. Is that cool?
No, but he made it
because I really keep trying to have the conversation. You really keep jumping in.
Indeed. The point is, Reggie.
Maybe I'll correct it after, but yeah, go on.
I appreciate you. So let's slow it down for people like Reggie. Like so let's just start with the monolatry concept in terms of like how there's an African monolatry versus how you would see the Abrahamic concept of monotheism, maybe, right? Because I can see where like you would make an argument as
are you talking to me or Reggie? Sorry.
Yeah, no, Shakara. Like I'm talking to you, like because let's keep it to the spiritual principles. Because if we get into I'm down with the long that conversation you're having. People like Reggie gonna jump in every 2 seconds on the small points.
Yeah, but I was just addressing the political. So I'm saying that regardless of whether So like when all that was going on, the traditionalists would not have known whether or not those who came with Islam were abiding by the letter of the law of their religion or not. All they knew is that this religion was
Don't disagree.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. So there's that in that respect. Now, I don't consider and again, just in the same way that you are appreciating that there are anti-African or anti-blacks developments in these religions, I also appreciate that there are more friendly or complementary versions that have developed over time in relation to African people or by African people.
See, that's right. That's an interesting point. I actually talk about like Sufism is like the re-Africanization or the Africanization of Islam or whatnot, right?
Yes. And in that context, I would suggest that. So, like for me, the essential point from a spiritual perspective is being nature-based, and I don't think that the Abrahamic religions are fundamentally nature-based, and that is to say.
Interesting. Okay.
And that is not to say that there cannot be expressions among them that take on a more nature-based expression, if that makes sense. I accept that those things do exist, but I don't think it's essential in the same way that it is essential in the African spiritual system.
Okay, that makes sense. I got you.
I also don't think that it's essential. For example, like ancestor veneration is like essential in almost basically every African spiritual system that I've ever come across. I'm yet to find an exception to that one. Whereas it's not essential. Yeah. Oh, so is my mic not good? Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. Yeah. No. Some God of Jacob is saying that my mic's got corona. Maybe it's just he's not appreciating the word sound and power. I'm being facetious. Anyway, what's it called? Whereas ancestor veneration is an essential component of every African spiritual system that I've ever come across. No, stop. Leave it. No. Good boy. Yeah. It's not essential to the Abrahamic traditions. And
hold on, real quick. Ancestor veneration.
Yes.
Okay, got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm saying that in the concept of the fact that all religions venerate ancestors. Yeah. So the Abrahamic traditions venerate, whether they use the terminology or not, the prophets of that line. You know what I'm saying? But in the sense of the fact that ancestor veneration in African traditions has a communal as well as a national kind of component. So in the sense of the fact that you venerate the ancestors of your own personal line and then the shared ancestors of the community and the nation. Yeah. Whereas when we've come into conflict with Abrahamic religions is that you're only supposed to venerate the ancestors of the Abrahamic line. What's going on? Oh, Veli's on a thing. Right, Veli?
Veli's not here. He's just added 2 people.
I know, but normally when you add someone new, he covers them. He covers up the things so that they don't do any shaggery. So I'm just letting him do his thing before we can.
So we've got Turek here. We've got Turek and we've got one of our Kaf here. But yeah.
Finally, yeah. So
So big up. Afternoon.
Big up.
So finally, there is that thing. So basically, when it comes to ancestor veneration, whereas you know, within Abrahamic traditions, to varying degrees, it's essential that you venerate it's institutionalized that you venerate the ancestors of that line. Your own ancestors are not worthy of veneration. From a religious perspective, yeah.
Where does it say that though?
Where does it say it? That's the question. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying I'm not saying that there are not traditions among the Abrahamic religions that have done so or developed a framework for doing so. I'm saying that it's not an essential component. Yeah, one doesn't have to venerate African ancestors in order to be a Muslim or a Christian or whatever. Whereas it would be virtually impossible to do that from an African spiritual perspective. Yeah. Finally, the God concept.
Hold on. You're misleading people there by saying that. Because when you were saying veneration in the cultures you're talking about, how is it paralleled within the cultures of what you call the Abrahamic faith? Or let's just do it Islam.
Sorry, are you saying that ancestor veneration does not take place in Islam?
Well, this is what I'm saying. What do you mean by that? Because you would say ancestor veneration. You should go with a bunch of rituals.
At the moment, I'm not asking you. I'm asking you to clarify something. Are you saying that ancestor veneration does not take place in Islam?
Right, that's what I'm saying. So when you ask the question,
okay,
what do you mean by veneration?
From veneration, let me just write the definition, yeah, just so we're clear. All right. 1 second. By the way, so for example, the statement "there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is His messenger" is an act of veneration.
To who?
From an African spiritual perspective, that would be an act of veneration. Yeah. So
veneration to who? Are you saying to Allah or both?
Can you turn down your mic a little bit, please?
So
Okay, can you turn down your mic a little bit because it's a bit.
My mic is low.
No, it's got some. You know, like it's over loud.
It should not be too close to your mouth. It sounds like it's almost like your lip or something like that, or you're real close to it.
In my mouth. What? Hold on. Sorry, it's the power of Shango, you know.
There you go. There you go.
When Shango gets loose, you have to listen.
I know that's right.
Yeah, I'm saying the word veneration. Yeah. The problem with the term,
great respect, Isa, great respect and reverence. There is veneration, right? So so I'm saying that so when the examples of the ancestors become the key examples and guideposts for your understanding and how you live your life, and you apply spiritual connotations to that, such as prophets and prophetic teachings and them kind of things there, and you write books, you know what I'm saying, you know, that celebrate them and them kind of things there. These are all things that will be considered veneration. So whether one uses the term or not, I get that, but literally that's what it is, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but this is what I'm saying. I was saying the problem with the term is that when you use the blanket term, it's clearly something which you would say there is something direct in relation to what you call veneration.
I did say that I'm not saying that you use the term. I'm not saying that you do.
No. I'm saying when you use the term, saying all these systems have ancestor veneration.
Let's say Isa then. Let's throw because I'm saying that all religions, Abrahamic or not, are built upon the veneration of an ancestral line. Yeah, like bar none. Yeah, whether it's Buddha, whether it's the gurus, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, that's my understanding. But I'm not married to the word veneration. Yeah,
I hear that.
That's how I understand it from my African-centered spiritual foundation. But I'm saying that regardless of whether we use the word veneration or not, there is an ancestral lineage that is central to any of the Abrahamic traditions. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, and so
that's fundamental. Yeah.
Yeah, so you cannot understand it without understanding this lineage. Yeah, right.
So real quick, Shakra, are you saying that having a particular line of people who are venerated maybe above your own ancestors is that's like, so there's a special set of ancestors that are venerated above like the immediate family? There might be like tribal ancestors.
It's like saying that these people are superior to yours because God chose this lineage to send his special prophets and chosen people, and number two, the last prophet come from them.
There is that element, but before we get to that, there is that element in terms of how it was imposed. I'm just saying that if you're looking at just a basic difference between what is called Abrahamic religions and African spirituality, one requires you to venerate the ancestors within your community and your family. Yeah, Abrahamic traditions don't require you to do that. Does that make sense? Yeah.
So I'm trying to. So when you say the African tradition, the spiritual traditions on a blanket level, that's why I'm trying to ask a question right quick. Like so there's some tradition. There's some traditions that might do that though. Like so.
No, I accept that. Again, as I've said, there are some Abrahamic traditions that have developed that have institutionalized that. A lot of them are African spiritual retentions.
I'm talking on the reverse, to where like that's what I was trying to talk to you about like on African spiritual system situation, to where like there might be certain ancestors on a tribal level who are venerated, who are celebrated on a tribal level, right?
Yes.
And then there's immediate family ancestors, right? That I venerate.
Yes.
So I was just trying to clarify. So in the way you're saying in the African tradition, spiritual tradition, I can do both, but in the Abraham tradition, we just venerate the prophets, not the individual ancestors.
I'm saying it's not a requirement of the tradition.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm saying, in one, it's a requirement. In African traditional, it's a part of the thing. Like you wouldn't, and there's even talk like in Ifa, you go to your ancestors first before you address the Orisha, and it's considered to be taboo to go straight to the Orisha without addressing your ancestors. You follow me?
No, I got you.
Right. So right.
That's an interesting point in relation to who was it who asked me about Taslim? Was that you more, or was that someone else? It was Malik. Remember, he said about intercession of the imams and going to the Messiah. I don't know.
Yeah, that was Malik, I think.
I heard that. That was an interesting one because I'm not. Like, I don't know if from an African spiritualist consciousness it would be considered intercession. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but you do accept though. No, but this is the problem. It's the sense that they still have a part to play in your life.
No, yeah, but the idea, because intercession is like is an intervention between you and something else. This is what I'm saying. Whereas from an African spiritual conception, there is no intervention between me and something else. This is a part of my connection. This is what I'm saying.
No. In the ancestor concept, yes. But in relation to the forces of nature, the lower,
I'm saying on both sides. So, okay. Let me say this: you do get some people that say we pray to the Creator through our ancestors, and that consciousness may actually be, and this is something that I'm still kind of negotiating within my own spiritual consciousness. But because that is a concept that I was raised with, but it may that concept may actually be a response to the idea that Africans don't worship God; we worship our ancestors. If that makes sense.
Interesting.
The concept that we don't worship our ancestors, we worship God through our ancestors, which may or may not be accurate in the consciousness, if that makes sense. But I'm still going through it. I'm still working that through in my head. So
real quick, just to recap, you're talking about, like you said that the way the Abrahamic traditions don't connect to nature, they don't make it the base of what they're talking about. That's one aspect that makes it different.
Again, to clarify, I'm not saying that there are no people or not even.
We're talking about the ones that don't connect to Africa, right? So so again, and the point of the conversation is not to try to like pigeonhole you into. I'm literally just trying to understand your perception on the un-Africanness of the Abraham traditions that you're talking about.
So I'm saying that these fundamental things don't exist. Another fundamental thing though is the actual concept of the Creator. The concept of the Creator in Abrahamic traditions tends to be more abstract from the creation itself, whereas the Creator in African spiritual traditions is integral to the creation itself.
Yeah, and that's something I did like. That's something right there that I definitely differ on with that's something that I would make the argument comes after the text, and that's not in the text. You know what I'm saying? But like, I would love to have that conversation with you on a whole nother day. But yeah,
are you saying that the Quranic text does agree with what Shaka's position is?
So the concept of Abrahamic covers more than the Quran, but yes, I'm also saying that from the Quran.
Okay, all right, Abrahamics, whichever. Are you saying they're in line with Shaka's position, or they're against it?
I'm saying that they're in line with it in the sense to where Allah is in nature. He's not separate from nature. Otherwise, nature would have no go juice. But like I said, I'd like to have this conversation on another day because I want to hear what he's saying.
That's cool. But would you agree with me though that
like if I was a Salafi, I would be saying something completely different. You feel me? So I got you. Yeah, that's why I'm specifically talking. Specifically right now, I want to hear what his perception on people like the Salafi, the people who have these particular traditions or that he's talking about.
Right. None of in the last little thing that I've been talking about, none of them necessarily make Abrahamic religions anti-African. They just make them not African, if that makes sense. Yeah?
Right, and that's exactly that's all I'm trying to get the knowledge right.
Anti is what you put on top of all of that.
Oh yeah.
Right, just what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. That was my initial question. So what makes them un-African, right?
Yeah.
And what makes the African traditions in your perception un-Abrahamic in the versions you're talking about?
Right, same thing. So what makes African spiritual traditions un-Abrahamic is fundamentally the fact that they don't give credence to. They're not based upon giving credence to the line of Abraham. There's no Adam, there's no Eve, there's no Noah.
Hold on, but
Moses never trod on the rod in front of Pharaoh. It's impossible to be.
Hold on. Do you not agree that each major community in the African spiritual systems or places, talk about their ancestors in the framework of their culture and language?
Yeah, that's what I've just given credence to a while ago. Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. So what you're saying is that it's so normal to do that. It's just that this one is predominant. Yeah. So the Abrahamic, as you call it, that's predominant. It's normal, but this one's predominant in the world today.
Yeah. I'm saying that whereas African spiritual traditions tend to venerate the ancestors of the tradition that they're a part of, the Abrahamic tradition is about venerating the lineage of Abraham.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you were in another tradition, that's what they would be doing.
If you're part of that lineage, then you'd be following an African spiritualist. There'll be a commonality if you are a part of the tradition of Abraham, if that makes sense.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if there's other people who do not have the ancestry, who are brought in, let's say the major government and leader of this whichever tribe or whatever, that becomes the main institutional religion, and but their language, their culture, and their ancestors of that king. So the people now are dealing with his ancestral line rather than their own. Yeah, so it's dominant.
From an African spiritualist perspective, the replacement of the ancestral line is taboo. Do you understand what I'm saying? So even if
now we're getting to the crux.
That happens, so like if you deal with the Oyo and the Yoruba, because not all of the Yoruba were under the Oyo Empire, you have and as I was explaining to you the other day, there are different creation stories. Some give pride of place to Oduduwa, some give pride of place to Orunmila, and all the difference in the two of them is the fact that Orunmila is like the spiritual kind of patriarch, whereas the Oduduwa is the actual lineage patriarch. And so the suggestion is that the people were already existed, but Orunmila came, or somebody came that is personified in the name Orunmila at a certain point and brought a new revelation of their tradition. But Orunmila stories didn't do away with Oduduwa stories. Do you see what I'm saying? Oduduwa stories don't do away with Obatala stories. So the removal of the ancestral lineage would be taboo from an African spiritual point of view. But you can add and incorporate ancestral lineage. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. And then
Okay. But it's quite possible to conceive that if a particular government feared that the reverence of a group of people that they're ruling over were using the reverence of their ancestors to maybe overthrow the government, that they would resort to wiping out that thing and then incorporating under their own. Correct?
It's possible. But it's still speculative. It's possible to conceive it. In fact, no, it's actually not. It's not entirely speculative. There is one instance that I'm aware of, and that is in the instance of Akhenaten. And the fact that after he died, they attempted to remove a lot of his name from the history. But it would also be, but in that context, it would also be true to say that the priests of Amin Ra considered what he was doing to be the same thing. So they were in their mind they were trying to restore. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear that. I'm more talking about. Sorry. Let me just finish this thing to it. Sorry, brother. Sorry. So basically where we're at now is that we have a thing where there is the lineage, which gives you, let's say, psychological empowerment, etc., and the continuation of the whatever they were building, you're rebuilding, you're continuing on that. And then there's the issue of what we call the Abrahamics, and that lineage being used to uplift the people that claim they're descendants of them, to be the ones that represent all of the ideology towards everyone else who's not supposed to be of the lineage of those particular people or Abraham himself. So that's, I would suggest, has been the problem right now. Yeah. And
sorry. I tuned out for a second. Let's run that by me.
So I'm saying the first fundamental step was the people who speak the language and claim they're descendants of Abraham. They now become the face and representatives in the society with superiority based upon lineage, not righteousness or anything, education.
Lineage alone, yes.
Lineage, right? Yes. Then other people come under that system, and they now, rather than seeing it as just a science system, they're still seeing it within the framework of, because these people are allegedly through the lineage and have that identity, they're the main ones. Even though you might have more knowledge than them, but just because of lineage, they're now superior and their opinions are better than yours.
It's actually deeper than that. Because the two are not separate in the sense of the fact that ultimate spiritual knowledge is said to have been revealed through this lineage. Yeah. So, so what was the word you used? In Islam they say piety, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what defines piety is in accordance with what has been revealed through Abraham, through Moses, through Isa, through Muhammad. Yeah. Right. So because of that confluence, there is no distinction between the lineage and piety.
No, but I suggest there is, and this is the thing which balances it off, is the major fact that the majority of times the people who they came to were enemies of that. So it doesn't. So it
Well, I
totally
disagree with that assessment, but it matters
No,
not.
hold on. No, it does. No, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. We can all conceptualize of people throughout lineages where they've had spiriadic people which have been really righteous, right? But it does not lend to the idea that just because you are one of the descendants or you're a collective of people of the descendants, that you therefore are righteous, because the examples given.
I agree in the abstract and in the all encompassing, but I'm talking about, if we're going to be specific to the tradition reveals things through a lineage, and piety is defined by what is revealed through that lineage. Yeah. So I'm saying that within this specific tradition, like you could get people that, you know, in general terms, you could get people that they're heretic to the tradition, if that makes sense. But the tradition itself validates a lineage of messengers and prophets, yeah, and men of God. Not too many women of God, but men of God. What's it called? And so piety, even though I give you this, even though in Islam it says that a prophet was sent to every nation, correct?
Yeah, a warner, a messenger on water. Yes.
A messenger, yeah. Is that Quran or Hadith?
Quran.
Right. But the Quran doesn't identify any of them, right? Does it?
I would say it gives you Ad and Thamud, which were more Yemeni. I don't think. I think all of them past Abraham are from Abraham.
Right. Okay. So there's a few before. Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, you're left to understand that whatever those other people revealed would have been the same as what Abraham and the man them after revealed. Yeah.
Similar in principle.
Yeah, it says it two ways. It says that they were all given a messenger, but also says that they were all given a messenger with their own hadith, with their own narration. So it's speaking their own language.
Okay. And that makes sense, except for the fact that we don't have their example as a living testament to go by.
So the example will be the concept of it would match, like, so the basic premise of how you deal with the people of the book. So the people of the book would be so in Surah 3 ayah 85, all the prophets, not just the Abrahamic ones, all the prophets are given the book, right? The book of the Most High. And any messenger from any other nation that would have one in their language and their narration and whatnot, principally speaking, would match up to the concept of one God that you don't associate partners with, etc. Those concepts. So there's a basic concept of come to terms between us and you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, blah blah whoop. It comes to the concept of so that if you're the concept of being Muslim means that you believe in one God, you don't associate partners with him, and you don't erect men from amongst yourselves to be lords equal with him. You
and you accept Muhammad as his messenger.
No, that's not part of it.
That's not so. Accepting Muhammad.
That part has nothing to do with the verse I just read.
No, not the verse that you just read, but I was talking about your concept of what it means to be Muslim.
Yeah, so that comes from that specifically comes from one verse that I'm talking about, right? So there's three basic concepts, and accepting Muhammad as a messenger is nowhere in that verse.
Yeah, not in the verse. I get that. I'm not disputing that. I don't know if you're saying that because of that verse that acceptance as Muhammad as the messenger is not imperative.
He was hold on, Shakra. He was answering what your question was in relation to.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right, fine. I get it. Yeah. So the point is that the examples that we have to go on in that regard are those prophets. Just what I'm saying. And I don't know. Like it would appear to me that the value of everything else in the world would be based upon how much it aligns with the examples that we have in our hands to go by.
All right, let me give you an example real quick. So I heard you talk the other day about like Oludumare and the fact that you might see Oludumare in a tree or something like that, but the tree is not the full totality of Oludumare. I think you're saying something close to that concept.
Certainly.
Right. Like, so to me, that's not unlike the concept of having one God, but that you don't associate something to be equal with that. Like, so you're talking about Oludumare being the totality of all things, right? I just like so, and this is where I'm slipping off into where I differ than the Salafi people or whoever that disassociates a God from nature, whatnot. Like, so I'm with you on that concept, right? So in the concept of not having equals with the one God or with the source or with the Oludumare, etc., whatnot. You're not going to say that one person is all of Oludumare, right?
No.
Right. So in that one vein, I'm gonna look at your tradition and be like, okay, that right off the top does not go against the concept of one God. You don't associate anything singular to be equal to the one or to the unification of everything, right? And you don't associate one individual to be equal to the unification of everything.
And you know you're kind of probing another difference in the respect of the fact that the whereas that concept exists of an ultimate creator, the emphasis on the fact that you must not associate partners with him is not a concern that I've discovered in African spiritual systems. Does that make sense?
So partners is the concept of like there's not two Oludumares. There's one unification of all things. There's one unification of all things. So pretending
So the idea of there being a competition between Oludumare and something else doesn't factor into it's not a it doesn't
it's not a so hold on I hear what you're saying, like with the South people in competition, but what I'm talking about is not a competition. It's a reflection of reality.
Yeah, that's it, and it's accepted as ultimate reality, and we just move on from there. So whereas when you see Orisha, I'm nearly finished, Tura. When you see Orisha, people consider that to be shirk because they're considering Orisha to be partners with. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And for those people, I would argue that like the Orishas would play the similar roles as like an angel or Elohim or things like that or whatnot. So it's not unlike in the hierarchy and whatnot.
Yeah, you could say that, except for the fact that from the angel are considered to be distinct entities from God, if that makes sense. Like whereas the Orisha are not necessarily considered to be distinct entities from the ultimate creation. But
what do you mean by distinct from? Help me out with that quick.
So God is a distinct entity, and angels are distinct entities. Human beings are distinct entities.
Even in the Bible, that's not the case, though.
Well, all right, I'm prepared to accept that you lot's interpretation is correct, except for the fact that politically speaking, when these are the judgments that were made about African spirituality in real time.
No, but hold on. You must know this yourself. Didn't it say that God appeared here and appeared there?
Appeared, but but an appearance of God, like God walked through the garden and all them kind of things there. That would lend itself to the concept of a distinct entity, though, that appears in places.
No, I'm saying what we know an angel was like God in the burning bush. We know that was an angel through other verses and various other things where an angel. I'm saying. It's almost like two sides of a coin where, depending on which angle you're speaking from, yes, it's God.
Are you saying but are you saying to me that in Abrahamic traditions that angels are considered to be manifestations of God?
Yes.
Okay.
In the sense of the word.
By the way, Isa, you're supposed to send me something. You know, I'm waiting for the documents then on the meaning of kufar.
That's where I wanted to go next with. Right? I'm glad you went there.
When man I can sleep it up, brother. I just have some dreams, bro. It's like I wake up the next day. I don't know.
No, but you said because you said to me that it don't mean what they say it means. So I'm saying.
No, but I think Orthodox.
I would actually agree with that 100%. Isa.
That's cool.
Yeah, no. Listen, you
on the matter. That's what I want to know. Like,
I hear that. What I'm saying. Remember, I said to you, the Quranists are the ones that I would say have got this generally. As a good study on it.
You also said though there is a Quran whereby kufar is not translated.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. I thought this is why, because I did tell you what it was. I actually found it and I read it out. And I had it there. Where is it going?
Can I just ask one or two quick questions?
What's the translation name? What's the name of the
Yeah.
translation?
I had it. Oh, no. I'm gonna get it here and I'm gonna post it right now as we speak. So let me get that.
All right, cool. Sorry to interrupt. You want to speak in it?
So, can I just ask my two quick questions here?
Yes,
sir. My first question is, what does Olodumare say about the other races of people?
I don't know that Olodumare has anything to say about other races of people.
Okay, then. My second one is, with heaven and earth in the African spirituality, they call it the ancestral realm. Is that included for everybody else?
The ancestral realm is not necessarily congruent with heaven and hell. The ancestral realm is exactly what that means. It's the realm of the ancestors. It's called the Egun in Ifa is the ancestors. The Egun Gun is the realm of the ancestors. And is it inclusive of everybody else? It would be considered that every group of people have their own Egun Gun or Egun. The ancestors are a universal thing. But how that's represented in the tradition would be related to the people of that tradition. So now, politically speaking, from a Pan-African perspective, you'll get areas whereby it will be taboo to bring in any other ancestors into this ceremony. Yeah. So when we're pouring libation, if they ain't black, there is no libation being poured to them. You see what I'm saying? And on other instances, because there are instances whereby you got non-Africans who have been initiated into systems, all those things will take place. At the same time, in Guyana, there's an African spiritual retention called Komfa. Yeah, the term Komfa is derived from the Akan terminology Akomfo, which is the term for the priests. And in that tradition, they have different deities that represent the different people groups that have been on the island. So they have a deity for the Indian people them, and a deity for the Chinese people them, and a deity for the African people them.
I see what you mean. I know.
The deities represent the different ancestral lineage of the various different people. That's Komfa in Guyana. Sorry, I should say there's also a deity for the indigenous people them as well. With regards to
I
that.
think it's called seven Indians or something like that, or the seven great grandfathers or something.
Yeah, man. So that's in Guyana. So where there is no antagonism, African spiritual systems tend to not have a problem with incorporating other people's ancestors or whatever it is, as a part of the system. But as in terms of war, it has been deemed necessary in certain circumstances to actually reject the ancestors of other people.
Okay.
So real quick, while East Side of Black Delec is looking up this concept of Kafir and whatnot, my G, you know what I'm saying. So I want to talk about the concept of Kafir real quick. Like, so again, me and East would agree that there's a difference in how it's used in the how it's translated in the Arabic of the Quran and in how it's actually meant to. Like in Hebrew, it's actually there's the same concept and it just means to cover.
How do you say it in Hebrew?
Literally the same.
What kafar? Yeah.
It's kofar.
Kofar. Okay, go on.
And then there's also there's also kafir.
Do you not agree with that? My Hebrew brothers in the chat. Sorry, I do watch the chat.
You know what? I'll put it in the chat for you real quick.
That's fine. Okay, yeah, go on. Anyway. But yeah, that would make sense though because of the shared lineage associated with the Hebrew and the Arabic traditions. Yeah.
Right. So real quick, I'm putting this in the chat for everybody. In the Quran, it's used multiple ways or whatnot, but I gotta take something out.
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Hold on, but yeah, so it's used to mean all kind of stuff like disbeliever, all kind of stuff, but it also means at one point, interestingly enough, it means like some kind of like pitch or some kind of tar or something like that. It's used once like that. And so there's only one word in Hebrew that means all the same things and whatnot. And and so I just dropped that one for you in the back chat. Let me drop it in two parts for the people who are watching right quick.
I see it. So I've just Googled the word, and it's got the various different biblical references.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, hold on, 1 second, lexicon. Translate definition. Oh, a price of a life ransom bribe, asphalt, the henna plant village. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So where's the
That's good.
definition? Okay, go on.
Properly a cover, right? And then it also means two. It can mean the root of it can mean two cover, etc.
Oh, okay. Asphalt pitch as a cover.
Yeah, right. And then the root of it is kafar, right? Like it's used two words, just like you say kufar and kafir, right? We got the same concept, right? And so the root of it means just to cover, right?
Yes.
And it also means like figuratively to expatiate or condone, to placate or cancel, appease, make an atonement, cleanse. It has a whole bunch of different meanings depending on how you use it, right? The context and whatnot. Yeah. But so I hear what you're saying in terms of like the people who use the term for like a disbeliever, like if you either rock with this or you don't, and you're a disbeliever, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But so I accept that concept of what you're talking about with certain Abrahamic traditions and whatnot. What I'm trying to understand from the African spiritual tradition. So for instance, like in Kemet, right, you have the concept of like Set and Horus being used as like an imagery of like the higher self and the lower self, right? And you might find an image of a two-headed person, like the front side of their face being Horus and the back side being Set, right? And they'll tell you like to basically watch your to master yourself or to watch your actions or whatnot, so that you don't, so that Set doesn't bite you from behind, right?
Yes.
Right. So there's the concept of something to be avoided, right?
Most definitely. Yeah.
Right. So where there might not be the concept of like takfir or whatnot, from like, let's say like the Salafi concept, right? There's definitely the like, so let's say like the concept of kafir would mean like to cover, or someone who's like it's typically used as someone who is purposely in the Quran specifically. It's used as somebody who's purposely disingenuous. They know the truth, and they're purposely trying to go the opposite direction and or lead other people in the opposite direction, right, who may be ignorant, etc. Right?
Question. When you say they know the truth here, is that any truth or a specific truth?
The truth in relation to your tradition, right? So let's say for the truth from an African spiritual perspective, right?
Yes.
Because I'm trying to see if there's an equivalent to the term that maybe Isa.
We had that.
No. It would have to be the truth in relation to anything. But when it's referencing...
Okay, cool. You can do it like that if you want to. How about that?
No. I'm saying
my initial question though is for the African spiritual tradition that's specific to you though.
But I'm saying
you can take it easy.
Sorry, family, give me a sec. Yeah, I was gonna help my queen. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah.
No worries.
Cool. Yeah, what I was saying more is in relation to his question. I suggest you deal with it on the basis of the all-encompassing in relation to it, because if somebody is not a Muslim and they still cover the truth in regards to, let's say, somebody who's done something wrong, that term still applies. Do you get what I'm saying?
I can dig it. I just want to see how it applies. I just want to see how it applies on both sides for what he's saying, just so I can get a total view of how Shakira sees it. You do.
Well, this is my bruv. Listen, me and him already went through this here, and I was saying that I was proving that even from the perspective of the spiritual system, where you may not have this term kufar or infidel, etc., based upon what he's saying is beliefs, I'm saying when the Prophet and the Quran and so on is speaking with this term, it's never just a belief. You know, like, because we live in a secular system, you can have just your beliefs, but those people that had a belief in a whole system of behavior related to their beliefs.
Right. So at this juncture, I'm just trying to learn in what Ashaka was talking about in terms of African spiritual traditions. So I'm looking at the back chat of what you put up for Kafir or whatnot, right? So in relation to what you're talking about, I was trying to see if there was a similar position, like, so assuming, like, not doing the takfir concept, not assuming that kafir means an infidel, right? But like maybe someone to cover, etc. I was trying to figure out if there was a similar position to that concept within African spiritual traditions anywhere, right?
Oh, to cover, you mean? Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you. I wasn't looking for that. What I was looking for more was basically where what me and him were discussing was where somebody let's say you got the Hungan. You know what the Hungan is, or the priest, so to speak, the man.
Yep.
Let's say you got the Ifa priest. He works with the science of nature, right? He can use the same knowledge to heal and to destroy, right? So I was giving an example where he was saying there are certain people that use this, what is considered wrongfully, But I'm saying within the philosophy of the person who's using it considered wrongfully, he's got justification in his own mind as to why he can use it in this way. Do you see what I mean? So for instance, he might use it for whatever to cause mayhem or to destroy people, but he's got a justification within the same system. So how does, I'm saying on one side, the people that Shaka is saying are the good, so to speak, they must look at him as bad in some way, and a person who's deviated and therefore would equal what we call infidel or kuffar, what the people call
right.
You get what
Right.
I'm saying?
Right.
So if for instance, you get some people, I don't know if you heard about them, but they will sell these taweez or magic things to split up people in marriage, right? Or to make people fall in love, all kind of thing, right? Now, obviously, some people might have said, well, the reason why it was invented in the first place was because maybe, I don't know, this man captured this woman and, you know, so that he fell out of love with her, they produced this thing. Now someone else has taken it and said, well, he fall in love with someone else's wife. He wants to take her. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Do you get my point?
Right.
So I'm saying,
I have to returneth. So
did you hear that?
I didn't hear everything, no, but it's I'm just trying, because I was gonna answer Moore's question in relation to, because what it is, right, is that, yeah, as Isa said, we had this conversation because Isa's trying to attempting to prove to me that if you say so, bro, I'm not really gonna debate that with you. Wherever happened,
he just heard it anyway. But go on.
Wherever actually happened, you're gonna say you proved it. So it's not
not true.
What's it called?
I might have said we've still got to finish it. But go on.
The reality is, yeah. So Isa's tried to prove to me that African spiritual systems contain the concept of kufar, and I'm manifestly saying that they don't.
No, Chakra. Just to be accurate, I said in relation to the general position of a disbeliever and how they're seen.
Yeah. Again.
I wasn't saying, hold on, but that's not connected to the term kufar, because I was saying the proper definition.
Either way, whatever line of reasoning we're going to go down, there is not a concept that, so I haven't just relied on my own understanding. I've asked people that in various different spiritual systems that does this concept exist in the spiritual system, and nobody can identify it, right? And the long and short of it is because of the fact that there is not, the emphasis on belief doesn't exist. So disbelief or unbelief is not a priority for the tradition. Just what I'm saying, yeah.
So, you keep going to belief when the term doesn't relate to that. That's what I'm saying.
But Isa, I'm sorry, but unless you're even if I agree that kufar doesn't mean that, which I don't, I'm not sufficiently informed enough to challenge the dominant interpretation of the word. Yeah. However, it still stands to reason that belief is an important feature of Islam. Yeah. And Christianity, the belief in God, all right. Whereas belief in that sense is not as prominent a factor in African spiritual systems. So it also stands to reason that unbelief is not going to be as significant a thing, even where it exists. The emphasis is just not going to be the same. And that's not a mark against anybody or a point to anybody. It's just the motivations behind the religious systems are different, and I think that can be accepted and respected, if that makes sense.
But when you keep saying that, when we gave the example of the person that contravened what you would say is the right path, so to speak,
we went through this many times. Again, there are systems in the tradition of reward and punishment, right and wrong. Yeah,
right.
What's it called? There are systems in the tradition whereby that you develop mechanisms of propriety. Yeah, systems of propriety to ensure that people don't misuse spiritual power. Yes, right. This is something totally. There is nothing in this about belief or disbelief, whether you believe in God or not believe in God.
No, but that's not what I was saying. You cut me off.
Those are systems of law. Yeah, right?
No, that's not what I was talking about, though. You cut me off. I'm saying the people that take a system and they start misusing it. Right? You gave me the label, whatever it was, for them, OBF4 or something like that. Yeah. And I'm saying, in relation to other systems as well, those people that take upon themselves, we gave an example of, let's say, to make someone, let's say, to help somebody thief someone else's property, right? And they kept doing this to thief property or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And then you had a band of people following their mandate, and they're trying to destabilize the righteous government and so on.
Again, we're going down all these hypotheticals just to say that the concept doesn't exist.
We gave the example of what name again in Haiti. That's not hypothetical.
Francois Duvalier, Papa.
So that's why I gave the example. He's a perfect example.
But Papa, why is he a perfect example? It was the Hungans in Haiti that were were among those who were challenging what he was doing. So that again, that's within a system. There are systems of accountability where if you misuse, you are addressed in a certain way. Yeah.
Right. So hold on. You keep pretending that the argument's the other way around. I'm saying he then has misused it, and how do they see him? That's the question you keep running from.
They see him as a misuser of the tradition. They see him as going against the established order of the tradition. That is not the same thing as pagan or heathen or kuffar.
No. Right. Hold on. You want to use? Notice how when it comes to this, there's no detail. Like with the other stuff, man could talk for a whole hour. But with this,
there is detail. The details that you're putting in do not match your conclusion. That's all it is. I don't mind.
No. I'm putting in. We're asking you, Shakara. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying when somebody takes over a government, yes, they're misusing these powers. They've got a bunch of men helping them. They're all doing their rituals to support their thing. I'm saying there must be some terms that the righteous people, so to speak, are using.
I gave you the terms. So
no, hold on. We need to break them down, bruv. You said you were going to find out what it meant, so we could go into it.
Hold on. What term did you give? Hold on. I wasn't there for the conversation. Right, what term did you give?
In the Akan tradition, and the Akan tradition has evolved in the Caribbean. You have a Okomfo, which is priest. Then you have Obiafo, which is the term for the term for the
Obia, man, I got you. Okay.
Yes, that's Obiafo. But Obiafo is actually where the term Obia comes from. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's exactly where I was going to go with it, because I was going to ask you, like, is there a term for an incarnate? Okay, I got you. Perfect. Okay.
Another terminology is like, so whereas in Ewe, the term Boko is priest. Yeah. BOKOR. Yeah. But for some semantic shift took place in Haiti, whereby Hungan, and there is a derivative of Hungan in the Fon language, but I can't remember what it is. So I won't go into it. But Hungan is derived from the Fon language. But Hungan and Mambo are priest and priestess. Boko is actually the malevolent, the person that the person that does what would be translated into English as what they call witchcraft, and these kinds of things. So that is basically the people that are acting out of accordance with the established order, So and some say Boko translates as uninitiated magician or something like that. Basically, that means whether the person is initiated or not, what they're doing represents an uninitiated manifestation in it, rather than an established.
A deviation. This is
right. I got you. Yeah.
This is my point. More is that he's using specific words to glide around what in English or other cultures we can justifiably call these things. So I'm saying,
all right, what word should I use, Isa? What word should I use?
Hold on. I'm just giving an example now. See, if we have a straight path and a right way of to do it, because we're speaking English, I'm saying someone that takes this spiritual knowledge to then get into government and oppress and slaughter people in sacrifice and all kind of thing, rape and brutalize people, and they're using it, the spiritual system, to justify what they're doing and enact what they're doing.
No, they're using spiritual knowledge. They're contravening the laws of the spiritual system, but they are using spiritual knowledge. Yes,
brother, you can't just say knowledge, because there's a system that they're using that works.
No, so, yes, because that's knowledge, bro. It's knowledge, applied knowledge, but the system, the actual recognized spiritual system, they're going against those laws. But I'm just forget it. Like, what words should be used to describe them?
Wicked man, devil, whichever way you want to do it. Hold on. The point I'm making is that they have a view, and this is the bit I keep pointing to. They have a view in which they're saying this is a way to do things based upon who they're facing. So, for instance, the people who are not backing them, they're wicked. They don't want this. They don't want that.
Isa, your example is based upon these are our laws. yes, this person who knows our laws is initiated into the system or a part of it in some way, shape, or form, yeah, is committing one of the known taboos in relation to our established order. Yes.
But who's established this, brother? I keep telling you. You keep telling me.
People of the people themselves establish the order. The priesthood establishes an order that is passed down a lineage. Yes.
Right. So this man established an order, and now he has a lineage, and he says this is a way.
No, but he doesn't. No, but that's the point. You're magnifying Papa Doc. Yeah, he did attempt to do certain things, but he never established a totally different order. Partly because of the fact that those who understood the thing challenged him. Yeah, that's a reality. So, but I'm still not seeing like what is it? Okay, what are you saying that in terms of how the people that established the order, the people that are doing the right thing, how do they see Papa Doc? Go on.
Right. So they would have to be a kuffar in the sense, you know, I'll just read it. So let me, what did I put here? So we can replace a lot of them words.
Isa, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Within Islam, yeah, are there terminologies for people that are among the fold, yeah, but are contravening the laws of Islam?
You mean like Munafiq would mean you're labeled under the fold, but you can. But that's what I'm saying. So one would be Munafiq.
So you're still recognized as a Muslim.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. So in other words,
is Munafiq used for people that are not Muslim?
Yes. So I'm saying Munafiq is used in two main sense. Number one, those people that go back on what they've agreed. So they're known to be non-Muslim, right? They've agreed with something, they've turned out to be hypocrites, people that go back on what they've agreed. Then there's other people that are converted with the intention of undermining the situation. So they don't really believe, and they come under nifaq or munafiq as well, hypocrite.
What's nifaq? What's nifaq?
Nifaq is the practice.
Right.
Nifaq is the practice.
And these are terminologies that are used within Islam to describe people that are or were considered to be part of the fold.
Yes. No, this is in the Quran as well. Yeah. So in other words, it says the hypocrites say, munafiqs say.
Right. And so those are people that are posing in the thing, yeah?
Yes.
They claim to be a part of the thing, but they're posing in the thing.
Yes.
Give me a context in which munafiq is used for somebody who's not Muslim.
So the context for some, so those people who had a treaty with Prophet Muhammad,
yes,
and the Muslims put down their weapons and they were asleep and they attacked them at night. So those are the hypocrites. In other words, they broke their treaty. So in other words, they pretended to be people that are holding up something, just like these people pretended to be Muslim.
Yes.
So they didn't pretend to be Muslim. They pretended to be people that are holding an agreement or contract.
So you're saying that according to the Hungars and the Mambos in Haiti, if we're using Islamic language, Papa Doc would have to be kafir, yeah?
I'm saying Munafiq is kafir as well, but I'm saying it's even worse than that.
Right.
He has actually usurped the whole blooming thing and twisted
he didn't. He attempted to, but he didn't.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Within the power structure where he had a following, no matter how long it lasted, no matter how few people, I'm saying those within whom took him as that man where he could prescribe and whatever else. Yes. I'm saying that's what he did. Because even in the
time but by what designation now, using Islamic language, is he kuffar?
Because we would suggest that he knew the truth, i.e. the spiritual system that should be practiced, but because of his big head, his ego, his greed, etc., he covered over that within himself. He left that behind, and then he went for his desires. He didn't care. So let me read this. It says, disbeliever, rejecter, disbelievers are people who openly reject, deny, or conceal the truth, who reject and act against the absolute laws, permanent values, as given. Now it says Quran, I'm going to say in voodoo, and accountability to the lower, etc., and the Almighty sovereign authority, and who reject the Deen of voodoo, etc. Right? So I'm saying all of that there fits Papa Doc hand like a glove, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? You get the point. Are you looking at? Oh, sorry. I thought you was looking at the definition in the backtrack. Are you reading that?
No, I wasn't. At the same time, read the definition again, please.
Okay, so I'll first read it Right. So it says.
Just read it as it is. Just read it as it is.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Disbeliever, rejecter. Right. So it's / disbeliever, rejecter. Right.
Yep.
Arabic kafir, disbelief kufr.
Yeah.
Disbelievers are people, right, who openly reject, deny, or conceal. So we're dealing with the actual meaning of the.
Just read the definition. I don't need. Don't give me the explanation at the moment. Just read the definition.
All right. Disbelievers are people who openly reject, deny, or conceal the truth, who reject and act against the absolute laws, permanent values as given in the Quran, and accountability to God and His sovereign authority, and who reject Deen al-Islam, the established social order. See verses and footnotes 625.
Right. And I'm saying to you, my brother, and what I'm saying to you is, that the judgment against Papa Doc and anybody who does what he's doing is contravening the established laws of the people and the order of Wudun. Yeah, there is nothing that makes there was nothing in the system that would be that could be used to describe somebody of another religion because of the fact that they don't deal with Bonje or Elizi or anything like that. Yeah.
But what's that
so 1 second. So not following the laws of Wudan in and of themselves doesn't make you an enemy of Wudan or subject to a negative judgment in Wudan tradition. Does that make sense? Yeah.
No.
If you are a part of the system and you contribute the laws of the system, there are things to which you are held accountable. Yes, but a Catholic in Haiti, is not Boko, because of his being a Catholic.
Bro, did you hear the words I read? Maybe you missed them.
Yes, but you said the laws of
you missed it. You missed it. This is. I'll read it again. Who reject and act against.
All right,
act against. Yeah.
The question is, is that judgment placed upon Muslims and non-Muslims?
Yes.
The judgment against Papa Doc were placed on him because he is a part of the tradition.
Oh, are you saying that if somebody else came with a different system but acted the same way as him, they wouldn't see that the same way?
They wouldn't call it Obiafon. They might call it evil.
That's fine. That's right. Bro, this is what I'm saying. Whether you call it Obiafon or not, I'm saying the principle remains the same. Like, he would be a hypocrite to the system and all the rest of it. But I'm saying when somebody comes and they're not part of your system.
But Issa, sorry, I'm going to suggest that hypocrite does exist. That as a concept that would exist in African spiritual systems.
Right, but I'm saying he would then be a betrayer if you've been initiated and taught something and you've agreed.
Issa, still, and even if I agree with what it is that what the line of reason that you're going on in terms of defining kuffar at the moment, it still stands to reason. Because remember, what I said was that the concept of kuffar, pagan and heathen, doesn't exist in African spiritual system. So let's say I'm wrong on my definition of kuffar. What I was saying is the definition of kuffar still doesn't exist.
It just
no, unless you're saying that my initial understanding of kuffar was correct. Yeah, I am saying that if you're changing the definition, I'm gonna go on the road with you. But I'm saying according to my original definition of unbeliever and disbelief, that concept does not exist in African spiritual system.
No, we go with that. That's why I just read the thing. But as long if you agree with what I just read, then cool. But I'm saying,
not sure I do. So listen, I'm trying to say it. You've given me something now. But listen. If I take all of it if I take all of it in context, it's still I don't see a massive distinction between what you've read and how the term is generally applied. Yeah.
Okay. Watch. I'll say it again. People who openly reject, deny, or conceal the truth, who reject and act against. This is the bit the act against. So it's all together, yeah.
All right. So you're saying, let's take a pin. You're saying you can reject Islam, but not act against it and not be called kuffar.
You wouldn't be considered
if you reject Islam, but you don't act against Islam, you're not kuffar.
No.
Okay. I take your point, and I hope that you and Brother Moore will spread the understanding among Muslims, so that that judgment does not befall African spiritual systems.
Yeah. Linguistically, it can't even mean disbelief. That's the cold part.
No, it's one thing to try and tell me. It's one thing to try and tell me that I've got the wrong interpretation of kuffar, but that don't mean nothing. If
No. It's not about you, bro. It's the people who use the term that got the wrong definition. That's what I'm saying. Like, is there?
Well, listen to what I'm saying. If we're having academic conversations, we are both fully aware that people can have something on paper in a scripture or whatever, right? And they can evolve that out into whatever the hell they say it looks like for 1,000 years. It's contradicting what it actually says. And we know that's possible from academic studies. So,
right. And
out of the norm. One second, I'm saying continuously, you got people on there talking about I'm Muslim. Then they don't know nothing about. They're continuously opposing the hadith, Quran,
whatever the case, bro. Whatever the case. Yeah. The fact of the matter is that we are now the products of a historical context in which pagan, heathen, kuffar, idolatry, shirk, witchcraft, witch doctor. Yeah. What's the word? There's a few other terminologies, have been used to demonize African spiritual traditions coming from the religious perspectives of these religions. Yeah, that's a fact, right? So I'm saying that it stands to reason that that when I say that those concepts don't exist in these spiritual systems, that's what I'm referring to. But also that the majority of people who are a part of those religions take that meaning to be a factual, if that makes sense.
And act upon it,
and act upon it.
Fact.
Right?
No, so I agree.
I'm saying, right. So the essential thing then is not to impress upon African spiritualists that they've got the wrong interpretation of kuffar, but to impress that upon Muslims. Right?
But we are though. Hold on. This is the problem. I'm saying when we're discussing, it's like this. So, for instance, if somebody comes to Shakara and comes to us in separate incidents, Shakara is now schooled and tooled with the information wherewith he can correct them and say, well, all right, show me where what you're saying it means. It means
I'll be honest with you though, Issa.
Yeah.
Because to me, what you've just read still affirms the fact that not believing in Allah and His Messenger would put you in the category of kuffar. However, if I accept your distinction between rejecting and acting upon, if a Muslim comes to me with the term kuffar, I'm not going to try to. It's not for me to try and convince him that he's got the wrong interpretation of kuffar.
Not at all, right? 100%.
I'm not going to see that as a.
I'm saying to you, in a discussion where it gets deeper than just you're a kafir. What I'm saying is, where I'm just saying it. You know how they do, right? I'm saying where you've got a discussion going of the similarities and differences. This is my whole point. I know we have differences, but where people are saying the differences are Islamic when they're cultural to the people that are interpreting it.
Maybe so. Whether they're Islamic or not, they're real to the African spiritualist who has been subjected to it.
I totally agree with you, brother. And that's
Shaka, I got a question for you.
Orthodox Moor is subjected to, if he was in a place, he could be acted upon physically in exactly the same way. I could be acted, as
I accept that. But Issa, I accept that in relation to I've said many times if I go to Senegal, I'm going to visit my Bayefal brothers and sisters and see what they're doing. They define as Muslim, but they have a lot of African spiritual retentions. And in the same way that I'd go to a revivalist church in Jamaica, I'd go to check them when I go to Senegal. And I understand that among the Ummah, they are considered to be munafiq, and kuffar, and committing shirk. You know what I'm saying? But that's not a problem for me. So I do get that. I'm not.
Jack Knight says, make it taste bitter like Cersei tea. Cersei Bush. Stop your Cersei tea, bro. Cersei Bush. Right.
So I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you believe in the existence of God?
Say again?
What? Do you believe in the existence of God?
I have an issue with the term God, but I believe in a supreme creator. Yeah,
whatever word makes you pee at night, do you believe in the existence of that?
Pee at night.
Yes. No. It's not a matter of belief for me. I also have an issue with the word belief. I exist.
How do you define the word belief?
I exist in the consciousness of a supreme creator.
Are you convinced that this creator exists?
I exist in the consciousness of a supreme creator.
And you're convinced of that?
I don't know if I'm convinced of it or not convinced of it. It's not a question for me that I need to be convinced.
You just know.
Yes.
You are sure. You're sure of yourself.
I exist in the consciousness of the Supreme Creator. Yes, of a Supreme Creator.
And you're confident of that existence, of that reality.
Yeah, I'm confident. Yes, in Mother Nature and the manifestations of the Creator, and yes, and the existence. Yes.
So, according to the Arabic root letter definition, one of the synonyms you just agreed with, which was confidence. That's all belief is. So you do believe in God.
No.
Now, do you believe, or are you confident? We could use the word confident. Are you confident that there is no other existence but this reality that you just stated that exists?
No. So, but I don't confine existence to the reality that I am.
No, Bernie, you asked the question wrong. Do you agree there is a reality, an ultimate reality?
Most definitely.
Right. So that's what it means.
And that there's no other reality but this one.
No.
There's one ultimate reality. In other words, in our experiences, we humans, hold on. We humans can perceive that this is a reality. And then later on in life, we realize there's more of a reality.
Sorry, can I just say this here? Can I just say this here? What Bernie's doing is exactly what I'm resistant to, in the sense of the fact that I don't need to be validated in Abrahamic traditions. Yeah, that's not my concern, right? In my consciousness, African spiritual systems and their criterias and their philosophies stand on their own merit, whether they agree with Abrahamic traditions or not. They stand and they exist on their own merit, and they have validity and value on their own merit.
Bernie, do you get the kind of insult you're giving Chakra about with the way you're questioning?
I'm not insulted. I'm just saying that.
No, not whether you take it as an insult, but I can, I see how you asked the question, and your response shows that it came from that angle.
Yeah. I'm just making it clear that what I'm saying, what I stand on, stands on its own merit. Just like nobody that believes in the Quran needs validation from the Bible to to affirm Muhammad. Yeah, and the Quran.
Orthodox more.
Well, this is where I'm going. Long as you just admitted that reality, whatever you want to call it, whatever makes you sleep at night, long as you agree that reality exists and that there is no reality but that. Because right now you are in this reality now, and you're not in some other reality on planet Pluto. You're here. Yes. You're on the computer. Like, I'm just making it real stupid simple. That is the Shahada. That there is no other existence of this reality but that reality, and we just call it Allah in Arabic.
So what about Muhammad?
Here's the issue. I'm getting there. Here's the issue with the whole Muhammad Rasulullah that's been brought in much later. Muhammad was told in the Quran to follow the religion of Abraham.
Oh, here we go.
And if we all agree that when people usually ask, "What is Islam?" and we say, "Oh, it's the religion of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, all the way back to Adam," correct? So therefore, Quranic logically, the 5 pillars of Islam, the 5 basics, foundation, any book you're given, you're going to get the basics, right? Should already therefore be intact. So the Shahada, one of the pillars of Islam, which already existed before Muhammad, should remain intact. As Abraham said, "Hear, O Israel, your Lord is one." You even just made that admission in your own words that make you sleep at night that there is nothing but this one reality. You are making the Shahada ready. You don't have to use the Arabic word Chakra.
I know you're coming in. I don't want to hear you take it.
I'm not making the Shahada.
You don't have to call it Shahada, but you still admitted it by the utterance of your breath that there's no reality but this reality, right? You're not in 2 places at once.
You're missing the point, which is
that you in 2 places at once, Chakra?
My spiritual consciousness is not defined or validated by whether the Shahada agrees with it or not.
You don't have to use any of those languages. We don't have to use any of those languages. We can use your own language all you want.
Benny, if your Shahada helps you to understand where I'm coming from better, fine. To me, it's not important. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, to me,
I'm just letting you know that's what the Shahada is. That's
me,
all.
I don't need it. To me, the fact that it lines up is not important to me. If it does, fine. Yeah, where anything lines up, fine. You see what I'm saying? But it's not a defining factor for me. That is all I'm saying. Yeah. So if that allows, if any of my Muslim brothers and sisters, if that allows you to understand certain things better, good. Yeah, I hope it serves you well. For me, not important. Yeah, for me, the concepts and the understandings that are derived from African spiritual systems stand on their own merit and have their own validity and hold their own weight.
Hey, that's fine.
Yeah?
You can be Wakanda all you want, Shakira. You can be Wakanda all you want, but you still got to speak English. You still got to speak English. You throw a punch, I throw a lots out punch to the face. At the end of the day, it's still a punch in the face, Shakira. You can call well. I want to subscribe to a straight punch, and that's all I want to call it. Cool, no problem. All we're saying is to this.
Hey, Bernie, what's wrong with you?
So, brother Bernie, hold on. I think you may have missed the first part of the conversation to where me and Shakira agreed that there were two perceptions of types of Abrahamic traditions. Some that were in favor of African traditions, and some that were definitely anti whatnot. So what we were doing is I was trying to get an understanding of his perceptions of the ones that were anti. So we were going over some terms with that. So what we were talking about, if you might have came in late, it might have sounded like we were talking about like all the Abraham traditions and blanket statements, but we were trying to get some understandings between two different types of concepts. If that makes sense.
Yeah, man. So it's just that I'm just saying that the thing stands on its own merit in it. Yeah. So like, if we want to have a conversation and see where the things line up and them kind of things, where the similarities, cool. But I don't define myself according to whether my tradition aligns with the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or the Bhagavad Gita or the sayings of Buddha or anything like that. And I'm interested in all of that. I study all of them, all these religions. I'm very much interested in the so-called Eastern religions because we tend to know less about them and these kinds of things. So be standing on my own square is not an impediment to knowledge from elsewhere. It's just that I don't use that knowledge to validate what is I stand on.
Right.
There was no knife to your throat to speak Arabic or anything like that. You can keep it as Wakanda as you want. Cool. All I was making the statement was
ain't got nothing to do with Wakanda. Ain't got nothing to do with Wakanda. Wakanda is there you go.
But they're separate. They're like, we don't want nothing to do with anybody else. Okay, cool. Stay like that. What we say is our way to us, your way to you. All I was just making a statement was you already just said, hey, I'm cool with that. And that was it. I just wanted to educate you on that because it seemed like you had a stiffness with this word. So I was like, let me go to the root for him. And I found this word confidence or security. And you are secure and confident in whatever your, I don't want to use the B word, but whatever your reality is, you're confident in that. You're sure of that. I was just simply saying by the synonyms of the root letter definition, that means belief. That was it. Keep your way to you, though. My way to me.
If you say so. Yeah.
It's also dependent on whether those who propose themselves to be spokespersons for the African spiritual systems are accurate in their representations of those African spiritual systems.
Well, if you got
what must be questioned, and that's also what must be questioned and examined. Just saying.
Well, then question and examine it. That's what the week is supposed to be about, right? So question and examine it. Then let's just throw it out there. You know what I'm saying? Come now. You get me? Like
we already established. We already established that there's Kufar and there's
we have not established that. As much as you want to
I didn't say disbeliever.
You come like Columbus. You go to America and see something and say, well, yo, we discovered it, right?
No, we just did it.
Yeah, if you say so, bro, it doesn't exist, bro.
You couldn't feed it.
Issa, at the same time, right? It's very, very simple, isn't it? Like there are concepts that we can identify very easily with different traditions. Yeah. If you ask me, is there a concept of spirit in African spiritual traditions? I can tell you, yes. These are the terms for it. This is what it means. Yeah. I can even show you how it differs from other types of concepts of spirit. If you ask me, is there a concept for demon in African spiritual systems, I can say to you, yes. And these are the different ways in which that concept is exemplified in the words or the language or what it means. If you say, is there a terminology for consciousness or immaterial or heaven, I can say to you, well, there's not necessarily a concept for heaven in the way that you perceive it, but there's a related concept that might be considered this. If you where I can do all of that, yeah, and give you, I'm saying we can do all of that. There is not a concept that would translate as kuffar or heathen or pagan or whatever. We can go. So if we can go through some long reasoning and find a way that it might fit in, but it's just not a concept. You know what I'm saying? Like whereas if you ask me, Ma'at exists, Ori exists, Ashe exists, Orisha exists, Ordinani exists, Nokudbuane exists, and we can explain all these things. That we can't do it with these other words and the concepts that come with them. It just doesn't happen. So I don't know why it's so important, for it to exist in African spiritual system. I don't know what that means to you, but I can't. You get I've asked it to a number of different people in your system. Is there a word that exists like this? And I'm not just use kuffar, I've used pagan and heathen and all that kind of stuff. The definitions, everything. It doesn't exist.
But the problem is you're not explaining in any detail like you do with other stuff. In relation to viewpoints.
Everybody says
wording that would talk about people like Papa Doc. And I'm saying, obviously, if there is a lack of resource from your point of view, then obviously you have to go by what we got.
Isa, if the philosophical system, like if you're teaching about the Quran, okay, you can learn about the Quran, so not the Quran, Islam, like, and the basic concepts without teaching about the Abbasid Empire. Yes. One doesn't. So if you're talking about the history of Islam, it might be wise to teach about the Abbasid Empire. Yes. But the basic ideas and principles of Islam, the 5 pillars, the belief in Allah, the Muhammad and the Messenger, and so on and so forth. You can teach a lot about Islam, and somebody can be a Muslim and know very little or nothing about the Abbasid Empire. Correct?
No, not if you're Sunni.
Even if he's a Sunni, bro, the 5 pillars.
No.
Yeah, you could be a Jahil Muslim. Come on, B.
No. Listen to what he said. Listen to what he said. He's saying when you're teaching about Islam, and I'm saying it was still being made up in the Abbasid era. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. So I'm saying what we call complete Sunniism today. I'm saying a lot of that was still being formed together and established as so-called Islam.
About Sunniism. I asked you about Islam.
Brother, listen. All right, when was Bukhari collected?
I don't know, bro.
Hold on. Bukhari's hadith.
I do know. Apparently, it was like 200 years after the Prophet.
And when was the Abbasid? This is what I'm saying, bro. It was after the blooming Al-Mamun and all of these other people in the Abbasid era.
If you're teaching about Islam, there are basic concepts that define what Islam is.
Brother, I hear you. And the hadith, the 5 pillars. Hold on.
I get you, bro.
Not in the Quran like that. The 5 pillars are found in Bukhari and Muslim in these hadith. So if they come along after
Point taken. I take your point. It would be wise for a Muslim to factor in how these things came about. Yeah, I get that totally. Makes absolute sense. And as an African spiritualist, I can appreciate the relationship between the spiritual tradition and its evolution and the history of the people. Yeah, that makes sense. Complete sense to me. It factors into my spiritual consciousness. But I'm saying that the basic concepts, understanding the basic concepts. Yeah. So, for example, if I understand Shango as a Orisha, yes, I can understand Shango and the principles associated with Shango, and not necessarily have to understand the history of how Shango comes about as a development on an older Orisha called Jakuta. Yes, how a living individual was made congruent with the existence of this Orisha. Yes, I can still understand Shango and the principles associated with Shango and thunder and lightning and them kind of things there. This as a concept. Does that make sense?
So the example you're giving doesn't work in this instance.
It does, because I'm saying to you that if I needed to understand Papa Doc, yes, in order to get Kufar in Vudan, it suggests to me that the concept is not basic. It's not part of the basic framework of the tradition.
Brilliant. Right. So thank you for letting me interject there. What I'm saying to you is, as a system, as you agree, that can constantly evolve and adapt, I'm saying if you've never had a Papa Doc before who's been initiated into the voodoo system and betrayed you and become a despot and start killing people and the priests and so on and so forth, and tried to make himself as part of the lower or the ancestors or whatever he was doing to make of his own cult, I'm saying at least now you would have to evolve one. And therefore, I, Isa the Black Telek, I'm evolving one for you to assist you so that you and your African spiritual, sorry, my African spiritual system, hold on, even in my African spiritual system, I am now adding the word kuffar to refer to people like Papa Doc.
Well,
I would try to go to the fun language to find another term which directly relates. Because if you're telling me you do not have terms because these events never came about, I understand that.
I'm not saying that. I'm categorically saying that the term kuffar in Islam does not come about as a result of events. That if the meaning and its application may be related to events, that's a fact. But the term kuffar comes from Allah Himself, in relation to differentiating between those who accept Him and those who do not. Right?
That's not true, though. That's not true. How are the Jews kuffar then? If that's what you're saying.
Forget it, Isa. Forget it.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. So
let's move on. Hey, Sakura, what spiritual system of Africa do you study?
Oh, Lord of mercy.
I'm not about to curveball nothing. I'm just asking.
I don't study one. I study many. So the ones that I'm most the ones that I'm most studied in, let's say, the ones that I study most, let's say, I don't want to claim. I'm reluctant to claim expertise in anything, but I do study ancient Kemet, Ifa, Vudan,
Islam. All my Moorish brothers on the panel, Islam, and even the ones that's not Moorish. You know who this is? This Bullets Gotti. Shakara salute.
Islam. Leg,
Yeah.
arm, head. Yeah, big up.
Yeah, big up.
No, I got a new way of saying that. Arm, leg, arm, heart. Ooh.
Indeed. That was deep, bro. That was deep.
But no head.
Okay.
So you just feel emotion, yeah? All right, cool.
Nah, do you know what though? What he did though, what he did there though was actually rather Kemetic in the sense of the fact that there is a symbolism in Kemet that associates the consciousness with the heart as opposed to the head. So yeah.
Well, the Quran does as well. That's the.
Yeah, I know you don't like relationships with Islam, but the Ka is the spirit and the Ba is the soul. So we go to the Kaaba, so the spirit and the soul is one. But we can get into that convo one day.
Indeed, no, but I'm familiar with that analogy. I'm not sure if it's actually historically accurate, but I take. I mean, if ones and ones get inspiration from it, then fine. I'm just never been convinced.
Hey, Shakara, you know you are more, my brother. You are more. All of us is more here, man. So at the end of the day, man,
we're all anything but African. That's what we is. Yeah, we're anything but
Africa. Well, if you want to go there, us Moors have the true and divine name of Africa, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Indeed, bro. Indeed.
Ever heard of a Metzum? Your grandparents ever said the word Metzum?
Break that down more. Come on, Bernard Bay.
Ever heard the word of Metzum? Ever heard the word of Metzum?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what benefit do you think your multi spiritual system can bring for 2020 for the people?
So I've been answering that all day, but I think the first thing I'm gonna have to repeat myself, so forgive me if anybody's heard this already. There's two things, bro. The first is cultural and historical, and the second is political. On the historical and the cultural point, there is a cultural continuity that African people have not been afforded because our indigenous spiritual systems have been demonized, and we have been indoctrinated into systems that have taught us to reject and neglect, condemn, and demonize our own spiritual systems. The problem with that is the fact that our history and culture is very much tied up with these spiritual systems. And so in order to have a proper understanding of ourselves, we would need to understand at least these spiritual systems. So a restoration of the dignity of African spirituality completes or restores cultural continuity to the African mind and the African community to the extent that it is instituted in such a way. And on the political side, our general viewpoint, we have been given a view or a perspective of African indigenous spiritual systems that has been gifted to us by our colonizers, whether they are Arabic or European. And in that context, African culture has been demonized to the point whereby we have been taught to worship the cultures of our oppressors, our enslavers, our colonizers. Yeah. And so the terminology African spirituality is designed to bring unity and exemplify a consciousness of common core philosophical concepts around the indigenous spiritual systems of African people, so that we are able from that foundation to develop a functional and operational unity that enables us to restore pride and dignity and respectability to our ancient traditions and our ancient cultures. And a fundamental byproduct of that is that because African indigenous spiritual systems are inherently nature-based, our relationship to our land, our relationship to our environment will become again informed by our nature-based value systems. So we will pay more attention, or we will see our land as sacred, and we won't continue to allow foreigners to come and rob of us of our land, exploit our land and our resources. And also we will restore just means and ways of relating to our environment, because in nature-based spiritual systems, it's taboo to pollute the water, it's taboo to pollute the air, it's taboo to cut down more trees than you plant, and all these kinds of things there. So I hope I've answered your question in a nutshell.
Much gratitude for that, and from that byproduct of the cultural, the historical, and the political restoration of your ancestors, you then have your economic and your moral prosperity, I'll assume, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, much gratitude. Thank you, Chakra.
I do appreciate that he understood very quickly what it's taken a long time for everybody else to understand still.
No, it's interesting. We have in our Moorish literature that actually camelbacks on that, where it says all nations suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the religion of their forefathers, but straight out the foreign gods. So that's what's up, man.
And I would and yes, we definitely have commonality on that particular principle. Yeah, it's impossible to liberate yourself while still thinking like the colonizer. So that's important. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I do like this idea of the oneness of African spirituality. It need not be as problematic as it seems at the moment. Like this, I'm saying, it need not be. If we understand fundamentally that we're dealing with a nature-based spiritual system that generally speaking manifests in common ways, which is a name or names for the supreme ultimate creator, name or names for that creator as manifested in different forces in nature, an emphasis on ancestor veneration, and rituals that give expression to the understanding of all of the above, then we're getting somewhere, with understanding why the term African spirituality is used, and also because of the fact that it's not about imposing one African indigenous spiritual system on other people, but recognizing the commonalities between them for the sake of forging a unity. Imposition is not necessary. Recognizing commonality and variety is a roadmap towards a unified expression that doesn't require the extinguishing or the eradication of any other spiritual system, but a common evolution of the spiritual systems along shared principles and these kinds of things.
Interesting. You said something I want to make sure I don't miss. So in your critique of the Abrahamic traditions that are un-African, you said something just now about rituals that something about like bringing like awareness to everything you're talking about, right? The African traditions you're talking about. So in your understanding, do the Abrahamic traditions that are un-African, do they not have rituals of the sort?
Rituals in Abrahamic tradition tend to be related to the worship of God, which is not necessarily the case in the African spiritual system, if that makes sense.
Right. So what were you saying that the purpose of the ritual was in the way you just said it?
Yeah, so it was more about relating to the forces of nature and ritualizing balance and harmony with those forces. All the forces of nature are considered to be manifestations of the creator. So the consciousness is that the laws of the creator are not written in a book, they're written in nature itself. Yeah. And so by abiding by by abiding by the laws of nature, this is how we're abiding by the laws of the Creator, and so ultimate human development is about attaining balance and harmony with nature itself, and this is defined in Kemet as Ma'at. It's defined in Ifa as Iwapele, which is balanced character, and them kind of things there. So a lot of rituals are symbolic of that balance, or
to that end. Got you. Okay.
Restoration of that balance, or appeasing the spiritual entities that are around us in our environment as an expression of that balance, if that makes sense.
And if I understand what you're saying, is the un-African Abrahamic traditions are not about that with the ritual; they're about the veneration of the one God, etc.
Of the one God, yes.
Got you.
Okay. That, yes.
So, is there anything else that makes the un-Abrahamic traditions or un-African Abrahamic traditions un-African in your concept? So I got the. I got God in relation to nature, how they see it as separate. I got the veneration of that, right? The ancestral concept. I got what you're saying about the disbeliever. I got what you're saying about the ritual. Is there anything else?
Those are the fundamental things. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
cool.
But we could go further in the sense of the fact that the systems of social organization and government that have been developed from them, I think there are some differences there. I think that for the most part, Abrahamic concepts develop from a particular, what Mama Marimba Ani refers to as asili, which is kind of like a cultural seed. Yeah. And so I don't think that the concept of God in Abrahamic religion comes from nowhere. I think that's a cultural product. And I think we can say to at least some degree that the concept of monotheism has facilitated a political monopolitic, if that makes sense, that seeks to impose the culture of one people on another group of people, to the detriment of others, if that makes sense. I think that there's a relationship between those two things. There's a relationship between a jealous God and jealous human beings.
Right. And so just to be clear, most of what you're saying is based upon the actions of people, not necessarily the words of the book, correct?
No. Yeah, but I'm saying it's the understanding. I'm careful about how I divorce religion from people, because there is no religion without people. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Let me be more clear. Like, so you're talking about the actions of people and their understanding of the book, not necessarily the book says in and of itself.
To a degree, but to the extent that jealous God is a concept, I do think we can delineate some ideas in terms of how people act based upon that concept.
In the future, are you willing to have these conversations based upon the original language?
Most def, I don't have that problem at all. But at the same time, I would suggest that, like, for example, the oneness of the Creator also develops a consciousness in terms of how people relate to each other and nature itself, and develop social organization.
Right, facts.
So it doesn't mean that all of their social organization will be manifested of that principle, but it would be, but the dominant forms of their social organization would tend to reflect that this basic understanding, or can be delineated from this basic understanding.
Point taken.
Oh no, let me come in there. So Chakra, you were saying the laws of nature and the system is not written in a book, but it's from nature itself, correct?
Yes.
Right. So would you agree
Sorry. The laws of the Creator are in nature itself. The spiritual system seeks to understand those laws and codifies it in the form of a spiritual system.
Beautiful. So would you agree, when you notice you said the spiritual system, as though there's a spiritual system external to human beings that codifies this law? So hold on. I'm just saying you said. So I'm saying
that's not what I said. That's not. I didn't say anything about a spiritual system external to human beings.
No. I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. You said the spiritual system does this, and I'm saying the facts are human beings that practice a spiritual system. They codified it.
Isa, I just corrected you. I said the laws of the Creator are manifested in the laws of nature. Correct. The spiritual system is codified by people and in an understanding of the laws of nature. So again, that is what I just said. That is what I just said. As I said to Brother Moore, I am You can rewind the tape, bro. Like, do it right now. Go back and in fact,
what you just said to me, is that what you're claiming you said?
Yes, go back and play it. Play it for the people then right now. What I just said. It's not even that far back, so you can do it. Go on.
All right, it don't even matter because you end up gonna say the same thing.
It's not that far back. Are you able to do it myself? Go on, do it myself. Go on,
Yeah, please do. Yeah, so play what I asked you, and if you
wait there. Can you hear me? Can you hear that?
No.
I can hear you. Okay.
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but go.
But the dominant forms of their social organization would tend to reflect that this basic understanding, or can be delineated from this basic understanding.
Point taken.
Hold on, let me come in here. So, Chakra, you were saying the laws of nature and the system is not written in a book, but it's from nature itself, correct?
Yes.
Right. So, would you agree
Sorry. The laws of the creator are in nature itself. The spiritual system seeks to understand those laws and codifies it in the form of a spiritual system.
Thank you. Stop. The spiritual system is what you said. That's what I'm saying. You didn't mention human beings. So you played exactly what I said you said, which is the spiritual system seeks to understand and codify.
Isa, but I'm saying to you, I am not divorcing the spiritual system from the people.
I know. So I'm saying let's get back on the road of what we're actually talking about, so that we can get to the major point I'm getting to, which is within the I agree with you, the laws of nature. How did you say it? The creator manifests. How did you say it?
Laws of the creator are manifested in the laws of nature.
Right. Brilliant. So I'm saying there is between the perception of those laws of nature and the understanding that the laws of the creator are manifested in the laws of nature. You agree there's human beings in between that, correct? When it gets to
human understanding, yes, certainly. The African, the African doesn't claim to have the perfected understanding of the ultimate creator.
Come on, it's not what he doesn't. We're dealing with the affirmative. So what we have here is that when we are saying that we have the Lord's creator manifested in the laws of nature, we have a special set of people. Not everybody, but there's a special group that have the duty of organizing, classifying, etc. Yes?
No. There are people with certain responsibilities, but in a proper, like, so if we understand the concept of Ubuntu, then it's the people collectively that evolve a tradition. It doesn't mean that there are no there are no specific roles as associated with specific people, but it is a communal thing. Like that's why ritual is a communal endeavor. You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but the point I'm making is there are leaders to all of these things because those are the people that inherit knowledge.
People who have specific functions that relate to specific things. So
and knowledge, bro. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not disputing that, bro. It doesn't.
That's what I'm talking about.
It doesn't mean that it's any less collective. Just because everyone's not a priest doesn't mean
all of it's collective. You could say the Ummah's collective and all of that. I'm still what the point I'm making is in the same way that you're saying,
Isa, because you're dealing with a spiritual system that is very much tied to a socio-political system as well. Yeah. So there are priests. There are priests that are specific to shrine, but then there's a relationship between those priests who are specific to shrine and different political orders in the society that may not be considered directly related to the shrine or the divinities, so to speak, but are related to it based upon the social order of the system. There are families that have roles in a society that, you know what I'm saying? And then each shrine has its devotees, not just its priests, but its devotees who are also responsible for keeping, the laws or evolving the tradition in a particular kind of way. So yeah, it's definitely a very collective endeavor, in the ultimate sense of it.
Okay, so do these systems generally have a secret society?
They can do, yes. And that's not uncommon. I don't know if I go as far as to say generally, but it's definitely not uncommon.
In the most common and powerful ones, did they have a secret society?
and to some degree, you could say secret societies. Yeah. So there are some spiritual systems whereby like the women have their own society that is specific to the women, and everything in that is secret is a secret to the man them. Yeah. Or there's like a masquerade society whereby nobody knows, you know what I'm saying, which people are a part of that society, because you know they hold a certain role or responsibility in the nation. So it's possible for more than one secret society to operate in even in the same
one or more. As long as you agree there's one or more, that's fine.
Yes.
So therefore, would you agree, connected to the secret society or societies, there is something where we could classify or call sacred knowledge, secret knowledge, etc.
Yes, there's definitely knowledge that is not passed down to everybody, because of the fact that when you are that you have to have gone through a process of proving that you are able to be capable of being responsible with the responsibility.
Type of knowledge and
Yes.
information. Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Okay, brilliant. Now I'm just saying that, yeah. Okay. Because you keep making the statements of
Hey, whoever just hit that, pass that.
who's that? Somebody smoking.
Bernie wants the good herb, you know.
Want the blunt?
Man heard.
Yeah, I know what I heard.
Yeah. Man heard a familiar sound, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't care what you call it. I know what it is. Whatever your answer to call it, that's fine. I'm pretty sure they've done it too.
All right, but
I call it the best part of waking up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, is that what's wrong with you, Mo?
Hey, let every green herb heals the nation, correct?
Is that why more doesn't work all the time? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Meaning your brain, sorry, not your system.
Hey, now. Hey, I might forget to call my grandma, but I'll still know how to use a phone. Come on, now. Hey, Chakra, let me tell you something. Hey, Chakra, me, you, and Orthodox, we need to do like a private one-on-one, like, well, 2-on-1 kind of demo one day. I got a feeling that you have more of a mainstream perspective on God's religion of Islam, via the Quran, because we're Quranists. We don't even follow the other, traditionalist books. So I think, because it says in the Quran that all human beings
That
can
Circle
stop
7
worshiping God.
Quran, man.
And this is the response. This is the response to the whole, the religion was based on the people. But it says in the Quran that everyone can stop worshiping God and he will still be praised. The birds in the mountains, the light, the waves in the ocean will still bow down. So this is much deeper. I feel you've been robbed of that, of that insight. And I would like us to share that with you.
I respect that my brothers have a different understanding of Islam, and I'll be willing to learn about it. I just have a different emphasis. I'm not trying to convince the rest of the Muslim world that their interpretation is wrong. I'm just trying to restore dignity to African spiritual traditions. That's what it is. that's the actual sincere emphasis of what it is I'm dealing with.
Hey, and I will support you in that, and I'm supposed to as a Muslim. Wherever there's unity, I got to be there. So I'm down with that. Like I said, it's not a thou shalt speak Arabic kind of thing. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not that. But mainstream media make you think it's that, but it's not.
Would you not suggest though that learning Arabic would be an asset to understanding the Quran?
It helps, but it's not necessary. According to chapter 41, verse 44, where it says, "And if we had made it a non-Arabic Quran, they would have said, why are its verses not explained in detail? Is it a foreign language and an Arab messenger?" It says to say, "It is for those who believe, a guidance and a cure." That's why you could have a lot of people who are born speaking Arabic, but they can still stray.
It's an interesting verse.
It's not a
what verse was that you just read? Sorry, give me the chapter and verse.
41 verse 44.
31 verse 44.
No, 41 verse 44.
Verse 4.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna meditate over that later. Still, that sounded very interesting.
Hey, that's the only requirement of the Quran, man. You don't have to go to hadiths and sunnahs, man. All it says is to read in the name of your Lord and just ponder upon the verses, because the hadith and sunnah is in your heart.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's what the Honorable Noble Drew Ali taught us.
Yeah, everything blessed.
Yeah, speaking Arabic's not going to get you in front of the line to God. No, that's not how it works.
Indeed.
That's right.
Indeed. But yeah, I think
you got blind, deaf, and dumb people who are Muslims. Beautiful people. They don't even speak. They can't speak. They use sign language. You know, so
I hear you, bro.
Arabic
I
doesn't
hear you.
really matter.
The reality is that
Hey, Bernie, they was brainwashed, my brother. They was brainwashed. You know what I mean? They was brainwashed by
But
the
it
Arabs.
was in divine order that this would
Arabs.
happen, Gotti. It said with every prophet came people who will speak sweet words. You know, they will deviate the people from the path. Every time revelation comes, and then the messenger or the prophet of that headship, you know, they hit the grave. As the saying go, when the cat's away, the mice come out and play. And that's what's been going on since the beginning of the time.
That's right. That's right. And I agree so much with that. This is why I tell people, don't be befooled by the beautiful language. Don't be befooled by the religion, because it's all a brainwashing. Just like Christianity, just like Orthodox, Sunni Islam. It's all a brainwashing going on.
certainly. So in relation to this thing though, yeah, because of the fact that the common concept, wherever, like the common concepts associated with the major so-called world religions, yeah, generally tends to give some respect to their basic ideas and their basic concepts, which is not the case for any of the African spiritual systems, be they Ifat, be they Kemet, you know what I'm saying, be they Bakongo, you know what I'm saying, be they Wakafena, you know what I'm saying, or anything like that. And so more often than not, what you get is terms like witchcraft, and them kind of things there, which don't really necessarily translate very well or are misapplied in terms of their English translation. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at if a priest is a priest in English, if a priest is a priest in any other tradition, then a priest is a priest in an African spiritual system. Yet the term witch doctor is ubiquitous. Yeah, so we got to overcome that kind of sensibility. At the same time, you know, there are still situations in which people who are considered witches are being persecuted against. You know, in that kind of regard. So it's very, there are places for which this has very real consequences.
Oh, Shaka Rock.
Yes, sir.
Shaka Rock. I'm gonna say this, brother. I'm gonna say this. What people gotta understand is, before any religion, there was idol worshiping. You know what I'm saying? We was dealing with the spirit. We was dealing with the ancestors. That was our religion before all these religion things came in effect. Christianity, Islam. We was dealing with the ancestors. Now, during time, when religion came in, Islam, Christianity, and all that, we diverted to all those different religions because of either we was held into slavery and brainwashed to become a part of these religions, or we embraced it just by learning the teachings. But at the end of the day, we do believe that the ancestors and all that is our religion. Nobody's disputing that, because that's the religion that we had before this whole Christianity and Islam and Judaism and all these other religion groups that came, Buddhism, whatever you want to call it. It was idol worshiping, and we was dealing with the ancestors. So that's true facts, Shaka Ra. I'm not going to dispute you on that. That's our history. That's the history that we going to always have till we leave this earth. We're going to always deal with the spirit, because what people got to understand, we are spiritual people. We are in touch with our spirituality. That's why a lot of times we talk about spirituality with our day-to-day life, because spirituality has disciplined us to basically, you know, the withheld what we went through, whether it was slavery, whether it was racism, whatever. We all dealt with spirituality during those times.
Praise God.
Of course,
hit me with something. Hey Gotti, hey Orthodox, what do you think about if he's cool with the invite for me to share with him our Moorish American closing prayer?
Yes,
I think he'll find it interesting.
Bro, I'm not part of the temple. Do what the hell you want to do, bro.
Okay. I know what you mean in spirit. Okay, cool. Well, our closing prayer is Allah, bind our hearts and mind to our ancient forefathers, divine creed and principle. This we ask in thy holy name and the seven Elohim. Amen.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I just wanted to make that relationship that you were speaking of on tapping into the ancestors, which we have no issue with, and also in our own way.
Shaka, you got to read that Circle 7 Quran, my brother. Download it, read it. You got to read that book. It's a good book.
I have it.
I tell anybody to go read that. Yeah, that's a beautiful
You'll
book
appreciate
because
chapter 11 because of
that's right.
Mhm.
Because what Noble Drew Ali did was bring us our religion. Our religion. See, what people don't understand is this is all our religion. You know what I'm saying? Any religion you name, it's just been documented by the how I say the oppressors. They took our religion and they whitewashed it like they do everything else. They whitewash Islam, they whitewash Christianity, but this is our religion because you gotta understand something. Like I said, we are spiritual people. These people are heathens. You know what I'm saying? They were heathens, and these were people that didn't have no spirituality. They didn't deal with spirituality because these people had evil souls. We taught them how to be spiritual.
So real quick, so my brothers, my brother God and my brother Bernie Bay, like, so the reason why you're not hearing me talk a whole bunch about the Circle 7 Quran right now is because at the outset of this conversation, Shakarad had made the admission of the concept that he believes that things like that and like Sufism would be like the Africanization of Islam, right? And so
yeah, definitely. I wouldn't take that away from the brothers.
Yeah, so talking about it in the original concept, he's probably not going to accept, right? But he could accept it as an Africanization concept.
Can I just say, yeah, big up to my brother Sunny Isa in the chat, yeah, Kai. He's saying that he's backing down all these chocolates right now, still, Kai. Yeah, it's about to be Ramadan.
I also want to make a clear line because I picked up a certain vibration.
Everything.
We all have our different paths in regards to how we express ourselves and everything. So I want to make clear that I'm speaking only for myself. God is speaking for him, Morthdal, everybody. I'm Reggie.
Listen, brothers are entitled. Brothers are entitled to share. You know what I'm saying, the perspective of their various traditions. You know what I'm saying. It's not an offense to man at all. By the way, I did mean to do this earlier because there was a conversation that right early in the day. But it got dragged into some strippiness here about the let's say theistic concepts of the supreme deity, if that even makes sense.
Huh?
Yeah. Hold
on, who said that?
No one said that specifically, but what it is that people tend to draw a differentiation between theism and deism, in the sense of theism. See, from my understanding, anyway, in terms of how the terms are used, theism tends to relate to the more conventional understanding of God that we have, where deism can also relate to people that they don't have a personal God, but they have a more undefined kind of spiritual kind of ideal. Yeah, when it comes to the existence of God, that's my understanding of how the terms are used. Yeah, I could be, but they were some talk about it. So I was gonna share in the Dogon culture, the people that reside mostly in Mali, because Issa was having a conversation about atheism and whether atheism is a Eurocentric concept or not. And most of what he said, I agreed with him on. And I was gonna share, as an example of some of what he was saying, the definition of the word Amma. And Amma in the Dogon culture is the name for the supreme creator, yeah? But the word Amma means to hold firmly, to embrace strongly, and to keep in the same place, yeah? And then the book goes on to explain a part of a prayer in Dogon, and it says, one calls Amma's name all day long. One calls him, her, when the day begins. He is the Hogon chief of the scheme, the Hogon of wasters. Amma arranges the scheme of things after he had wasted. Amma is space 14-fold. To pronounce the name Amma is to preserve all space. The name of Amma is preservation and safekeeping of all things. Yeah, so that gives us an idea of how the concept for Amma or God in the Dogon consciousness.
Hey, Shakarad, let me ask you a question. I want to ask you this question, my brother.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about us saying that we are indigenous people, my brother? Do you agree with that? Do you agree that we are all indigenous people and we all aboriginals, my brother?
The problem that I have with that designation is that it tends to come with the caveat that we are not African. I have no problem with us being indigenous. We are the first people on the planet everywhere. But normally people are speaking specifically to the Americas when they say indigenous. And so that concept I have a problem with.
So Shaka, do you believe that we traveled all over the world? Shaka, like we
yes, sir.
We went over.
Yes, sir. Traveling though means that we started somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so because politically and culturally, I affirm Africa and African people. Anything that would seek to deter us from that understanding, especially given our specific history, I would consider to be an attempt at anti-Africanism, because we've been taught to hate Africa and we've been taught to celebrate America or anything other than Africa, for that matter.
Yeah, I agree with you, Shaka. I do believe that we need to embrace Africa. I think we do need to embrace it, because at the end of the day, that is the homeland. That is where, you know, the beginning of civilization started. So I do believe we need to embrace it more. And I also believe that we have been all over the world, because if we go back into history, you know, when Columbus came here to what we call the Americas, basically there was brothers that looked just like us, that had dreadlocks, you know what I mean, that spoke the language that the Moors who came with Christopher Columbus understood, and they were the translators. So a lot of times what people got to understand, we have a rich history. Our history dates back to the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times people don't understand that we've been all over the world, but everything starts in Africa. So I do agree with you. I do agree with you, Shaka. I never would dispute that. You know what I mean? Because I love when people, you know, like to say, oh, Africa didn't start it didn't start in Africa and it started in Babylon. Listen, it started in Africa. Everything started in Africa. You know what I'm saying? If you go back in the Bible, you read the Bible, you see who the people in Africa, and you look at the Bible, it shows you it was people that was dark-skinned people. You know, these were not whitish looking people that you see in the movies. These were dark-skinned people, and they had the hair that we got. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Jesus had dreadlocks. So let's get this clear. When we deal with the history and deal with spirituality, we are the creators of this.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, everything started in Africa. So I do agree with Shaka. I will always agree with this brother and any brother that says the truth, because this is the truth. We got to teach our people this.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. I was gonna read something. So if you want to say something now, then do so.
Well, I just wanted to ask you a question, man.
Okay.
Before that,
all right.
I just wanted to see how you felt about the Moors directing Christopher Columbus to the Americans.
I'll say this. You know, the Moors at that time was getting run out of Europe. You know what I mean? They was wiping all of the Moors out of Europe at that time. That's during the Crusade. I do believe that we should have never helped Christopher Columbus, but we was thinking about the nationality, we was thinking about money and all that. But I also say that at the end of the day, you know, this is the trick system that they trick us to do business with them, and that happens in everything we do. But at the end of the day, I still say this, you know, it's a history. Without us teaching Columbus and all these people about traveling and about being a sailor or being into any of these things, fighting wars and anything we taught them, to coming out of the caves, we taught them how to fight wars. We taught them how to really communicate, you know, because these people did not know how to communicate. You know, they were savages, wild savages that was roaming around in caves, you know, so walking on all fours. We taught them how to walk. We taught them how to clean. So a lot of times people get offended when we say this, but it was all a trick system, you know, to take what we showed them and then they use it against us and enslaved us. So at the end of the day, I do believe that that's our flaw. We have a lot of flaws that we need to correct.
I got you, man.
Oh yeah, you got sellouts in every school, just like you got sellouts for black people.
Let me hear what Shaka.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Bernie.
So
yeah, we got black sellouts too. They're called coons and bedwenches.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry. So, what do I think about it? To be honest, I am when it comes to the history of the Moors in Africa. There's a conflict. There's two conflicting arguments. One suggests that they became an autonomous kind of nation of people, and another suggests that they were kind of subservient to the Arab invaders, yeah, and developed from there.
It's a bit of both, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So to whatever extent, I mean, the fact of being able to guide Columbus to the Americas is a monumental feat in the sense of the knowledge of the people that did that. They could not be. I don't hold them necessarily responsible for what Columbus did or what the Europeans did after that period, if that makes sense. I think that would be taking it too far. But yeah, yeah. So I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that, but. Yeah,
diminished responsibility. Yeah.
Say again.
Diminished responsibility.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd hold it. Like Columbus is Columbus, my G, innit? Like to whatever they were involved in what he did, then they take responsibility. But I don't know if I'm gonna. And as well, like Columbus didn't take the whole Moorish nation in it, like on the ship in it. Like it was 1 or 2 men in it. So yeah, I don't know that the.
To be clear, he did. There was no agreement that Columbus had with Morocco or Mauritania at the time, and the people that are being called Moors are actually Christian converts of Spain. So
right,
Spain and Portugal, right? So these people aren't Moorish; these people are Spanish and Portuguese. Are they of African descent? Partially. Yeah. But are they Moors? No, they're not nationally Moroccan or Mauritanian at the time.
By the time we get to 1492, though, there is a no, actually, but yeah.
One second, yeah. Hey, Moors, how come you're only saying that now? When I'm saying how comes you don't ban out the Moors for this, that, and the other? When Bullets was saying, yeah, the Moors Christopher Columbus to Spain. Yeah, I didn't hear no fire ban blaze or whatever. Then
I'm having a real hard time hearing you, Mike, bro.
But no, Belly. What I'll say is the Moors was everywhere during Europe, but this is during the Crusade. This is what I'm trying to say. The Crusaders at that time when the Moors had took over the whole Europe, and then around the 1400s when the Europeans, the Christians, I like to say the Catholics, the Saint Lutherans, when they went in there, Martin Luther basically led all the people to slaughter all the Moors that was in Europe. So that means in Spain, Portugal, even in Italy, wherever they was at in Europe, they slaughtered them and killed them. So whoever was a Moor at that time, some of them became Christians, and then some, went back to El Morocco. So this is what I'm trying to say is that the Moors was all over Europe at that time, and they they dominated Europe for a long time. They was empowering Europe for the 1400s until the 1400s. So this is what people got to understand. At that time, when the Crusade happened, it killed a lot of Moors. They killed a lot of Moors. It's just like when they killed the natives in America. They killed a lot of Native Americans with diseases. So this is what I try to say. These Europeans are savage human beings, and they do savagery, and they have a history of this.
So to be historically accurate, right? The whole so you got Christopher Columbus operating in the west coast of Africa off the slave ports and whatnot via the papal bulls of the Pope in 1453 and otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Breaking down like Dum Diversus and some other ones breaking down like the whole origin of the slave trade on the Saracens of West Africa and other African pagans, so to speak, right? So this notion that the Moors aided Columbus in getting to America is ridiculous historically, right? Again, we're talking about, if anything, he might have had Marranos with him, right? And these are conversos, right? People who converted and are not nationally linked up to these other nations or whatnot.
Oh no! Are you saying so? The whole history of Moors being on the boat navigating for him is wrong?
They're not Moors, right? Like so for instance, right?
Were they Moorish, Spanish, Muslim?
So hold on. For instance, I don't have Moroccan. Let me say like this. So they might have African lineage in their blood, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm saying that they weren't directly tied to any African nation. Like so, saying that they're Moors, right, is not historically correct. It'd be correct to call them Morisco Spaniards or Morisco or Marano Spaniards and Portuguese, people who were converted to Christianity, who may have had Moorish blood, right? Who were naturally descendant of Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, I get the point he's making. It's I get the point he's making.
That's what I said. They was converted. That's what I said. That during the Crusade, a lot of people.
So
technically,
real quick, it's not the Crusades at this juncture. It's the Reconquista at this juncture. Yeah, it's so you have so for instance, you have the Mudejares, who are the Muslims who refuse to convert, right? Then you have certain Moriscos who are Moorish descent who become Maranos, who they do convert and become conversos, and there's literally a war between the two of them. You feel me?
Are they black? These Moriscos, whatever you call them.
Some of them, yeah. Like they end up getting watered down, etc., etc., etc.
Watered down. Okay.
But yeah, there was. I mean, even there was a long kind of at different points alliance between people in Morocco and the like Southern Europe, Portugal, Spain, and that kind of thing. Even the collapse of the Songhai Empire was partly due to that, because like Morocco, when Morocco invaded Songhai, a lot of the people then that was in the army were actually Portuguese, and the language was actually Portuguese of that first regiment that went in was actually Portuguese.
At which juncture?
In this would have been early 1500s. I can't remember the year that Morocco invaded Songhai for some reason, but yeah. Yeah.
Right, so let me get this correct, because a lot of people are thinking, well, until more or less about Columbus's time, just before whatever that queen's name is, that the Moors were ruling Spain, the Black Moors, and basically it come like they were either enslaved, brainwashed, or coerced to come along on the boats and show him where the gold and where America is.
No, the Black Berber rule of Spain is long gone by the time Columbus shows up.
What do you say? The Black Moors are gone.
Yeah, the Black Berber rule of Spain at the time is long gone by the time.
They was out of power.
They finally kicked them out.
So when you start off in 711, right? You have the Berber, like, so the Cordoba Caliphate is definitely more Berber and Black Berber controlled, right? Then you have more of an Arab and Persian influence, you know what I'm saying, being touched with the Abbasids and whatnot after the Umayyads died, you know what I'm saying? So at that juncture, it gets divisive and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? So this is actually where your whole Sunni bit comes in, like in obvious play, bro, because they literally come to the Moors like, hey, can you make madhabs for us or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Can you? And they start dividing us up via our via different madhabs and whatnot, and the infighting gets crazy, bro. But once the infighting happens, the Black Berbers definitely lose power. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, and they're not able to hold on. They're not able to compete with fighting Christians, fighting other Berbers, fighting Arabs. You know what I'm saying? Like it all falls down like a deck of cards at one point.
So you're in agreement that when they brought their whichever Sunni madhab to the black people in Spain, that this was
they asked us to make the Maliki one, bro. Like it was literally like it was it was something. They were like, will you clear this up for us, please? Will you make?
So they tried to bring the predominant West African Sunni school of thought, which teaches that black women are ugly and don't need to cover their face. They try to basically enforce that.
You get the Maliki brought in, and then you get the Zahiri. That the Zahiri actually knows a little bit of time underneath the Cordoba Caliphate, right? But then it gets like
Isa. So Isa the Zahiri.
Yeah,
okay.
And so that's why I was trying to tell them, like, the others, like, I actually got love for that concept in the sense where historically, you know what I'm saying, I understand where it comes from, etc. whatnot. But like when then there's beef between the Zahiri and the Maliki and whatnot, and then there's mad infighting in between the Moors. At one point they get like you get the Almoravids and the Almohads, right? And that, like, one of them gets like crazy, like fundamentalist. You know what I'm saying? It starts just getting wicked. Like, you better get down or lay down type stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? And by this juncture, bro, like, it's a cold piece. Like, it's not like, so everyone being called the Moors. Like, yeah, I can understand the concept. There's a whole bunch. It's a bunch of tribal beef at this juncture. You know what I'm saying? It's not a unified thing at this juncture, which is why, you know what I'm saying, we can actually get caught up in this whole slave trade concept because we fall as one unified construct. You know what I'm saying?
So we could even say that the West African system. I think the Somalis are even Maliki as well, aren't they? Some of them. So we could say the Somalis and Isa the Zahiri, both Sunni.
I thought they were Shafi.
Well, they're both in it. They've got Maliki. They might be
Okay.
majority Shafi, but they're definitely got Maliki.
Okay.
Anyway, at least we know West Africa and Central Africa.
Right.
But I'm saying at the end of the day, you know, the school of thought coming from these people, which was clearly detrimental because they're claiming our women are ugly and all the rest of it. They come along, and even Isa, the Sunni Dhahiri, he comes along with his stuff, and all of a sudden we're infighting and we fall. So unfortunately, my brother is not really.
We go into Spain with no madhab. We come out with like 3. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I mean, to be honest, the Dhahiri madhab, I do have respect for it because it promotes thinking. You know what I mean? So
that's what I appreciate about it, for real.
I do have respect for that because I believe you can evolve the basic principle. Well, a lot of it is about questioning what has apparently been solidified. Do you get me? In other words, these but have set this. This is what's the word? You know, it's been set in stone that this is how it is, and then these lot come along and they're questioning and saying, well, not really. Do you get me? And I understand that, you know, it's still, yeah, they're still very detrimental. But then I would question. Let me know. I wanted to get Bernie Bay on this Quranist thing that he came out and was saying just now, but yes, yeah, poor Bernie.
Is Bernie still here?
What do you say?
Bernie
He's
on
on-
mute.
he's on
Bernie
panel.
on mute. Bernie on mute.
Oh, he might be with the family. He got kids.
Reggie. Were you? If you don't mind me asking, were you born into a Christian family, Reggie?
Yep.
Okay. Would you say your Christianity is about truth, or would you say it's just about how you feel? So, in other words, is it about what is actually really the truth from God, or is it well, this is what I've got, I feel good in this, it's more comfortable because all my family is, etc., and I'm going to roll with it? Which would you say?
It's all about truth, buddy. It's all about truth.
About truth. And how do you go about finding out what the truth is?
Well, you read the Bible, you see what God's message is to you, and you.
Right. How would any human being go about finding the truth?
How would they go about finding the truth? First of all, I would suggest from a Christian perspective, they go to the Bible.
No.
Then-
Listen to the question. Listen to the question. The truth. How would somebody go about finding the truth about anything?
Well,
About
you're
anything?
asking me as a Christian.
No. I'm asking you as
About
a human being, because that's what, not everyone. No, like, for instance, if you go to somebody that has they're like, when they start reading the Bible, they can't make head or tail of what it's talking about if they've got their own tradition. So if somebody's a Hindu or a Buddhist and they've never heard of anything you were saying before, Abraham, none of that, right? No, Adam and Eve, none of that. So you start telling them read the Bible, they're gonna be like, bro, I've got my own traditions, I don't know what you're talking about. How would they go about finding the truth in general and then specific to your Christian belief, so to speak?
So I would suggest that they ask questions, and then when they ask questions, they try to get a genuine understanding of what people are saying. Once they completely understand something, then they make a decision.
Yeah, that doesn't. But how does that relate to them knowing the truth? Then they make a decision. I mean, what if they make the wrong decision? How? Okay, that's very strange answers. So you're basically you don't know if what you've got is the truth or not, right?
And I have faith that what I have is the truth.
Okay, would you agree that the Messiah said, "Know the truth, and knowing the truth will set you free"?
Yep.
Okay. So how would you know the truth, let's say, from the Messiah's perspective, when he's literally talking to people? So not you, who comes 2,000 years later, has access to the Bible and so on, but he's literally talking to people and he's telling them, know the truth, and it will set you free. How would they come to know the truth?
How would they come to know the truth? It depends in what context. I mean, it depends in what regard. I mean, when it speaks about know the truth and the truth will set you free, it's just, I think it's trying to promote people telling the truth and not going against what is actually correct or what is true. Not trying to falsify things, and it's just trying to teach you to be righteous, to not try and pretend. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What would you use from your Christian perspective to convince somebody who's, let's say, never heard of your system that your system or Christianity is the truth? What would you suggest they use? What would you use to them?
I'll just tell them about Christ and the message of Christ. You get what I'm saying? It's not by my hands or by what I say so much that people are saved. It's by the grace of God. I only have a duty to tell people, you know what I mean?
All right, man. Jeez,
We don't get any extra brownie points for the amount of people that we convert. You get what I'm saying?
No, but no, I hear that. I do wonder. I mean, I'm not thinking it. Well, eugenics has come to mind. But actually, no, maybe that's the wrong term. What I mean is this. What I mean is this. Obviously, I think we should promote the genes who are more intelligent, and I'm not saying to obviously literally cut off those who are less, but obviously you must agree, yeah, that in what you're saying, it clearly is not the best process for everyone. So, for instance, if everyone sits in their birthed religion, the religion that they were raised in, believes it's the truth, then believes, well, if I give them the message, then if they start believing in it, then that's the grace of God. If they don't, then it's not. You can agree that's not really the way it's supposed to go, is it?
I can't convince people. I can't.
What's the answer to the question, though? Whether you can convince or not, what's the answer to the question?
What's the question? Sorry, like you weren't very clear on the question.
Right. So I'm saying if everyone followed your methodology,
right,
and they stuck to the religion they were born in, believing it is the truth without verifying, because you have no way of verifying whether it's the truth or not. So if they said it's the truth, believed it's the truth, and then thought, well, I can't convince anyone because I don't know how to convince myself it's the truth. If everyone done that, where would we be? Especially when it comes to the Messiah, who went around preaching and showing miracles and giving these logical arguments and refuting the priests, the Levites, the rabbis, and Sadducees, and so on.
In my understanding, that's an individual's choice. Some individuals choose to follow what their parents have followed, and obviously that is their decision. You get what I'm saying? But if they're Christians, I would say that, you know, as a Christian, we're not told that we need to go and find out what every other religion is saying in order to come to a conclusion. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to know about other religions to be able to attain salvation. That's not a criteria in our religion. But what it is that it's up to you to tell other people, and it's up to you to reaffirm your faith. And that can come by people challenging your faith. That can come by you asking questions. That can come by you doing your research and finding out more about the questions in the Bible that you feel has weakened your faith and that you need to seek more understanding on.
Have you read the Gospels?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
You've read from first Matthew to last of John, yeah?
Yeah, I have, but I'm still in the purpose. See, the Bible, you're constantly learning. You can't like say that I've read it, so now therefore I'm ready.
No. Just listen to the question. I didn't say the whole Bible because it's a massive book. I'm just talking about 4 Gospels.
Yeah.
Have you read all 4 Gospels?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. All right. I don't know.
Yeah. But most people stay in the religion that their parents are. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that some people that do, it is because their parents were in the religion. Maybe they feel they need to continue. That's, you know what I'm saying? Right. Sometimes unverifiable.
Yeah, I'm wondering about, you know, obviously the IQ tests and stuff like that. So fair enough.
I know your story is different. You came out of the religion you were born in, which is, you know what I'm saying, like, and your reasons for doing it. Maybe some people will say maybe they make sense. Some will say that no, this is right. I wouldn't have done that.
Well, mine. Let me give an example of my thing. One of the things was you had Rastas, Jehovah's Witness used to come around, so there was a lot of opinions floating around. Do you get me? And in the house that I grew up in, there was debates every now and again. You get what I'm saying? So it was very interesting where what I was raised to believe in church was fundamentally challenged with this when people were pointing out things that were in the Bible that I believed was the word of God, or so to speak. Do you get me? So from that young age of that being challenged in front of my face, it then said, right, so you were made to believe this. Why? Because I was told so, but okay. But then it's the point of how do I actually know now to find out the truth? Because I've got all these different opinions. They're all quoting something in their favor. But, you know, how do I choose? I don't flick a coin. I don't go with who I like. I'm not being paid. So how would I choose? Do you see what I mean? So...
Yeah, and then you've gone to another religion where there's loads of different ways of believing. I mean, even on this panel right now, we've got 3 different types of Muslim.
Yeah, like... but that's I agree. No, but I'm saying I agree with you. But the point is, it's a journey where, at the very least, you could say let's put it like this: internet can speed up the process. Yeah, where back in the day you'd have to go to library. Certain books you'd have to wait a couple of weeks for the library to order the thing. You'd even have to pay to order it from somewhere else. Some of the books you couldn't even take home. You had to read in the library, even though it came from another library. Some of them you'd have to go travel into the British Library and get a pass and all of these different things. Nowadays, you just got them free. A lot of them free on the internet, where you get them from Amazon and so on. You get me? So the YouTube videos, a lot of the information which people had to flipping scrapple for, you can sit down in your yard and they're all available right there. So yeah, I suggest it's a totally different thing nowadays. It's very interesting. All the information's available, and not that maybe not as many people. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean. It's not as the growing is not as fast as it should be. I suggest.
You've changed it from into like at least this is like your 3rd religion from what you say. You know what I'm saying? There's no guarantee you won't change next year into something else.
No, but if I've been on this for if I've been on this for over 15 years, and there's nothing else you can present to me that's new, then do you know what I mean? There's literally nothing else. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, you've been in over 15 years. That's a significant amount of time, but you've changed your religion at least 2 times before, and you might have been adamant out there others at a point as well. So who's to say now that even though you're adamant that you're the right thing, that you might change your mind?
But that's what I'm saying. This is how you would simply know that, is because when you learn from what you've done wrong, the first break was from what I was raised as a child. So you can't blame me for believing in stuff which I was raised from a child to believe in. Then on the basis of what I thought was the ways to find truth, which I had no means of, but I thought was where I jumped into others. But then it became a thing of, how do I as an individual know the truth when it's there? How do I recognize it? And that's where you find me sustained in this for 15 or more years. You see the difference now? So I'm saying, after looking, everything that I've looked around at, it doesn't stand up at all. It doesn't match anywhere. So that's a pretty easy one. But I do get your point, but it doesn't work when it comes to the Black Tilek or Isa.
Yeah, I got a question for Chakra.
Bernie B. Is that Bernie B?
I got a question for Chakra.
Bernie B. I had a question for you.
Morris American Muslim.
Morris American Muslim.
I got a question for Chakra too. Whenever he gets on, but what's up?
Yeah, he's busy right now. He's busy. You can see him in the picture. Oh my God. Yeah. So Bernie B. Was the Quranist system the first that you went to, or was you a Sunni first, or?
In brief, I started off Baptist Christian, then was atheist around high school. Got back to the spiritual system via Hinduism in college, and then dropped that and jumped into Buddhism. Joined Freemasonry through my uncle, and discovered that the religion was Islam, and that I'm a Moor. And ever since 2012, I made my Shahada. I watched this documentary called Hidden Colors, where it made the claim that neuroscience was the foundation of Freemasonry. And when I put 2 and 2 together based on my experiences in the lodge, it was just very easy for me. I went to my first Moorish Islam meeting that Wednesday, and I made my Shahada that Friday.
But Bernie, you know, to the rest of the Islamic world, apart from the American identity politics movement that you guys seem to enjoy, the rest of the Islamic world will see you as kafir.
Reggie, stop that. Hold on. That's irrelevant.
You gotta understand. That's the ignorant.
Bernie, ignore that. Bernie,
No,
hold on.
that's
I've got
cool.
more.
Allah agrees with you. Allah agrees with you because according to the Quran, it says that the majority would follow the dark, and when the light shines in, they would comprehend it not. It also said in the Quran that the majority would not even believe in God unless they parallel something with Him by even committing shirk.
There you go.
So you said
Reggie.
Is that I will come from their left, I will come from their right, their front and their back, and very few will be faithful to you. So we have always been the minority of people who have tried to follow the true Orthodox, religion of God's religion, which is submission to Him.
Hold on, Bernie. But forget
used to the majority.
Forget his trolling. Listen to what I'm saying, Bernie. Would you say that the Mason? Would you say a lot of the Masonry is behind when it comes to the Islam of the Quran, i.e., it's an old system that can't really lead to truth?
I just say it's not needed anymore. Ever since Noble Drew Ali, 1928.
Okay.
Because in our beliefs, he took the cover off all secrets. And if you just read chapter 5, for any Mason that's out there listening, just read chapter 5 in the Moorish Quran. I don't gotta say nothing else. Read chapter 19, one of the 18 missing years of Jesus' life, missing out the Holy Bible.
You have a Moorish Quran.
Hold on. Stop. You're saying that the
seven circle. This is seven circle Quran.
Hold on, you're saying the missing years of Jesus.
That's mentioned in Revelations 10, verse 7.
Hold on. You're saying the missing years of Jesus.
Yes, according to the Quran of Mecca, chapter 5, verse 15, it says, "We have revealed to you much of what you have looked over and much of what you have misused." Like there's a lot of TV shows about this now.
Let me finish the question.
Moses chapter 2 and 3, Adam and Eve.
Hold on. I'm just saying, in relation to Freemasonry, now it's practiced almost all over the world. Why have you pinned it down to the missing years of Jesus?
I don't. I was just saying it wasn't necessary anymore via just the information that Noble Drew Ali has revealed, which was kept secret from the outside world. We feel that he has revealed these secrets. In short, we look at him as the seal of all mystic secret organizations. God and man is one. That's the secret. Save your money, people.
What if we compared what's his name, Noble Drew Ali's understanding of the sacred sciences to even a snippet or an iota of the knowledge of Isa the Black Talib? Then what would that say of this so-called seal and prophet, Noble Drew Ali? And you found that his did not match up, so he was lacking in knowledge and was corrected by Isa the Black Talib.
Oh, let me, hey, Isa, can I jump in? Let me say this: we could all be a prophet if we come in with information. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's Noble Drew Ali, whether it's Minister Louis Farrakhan, Master Farad Muhammad, we could all be a prophet if we come in with the knowledge and the teachings. What Noble Drew Ali did was give us our religion. And he took it in our past, he passed that on to us to teach all of our people our religion. So whether it's the Black Israelites or whoever, they all take teachings from Noble Drew Ali. So we all gotta look at what he says in his book. And don't take it as, like a lot of people say, oh, it's garbage, it's kafirs, whatever they want to say. But the man gave us our religion, and that's what we need to understand. And people that follow the Sunni Muslims, they gotta understand. There's no knock on Sunni Muslims, no knock on my brothers and sisters that's Sunni. It's no knock on them. But what they gotta understand is they've been brainwashed and they've been bamboozled. You know what I mean? So if you've been brainwashed and bamboozled to believe that these people are trying to save your people, that's a crock of shit. You know what I mean? There's no knock on them. I understand that they want to get closer with the prophet and they want to get closer with the information, but they have been lied to. Okay, Sunni Islam had came in with brute force, you know, and it did not come in a loving force. It came in brute force, which they made people submit to Sunni Islam. And this is why today it's a brainwashing. Now, I love all my Sunni brothers and sisters, and they know what I'm saying is the truth. You know what I mean? And that goes with the Shiite too. The Shiite, that's why when they get mad with you, with you brothers, the Shia, they get mad because you brothers are not like the Sunni Muslims, and they feel that they believe that they're the true Islam, and they believe that they're true Muslims because they're being taught by the big boys in Saudi Arabia. You understand what I'm saying? So when you start thinking like the Saudis, and you start thinking like that you have to oppress your people, then it becomes an oppression than a religion. It's not nothing about religion, it's about oppression. So this is why people gotta understand that we trying to teach our people and think with a clear mind and not think with a sheep mind. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I believe what Bernie Bray's trying to say, that we are not sheep at the end of the day. We coming with the information to re-educate our people, not to come with brute force and brainwash them to not think. Because if you look at any Sunni Muslim, they all could just tell you what their prophet told them or what the imam told them. They can't tell you anything else because they think it with a sheep mind, not a clear mind.
Well, there you go. And that's the thing. They are regurgitators and repeaters of the ridiculous information interpretations they've been given. There's robots and foot soldiers. Simple as that. And they've demonstrated they're anti-black. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Yes. It's a sheep mind. And that's why they get mad with you, Issa, when you come in and attack them on that. But what you're saying is no lie. It's no lie what you're saying. You're telling them the truth. You coming on here with a sheep mind. And I love a lot of my Sunni Muslim brothers and sisters. And this is why a lot of them, when you see in America, a lot of the brothers in America that's Sunni Muslims, and even the sisters, they are leaving the faith. You know what I mean? And they becoming spiritualists. You know what I mean? Quranists. You know, and that's why that's happening, because they looking at it like this is a brainwashing system. This is not a system about spirituality and discipline. This is because if you look at it,
unfortunately, a lot of those traditionalist systems have fallen under the system of that Christianity movement. Just like in the Christian system, there's a family system which came from the Greek mythology. Zeus has sons, and these gods have mothers and stuff. What does this Nicene Council Christianity teach? Oh, Jesus is God, right? But he was born from a mother, so God has a mother. But yet he prays to his father, so a God has a father. See, that's a family structure. Our ancestors didn't learn like that. It was just boom, straight to God. That's it. And this fabricated form of Islam came later and did the same thing with Muhammad. They put brainwashed our people. While the Quran itself says we should make no distinction between either messenger. But yet, oops, we did it again.
A lot of things they tell it.
How beautiful he is. When you want to learn everything that he done and everything he said to make sure that you're practicing Islam the right way, but yet Muhammad was told to follow the religion of Abraham.
Hey, Bernie, a lot of this is man-made. This is why I say man-made religions, Bernie. Man-made, because what they did with the Quran is just like what they did with the Bible. They made up rules.
To look at the sun. We've been duped to believe we need a flashlight to look at the sun. We continue to commit shirk.
That's right.
Like, sincerely, without knowing that we are. I understand how sincere people are. But well, how would you know how to pray and stuff? Check my website, my channel out, Ask More, where I get in on those 5 pillars that can be approached through the Sunnah of Allah, which is from his Quran. You know, the Sunnah has always been here.
This is another thing. Why do they want us to? And another thing, Bernie. Why do they want us to speak Arabic? You know what I mean? That's another thing that people got to understand. We sitting there speaking Arabic, but we follow, like I said, we following the terminology of Saudi Arabia. You know, this is Saudi Arabia's terminology. You know,
I was in the shelter, bro, and I had this one guy. I don't know, he was Salafi or something, but I'm talking to him like, yeah, I'm Quranist. That's what I believe in. And okay, he's showing me how to hit the 5, the 5 prayers and look to the left, look to the right. Spit here, spit there. Then he gets up and takes after that. We go outside and he takes a piece of cocaine and puts it inside of his cigarette.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Bernie, they hypocrites. They hypocrites. They hypocrites. They say one thing in the thing.
Hey, real quick, I got to come for big up the panel. Hey, Bernie, I'll catch up with you on the whole day. All right, bro.
All right, peace.
Salute.
All right, Islam, bro.
I gotta go soon as well. But yeah, Zubaydah El Arabia is not very impressed. She's got images of holding her face, emojis. So Zubaydah Al Arabia might come on and put some work in. Yeah, I got to jump off too, but
Hey, Issa,
yeah.
I say this, Issa. I'll say this, brother, and this is for Bernie and everybody's on this panel. I think a lot of times they get offended when the truth comes out because these is man-made religions. You know what I mean? Anytime you look at it, when you write things in the Bible or in the Quran, you make it up things because this is paperwork. This is books that are being doctrinized every year. They get remastered every year. You know what I mean? They got to reword the Quran. They got to reword the Bible. So this is not the words of the prophet. This is words of man. You know what I mean? So we gotta really look at what we quoting before we start quoting stuff, because we quoting what man tells us, because it's hypocrisy.
But this is why I say we have to learn Arabic for ourselves, so we can, be scholars of our own systems.
Yes.
And know what's happening for ourselves rather than ducking down. But I mean, I do say that Zubaydah Al Arabia just here trying to, stir up the pot. She's a Sunni Muslim. Her and her husband.
Yeah.
They jumped on yesterday. He interrupted and. Sure.
That's fine. We're open to
I got no problem with her. Yeah. I just think that she got to tell the truth.
Now she's like, to be honest, right. She made some excuses. I'm a woman, blah blah blah. But she debates better than most of the Sunni men that come on in. So you know what I mean. You got to give her the props. Like she may not have all the knowledge of all the subjects, but she actually knows how to ask questions, respond to answers better than most of the Sunni men. So it does say a lot about the nature of these so-called men.
But Issa, do you know that the Sunni men that we talk about, right? These brothers are hypocrites. These brothers are hypocrites. These brothers.
But anyone who delves into the Sunni religion, it becomes something that sort of infects your mind, and you become a retard, and you're a bit messed up. Do you know what I mean? You see people like, what's that guy? M Stinky, right? So-called M Stack, right? M Smelly, right? You go there, and they mumble like they're having a fit. So, this is the kind of thing that we're helping to try and cure them of this psychological disease where they become retarded. So, even our own people end up hating our own people for the sake of these other devils. Do you get what I'm saying? So, I mean, at the end of the day, we may be able to get Zubaydah and what's the name, Walid, out of that system because they're actually thinking people, and she might be a good leader for these.
Oh my God! What is going on?
Females can be chairman of the organization.
I went and hit the bees, the hornet's nest, and I'm out of here, people.
I just can't believe what you're saying, cuz.
We're just throwing it out there. In our system, our females can be Supreme Grand Sheikh in our structure, our more structures. Around the whole organization.
Can I just say one thing to Issa before he goes?
Issa, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. What's it called? Yeah. 1 second, car. Did you hear me read the definition of the name Amma earlier?
I don't think so. Amma.
All right, because I meant to contribute this earlier, but the when you were talking this morning about the God concept and atheism and that kind of stuff.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't get to because it went into all kind of stripping this year. But I was saying I was agreeing with most of what it is that you were saying. But the definition, but an exemplification of what it is that you were saying is in two things. One is the definition of Amma, which is the term for the Most High Creator or God in the Dogon tradition. Yeah. And so the word Amma means to hold firmly, to embrace strongly, and to keep in the same place. And then it goes on to recite a part of a Dogon prayer, that exemplifies the consciousness of Amma. So it says, one calls Amma's name all day long. One calls him when the day begins. He is the Hogon or chief of the scheme, the Hogon of the wasters. Amma arranges the schemes of all things after he had wasted. Amma is one space. So Amma 1 is space 14-fold. To pronounce the name of Amma is to preserve all space. The name Amma is a preservation and a safekeeping of all things. Yeah. So obviously that gives expression to what it is that that was being said earlier. And then in this next thing. So in Southern Africa, in the Bantu languages and East Africa, there's a concept of Ubuntu, which in Shona is called Hunhu. Yeah. So this brother took called Simbalashe, compiled the wisdom of the elders in the Shona tradition into this book called the Sacred Gospel of Hunhu Ubuntu. Yeah. And it says, before anything existed, there was non-being. Non-being is the mysterious, unmanifested power. Not manifested, therefore, it had no being. It existed alone, similar to a void. There was none to give it name, therefore it was nameless. None to see it, therefore it was formless. It was unknown, for there was none or to know it. Attempting to describe it is similar to demanding from night the description of day, demanding from the darkness the description of light. Concerning non-being, no words exist to describe it, for it is nameless, colorless, and formless. What then can be said of non-being? Non-being is the indescribable glory that existed prior to creation, the original, most ancient, amen, the most holy, and that is in capitals. Before creation, the creator as the creator did not exist. The creator exists due to its creation. Remove creation and the creator disappears with it. What then remains? That remains. What is remains. This is non-being. The wise understand. They understand the saying non-being. They comprehend this subtle yet simple truth. The wise know. They do know. They know. They know. Let then their knowing sweeten their bosom. Those who do understand, let them rejoice. Those who know not, may life pass them by unawares. When non-being manifested itself through the glorification of act of creation, lo behold, there was someone to know it. It became the creator, father, mother of creation. Through the awe-inspiring act of creation, did the hidden power of reveal itself to itself. Of this sweet axiom, few comprehend. The creator in its unmanifested nature is called non-being. It is neither this nor that. What it manifests itself, it is called. When it manifests itself, it is called the great being, the creator. It manifests itself through the great law, Hunhu Ubuntu. The great law, Hunhu Ubuntu, is the essence of being. The great law is the energy, power, glory by which it manifested itself. Yeah. So I was explaining Ubuntu earlier today.
That's beautiful, man.
As a concept that connects us all to nature and each other as human beings, and that gives an expression or an explanation of what that means.
Very interesting in relation. There is a lot of I would say similarities, obviously, with a lot of the Sufi expressions to certain things, and a lot of it's there in the Quran as well. So it's very. Who is it who wrote that? Because I heard the word Amen. I think in there.
So what he done in the book is that he related the concept that he's dealing with to like a couple of other different spiritual traditions. Yeah. So the word Ma'at is in there in places, and so
right, got you. Okay, no, still, this is. I mean, that's the thing. I did notice where if you heard all of it, we're really damaging we're helping evolve the brains and minds of Rob and James Jones. Like, this is a new arena. Like, so wow, like we never thought of it before. Like when you're so used to looking up to what they call these certain what's his name, Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, all of these lot, are supposed to be the head of atheism type of thing.
Yes, sir.
Or the prophets of atheism, and they've given their arguments. So these lot think, they've got it all covered. And then they come across these arguments and they've never heard of it. One of the things Rob, poor guy, failed to understand was the concept that people can have a different language, a different paradigm based upon their interaction with each other and nature. Literally, it seems like you've never even thought of it before. That people can have a different paradigm that doesn't relate to yours. And again, I bring it down to white supremacy. It's simple as that. You get me? And this is why I say, poor James Jones, you can have an atheistic view
which is white supremacist. I agree you can have another atheistic view, which is non-white supremacist, but I'm saying the one that they plugged into and the glasses they put on their face is mainly that. So, you know, unfortunately, when you say that,
that's a fact, Issa. They don't know that.
Yeah,
they don't know that, Issa.
They
listen
as
to
a driving
video.
force.
Yeah. Yeah, so we need to help James, Joe. You know, maybe you lot can give him some herbal medicine, help him up, relax his mind a bit or something. You know what I mean?
James needs some ganja.
You know, as the Quran say, man.
Either that or DMT. Everyone have some spiritual experiences.
I don't know if you should be encouraging the smoking of ganja during Ramadan, though. You know, I'm surprised.
Not smoking, bro. He can burn the incense.
All right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, incense stick, or he could make the tea, put it in the cake, or he could take some DMT.
Okay.
So, you know that guy.
Hey, DMT is in that penile gland, bro. You want to go there?
Well, actually, Bernie, I was gonna actually ask you that earlier on. I mean, it's a joke, but still, I was gonna say, have you tried it? Have you tried the experience?
I want to so bad.
You as
Believe
well.
it or not, it's a verse in the Quran. It's a verse in the Quran that inspired me after I watched this documentary called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. Once I discovered that a little bit of DMT is released during sleep and all of it is released during death, I just happened to stumble upon a verse in the Quran that said, "You meet your Lord through sleep and when you die."
Yeah, well, we want to see. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, we have verses of the Quran that deal with this stuff. We obviously have.
That's a divine intervention right there, BMT, man.
Yeah,
you see a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm all about connections, man. I'm not about like we over here, you're over there. I think that's not what our ancestors wanted us to do. We just get caught up in translation, interpretation.
But can I ask you?
Yeah, sorry.
Zubaydah
Al Arabia has been very patient, so I guess our guest.
I'm trying my best. Yes.
Sorry, Zubaydah.
I just want to introduce Zubaydah as one of the best representatives of the Sunnis on the panel that we know. Yeah, please continue.
No,
and the Arabs, and the Arabs. Don't forget that.
Reggie.
Listen. I didn't do it. I feel like sometimes, Issa, you know, like how these white racists or Islamophobes say, you know, your Quran tells you to kill, so therefore you must believe in that. Yeah. Or your Quran legislates this, so therefore you must do it. Anything that's negative, it's like if we don't follow it, then we're not true Muslims. So I feel like that's the same thing when you're quoting, you know, Sunni hadiths and your, you know, Sunnism requires you to do this, and I'm saying actually no, I don't follow that. So therefore it's like, well, you're not a true Sunni then. Do you get it? So
I hear you, but let me just respond to that quickly. If you noticed yesterday, when I'm having a conversation with you and Waleed, although we can say there's thousands of hadith, there are certain major hadiths that are changes in regards to opinions. And I'm saying you lot didn't even know that Muawiyah, a so-called companion of the Prophet, institutionalized the cursing of your fourth rightly guided caliph, which would mean under his rulership, clearly Imam Ali was not yet added to the rightly guided caliphship. Therefore, he was added afterwards, which would mean that Sunnism clearly was made up as it went along. I'm just giving an example in that when I speak, I'm speaking with knowledge and authority based upon research and study. But when you're talking, unfortunately, you're talking based upon what you picked up here, parts of culture, what you've learned, and just that you're born into it. So when you're saying I'm saying this, it's never from the perspective of some media propaganda. It's from thorough research.
Yeah, but you can't say that I'm born into it, because you do realize that there are so many different opinions on a lot of matters when it comes to Islam. Like so many, you could have up to like 5 or 4 different opinions on the same thing. Like for instance, I was just reading a book now about you know, the prophets, and there's so many Islamic scholarship opinions about the location of the Garden of Eden. Yeah, some people will say it was in India. Some scholars will say it was in Iraq. Some will say that it's in Iran. You understand? So there's so many different opinions on one specific matter. The main thing when it comes to the Khalifas, which we have been taught, which I agree with, is Abu Bakr, Umar, Osman, Ali. This is the main thing that I care about at the end of the day, because it makes sense. Yeah, all this in between stuff for me personally, just from my own Islamic journey, from my own Islamic understanding, is irrelevant to me, because I would not curse, even if Muawiyah cursed Ali radiallahu anhu, he institutionalized that. I don't agree with it, and I won't adopt this. Yeah, I'm not going to adopt it because I reject it. Yeah, and I'm saying this is not what I've been taught. This is not what I'm going to implement. It's almost as if you're not actually following the correct Sunnism. So therefore, how about you come to Shiism?
No. What I'm saying to you is it goes further, because it doesn't stop with the 4 rightly guided caliphs in Sunnism. It goes further to the position of the companions, which is the basis of your hadith and your legislation further on in understanding the Sunni religion. So many conclusions are derived based upon either the decisions of companions, the words of the companions regarding the Quran, or commentaries on hadith. Even Isa gave an example yesterday where a hadith is narrated, and after, so the Prophet says that there's going to be people that will be going to hell, right? So the Prophet's alive. He tells people the information, right? That when he gets to the pool of Kawthar, you'll have people coming towards him. They'll be taken to the left. Angel will say that after you, they innovated and they left the deen. This person now adds to the hadith afterwards saying, these are the people that renegated with Abu Bakr. So even then, Isa demonstrated what I'm talking about, how much the Sahaba are part of your religion. But you and Waleed yesterday thought that you can just throw them away. You can't do that. And I'm saying it's not for me to wait for you to catch up. I've got here through knowledge and study, and I guarantee if you study as much as you should with a sincere mind and heart, you would have to be. Because I found so many Sunnis, like they used to run their mouth until, like, there's a video which I haven't released. Obviously, I used to record loads, where this guy comes up to me and he's screaming and shouting, "You lying, you Shia." I said, it says Quran and Bayt. He's Quran and Ahl Bayt. He said, "No, you lying. It says Quran and Sunnah, you lie." And I said, calm down. And I just showed him right in front of his face. Okay. I never seen it before. Okay. Because it had Arabic and English. This is where the guy said, okay, I was wrong. Sorry, I was wrong. You get me?
But Issa, listen to me, bro, yeah? When you're saying Sunni religion, yeah? For me personally, I don't prescribe to that. I don't prescribe to the Sunni religion that you're speaking about. I subscribe to Islam, yeah? Second of all...
But then you said Abu Bakr Umar.
Nothing...
Where do you get that from then? That's not in the Quran, so where do you get... If you don't prescribe...
Okay, so when we're speaking about Abu Bakr, Umar, and Osman, are these things that did not happen? Or are these things that are... No. When you say bid'ah, I'm not making it up. There wasn't Abu Bakr, you agree. There was an Umar radiallahu anhu. There was an Osman, right? They achieved many great things. They were companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him. They were close to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So there's nothing that I'm saying that is un-Islamic or what you would call innovation.
Hold on. What we're doing now is we're looking at Sunniism, where you're trying to say you're not into that. What I'm saying to you is, we all agree they were rulers after the Prophet. Whether they were rightly guided and Islamically legitimate rulers is the dispute. Now, you can never use Sunni books, Shia books, or the Quran to prove they're Islamically legitimate, because according to Sunnis, the way you become an Islamically legitimate leader is by shura, or you conquer, or you get appointed by the previous caliph. Abu Bakr was neither elected by shura, he was not a conqueror, so to speak, and he was not appointed by the Prophet. Do you understand? So even according to the Sunni methodology of what makes a caliph legitimate, Abu Bakr fails that test. So this is the problem which you have even with your own criteria. And I'm saying, I acknowledge that you wouldn't have known this, you haven't studied it, etc. All I'm saying is, you're in a position where you're saying you don't subscribe to what you call Sunnism, but you don't have Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman as rightly guided caliphs, except in Sunnism. It's part of the Sunni doctrine. Granted as well, they were companions. They did fight. They gave their money. They done all these things. But the hadith you were given, and even what the Quran says, is that even though they done all these things, some of them are going to be rewarded in their lifetime for it. And the thing is, the hadith quoted is, the Prophet will see people, he's coming towards him. He will say, where are you going? My companions, my companions. The angel says, you don't know what they did after you. So exactly now, I'm referring to Abu Bakr and Umar Uthman. The Prophet never knew what they did after him. So it fits the example you're giving, where you're telling me in the time of the Prophet, he saw these people doing righteous things. But then after him, they innovated and left Islam. Do you understand? So that's the difference. So this is where
that's a very bold claim, Issa, to make, to be honest, bro. And what I'm saying to you is that I completely understand what you're saying. I understand from your perspective what you're saying. Based on Islamic criteria, in order to become a Khalifa, you have to get what you would call a shura, right? Which would you class as the same as giving bay'ah to someone? Because from my understanding, the reason why Abu Bakr was able to become a Khalifa is because the majority of people at the time gave bay'ah to Abu Bakr. Right?
No, that's not the case. Remember, but this is my point. If people don't know Saqifa, what happened was the Prophet, peace be upon him, had passed away,
and Abu Bakr was not there. He's supposed to be his best friend for over 23 years. He was away with his new wife. If somehow he hears about it, the companions are already gathered and bawling their eyes out and crying, and his best friend is somewhere else, right? He comes along, and Umar bin Khattab is swinging his sword around, according to Bukhari, and saying, stop saying that the Prophet is dead. He's not dead. He's like Musa who went up and he's going to come back. His Lord is going to resurrect him. Where did Umar bin Khattab get this information? Abu Bakr comes along. He tells him, calm down, my friend, sit down.
Yeah.
Abu Bakr then says, he recites a verse, Muhammad is no more than messenger, da, 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 da. And then Umar bin Khattab says, until he recited that verse, it never occurred to me. Which
He
doesn't
realized
make
that the Prophet Muhammad was dead. Yeah, he was cursing everyone that was saying he was dead.
Hold on. But the problem is, we're saying that this was all a farce, a plan, a plot, because that was the Monday, but the Thursday before, when the Prophet was ill and he said, get me a pen and paper that I will write you a document that you may never go astray, Umar bin Khattab interjects and says he's under a spell of pain. We have the Quran with us. The Quran is sufficient for us. Or you have the Quran with you, the Quran is sufficient. So he's happy to know that the Prophet was under a spell of pain and didn't know apparently what he was talking about on the Thursday. But all of a sudden on the Monday, oh no, he can't believe he's died. He's arguing the hell on Thursday, disrupting the Prophet, making him upset while he's ill. But on Monday, oh no, he's so tarnished. But look at this. He's so tarnished. But as soon as Abu Bakr and Umar hear from another Sahaba that the Ansar gathered in this place called Saqifa, he's not crying anymore. He's run off to Saqifa to argue with people for the leadership. Where's the tears? Gone. There you go.
Brother, wait. I just want to know. I just want to ask you generally, where are you getting this information from? Honestly.
Bukhari. I've got it right here. You know me in my red folder. I got all these printouts. Hundreds of pages, bro. It's all there. You get me? This is what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, these are things that I definitely have to study, like because this is very deep. This is not just basic Islam. This is very in detail, in-depth history that we have to go through here, right? Which I, to be honest with you, was not taught to me to the extent that you're presenting right now. Yeah, from my understanding, Abu Bakr, Umar radiallahu anhu, Uthman, Ali radiallahu anhum. Yeah, these are the main Khalifas, and I give credit to every single one of them as a Muslim for the works that they have done for the Ummah. Yeah, we can never take that away from them, regardless. This is my main thing. I'm actually delving into the positives rather than the negatives. Yeah, we have to give respect, and I don't know if you're coming from this position, but all these Khalifas, yeah, the companions of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, if it wasn't for them, yeah, the spread of Islam would not be where it is today. Yeah, because they definitely put the work and the effort in order to spread the message, right? Second of all, when you were Gotti as well, when you were speaking about Saudi Arabia and we're getting our Islam from the Saudis, that's not the case, Joe. If anything, I'm more prescribed to the Egyptian teachings of Islam, because that's where a lot of people go to learn their Islam. There was done a documentary called Panorama.
I don't agree with everything Gotti was saying.
Yeah,
he was saying about
I don't prescribe to Salafi or Wahhabism. I don't agree with that stuff. Yeah, and I'm also reading another book about how that came about.
America, just so you know, he's in America, and one of the predominant schools, all right, is the Salafi school that's having bad effects on the black community. So obviously, if this is the one that has the backing, the money, and the effects, and presents itself to be the true Sunniism, then obviously that's going to be something which obviously they're going to deal with. You know what I mean? So it's because
but even what Saudis are teaching, I wouldn't even call it Sunnism. I would call it Salafism, yeah, or Wahhabism. That's what they're really teaching. That's a whole new different sect in itself, right? So to put what Saudi is pushing out under Sunnism, I don't think that's fair, because there's a lot of Muslims around the world that don't prescribe to Saudi teachings. And I was going to go back to they did a documentary Panorama where they went into the mosques. I don't know if you've seen it, Regent's Park's mosque. And had an undercover person, and they went up to the sister section, and the teacher of the sister section was preaching quite extreme stuff. You get me? She was talking about kuffar this, and this one needs to be killed. And what you find is she actually got her teachings from Saudi Arabia. Then he went downstairs to the men's section, and they was really preaching tolerance and peace and integration. And a lot of the teachings came from Egyptian teachers. You get it? So where we're obviously where we're in Algeria, North Africa, our teachings is very tolerant compared to the Saudi Arabia, and I think that's a cultural element as well, because what you realize is within the North African nations, because we're so integrated with we have connections with Europe, we have connections with Sub-Saharan Africa, we have connections with Asia. We're used to meeting different types of people, so we have this tolerance that maybe people from Saudi Arabia or Iran, who are very secluded, don't have. And this is why I always say sometimes your culture impacts the way that you practice your Islam.
Okay, but here's the problem. This is why a lot of black people, if you notice, that a lot of Afro-Caribbeans become Salafis, is because everyone else gets sort of refuted by them. So when anyone's saying, "Where did you get this from?" the Salafi comes along with his sources. You get me? And they come along with the quotes of the so-called great scholars that you all look up to. There are a few debates on things like wasila and all of that, intercession and stuff like that. But the fundamental beliefs of Salafism, they're Sunniism. So that's why they say a lot of you lot that practice Sufism and cultural stuff, they call you deviants, because you can't root what you're doing and saying and believing in your Sunni sources. And that's where, you know, Salafis generally refute everyone else, every other Sunni. So that's how it works.
You know, you do understand, brother. Everyone has their way of practicing Islam. No one's really practicing it perfectly or to the T. You know, that's just human nature. And this is why when Asa Frimpony came on here yesterday and he said, you know, if these conversations benefit the way that you practice your Islam, then that is what is more beneficial. So if we're just going back and forth for the sake of, oh, you know, I'm Sunni, you're Shia, you're Kafi, you're that, in the end result is not actually going to benefit us in the way that we practice our deen. So based on what I have learned or what I know, I don't think any of it is actually committing shirk or committing bid'ah personally. You know, I don't think I've ever said to you anything. Maybe the conversation with Waleed, I said, you know, you can't, you said to him, don't say things like that because that could fall under shirk or whatever. But I don't think the way that I understand my Islam contributes to any form of shirk. Even with these discussions with Abu Bakr and the Khalifa, none of that really institutes shirk though. It's a difference of opinion based on a difference of interpretation. Because when you were speaking about the hadith, about Ahl al-Bayt, that word prior to Ahl al-Bayt does not mean follow. It means look after. And that also comes down to interpretation.
No. But this is what I'm saying. You lot always, with words that are very, very clear, you lot can tell us about interpretation. What does udhakirukum mean? It's very straightforward. What does it mean? It doesn't mean look after. How the hell can it mean? Like, what is the root word of udhakirukum? Do you know?
Remember.
Right. Thank you. Right. Dhakara. Yes. So how can it mean?
Dhakar. Yes. Think about. Remember.
Right. Hold on. So udhakiraka what? What does it say after that? So I'm saying it's a word in a sense. No. Listen to what I'm saying. No, it doesn't say that. Udhakirakum Allah. So it can't say look after Allah, does it? This is what I'm saying. You lot are not reading the sentence. This is what you lot do.
No, but I'm going back to the last bit of Ahl al-Bayt. Of course, you remember Allah. We think about Allah.
I'll repeat the whole thing. Listen to what I'm saying. I'll repeat the whole thing. Udhakirakum Allah fi Ahl al-Bayt. Right? So when it says fi, what does fi mean?
Fi.
In. You know, fi means in. Fi. Fi.
Yeah.
Fi means, fa. Yeah. Fi means in. So in regards, what it means is udhakirakum Allah fi ahlul bayti. Right? So it can't mean look after. It's ridiculous. And this is what I'm saying. When all of these Arabic speakers,
listen, Isa, it's mean don't treat my family with what Allah don't accept. Udhakirakum Allah fi ahli bayti. Yeah, it means treat my family with what Allah accepts.
You gotta let me know. Hold on, you gotta let me know when Waleed's coming in. And hold on, I have to take something back. You reminded me that Isa spoke yesterday, so I said, so I'll say after Isa, Zubaydah is the best Sunni that speaks on here, and then possibly Waleed.
We got Isa every time.
Isa.
Maybe you're saying that. Maybe you're saying that. Isa, let me tell you something. Maybe you're saying that Isa is because possibly me and Isa don't come from this intolerable position that some Sunnis do come. You know, maybe in the beginning. When I first came to Speaker Squad, remember we had a little encounter with the Shias and stuff.
And I haven't brought it up, and I haven't badgered you for it, have I? I haven't kept on at you.
No, never, of course. And that was the first interaction that I had with Shias and actually understood what Shiism is, you know. And it was conversation about cursing the Sahaba and cursing Aisha. And obviously, I'm thinking, what's this? I'd like, you know, because obviously based on my teachings, we revere Aisha radiallahu anha, we revere the Sahaba. So when I'm hearing man that claiming to be Muslim now disrespecting them, it was definitely a shock. You understand? And I did have this mindset where I thought, nah, these lot are definitely not Muslims and rare. But through conversations with you and especially that brother Raza Rizvi, you know, I thought, to be honest, like I've definitely changed my mind on Shiism and I understand their concept, because really and truly the reason why for me personally they revere Hussein radiallahu anhu and Hassan and Ali is coming from a good place. You know, it's not coming from a shirky position. It's just out of love for the Ahl al-Bayt and what they've done. So I can respect that sentiment. But the only thing for me that where I feel like it gets taken too far is where it's over exaggerated and it's used in order to dismiss other people and the companions. That's the only thing I have an issue with.
I hear you. But let me ask you this. Is it true or is it false that if you do not send blessings on the family of the Prophet, your salah is batil? True or false?
Yes, that's true.
Okay, right. Do you agree in your salah? So that means Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman's salah to Allah, if they don't send blessings on the family, Imam Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and Fatima, that their salah doesn't exist. It's batil. It's thrown in their face, correct? Yes?
Yeah, I mean, okay, let me ask you, when did the salutations upon Ahl al-Bayt come into play?
It's part of your salah. Are you serious?
No, but I'm saying to you, during the time of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, was they doing that at the same time as well?
Well, when else did it come about?
Hang on. You have to ask for
because there are certain things that definitely came afterwards.
What?
Isa,
Hold on, wait a minute.
said-
No. Brother, you can't. No, you cannot come in now. Hold on. Did
I'm
you
just
just
asking
say
for clarification.
what?
I wanted clarification what you said to that Vader.
Yeah.
They have to ask for blessings for the family of the Prophet.
Yeah, in the salah itself, part of the recitation, I'm saying she knows about it, but she was just, you have to send blessings on the Prophet and his family in the salah. And even one of their 4 schools of 4 imams, he said, without, I mean, it's agreed anyway, because there's in salah, there are fundamentals and then there are other things that you can add. The fundamentals, if you don't do them, your salah is batil. And I put down that this is one of the things that's fundamental. So if she agrees it's fundamental, how could it have been added afterwards? But anyway, let's get back to that.
I'm just asking it. Well, it's just a genuine question, to be honest. I'm just asking.
Okay. All right. So there's a verse in the Quran.
The reason, sorry. The reason why I'm asking that, bro, is prior to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ having as many children as he did, who was the Ahl al-Bayt at the time before they expanded and became, Ahl al-Bayt the way that they were towards the end?
Okay. So do you know about? Let's deal with 2 things. Do you remember when the Prophet it was revealed to him, tell them to come, the Christians, when he said, if you basically disbelieve, bring your yourselves and ourselves, bring your men and our men, bring your women and our women, bring your children and our children. Do you remember that? When they done the prayer, and let's invoke the curse of Allah on the liars. You remember that?
No.
You don't? Seriously? Okay. But anyway, he brought himself and Imam Ali. Yeah. So in fact, no, it says yourselves and ourselves, your women and our women, your children and our children. So he brought Imam Ali in himself, and this is where some Shias go so far as to say he considered Imam Ali himself, but that's another dispute. But the point is, he brought Imam Ali, not Abu Bakr. He brought Hazrat Fatima. He brought Hassan and Hussein. Right. So that's the first one. The second one is he got a cloak, and this is agreed upon again. And he recited, Allah was to purify you with a fire of purification, O Ahl al-Bayt, and put a cloak over them. He said, Oh Allah, this is my Ahl al-Bayt. Okay. Then the Quran came down, and if you heard the Christians, they're claiming, the Tasbih, it said to send blessings and so on. Yeah. The angels send blessings on the Prophet. So do you know what it is to say? That's where we get that from in the Salah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad. This is from the Quran. This is a verse that came down. And that you could just think, I just want you to think logically, yeah? If the deen is complete and they're doing this 5 times a day, in fact, I'm late, but if they're doing this 5 times a day, and the verse has come down relating to it, and obviously, it's going to be something they're doing all the time. So, and we know it's fard, we know, so obviously they must be superior. Just use logic. Everyone out there listening, how is it that your prayer is batil without sending blessings on the Prophet and the family, but Abu Bakr is still superior? He has to send blessings on Imam Ali.
Actually, that's not the argument, though. No one's saying that. For myself, I'm not saying that Abu Bakr is superior. I'm not really saying that. I'm saying that Abu Bakr was a beloved companion.
That's fine. Hold on. Hold on. What I'm saying to you is, if you're not saying this, with the problem with this is that Imam Ali opposed him when he became the caliph, as did Fatima. Fatima accused him of being a thief and a liar. It's not like some minor dispute over where you put your hands in prayer. These are things where she's accused him of being a thief. I mean, the Shias say that they burned down a house. Now, I haven't found thorough evidence for it, so I don't say it, but there's something there. right? They're
Yeah,
claiming
yeah.
they say that the door was knocked on, you know what I mean? And things which get emotional and I might start cussing, like Imam Hussein and people telling me, oh, it wasn't Yazid. That's why when Waleed mentioned it, yes, that's it. If he'd have continued, I would have just come off the show because you might hear some words from me I'm not supposed to say. So I'm saying there's certain things that I just leave because it's too much. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is, because these are 100% agreed upon in Bukhari and Muslim in relation to Fatima's view of Abu Bakr, Imam Ali opposing his Khalifa, I'm saying if you have to send blessings on these people in your salah, they are continuously legitimate in Islam. 1400 years later, we are still sending blessings on Imam Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and Fatima. However, if they oppose Abu Bakr and Umar, how the hell can I now say I'm aligned with Abu Bakr, Umar, and in my salah I'm aligned with them? That's the most retarded thought. I've never heard of such retarded thought.
No, I hear you, Akhi. Every day, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, Ali Muhammad. We do that all the time, no problem. Yeah. But then there's certain things that make me question. So, like, you know, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam gave 2 of his daughters to marry Uthman. Yeah, radi anhu. But yet, for some reason, some Shias still curse him. Yeah. As for Aisha radi anhu, who was worthy enough to be the Prophet Muhammad.
One at a time. You put Uthman. When was this? When he gave these daughters? Was it before the Prophet or after? So we obviously know. We're always referring to after the Prophet's death what they did. So this, you can't keep saying what happened in the lifetime of the Prophet in relation to Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman, because all the evidence we're bringing to you is that after the Prophet left, the Prophet, peace upon him, made it very clear that Allah told him that certain people would innovate, would renegade, would do all kinds, there'd be hypocrites, all kinds of things would happen after him. So we observe what happened after him, and obviously if we support Imam Ali, Hassan, Hussein, and Fatima, who we have to praise in our salah, otherwise our salah is batil, obviously we know we're going to be right as long as we side with them. Everyone else, they're not even secondary. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm saying I disagree that he gave Uthman the door. I don't even care. But I'm saying as long as you put that before when he was alive, before his death, I don't care. Because it's what happened afterwards.
So, hey, family, I'm about to hop off. I just want to conclude real quick. Please check out my episode for today on Ask Amor. That's ASK space A space capital MOOR. In the Chinese philosophy, it always speaks about the method of knowing one thing to know 10,000 things. I believe if after you watch this episode, we're having the episode tonight, you're going to realize a very few things to finally understand where did all of this thousands of sets and hundreds of philosophies and stuff come from. 3 of the small things you will recognize after you watch this episode, and I'm gonna leave. According to chapter 1854, it says that we have cited in this Quran every example for the people, but man was most argumentative. Chapter 17, verse 46 says, we place shields around their minds to prevent them from understanding it and deafness in their ears. And when you preach to your Lord using, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, using the Quran alone, they run away in aversion. Even Muhammad was very disappointed at this. You will realize after you watch my episode, according to chapter 25, verse 30, the messenger said, oh, look, a hadith. The messenger said, my Lord, my people have deserted this Quran.
Hold on.
My people have deserted this Quran. Chapter 25, verse 30. Gentlemen, thank you for hearing me out. Peace out.
Thank you very much.
Isa, you said that the companion changed after the Prophet died, yeah? Can you tell me, did Allah promise this companion with heaven or not? Because Allah knows the future. And he promised the 10 people that they guaranteed heaven.
Where?
Omar, Osman, sorry?
No, not who, where?
Where? So you say, so do you say that there isn't 10 people promised with heaven?
I'm saying no, but I'm saying regardless of whether I say no or not, you're saying there is. So I'm asking you for where is this?
We have so many hadiths, bro, what I'm saying.
Okay, so the 10 people that you're claiming a promised Jannah, it is not mentioned.
It's not only me, the whole Muslim know who's the 10 people who promised the heaven. Yeah, you're the only one who didn't claim that. So you carry on.
How am I the only one? You think the Shias believe that? I'll tell you who's in there. Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Imam Ali, Aisha, Zubair, all these, bruv.
Aisha from them. I said 10 men promised there was heaven. Aisha not from them.
No, it's not 10 men, bruv. This is how you don't even know the thing. Aisha is one of them.
It's 10 men. Aisha not from them.
You know what? Let me give you the thing, brother. See what I mean? This is what I'm saying. You lot will quote stuff and you don't even know. I can't even believe it, bro. But anyway, the point
You
I'm
who
making.
don't know now, you who don't know, I asked you about 10 men. You mentioned Aisha between them. I'm saying Aisha wasn't.
Stop. Bruv, I asked you twice, where is it? And then you're telling me everyone knows. Whenever you ask me something, I tell you where I got it. Don't tell me everyone knows. Where is this?
Yeah, the Prophet promised them in Hadith. We can get it and read it now. Easy to find that.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, so you say this never happened, that the Prophet promised the 10 people that they guaranteed their place in heaven. I just want to hear your answer before I get my evidence.
Yeah, no, I'm saying to you, I'm sure you have a Sunni hadith that says so, but my point is, regardless of your hadith, I'm saying whoever opposed Imam Ali, whoever Hazrat Fatima accused of being a thief and a liar and so on, yes, and whoever fabricates hadith on the Prophet like Abu Bakr did in Bukhari, yes, they cannot be promised Jannah. Okay, so I'm saying your hadith is made up. That's what.
So my hadith is made up, but your hadith is not made up. So
No, it's
okay,
your
let's
hadith,
forget
bro.
this one. Another
it's your-
hadith. Okay. One sec. Another hadith saying that Osman ibn Affan, the angels shy from him because what good he doing. Did the Prophet say that about Ali?
Sorry.
The Prophet said about Osman ibn Affan that the angels are shy from his good behaviors. Yeah, from how good he is, how good Muslim he is. Did he say that about Ali?
Let me just correct something. What I said. You're 100% right in the hadith. I think. Oh, sorry, it's not a hadith, but what you're talking about, the 10 you're talking about, is indeed 10 men. But I'm saying there is another source that says there's 10, and Aisha is part of them. So I'm saying there is a list that has 10 men, and it's not a hadith as such, but there is a list which has 10 people promised.
I know what I'm saying is true, Akhi. I don't say something I don't know about. I know exactly what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Is there a hadith that says these people? Did he list a hadith? Did he list the people, or did someone else make the list? Answer the question.
The Prophet who mentioned everyone in separate hadith, and we can collect this 10. Yeah, we can find this 10 easy.
Exactly. Now, did he also, according to your hadith, promise Aisha to be in Jannah?
I have no hadith in my mind about promised Aisha.
Did he promise Bilal to be in Jannah?
Yeah, Bilal was from them, yeah.
Okay, but he's not in this list though, is he? No.
No. Bilal, there's so many hadiths that he guaranteed his place also in
I
heaven.
want you to listen. No, bruv, don't pretend you didn't hear what I said. I'm saying to you, you've agreed that the people in the list, the Prophet did not list them. Somebody else went through the hadith and said there are 10 people promised Jannah in their lifetime and compiled a list. We all know that Bilal, the Prophet said, I had a dream and I heard your footsteps before me in Jannah. So that would mean he is not promised, but he's not part of the list. So all I'm saying to you is it's a Sunni list for whatever Sunni reason they've got. So I'm saying to you that you said it as though you said Allah promised Jannah, which is a lie. Then you're telling me that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said it in different hadith, and then you're pretending like everyone knows it and supposed to know who they are. I'm saying to you, there's another list which includes Aisha. But the point I'm making to you is,
Okay. One second. So who is this 10 people?
Okay.
Can you name them?
Abu Bakr, Uthman, Ali, Talha, Zubair, Abdurrahman, Sa'ad bin Abi Waqas, Sa'ad bin Zayd, and Abu Ubaidah. Okay, that's 10 people. What I'm saying to you is, regardless of the 10 mentioned, where is Hassan and Hussein in this? The grandsons of the Prophet, the leaders of the youth of Jannah.
That's what you should ask yourself this question. You should ask yourself. You should ask why the Prophet mentioned these people and didn't mention Hassan Hussein.
Brother, you're not listening. He did. He said that are you deaf? They are the leaders of the youth of Jannah in Sunni. Bruv, this is common knowledge. You brought up something, yes, and I'm saying clearly it is Sunnis that promote this. It doesn't prove anything because I'm bringing you facts where both Sunni and Shia agree on the hadith. You're bringing me a list which I disagree with. What now? I'm bringing you stuff that you can't deny.
But you're saying that these companions, it changed after the Prophet died. So
That's
how
correct.
comes the Prophet promised them? And the fact he's promised them means that Allah who give him knowledge that these people will be in heaven. Allah, let me finish, please. Allah knows the future. If he knows that these people will change after the Prophet die, he will not give them guaranteed in heaven. Innit? Allah knows better than me and you.
Waleed, I want you to listen. You keep getting confused about what you're saying. You're assuming that the hadiths, the separate hadiths, are authentic. Then you're assuming that based upon them being authentic, the Prophet said it, and based upon the fact that the Prophet said it, it's from Allah. These are all assumptions. You're telling me stuff that you don't even know where the blooming list is. You didn't even know who the 10 were, and you don't even know the hadiths. So this is
I know them. I who mentioned them. I know them. The hadith saying قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أبو بكر في الجنة عمر في أبو بكر وعمر وعثمان طلحة الزبير وعبد الرحمن سعد بن أبي وقاص سعيد بن زيد أبو عبيدة الجراح في الجنة. That's the hadith, and it's in Albani. So the hadith is clear. The Prophet mentioned them 1, 2, 3, 4. He mentioned 10 people in Jannah. Do you think the Prophet like he blessed his friends?
Bruv, are you serious? Listen to what I'm saying and stop pretending you can't hear what I'm saying. There are loads of hadith that you lot narrate which contradict the Quran and contradict firmly established hadith. I am saying the Quran and other hadith prove you wrong. Did you know? Tell me about Zubair, right? You're talking about the 10 promised Jannah. What do you know about Zubair and his opposition and his changing sides and claim to Khalifa? Do you know? No. This is what I'm saying. You lot don't know bloody anything. You just yabble and yabble. I know 10 people promised Jannah. This is what I'm saying to you. You're trying to tell me.
What is this going to add to this point? You Shias, you're trying to divert now, yeah? I'm giving you clear cut that these people are promised with heaven, but you trying to get evidence and the opposition. The Prophet said it clear. He didn't say this bad or this one don't follow him or anything like that.
Please just take over, because seriously, something going wrong here, blood. I've already. This guy is just telling. You're pretending to me like I'm gonna accept it's authentic because you say so. That's not happening. Okay, no matter how much you want to speak.
But as Sunni, we have to accept what you're saying and all the hadith Shia, all Shia hadith that we believe that it's supporting you the Shia people who put this hadith.
Name me one Shia hadith that I've quoted for you. One Shia hadith. Tell me. Thank you. You're a liar. Zubaydah, come back. This guy's a liar, bro. There you go. Man lying.
What was that hadith?
Yeah. Like the hadith you're saying about Al Bayt. Kitabullah, Sunnat Rasul, Al Bayt. This the Shia who put this word, who adds this word. No, it was.
Wait, stop. Oh, what did you just say? Are you saying that Shias put a hadith in your second authentic book, Sahih Muslim? Did you just say that?
Yeah, I say that the Shia added hadiths. Yeah. And we all Sunni, we agree to that. Not only me, but maybe a lot of people will not gonna say that to you. But we Sunni, we believe that all what you saying is a lie. You added it to the hadith, to our Sunni hadith.
Okay, brilliant. For those who don't know, the Sunnis say is mutawatir. So this is not just authentic; it's mass transmitted according to Sunnis. This is why you should never get on and start running your mouth and talking foolishness and accusing me of using this and she has put in, bruv. You know what? Zubaydah, he's looking more dumb as he talks. Seriously, I'm not here.
So when you put partners with Allah, because you waiting to 12 Imam and you cannot reach heaven without them, you have to follow them. Are you not putting partner with Allah now?
But
is your hadith about the 12 Imam not contradict with the Quran?
Shush. You don't know what hadith. You don't know what hadiths I accept or reject. So stop making assumptions. I don't care what Iranians do, what Iraqis do, what any other Shias do. I am a person that researches for myself.
But I heard you, Isa, talking about the 12 Imam.
Yeah. And so what? 12 caliphs. And what's your point?
Do we need them to reach heaven?
Oh, does the Prophet mention 12 caliphs?
The Prophet mentioned them.
Does the Prophet mention? Listen to the words. Does the Prophet mention 12 caliphs?
I never met something like that. But in the Quran, which I know from 1 to the end, yeah, he never mentioned anything about 12 Imam.
Thank you very much. So this is the problem with you. When you keep, how many days are you going to do this to yourself? In Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, 12 caliphs. Okay, so this is the problem when you lot talk so confidently but wrongly, and that's the problem. I don't get it. You lot will get refuted whole day. Come back tomorrow, pretending.
Okay, so teach me, Isa. So you're saying this 12 Imam? Do we need them to reach heaven?
Shush! I want you to listen. If you're supposed to follow the Prophet, and the Prophet said, "Follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliph," do you have to follow the rightly guided caliph or not? Yes or no?
Yeah, I have to follow the same sunnah which is he followed, which come from Muhammad. So I'm following the same sunnah.
I want you to listen to the. You don't pay attention. Listen to the question. If the Prophet, peace be upon him, says, "Follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs," do you have to follow the Prophet's words? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you agree then, if you have to follow his words, and his words were to follow these rightly guided caliphs, that you would have to follow the rightly guided caliphs? Yes?
Yeah, but follow them in what?
But the sunnah, he's all right. Follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs. Sunnah, in the sunnah of his and the rightly guided caliphs. Do you understand now? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, let's go to the hadiths that we find in. Right, so.
Just please, before you start, I just want to say something. Yeah, according to what you say now, I have to follow the Khalifa. Yeah, the right Khalifa. So there is Umar, there is Abu Bakr, Umar, Osman, three Khalifa. You don't want me to follow them.
Stop.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
No. You're trying to take. Wait, no. Stop. Step by step. You'll always try this, and this is why you'll end up all mashed up with your beliefs. Step by step.
Yeah, but answer you step by step.
No. We're still on 12 caliphs. I want you to understand, yeah?
Veli. There's two kafirs at the back.
Stop it.
There's two kafirs waiting to come on.
Don't make me laugh. Hold on. I want you to listen now, Walid. We're still talking about 12 caliphs, right? But you agreed that the Prophet said to follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs. Yes, that's a Sunni hadith, correct, Walid?
Yes.
It's a Sunni hadith. Yes. Brilliant. So now we're going to go to other Sunni hadiths in which our beloved Prophet, he says, this religion will continue to prevail and be strong until there have been 12 caliphs. Now, do you agree the number 12 and the number 4 are not the same?
Yeah.
Right. So when you say there's 12, hold on, when you say there are 4 rightly guided caliphs and the Prophet says there's 12, that your 4 are not aligning with the Prophet's 12. Is that correct?
This is the first 4. Did you think that 12? Do you think that 12 are gonna come one time? Sure, they're gonna come one after one.
I want you to listen, kid. Bruv, stop running everywhere else. This is why I ask you simple questions as I'm talking to nursery children. Listen to the questions. You claim there's 4 rightly guided caliphs. The Prophet mentions 12. Sunnis say 4, Prophet says 12. Sunnis say 4, Prophet says 12. I'm saying, do I follow you lot or do I follow the Prophet?
We didn't say it's only 4. Listen. Let me make this clear. Yeah, me as a Sunni Muslim, I didn't say it's only 4 Khalifa. I believe the Khilafah. Let me finish, please. I believe the Khilafah continued till the last Khalifa Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. Yeah, so it's from Abu Bakr till Umar, all of them Khilafah.
Yeah. How many is that? That's more than 12. You can't even bloody count. This was blood. You can't count 4 and 12. Now you can't count.
But all of them are our Khalifa, our Khulafa, all of them.
Listen, and it's not 12 again. What's wrong with your flipping head, bruv?
Yeah, and it's not 12.
All right, I'll read it again. Hold on. Wait. I'll read another one for you. This is in Sahih Muslim, the Book of Leadership, page 147, hadith number 4711. And we go to where it said, the Prophet said, this religion will continue until the hour begins, until there have been 12 caliphs over you. All of them will be from Quraysh. 12. Okay? So between Abu Bakr and Umar bin Abdul Aziz, there's more than 12. But in your Sunni religion, it says there's 4. And I'm saying, just because we can count and you can't blame us. We know the Prophet said 12. I follow 12. You follow whatever the hell you want. You're confused. That's not my fault. Okay? Zubaydah can count to 12. Okay? She knows the difference between 4 and 12, and she knows the difference between Abu Bakr and Umar bin Abdul Aziz. So this is why I prefer to talk to Zubaydah, because she knows how the hell to count different and tell the difference between 4 and 12. Very simple, goddamn. Jeez.
You got some more victims coming. Samarin's at the back, Belly.
Oh no, leave Samarin. Somalis are Shias, all I know. You know what? Post up the link, the stuff. Somalis are Shias, goddamn. Yeah, Samaroon, you Somali. In fact, even bloody Walid. Hold on, even flipping Walid was under Fatimid, and I converted to Sunni garbage. That's what I'm saying. Even was Zubaydah. She's from Iraq, and she bloody leaving, following Sunni garbage. Look at these people, man, leaving true Islam.
Yeah, because we know, because we knew it's not the right thing. Because we knew that we can associate anyone with Allah. Associating anyone with Allah and His Prophet is kufr. So we have to leave this kufr.
What's kufr? Sorry, say that again. So the Prophet's 12 Caliph is kufr. Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Is believing in 12 Caliphs, according to Sahih Muslim from the Prophet, is that kufr? Hello?
Yeah.
No, I didn't think so. See, this is why I tell you, lot, don't ever in your life trust the words of a Sunni Muslim when it comes to Islam. They're all over the place. They don't know what's in their own books. They could defy their own religion. They're so confused. There you go. I don't know what to say, man. And this is the thing. Imagine your women are the ones that have to defend you in the ideology. The poor women, they have to breastfeed, they have to cook, they have to clean, they have to all it, and they have to defend you them against men in the religion, in debates. Flipping heck, bro. No wonder the whole blasted country and the world mashed to flipping pieces, goddammit.
Oh, excuse me, silence. I think they've got to do their research. Oh, okay.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, big up to
run. Fireball.
Somebody said, "Let me in, G." Veli, you there? Let me in. Yeah, you dropped out. Of course he did, Zubaydah. You dropped out. You damn right. Your man dropped the hell out. He dropped out long time, blood. Maybe Zubaydah, you need to cook him some food and feed that brain. Get him some vitamins and stuff. This bread is out of the hell. Hold on, I've been in there half an hour. I gotta go. Let's see. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna mute up. I'm gonna come back. Give me a little while. Yeah, I'll be back.
Okie dokie. Where is this Veli guy? This is the first time that one person's on the channel in a long time, the longest time. And I ain't feeling too good. The good old hay fever's kicked in. Yeah. So the breathing's not too great at the moment. So let's see what these kafirs in the chat are saying. Why so religious as usual? I made a presentation about Samarina Munda claiming that Ibn Ishaq is not Sirah or Sunnah. May I have about 15 minutes to present it? Probably, as long as you're not joined with so many other panelists, then you'll probably be able to let that sink in. But yeah, where's Veli? Veli, I don't know where you are, mate. People are waiting to come on. As Atticus now says, you are probably making money and allowing these mandem to converse about religion while y'all make money. That don't sound fair. But hey, they even got Shakara Speaks coming back to embarrass himself at some point, but he can't get on until Veli comes back. But hey, yo, we'll have to just wait. That's life. How many babies you eating lately? None. Oh, is Jenna around? Nah, I don't think Jenna's around at the minute. She will be. I ain't got corona, I got hay fever. There's a difference, man. Like, really, I could do with the time off that you get from, claiming that you got symptoms, but having a blocked nose and sneezing is not really a symptom of COVID. It's a symptom of hay fever. Gotta go look into it, boy. Did I eat a ghost baby? Now you're really, really sounding like you're cray-cray. Oh, man. But bun these other gods, though, man. These fake gods and all that bollocks that we were hearing this morning, like, really? Come on, man. If we wanted to return to that backward garbage, we would have, done it already. But we're happy to be in the truth. We just need to convince the other half of Africa to get away from this bondage. That's what it is, isn't it? Bondage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at even Nigeria, yeah, because obviously that's the hometown for me. You know what I'm saying? If you look at Nigeria, for example, it's the north region that is, backwards to rotted, as you Caribs will say. It's backwards to rotted. Lack of education, lack of economical, financial stability in the region, lack of real cohesion. You know what I'm saying? It's just savagery out there. And, People really need to get down to these places before they can make an assessment. Don't rely on one man to to write a book before you form a judgment. Go down there for yourself. Get some experience. You know what I'm saying? I really do value experience. You know, getting to be somewhere and tell a story about someone from going there. You know what I mean? Of course, we can't always do that. I'm saying for my safety, I want to go to somewhere like Libya, but I can't really hammer the point. You know what I'm saying? Like when people ask me questions, I'm really limited in what I can really talk about when I haven't really been close to there. You know what I'm saying? But yes, you got people like Boko Haram. You know what I'm saying? They say death to Western education. They'll say like people like Shakara are colonial. But I don't know if Shakara will fit in with Boko Haram because he obviously is completely against the Western ideology, and so is Boko Haram. So maybe him and Boko Haram can, you know, relate in some ways. You know what I mean? Maybe they could come together and come to some sort of an agreement. You know what I mean? You know. You have been in Northern Nigeria? Oh no, I haven't. I haven't been in Northern Nigeria. Have you, Raf? Once this nose clears, I think I'll be able to flow a bit better. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, this is probably the peak of these symptoms of hay fever that I have. It hasn't always been like this. These. Oh, why so religious? I thought you were a Muslim for a minute there. You quoted so many texts, Islamic texts. I feel at home at China. I doubt it, you know. But then I would love to go to China because I do admire success stories. You know, China used to be a third world place not too long ago, and they turned it around. Obviously, we still need to work on their attitude towards immigrants and expats, but from what I'm hearing anyway. But at the same time, you know what I mean, in terms of being Chinese, I haven't really had many complaints from the Chinese people themselves. So perhaps we could take the good from what they do and learn from it. Shakira is not Boko Haram, but he you know, he seems to link everything to the white man as if the white man is God. You know what I'm saying? As if the white man is everything somehow ties in with the white man, which is a bit concerning. People talk about religious folk always putting things on God and saying it's all down to God and etc. And like even me, sometimes I'll say, take some responsibility for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, as religious people, we believe in God, but at the same time, we believe that we have a hand as human beings in a lot that goes on. So, you know what I'm saying? I just feel like, you give them too much credit sometimes, you know what I mean? And sometimes, and actually, that's a common misunderstanding that I think some of these Pan-Africanists have. They seem to blame everything on the Europeans, whereas the people on the continent seem to blame things on their leadership. So they're more looking in-house than looking abroad, but you know what I'm saying? In the end, you get these Pan-Africanists thinking that they've discovered something that we on the ground have, you know, don't know. I say we on the ground. Obviously, I'm talking about the people that are living there more than myself. Am I holding it down? I'm trying. No China for me. Well, it's difficult, you know, because obviously it is beneficial to this European media or even Western media to portray China in a certain way. I wouldn't dismiss everything that they say goes on in China, but at the same time, I'll have to give China a bit of benefit of the doubt and say that it might not be as bad as they're saying.
Oh, damn it.
Yo.
So we all agree. I have to go again for another 5 minutes. It says here, Isa Frimponi says, actually, Dhahri was a reaction to blind following of Malik. Yeah, big up to as far as Andalus. So he's saying that it was a reaction, but the point is, it was not true Islam, and it caused fitna and problems, and it was just another problem that caused more problems. That's my point. But yeah, it's probably better than all these other crazy Sunni schools of thought. So we have why so religious. We have who else here? We have Sheer the Dog Breath. Issa is Jada Frenson's lapdog. Bro, these people wrap me up.
You see the interesting one from I. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it says Regiment Sleeping Bay. Okay.
You see the interesting one from Ayo. Ayo says one reason China became wealthy is because white Americans transferred black American factory jobs to China. And he's got.
Well, I mean, we're right. I mean, if you don't need attention. Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, you know what I find strange though is it's weird how the Sunnites can come on the panel, run their gums, get battered with their own hadith book, come back the next day, get battered again, and just keep coming back. Like the hard-headed people, like just stop wasting your time. Seriously, like it just seems it's like you're always going to be refuted. Like, I mean, I don't even need to extend all of my evidences. The one I brought, imagine this, Reggie, yeah? That if you do not mention the Prophet and his family, meaning his daughter, his first cousin Imam Ali, and his two grandchildren, in your salah is not accepted or valid in Islam. Surely you would acknowledge they must be the most superior after the Prophet. Is that logical to assume, Reggie? If your salah is not accepted, is that logical to assume?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. I guess so.
No, because think about it, bruv. Yeah, the prayer, the 5 times a day prayer in Islam is considered to be one of the pillars of Islam, right? In Sunnism and true Islam. So if we look at the basic ideas with which any system has, the fundamentals are what give the thing its substance. If you don't practice or you don't believe in its fundamentals, then the rest of it falls apart. So obviously, if Abu Bakr and Umar opposed Ali and Fatima called Abu Bakr a liar and a thief, am I supposed to go with Fatima, the daughter of the Prophet? Imam Ali opposed Abu Bakr's. Who am I going to go with? Do you get what I'm saying? And it's simple as that. And I'm saying we don't really need to argue much more than that. And it does show you, like, you know, Sunnism makes you retarded. It's like this is why I call it the Sunni coronavirus, but this is more of an intellectual virus. It sort of prevents you from thinking like a normal human being. Just think about it.
Well,
Look,
I don't think, with all due respect to Zubaydah, that she says she hasn't read the whole Quran, which is fair enough. A lot of religious people haven't read the whole book, but at the same time, the way that she behaves as well is not exactly Islamic.
I don't want to go into our personal life because we live in the West, and you know everyone's going to be contaminated by that. It's not like there's a system that supports Islamic behavior and so on. Do you know what I mean? So what it is, I just like to go in what people say in regards to the belief. You know what I mean? Because that's
yeah. Well, I don't know.
It comes on here to debate the subject, so that's what I stick to in it. But yeah, unfortunately, like, you know what I mean? It's like she lets Waleed on, and he can't debate like she can, so it just looks ridiculous. Like, are you going to tag team somebody that's worse than you? You get me? Like, you might just stay there, just leave him to towel you in the break. You imagine getting in the box in the wrestling ring, and the man you bring gets flung out. You what?
I've rarely seen Zubaydah hold her ground. She usually ends up leaving the panel looking worse off.
Sometimes people are unfair to us still. Like, you know what I mean? She does fight some battles, and what it is, she's new to certain ideas, isn't it? Do you get me? So there's certain ideas that, let's say, Afrocentrics, she's not used to these ideas. So sometimes she's arguing off of where she is. You get me? So she's just throwing out whatever she can and think, well, which argument is going to win? But I'm saying, like, when it comes to defending Sunnism, she's got a different approach. She'll ask questions and she treads carefully. Do you get me? Whereas Waleed will come up with the most dumb thing you can ever think of. It says the first he said, Allah says. And it's a hadith. There's 2 types of hadith, majorly. There's a hadith where the Prophet says, and it's his saying, the Prophet said. But then there's what we call a hadith Qudsi, which is Allah's revelation through hadith. Now, if he'd have quote hadith Qudsi, then you could have said so. When he said Allah said, I thought he's going to quote Quran. He said, Allah said, 10 a promised Jannah. I'm like, bruv, you really think, like, it's not even one hadith either. Like, it's they got this together and compiled it, but there's more than 10 that were promised Jannah. So, like, according to Sunnis, like, this guy's no sense, bro. Weirdos, trust me, bro. Yeah, so Somalis are Shias. What's her name? Samaroon? Yeah. Samaroon. Oh my days. people, listen what I'm saying to you. No, listen. No, let me finish, bro. Listen. You see yesterday, last night, William, what's the guy that covered Khalid? What's Khalid's channel, So I think it's called Somali Speakers. Oh my days. There was what's his name? Ahmed that comes on here versus some guy, I think his name is Kula or something. Bruv, the debate, oh my gosh, the way they were going back and forth. He said that this guy is a group of Somalis who came there. He said they came there by boat. They're a mixture of Persians, Indians, Arabs. Ahmed just went deep on this guy, bro. But the guy, imagine the guy is calling the other Somalis monkeys. And what was it? Something else. He was called. This is what I'm saying. So Ahmed is saying, hold on, you're a little percentage, yeah. I mean, blood. It's interesting. Like you kind of, if you listen, you can kind of tell the infighting, and it's like something I would, apart from saying they're supposed to be Shia, I'd probably I would leave. You know what I mean? I'd stay out of it. I've tried to facilitate discussion and stuff, but you can really see like why there's a lot of argument. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's very interesting. Like.
Well, Somalis are 99% Sunni now.
They're what? No. Listen, they're growing in Shia, bro. Don't let them fool you, bro. And not just that. I'm saying in the history. I don't know if you was online, bro.
You were saying they derived from Shias initially.
Well, the main point is their most holy Islamic place in Somalia, Zayla. It says in history was a Shia place until Turks, Carnito turned up. Carnito came with his stinking whatless fatty kebab. And flipping belly dancing, flipping Turkish delight, and flipping poor Somalis was like, yeah, come blood. And he's like, yeah, fake Sunnism, blood. They done magic on them, bro. He put magic in the Turkish delight.
They revered the Ottoman.
He put pistachio nuts and Turkish delight, bro. My poor Somali brothers, the magic, he done juju on them, man. Sure. Anyway, but Somali. So what we're gonna do, inshallah, we're gonna try and reverse that magic. Because remember, bro, trust me, bro. When you look at you read a lot of the history of the Ottomans, bro. They were well involved in magic. A lot of these, bro, these places were magic. Every one of these leaders got some astrologer and a magician in his court and all of that, bro. Trust me, bro. They're magic, bro. People are. Yeah, bro. So big up. Samaroon.
Get free to now, though. He's gonna get free to value.
Samaroon. Hold on, Samaroon. Right. I want you to be honest with me, yeah. Do you agree, that there's a drive in you to eat pistachio nuts and Turkish delight as a Somali Sunni? Because when you convert to Shia, bruv, you won't even want to eat Turkish delight, nor pistachios, nor kebab. You'll leave that aside, bruv. Trust me. Carnita, run Carnita, bruv. Run Carnita from around here, bruv.
Oh, Zubaydah wants to come back on, even though she ran off. I don't get it.
No, she said she dropped off.
Oh, she dropped off.
No, I don't want Khan in there. Khan just loves to talk too much, bruv. Look at Day Dunn, bro. Big up Day Dunn, bro. He cracks me up. Day Dunn.
He says a liar.
I didn't want to snitch, but I think Day Dunn. Listen, I didn't want to snitch, but I swear Day Dunn come on the other day, and he pretended to be a Somali, right? He put on an accent. I don't know if it was him, but somebody came over this thing, boy.
How do you know he's not Somali? Oh, he came over.
No, Day Dunn, man. Come on now. Yeah, what I'm gonna do? I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Give me. Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, hold on that channel still. Hey,
I'm not sure
Somalis. Big up true Somalis, blood. Oh, he said what? We ran from the suburb. Come on now. Yeah, look, coming out now. Look, what's the name? Yeah, big up Sumaya for reminding me that the Shias are supposed to be the Somalis supposed to be Shia. Big up. Yeah. And we got the other one. What's his name? M Stinky. Yeah. What mean I'm a liar, blood? All you agreed to. You said they were Sunni first. I said fair enough. They're Sunni first. But at some point they became Shia, and because the Turks done juju on you through pistachio nuts and stinky kebab, that got your head, and now you're flipping turn Sunni. That's all I'm saying. Recite Surah Falak and Surah Nas and get rid of the magic. For all you lot don't know, there's 2 surahs in the Quran, Surah Falak and Surah Nas, that are for magic. Majorly. I mean, Ayatul Kursi also, but Surah Falak and Nas specific to magic. So you don't need to start reciting all that. Get that juju, and all of a sudden you'll be, hey, I'm Shia. You're gonna wake up, recite it every night before you go to bed, 10 times, 3 times, blow up yourself, and you can wake up and be, Ya Ali, Ya Haq Ali. You know what I mean? Whew. What'd she say? We showed you the Sultanate. Oh, showed me the Sultanate. Yeah, but you still didn't say, listen, we let 10 Shias live with the, what does that mean? Live with us. What does that mean? You didn't even prove that they were Shias. You brought up Ibn Batista. Batuta.
This is interesting. Has this happened before? Has this happened before?
You know what? This is quite hilarious, though. I should thank you. What should I thank you? You're the one that left for bloody pistachio and whatever done juju on it. We proved that, okay, you were Sunnis from the 7th to 14th century. Fine. But you weren't bloody Turkish Sunnis. That's my point. Whatever Sunnis you were Sufistic, you were this, you were that. But now you is what? Following blooming Ottoman Khan kebabs. That's what you're following. That's what I'm saying. Leave them. Even if you become Sufistic Somali Sunnis, fine. But you're still converted under Turks. Here you go. Thank you. All right. No. Right. Where was I? Let's change the subject because obviously we don't want.
You can't make your mind up, Issa, man. I thought you're coming or you're going, mate. Like, well, I mean,
sorry. You take the stage. You take the mic. Sorry.
No, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you're here or not. You know what I mean?
I'll be back. Sorry.
Oh, it's funny. we got like 2-3 dominant people on the panel. Let me do a little consensus here. Put a 3, yeah. If you think Shia Issa is one of the most dominated, or actually is the most dominant person that comes on the panels. Put a 2 if you think it's James Jones. Who else is very dominant? Let's say we'll give a 1 to this person. Who else? Khan. Yeah, so that's the top 3 that I could think of. If you can think of anyone else, that would be nice as well. So 3 for Shia Issa, 2 for James Jones, and a 1 for Khan. Let's see if that works. Yeah. I ain't seen no numbers yet. Oh, Gunnar Jacob says 3. Yeah, Issa's a tough one, you know, when he's on panel there. Still, well, those who have been on the panel with him will probably know. James Jones. James Jones. Yeah, James Jones was number 2, yeah? James Jones, number 2. James Jones can be very funny sometimes, but yeah, he can be. Actually, James sometimes actually can show a bit more decorum, but I think I think in terms of disruption, you have to give it to Khan. In terms of like just talking, it has to be Issa. Shakira as well sometimes can go on and on, but at least he's giving like information from a book, so you can at least say that my guy's coming with something a bit more academic. But yeah. Well, James Jones listens to Danny Melly like a good boy. Yeah. Maverick, I always say you're dominant on the panel. Actually, yeah, sometimes, yeah, Maverick can be a bit dominant as well. Witness, no. Witness don't even say nothing. Nah. I'll say definitely, yeah. Issa is very hard to like have on the panel. Yeah, if you want to like talk with someone else, it's very difficult, and when he's ready to talk, yeah, we've got a few very dominant guys on the panel. Man. Oh, we got Ultra here. That means that some people have been let in. Zebeda can come back as well. I mean, she done running. Oh, we got Stammer.
Why Issa Shia run away now? He's trying to say we're Shia.
Samaroon, he said he was going to do something earlier, and Emma Reggie kind of held to that. Yeah, I think he was trying to hook you up, like not allowing you to be here by yourself, because like you know it's like being by yourself on a panel, like you get me, talking to yourself.
Yeah, it's fun. Reggie, what God?
Yeah, you cool, Ultra, man. You cool.
What you saying? I see you. Your attire. Only reason I came on was to correct Issa, and now man just ran away.
Nah, he's gonna be back in a bit. Still.
Shut up. I'm tired of hearing your shit. Shut up.
We'll be back.
Well, shut up. Shut up.
That wasn't very moral, Ultra.
No, yes, it was. Yeah. I was reading this after early. He's the most moral atheist. No, the most moral on YouTube. Period.
Yeah. Period. All these claims.
Stupid prick. Why would these people try in the road, man?
Ultra's doing his bit for the nation.
man, yelling at everybody, man. What's up, Ultra? I thought you said you're moral, bro. Yeah, He's just be smiling and waving at everybody. Summary.
I'm the most moral person. You know what? In fact, even though, Samaroon, you annoy me, I don't want you to die. So here's what I want you to do. Change the batteries in the fucking alarm, please. Oh!
Why you niggas so obsessed with an alarm, man? I can't barely even hear that shit, man. If I can't barely hear, I know you niggas can't hear it, man.
Yo,
That's all you talk about, man. It's not even funny, huh?
But you do hear your alarm.
I don't know. I don't know how to fix it, though.
Just change the batteries.
Ultra Caffey.
Yo, what
free
you say,
transfer,
Reggie?
yeah?
Huh?
Free
Ultra Caffey.
Ultra Caffey.
Yeah.
Ultra Caffey.
Reggie?
Hey, what, Reggie, you a Muslim?
Yeah, free travel, man. Free travel. But I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought the numbers would have gone up.
No,
yeah?
Reggie, me and Reggie, we can unite against the atheists non-believers.
No, you know the funniest thing? You really can't. Let me tell you why. Even though Reggie has a different God belief than I do, that's where most of the similarities end. You see what I'm saying? That you don't need to unite against an atheist just because he doesn't think the same thing as you. That's a ridiculous thing to say. And in fact,
what you're saying is they're united in the belief of God, isn't it? But Ultra, I see on the buses, yeah, you don't put that sticker up on the dots in it and like taped up the whole staircase. Can't come next to the driver. Have to come on in the back and that. Yeah, they hooked you up still. They should have done that from day one.
Do you know what the funny thing is?
The economy is going to lose so much money.
When we put this to them, we said to them, "Yo, hang on a second. You need to separate fucking people from the drivers." You know what they said? No, because how would they tap on? So basically, they're telling you they don't care about drivers. They care about revenue. Listen to the mad thing. I saw a report yesterday that said because of coronavirus, TfL might run out of cash within a month.
Yo.
No, but listen carefully now. And listen carefully. TfL, they take in £1 trillion a year.
Bollocks. That's too.
They don't spend £1 trillion on petrol a year.
Not a billion. Not a billion.
Trillion. That's a big number, bro.
Bro, this is the thing. And listen to that mad thing. They're telling
Yo, but what? Is it a British trillion or an American trillion?
No, a British trillion, bro. That's all we do. It's pound sterling.
That's inflated, man. That sounds inflated.
Number, bro.
Oh, no, do you know what? Ready? just do a simple Google search. Does TfL take in at least £1 trillion a year? Think about it. In fact, is it even a stretch to even believe that? Because think about London. Think about public transport. Unlike other cities, they've tried to make public transport like the most viable option for everybody. So
the best option.
Annual passes, monthly passes, weekly passes, 150s, the Oyster cards.
I'm very surprised that they're taking $1 trillion. Right? That sounds very.
Well, actually, do you drive trains or buses?
That makes sense, man.
All right, is it all right if I bring this presentation?
Wait, are
you think about it, billions of journeys are bust every year, and no one's paying £1 pound.
Did you hear what White So Religious said? He said he wants to do a presentation.
No, we don't care about your Catholic talk right now, man. Go to worry about this somewhere.
You see, and that's why people don't want to come on this channel when there's loved ones, because all they do is talk over people when somebody wants to bring some information, dude.
What do you want to present, fam?
But nobody cares, man.
What do you want to present?
So the other day, Samaroon and Munda in the chat were saying that Ibn Ishaq is not Sirah and not Sunnah. So what I did was I got my Rasulullah from Ibn Ishaq and I started reading it, and I started going.
Why do you talk like that? You sound like some old white guy.
Dude, I'm trying to be quiet because I have a baby asleep right now, dude.
Oh, big up the babies. Big up all the atheist babies in the world. We run things.
So
come on.
What I did was read. I went through 40 pages, the first 40 pages of Rasulullah by Ibn Ishaq, and I started going and taking the stories and finding them in Islamic sites and people who sheikhs and various sites that were promoting these stories, and I started finding the hadiths that are in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, Ibn Majah, that are used directly from Ibn Ashaq, and also using tafsirs from Al-Jalalain, Ibn Abbas, and Kathir. Okay, all using Ibn Ashaq's source.
So basically, why so religious? Are you saying you fucked off and you went and did your homework? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I did all this stuff I'd already known, but I'd never screen shared it or screenshotted it and put it all together. I put the websites and everything, and this is the point of this is that a lot of Muslims will say, "Oh, you can't trust Ibn Ashaq, you can't trust it." But why? Here's
The thing is, why should we listen to somebody like you, a nobody sitting with his child right now? Nobody knows about it.
You see, you're scared
Even
of.
cares
You're
about
scared,
it. No,
you're-
no.
you
The
see,
thing is,
before I
no. Look,
present
the
my
thing is,
information,
why
before
should
I
anybody
present my
take you
information,
serious?
you're already
What
talking down
knowledge
to
do you
me.
have? You've been
You're
reading
already
from
talking
Google.
down to me because I have information to present to you that might actually
That is
go
no.
against
Look, these are
what you're
things I knew, but the thing is, you're distorting the information. That's what you're doing.
I'm
You're
not
not giving the
distorting
right
information.
information.
I gave all my.
You
I
give
gave
your
all
own
of my
interpretation. Look, you
references.
give your own interpretation. You give your own interpretation.
How do you know that? You haven't seen it. How do you know
Interpretation
that
of
you
what
haven't
you're
seen
reading,
it?
man.
How do you know it? You haven't seen it. You haven't seen
How
it.
did,
Then.
how-
So
but
how
how
do
do
you
you
know?
know what I have seen? How do you know what I've seen or not?
You haven't seen my
Look,
presentation. So what
this
are
is
you
what
talking?
you're doing. You're reading things on Google, and you're probably going to Islamophobic
Scared of
websites.
me bringing
And
a
then look, no,
presentation
look,
because you
look.
get embarrassed,
I don't
bro.
know.
You'll
It's
change your
not that.
name
No.
just like all these other
Why would
Muslims
I
do.
care? No, but the thing is Ramadan, and alhamdulillah, a lot of people, a majority of Muslims are coming closer
Ramadan,
to Islam in this month.
Ramadan,
Alhamdulillah.
Ramadan,
Alhamdulillah. So what you mean? This is a
Ramadan.
month of praise, and this is the month of the Quran. Alhamdulillah,
Actually, Ramadan is the month of
So what do
Muslim
you mean?
conquest. So I don't know what you're talking about. But anyways,
I know
you're
Ramadan
scared.
is the month where the Quran was revealed.
You're
And
scared of this
Al-Qadr is better
presentation.
than a
Otherwise, you
thousand
would say just
months.
bring it.
Remember that. Remember that
You would just say
Al-Qadr
bring
is
it.
better than 1,000 months.
You would just say bring the
And you are a
presentation
nobody, bro.
if you knew something about this, but you don't. You don't know why they say don't trust Ibn Ashaq, do you? And you don't know how many of his stories from Rasulullah are actually inside of your authentic sources. You don't know any of that, bro. And then
What
when
does Rasul mean? Tell me, do you know what Rasul means?
that's the messenger of Allah. So
Okay,
now
what
listen,
does Sunnah
what
mean?
does
What
that
does
matter?
Sunnah mean?
What does that
Tell me,
matter?
what does
What
Sunnah
does that
mean?
matter, bro?
No, what
What
does
does it
Sunnah
matter?
mean?
What does it
No,
matter?
look.
What does it matter, bro?
You're saying something.
What does it matter?
I'm
Nowhere
asking
in the
you, what
Quran,
does Sunnah mean? Tell me
nowhere in
what
the
Sunnah
Quran, and
means.
nowhere in the Quran, and nowhere in the Hadith does it say that Arabic is
What
important
does
for Allah's
Sunnah
message.
mean? Okay, it says say the Sunnah of Ibrahim. What does that mean?
That's the path of Abraham, the righteous path, the way that they live and the way that you're supposed to follow. So get off my nuts, bro, and let me do my presentation because
Nah,
obviously
you the
you're
one over
scared.
here. Do your
You're scared,
presentation.
dude.
I'm not
You're
scared, bro.
scared.
Do it, bro.
Then shut
No,
up,
I'm
dude.
just here listening. I'm gonna laugh, my nigga. I don't give a fuck what you're saying, bro. I give a fuck about some white motherfucker, man.
You see, racist people, bro. Racist and ignorant. I guess it goes hand in hand. There you go, Samarone. So also, what we have here is that it's proven that there are weak hadiths inside of Bukhari and in Muslim, labeled by
Obviously there are. And what are they called? Tell me what are the weak ahadith called? Tell me the categories. What do you know? What is Daif Jidan?
You got
What is
Sahih,
Daif
you got
Jidan?
Hasan, you got Sahih,
Okay.
you got Hassan, you got Daif. Okay, you got
And what else?
more.
What after
What's
that?
it matter?
What's after Daif?
What's it matter? sir?
What's after
Samarone?
Daif?
What's it matter?
What's after Daif?
What's it matter? What's it
I
matter?
actually
Okay,
came on to ask
Fabricated. I
okay,
can't
Waleed.
Daif Jidan.
right now,
Is
but
Daif
it's
Jidan? Is Daif Hassan and Sahih?
Yo, but Samaroon, do you take everything in the Sahih books to be Sahih?
No, I said obviously there are Daif hadith in even Bukhari and Muslim, and everybody
Yeah,
knows
but
that.
you know that there are Sunnis that say that everything in these books is 100% authentic, innit?
No, nobody says, and
Yes,
nobody
they
says
do.
everything's 100%
Yes, they do.
Sahih.
I can bring you
No, they
clips
don't.
from Speaker's Corner of Sunnis saying this, like more than one clip. Like I don't need to only bring one clip. You know what I mean? Like a lot of
But look,
people
look.
propagate this. So I get confused.
Obviously, there are Daif Hadith, and we know that. And then when you see a Daif Hadith, you leave it alone. You throw it away.
But you don't know it's how you could
But you see when someone in Speaker's Corner, says that.
Which bit are we talking about?
Oh, wait. Okay, yeah, you're back
The
right.
six-
I only
the
came
six-
out here to speak to you, bro.
No. The six.
Isa, Isa, let me ask you.
These Muslims are scared, bro.
Let me ask you one thing, Isa.
Hold on, let me clarify that point there. In the 6 Sahih books, it's not considered that all Sahih books are Sahih. They believe that Bukhari is authentic, except for maybe 6 to 10 hadith. But they do accept that Sahih Muslim and the others have non-authentic hadith. Okay, so it's Bukhari that people used to say is authentic.
Sorry, Isa, I couldn't really hear what you were saying, man. I think someone's mic was on.
Yeah, and also someone playing music. You need to turn that shit off, man. Let me get ready to strike.
I was saying, big up to Ultra Funky, big up to Why So Religious, Stay Done. Big up people.
Can you say that again, please, Isa? What you just
repeat yourself, Isa.
Yeah, the 6 Sahih Hadith books of Sunnis, not all of them are considered authentic books. They consider Bukhari to be at least 99.9% authentic. So they believe like 6 or 10 hadith max are not authentic. But Sahih Muslim, I think about 70%. And then the rest, they don't believe all 6, every hadith is authentic in them.
Oh, you're Reggie, man. You're going to get ready a strike.
Play music, bro. You're going to get ready a strike, bro. What are you playing at?
The point is here, obviously the hadiths can't be revelation because Allah never says in the Quran that he would protect Muhammad's hadith, but he did say he would protect his word.
Isa, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question real quick. Okay, I want to speak on regarding of Ahl Bayt. You feel me? Okay. Who do you define Ahl Bayt as? Ahl Bayt, not the wives of the Prophet, the descendants of the Prophet, Bani Hashim and Bani Muttalib.
Yeah, so in the general speech, the Ahlul Bayt of the Prophet would normally be a wife or wives and your close blood relatives, generally. But I'm saying because it was specified who he referred to when he was saying Ahlul Bayt, then we had clarity on who. So for instance, in the Salah, we have to send blessings on the Prophet and his family, correct?
Yeah, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad, ala Muhammad, yeah.
Do you think that's all of Bani Hashim and everyone? Or is that a select group?
Oh, no, that speaks of his family.
Yeah, which? That's what I'm saying. You asked me the question, so I'm saying who is it talking about?
It's talking about his wives and his descendants.
No. That's what I'm saying. Very clear. It's not talking about his wife. This is what my point is. And you don't need to ask me. You can ask any Sunni scholar. They'll tell you straight. That's not the wives. And it says, hold on, as thou hast blessed Ibrahim and Ibrahim and.
Well, Ibrahim in the lineage of Ibrahim.
No. What is it? What does the next sentence say? Bless Prophet Muhammad and his family, as thou hast blessed Ibrahim and.
I think Ibrahim Hamadan Majid, I think.
Well, no, but it says and Ibrahim and his family. Exactly. So I'm saying this is in the Salah. So we know when we're talking about Ibrahim, it talks about Ibrahim and Ismail and Ishaq. Very simple, brother. You can't get astray from that. So all I'm saying, my brother, is simply this. When you're in Salah and your size, but Abu Bakr and Umar, Uthman's Salah is batil unless they saying blessings on the Prophet and his family. Obviously, the family is superior to them. Simple as that, brother. It's
the thing is because they had respect for the family of the Prophet. And he was the Rasul, he was the Nabiin at the time, Prophet Muhammad. And then these were people close to the Prophet. They were sending blessings upon the Prophet and upon the Prophet.
Bro,
you can say that's culture. You can say that's the way people behave.
When it says, as thou hast blessed Ibrahim, were his 2 sons prophets or not?
You say what?
When it says the family of Ibrahim, yes? He had 2 sons, Ismail and Ishaq. Yes? They were prophets. So when we're sending the blessings on Ibrahim, it's not just any family. It's specifically chosen people, bruv. That's what I'm saying. They have a special role. So you can't just say it's the Prophet's family, just because the Prophet loved them. Bruv, you can't bring one. Anyway,
you know what? The thing is, you have to understand what Ahl Bayt means.
Brother,
that includes even Bani Muttalib, Bani Hashim. the wives of the Prophet and the descendants of the Prophet. That's Ahl Bayt.
All right. Shall I tell you what a Sahaba said? They asked, aren't his wives Ahlul Bayt? You know what they said?
That's different opinions, obviously. Yeah.
Right. Hold on. So Sahaba were asked, in relation to the Hadith, I leave it the Quran and Ahlul Bayt. So even what you're saying is refuted by the Sahaba. This is the problem. The very Hadith itself, they say, aren't his wife Ahlul Bayt? What do you think they said? No offense. I know you haven't studied it, so this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, If you don't know, then fair enough. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, bro. Obviously, it's something that I researched a lot. Obviously, I've got the knowledge of it, and obviously a lot of people out there, especially Sunnis, they haven't. But this is the thing. I want everyone to make sure that we petition Veli that Waleed cannot come back on there for at least the whole of Ramadan. Imagine.
Wait, first, I heard you talking about Azayla. I was wondering what you were talking about.
We'll get to that. Listen to this. Waleed came on, and the Hadith of Thaqilain, which is in Sahih Muslim, where it says, I leave you two things, Quran, Ahlul Bayt. He says that she has put the Hadith, the word Ahlul Bayt in the Hadith. How retarded how can he say that we put a word in Sunni Hadith book and Sunni scholars authenticate the Hadith? Then your whole book must be weak as hell, innit? If she can just fling words in your Hadith and your scholars are going to accept it. Bro, that's the most retarded stuff I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, also, Zayla is a Shia place, and you're Sunni because the Turks gave you...
How are you going to tell me, bro? That's where my tribe is from. That's where my tribe where I was located, bro.
Okay, good.
From the Zayla from Bodoma, bro. But I'm saying, what does it have to do with the Shia? No, I'm going to tell you what does that...
I'm going to get the link, brother.
Who are we the Shia of? No, but you know what Shia means. You know what Shia means. So who are the Shia of?
Doing all of that stuff, bro. You know, doing all of that. Right, we're going to get you the link. We're going to show you all the
who are we the party of? Who are we the followers of?
If everyone knows when it says Shia. All right, I hope you can read, because, boy, I hope... make sure you're sitting down, because I know you're going to read it. I love Shia. Right? So I'm going to show you now Zayla, right? I'm going to read it for you. I'm going to post it. Right, watch this. Right, so everybody calm down. All the Somalis who haven't heard it before, take a seat, because you might be fainting and stuff. And obviously, if you're fasting, you might break your Ramadan if you start swearing and stuff like that, right? So there you go. Can you see that?
No, nobody swear.
Right, now it's in the back. I'll put it in the back chat as well. There you go. Okay. And there's the rest of it coming too. All right.
Yeah, listen, while Issa's trying to find this imaginary verse in his book.
Okay, you say Ibn Battuta said this. What does he mean by Shia? What does he mean by Shia? Because you know Shia, that's a term that came later on. So what does he mean by Shia? Because remember, we became Muslims in early Islam, and the masjid in Zayla was built when the Qibla was towards Jerusalem.
Yeah, you convert.
And the whole Shia thing happened after the Prophet's death.
Yeah, okay.
So how did we become Shia?
Let's say we already dealt with this yesterday. So let me explain this. The first thing you have to look at, that when you first got Islam, 10 years, right, after the Prophet got revelation, so that's when the Sahaba came to Zayla, and this masjid was built. The Quran wasn't complete then, so you didn't even have all of Islam. So therefore, you must have got Islam again later on, and then whether you were Sunni or not, I'm saying, it says in the 14th century, you were known to be Shia. Then it says the Turks come along, and they start Khanito and his people. They come with kebab. And let me write that in there, because they forgot to put that in the footnote. They come with kebabs, pistachio nuts, belly dancing, all of that.
Nah, they haven't come with. I don't know about kebabs and all that. We always eat our food. We always eat sambusa, mosio baris. All
right, do you eat pistachio nuts?
No, we don't eat pistachio nuts. No.
Okay, cat. Where did cat come from? Cat.
He said cat.
Yeah.
Cat. It's a plant.
Yeah,
I think. I think it grows. I don't know. Maybe from around. I don't know exactly.
All of a sudden, you turn stupid when you mention cat. Yeah.
No. Wallahi, I don't chew cat though. Know what I mean?
All my Somali dogs taught me about cat from early, bro. So don't act stupid, man.
No, but the thing is, look,
he's got a box in his yard, yeah, and he's trying to throw the scent off. That's why he don't want to talk about it, because he's got a big box there, and he's like, I don't want to say nothing. Like,
nah, G, wallahi, I don't even do that stuff. No, that's because it messes up your teeth. You know what I mean? It kind of deteriorates your teeth after a while if you keep chewing it. You feel me? And then it's like caffeine, and you know how you get addicted to coffee. People get addicted to that stuff. No,
amphetamine, never mind caffeine. It's like bloody
Nah, it's stronger than caffeine, but I said it's like that. No,
So, does Allah protect revelation?
I sure hope so.
So, if we have proven that there are hadiths that are not revelation, then how did he allegedly protect these hadiths, Sahih hadiths, that are considered revelation among Muslims? Even if there's one of them that is proven that it isn't, then it calls into question all the other ones.
Okay. I mean, personally, I'm not really. This isn't my type of debate because, again, it comes from a different position where people do not accept that there's 12 successors after the Prophet. So the view of hadith will be different. So I guess this conversation is to me. So.
Okay, Isa, can you agree with me on this as far as Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu and what he did, and including Uthman and Ali and Umar, what they did for Islam is the reason why Islam is at its strength right now and spread so fast and so far and vast to where we are right now.
I would say they're responsible for spreading Sunniism afterwards, but the problem is the Quran and the Hadith focus on not everything that they did during the life of the Prophet, but also afterwards. So we have to look at what they did after the Prophet and whether they continue to follow Islam or if they went astray.
Well, I have to get off here because my son woke up. I was hoping to do my presentation before, but nobody ever wants to let somebody who has knowledge speak. They want to talk over them and change the subject. But
you don't have knowledge. You're trying to turn somebody away from you.
I would like to hear the response of how Allah claims that he protects his revelation inside the Quran.
Bro, go take care of yourself, man. You talking about Islam for no reason.
Let me finish.
Islam stay on your people's mind, man.
Never go worry about your child, man. Muhammad's hadiths, and inside of what Muslims have been teaching for about 1,200 years as Sahih, it's been proven that there are at least 4 weak hadiths inside of the 2 major books of Sunnah. Right.
Okay, let's talk about Bukhari right now.
Real quick. Let me finish my point real quick.
Let me speak on Bukhari right now. I don't think you guys know about Bukhari, man.
So then,
do you know when Bukhari was born?
There's 4 of them. Then that calls into question all of them.
Hold on. Mention the books. Which books?
I got them in the back chat, dude. I've already posted the links.
You said 2 major books. Which are they? Which ones are you talking about?
I'm talking about Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, which are the 2 most authentic Sunni books. I'm not talking about Shia books.
Yeah. No, I understand. But what I'm saying to you, it's accepted that Sahih Muslim is not all authentic. That's commonly accepted.
No, but the point I'm saying is these have been taught as Sahih for since Bukhari, right? And even Ibn Kathir, one of the most celebrated tafsir collectors, he's used some of these. Okay, so the point here is, Allah never promised to protect the hadiths because he never calls them revelation. Muslims nowadays call them revelation. Okay, so if Allah never promised to protect Muhammad's hadiths and never calls them revelation, then that is Muslim.
Wait, who calls them revelation? What are you talking about? These are ahadith. These are the words of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his life, his actions.
Are you denying that most Muslims across the world that are Sunni claim that the hadiths are not revelation? Because
we believe what comes from the Prophet's mouth is revelation because he was inspired.
Sahih revelation.
Okay, listen, man, you got a big mouth, man. I said everything that comes from the Prophet's mouth is revelation because he was inspired by Allah.
And there are,
but we don't call the ahadith. We don't call, of course, but we call ahadith. They're not all sahih. That means they do not all come directly from the Prophet. And some were corrupted, or some were just made up. Know what I mean?
Yeah, but
then that's
those
why
are
they
not
have
supposed
Daif
to be the
Jidan.
ones inside of Sahih Muslim and Sahih Bukhari. Sahih Bukhari is supposed to be the gold standard where
Look,
everything that because he
look,
collected
bro.
over
I
he
just told you
collected
not
100,000.
everything in
Let me
Sahih
finish.
Bukhari
Samaroon.
is Sahih. I told you that already.
Samaroon.
You don't want to believe it, bro. Now
But for
look, just
over
take it like this.
1,000 years,
You're gonna
over
believe whatever you want to believe
for
whatever you
Samaroon,
want, bro.
for
You're
1,000
missing this
years,
point,
they
Samaroon. Hold on, one sec. You're missing this point, Samaroon. What he's saying is, today a lot of people might say that not everything's authentic, but his point is that in history they treated Bukhari as equal to the Quran. They've said everything in Bukhari is authentic and just taking it like that. Once it's in Bukhari, it's authentic, and that is true. That has been the case for a lot of scholars of the past. So you can't deny it. You might now say, okay, and scholars agree, not all of Bukhari is authentic, but in history, Bukhari was considered, the most authentic book, and second after the Quran is what they used to say. So yeah, you can't deny that.
But we just like I don't think many people understand what Bukhari went through. You feel me? Throughout his life to gain knowledge. Like he was born in 198 after Hijrah. You feel me? It's not too far after the Prophet, and he went around. He talked to these people. He talked to these people to gain info, to gain the ahadith.
Don't even worry about that. What I'm saying is what the guy's saying. Yeah, I'm saying these questions are easily answered. So at the end of the day, it's the same with the Quran. When certain people were compiling the Quran, yeah. So you could say that until they got a full compilation to present to the people, then what is it? Because some Sahaba were citing hadith and saying it's Quran. They got confused. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is when he makes this claim, if somebody's collecting the hadith of the Prophet, which equals part of the guidance of Islam, what does that mean then?
Yeah.
It's been preserved, isn't it? It's still there. So
Yeah, it's been preserved. Yes, through oral tradition. Yes.
Yo, Isa.
Yeah, what going on?
I copied one of the comments into the back chat. Can you tell me if there's any truth to this?
Yeah.
But the thing, Isa, you have to understand, like Bukhari, he was born an orphan. You feel me? And then even throughout his life, as he grew up, he lost his eyesight. And then when he lost his eyesight, after a couple of years, Allah brought it back to him.
Mm-hmm.
Allah cured him from that. And then after that, he went around and he went everywhere gathering ahadith. So I don't understand why people slander Bukhari and then say like just because he was from Bukhara, they dismiss him just for that because he's not an Arab.
Where's Bukhara?
Bukhara.
Yeah, where's that?
You don't know what Bukhara is?
I'm really bad at geography, bro.
It's Uzbekistan. It's kind of Persia still. It's like Persia.
So is it like Iranian, basically?
Well, that's what they say.
What? He was born in Bukhara. He was born in Bukhara. I don't know what his ethnicity was, but they call him Al Bukhara because he was born in Bukhara.
There's so many ethnic groups. There's so many ethnic
I thought
groups.
Sunnis don't like Iranians.
Bro, Iran was a Sunni nation until about 500 years ago, bro. So you know what I mean.
All right.
Yep. I mean, this is
if you lot are finished about that, yeah. Would you mind telling me if there's any about that comment?
So for those, Samaroon, did you know which prominent Sahaba went to? I didn't want to talk about this here because I know that M Stinky would come along and it would become a bigger battle than it was. So Samaroon, do you know who went to Abyssinia, to Habash, to Zayla? Do you know which companion? Do you know any of them?
You said which companion of the Prophet?
Yeah.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I don't know which exact companions, but I know that they had to come through because obviously you have to go through Djibouti and Somalia to get to what we call so-called Ethiopia today. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But we know that they spent some time. Yeah, we know they spent some time.
They spent some time because, like, you have to understand. You think straight? Okay, these are strangers seeking refuge. You feel me? From getting attacked from attackers in their homeland. Okay, obviously they were welcomed.
No. The reason why I'm asking you, do you know who? Did you know that the Prophet's first cousin and Imam Ali's brother was the one who spoke to the Negus? Did you know that?
You said Nagashi?
Yeah. Did you know it was Imam Ali's brother, Jafar?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Because even in the movie it says that, right? Jafar. Yeah.
I know. I never seen the movie, but I heard that.
That's fine. But what my point is, I mean, some people use that to say, well, when he went there, he would have took Shiism. But I'm saying, obviously, we're talking about the Quran is not even finished yet. He hasn't even appointed Imam Ali. So I wouldn't support that idea, but I would suggest that whatever he taught would have been more true Islam than others. But I'm just making a point that, yeah, for those who don't know, Imam Ali alayhi salam, his brother was one of them that went.
But Isa, look, this is the thing. Well, I don't understand why people deny these things. Like, okay, Nagashi, the Nagus of the time. Okay, his burial spot is in the Tigray region in North Ethiopia. You feel me? And then he was buried as a Muslim. But why people? Why do deny? Why do?
His grave is still there? Are you saying his grave is still there?
It's still there, yeah. And there's a masjid called Masjid al-Nagashi in Ethiopia.
Right, because I heard this before, but I haven't seen any verification. I don't know. I've heard of that.
It's there. It's in the Tigray region. It's in the Tigray region in Ethiopia. His grave is right there, and he was buried as a Muslim.
But is that true though? Is he buried as a Muslim?
Yeah, he was. That's obviously, yeah. Boy, everybody in the region says that. Not everybody in Ethiopia, like I thought the Muslims know that. Know what I mean? And then there's a masjid named after him. Know what I mean? So
okay,
I'm pretty sure he's
belly. Oh, hold on, let me just respond to Renegade Raf. He says
we got a calf at the back.
He says, "What do you think?" Hold on. He says, "What do you think of Dr. Ali Muhammad, the one on Sarnetta?" So yeah, big up Dr. Ali Muhammad. He's got a lot of interesting info, but also,
I love that guy, man.
Dr. Ali Muhammad has bodged up when it comes to the history of Islam, majorly. But nah, he's a intelligent brother. Yeah, man. Big up to brother Ali Muhammad. Zubaydah, oh please, Zubaydah, make sure it's not Waleed. Seriously,
coming from round two.
Nah, blood. Nah, I don't want to hear Waleed, bro. How can I?
You got Zubaydah in the back, and you got silence.
They done. I want you to listen to this. They done, yeah.
I feel Wilder too.
Hold on, I quoted from Sahih Muslim, and I asked him about the hadith where the Prophet left two things. He claims it's Quran and Sunnah. So I'm asking him where he is. He has no idea where it is, right? I said the Prophet said Quran and Ahl-Bayt. He's saying, "Oh, you Shia, you say this." So then I quoted Sahih Muslim.
Isa, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, let me finish.
One second.
He then says that us Shia put the word Ahlul Bayt in the hadith that's in Sahih Muslim. That means scholars and you must be, doesn't that mean that the Sahih Muslim authenticators and the people that narrate the hadith up till now and print the hadith up till now must be retarded if Shia can just come and add words in your hadith and like,
wait, is he saying that Shia there's basically Shias wrote stuff that's in Sahih Muslim?
Yeah, no, he's saying we came
that is actually mad, bro.
And that Sunnis to their teaching. Bro, that's retarded as hell, bro. Seriously, like, how is he gonna know that?
Isa, let me ask, I just want your opinion on this real quick, bro.
Go on.
Okay, as far as Islam coming to East Africa, I hear a lot of people, they like to push the propaganda, say it was forced in East Africa, or it came through invasion or something like that. But then, like, it's obvious, like, it came through, okay, these were refugees, like, you could say seeking refuge in East Africa. So obviously they were welcomed, right, by the people.
Yeah.
These were only a few people that came.
But how many
they were welcomed by the people?
How many stayed? This is the problem. People don't know, and I don't know if you know the story. They didn't all stay there. Some went to meet the Prophet in Medina. So the issue is, do you have a continuous history going from the time of the Sahaba of your Islam, or do you have them coming and going, and then Islam came back to you again? Do you understand?
We have them from what I know. We have them coming, and then I believe we have there's a history there, but then I don't know if it's well oriented like by the people, but I don't know. And then I think that they went back, and then I think Islam came back. I don't know. But the masjid was always there, so obviously we were practicing. We were making salat.
Zubaydah. You can't hear him, mate.
But you feel me though? The masjid in Zayla was always there, so obviously we were making salat. We were praying.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. You know what the problem is though? Think about it. Hold on. Think about it like this. Yeah. How come There is
Yo,
no
sorry,
God.
Issa, I apologize for interrupting. Just to let you guys know, another driver from my garage has died from corona. Yeah, so
Man. Heck.
yeah, just
That's crazy, man.
Hold on. Number one, are you sure it's corona? Number one. Number two, did he have any?
No, wait. Listen, I'm in a WhatsApp group with my union reps, and it's them that put this up.
Born rich, killed on the news, man. Born rich,
Yeah,
killed on
it's just fucking. Yeah, man. It's just fucking. It's just so stupid the way this is happening. And then I'm not gonna lie. Then I feel like we're just out here arguing over stupid shit, and there's just people dropping out. It's fucking madness.
Ultra, on a positive note, though, we got like 1 minute, and then you can all applaud the hard-working frontliners who are putting their bodies on the line to alleviate pain.
But this is the thing. No, but do you know what the funny thing is? If I'm honest with you, Reggie, this is actually starting to piss me off now. Let me tell you why. Yeah, you see when the NHS go to work and put themselves on the line, there's a reason. It's because trying to keep our friends, our family, and our loved ones alive. Yeah. What the fuck is a bus driver doing, taking the virus across the city? Explain that to me. It doesn't make any sense. Like there's I'm telling you, public. This is forget my opinion. I would ask you and anyone else on the panel, if there's a global pandemic, it's more likely, right, or less likely that the spread will increase if you stop transport or if you keep it going.
All together now. Come on, Ultra. Don't forget to clap us fierce that are putting our bodies on the line.
It's madness, bro. It's just madness. It's just madness. And I'm telling you, sometimes, like I'm not gonna lie. Normally, I enjoy when we go back and forth, and your religious shit, my religious shit, and I love it. But this type of thing just is sobering, and it just puts things into perspective. Like people are fucking dying, and we're out here pissing and moaning about who's got the right book. Come on, people.
No, but the thing is, it should make you think more. It should make you reflect more deeply because of life when you see people die.
Yeah.
It should make you think there's an afterlife. It should make you think life isn't forever.
It was made by you atheists, Ultra. That you guys are the ones that implement these shows. That are more worried about books than what's going on.
Reggie, I see you wearing clothes today. Was that
Yeah, man. Just saying my origins, you know them, man.
For once, Reggie's embracing his own culture rather than the white man's.
And I had my passport. You know? My passport.
You're flexing the African passport. No, that's good. At least Reggie has the little, know what I mean?
A passport to make people know that you're real African. That's quite a funny one.
Yeah, it's documented. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, let me get this straight. No. You see, the problem with that is, let me make this very clear, bro. The problem, no offense to my Nigerian family, but the problem with a Nigerian holding up a passport.
Have you finished clapping?
Listen what I'm saying. Yeah. Now I got something out there that makes noise out there. Listen to what I'm saying. The problem with a Nigerian holding up a passport and claiming this shows that they're legitimately Nigerian is very contradictory. Can you guess why, Reggie?
Stereotyping.
What?
Because you're stereotyping, yeah?
Can I just let the world know, that the most well-known, as far as I know, black people that are well-known for producing fraudulent passports are from where, Reggie?
Pakistan.
That's Who's seen that documentary or Border Control? I think the guy's from Nigeria and he looks like he's 30 and he tries to say he was 50.
I saw it with my eyes in detention center.
The guy said he was 15 years old, fam. He wanted to try and get put into social services, and the English went like, "Mate, you're not 15, yeah, right? You're not 15."
But they have no choice. And
yeah, that's the bad side of Nigeria. We can admit that, though, that we got a lot of people that use their intelligence in the wrong way. But at the same time, we've got a lot of intelligent people that outshine a lot of the other ethnic or of our fellow ethnic group people in terms of academics.
I would agree with that. I would say Nigerian people are very intelligent people. Even from the way that you speak to them, you can tell they have this level of class from the way that they speak. They're not like very, uneducated people. But the fraud thing is big.
On education, innit?
Yeah,
They put a lot of
come back to Islam, Nigeria. Come back to the Mali Empire. Come back to Islam.
Oh my God!
Islam don't teach you nothing, bro. It teach you to submit to God and shut your mouth, bro. That's dead, man.
Oh my God! Anyway,
Don't do that.
Oh God, haters. It's okay. The Shayateen are locked up during this month, so it's okay. It's okay, Ultra.
How dead is that?
Any of
How
you
dead is what?
ignorant cats is gonna clap.
You said how dead is what?
What you just said.
Oh yeah, Benny Vision said to introduce the person Silence Truth. I think he came here to ask the Marina question. If you're there,
Silence and truth.
you're literally silence. You are the Silence Truth right now. To be fair.
Well, we don't know about truth yet, but silence for sure. Can you speak, please?
Yeah.
Huh?
Big up everyone. Big up everyone.
Listen.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but yeah, I do have a question for Samaroon whenever the time is right.
Yes, please do.
It's
I
yours.
hope it's a good one.
The floor's yours. Come true.
Bro, I heard you earlier. You said something that without Abu Bakr and Umar and Uthman, Islam wouldn't be what it is today.
Takbir. True.
Is that true?
True. Fact.
Okay, but do you fail to see what the presence and what the purpose of the Ahl al-Bayt was and is, how that saved Islam? Because obviously looking at it from your point of view, you wouldn't have been able to experience the benefit and the blessings of knowing the Ahl al-Bayt and learning Islam through that way. But I think a point to consider would be how the Ahl al-Bayt and Imam Ali and Imam Hassan and Hussein and the rest of them, Imam al-Sadiq mainly is another big name, how their influences actually preserved the Islam that there is today, the mainstream Islam.
What did they do to Islam, Abu?
Yanha Isra.
All right. Let me just big up to my brother. Let me just elaborate. But I'm not sure if you should ask Samaroon such a question because he may not know. So big up my brother. Assalamu alaikum. I'm just saying.
Well,
yeah.
how you gonna say I don't know you? You don't know what I know, bro. You think just because niggas get me angry on the net, know what I mean? And then I just revert back to like how I used to be.
Hold on, Samaroon. No. Hold on.
How much does it take to change?
Hold on, Samaroon, because I've had a conversation with you before, and some of the things you come up with. Okay.
What did I say? All I said is that Ahl Bayt are the wives of the Prophet, the descendants of the Prophet, Bani Hashim and Bani Muttalib. Like, what's wrong about that?
Hold on, you made.
Yeah.
What the point he's making is that they were. I mean, we're getting into the argument, aren't we? In fact, the innovations were by Abu Bakr, by Umar, and Uthman. So they were destroying Islam, while Imam Ali, Hassan, and Hussein, and others were preserving Islam. So that's the problem. But it's a long argument.
Can I ask you a question, Isa? Quick one, yeah, very quick one. Yeah, I was having a debate with somebody about Mawlid, yeah, and obviously this was like a well prepared debate. Sorry, we have to do a lot of research.
Wa alaikum assalam, my bro. Sorry, I forgot to reply to salam.
Bless you,
Sorry, no problem. But yeah.
Is silence a Shia?
Samarin, just one point, Akhi, just one point, yeah. You're talking about innovation, yeah. Well, if you look in Egypt under the Fatimid rule, there was a list of things that they were celebrating which definitely were un-Islamic, i.e. they was having celebrations based on the moon. They were having celebrations, I think they were celebrating some form of Easter.
Till this day.
So till this day. So what is that then? Because are you saying the Fatimids didn't commit innovation or bid'ah?
Right. He doesn't know about the Fatimids. He doesn't know about the
Fatimids. Wait. Stop. The problem is with the problem is with what you brought to me. I never bring to you stuff which is not part of your religion and just say these lot practice it, and it's not in your hadith and it's not in your main scholars. You can bring to me Fatimids. You don't even need to go there. You could go to Iran and tell me the Shias today, the 12ers. But the Fatimids weren't 12ers, so it doesn't even make no sense you bring me them. They were Ismailis.
Okay, how about the Ismailis? Okay, what did the Ismailis do to the black stone at the Kaaba?
Let's
be honest. Well, what did the Ismailis do to the black stone?
Blackstone. Yeah,
Did they not steal the Blackstone?
Hold on. Let's go before that.
Yeah.
Did your
And then they
Yazidi-
asked for ransom for it, but they didn't want the money. They was going to give it back for money. Yeah.
Cameroon, wait. We're going to get to that one. So first and foremost, is it true that Sunnis catapulted and smashed the Kaaba of the Prophet to pieces? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that Yazid was a Sunni? Yes or no?
Is it Yazid?
Yeah, the son of Muawiyah.
Allahu Alam. Allahu Alam.
Okay, so this is why I said you don't know the story. This is what I'm saying. This is why when a brother come and ask you, I'm saying we can't get in
No,
depth.
but I'm saying to classify him as a Sunni. Like, what do you mean by Sunni?
Right. I'm saying
Sunni
to
just
you,
means for following the Sunnah of the Prophet.
No, it doesn't. It has a whole heap of beliefs that go with it. Okay, this is why some people can say they're following the way of the Prophet, and Sunnis will say no, they're not Sunnis. Okay, so it's not that. What my point to you is, if you classify him as a Muslim, he's part of your team. Whether you call him deviant or not, he's still part of your team. We classify him as an absolute dirty kafir, okay, who murdered the grandson of the Prophet, etc. What my point is to you, you want to talk about the Ismailis and them stealing the black stone, but you don't want to tell the people how your Sunni guy, what's his name, went to try and kill.
Okay, about Yazid. Everybody know what Yazid did. Everybody doesn't agree with Yazid did. But what are you saying? This is open. Everybody knows this.
Stop interrupting.
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying. Right. What I'm saying to you is, many people do not know that Yazid and his army also chased a companion of the Prophet who sought refuge and safety at the Kaaba, and they smashed it to pieces. They catapulted it. They broke the black stone to pieces. Right? Tell them that story first before you want to talk about Ismailis. Tell them how you Sunnis smashed the Kaaba
But
to pieces.
can you please answer my question, Isa? Because I brought out a point here about the Fatimid Caliphate. You know, who
Did you not hear me answer it? All right, two answers. I'll give you 2
I
points.
want to expand. I want to expand on my question, because you're saying that certain Sunni practices are innovation, they're bid'ah. You know, the Fatimid Caliphate
I'll tell you again the answer, because you obviously weren't listening. Number one,
Wait,
they're Ismaili, not
interrupting you, brother. Before you give Zubaydah the answer, I just want everyone in the chat to know this is about African Spiritual Week. I don't know how we got to Islam, but we're going to flow with it. So don't come on this panel and in the chat talking about.
Well, are we not Africans?
Islam.
Am I not an African? Is Zubaydah not an African? Is Reggie not an African?
He's going to turn it to something else, I think.
No, bro. What I'm saying is, Zubaydah, you need to listen to the answer. The first point is they're Ismailis. Okay, I'm a Torah. Okay. Second point is, regardless of any practices that Ismailis do or even Twelvers do, I quote through you from the Quran and Hadith book. You tell me what a group of people done, irrelevant. You get me? So, you know.
But that's not being consistent though, Isa, because honestly, bro, like, all right, if you're differentiating yourself and you're freeing yourself from these actions, then fair enough. I respect that. The same way that I would free myself from certain things that Sunnis do, which I wouldn't quote as Islamic. But there were points in history where Shi'as, Fatimites, or the Ismailis, they committed a lot of bid'ah, a lot of bid'ah, which still resonates to this day.
Right, I want you to
Zubaydah,
listen.
Can I have a go at answering your question, please?
Well, hold on. Let me ask Isa one thing. Isa, do you know what the 12ers say about the Ismailis?
Hold on. Let's deal with them two first, and then we'll go back. To Go on. Brother, come in.
So, in terms of innovation and Islam, or should I say innovation and the Islam of today, shall I say? Yeah. Islam of today is riddled with innovations all over the spectrum. That's a fact.
Come on.
Where did it originate? Where did it originate? That's the point. Why?
Why is some atheist kafir jumping in? Ultra, just sit down and keep eating or whatever you're doing, man.
Wait, Samaroon, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to respect you, but I heard someone shot you in the head, so I'm gonna leave that in. So.
Guess what? I'm perfectly good though, bro.
That's
no,
not fair,
this is the thing. They try to bring that up. They try to bring that up when they get hurt. They try to bring that up when they get hurt.
Ultra, I don't think that's fair to use that against him, because that's real life, Ultra. I'm disappointed. Now you're definitely off the most moral person, definitely.
Literally said, I'm not going to diss him because he's been shot in the head.
Yeah, but you don't have to mention that though, because that's something that's anyway. You know better.
Below the belt, Ultra.
What do you mean? I literally said because he's been shot in the head.
And his name is most moral. You see the
No, but
hypocrite.
that's a real life thing that he went through. You get me? Like,
No, it's all good, man. I don't mind, man. I don't.
Oh my God! You lot, man, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm traumatic. I'm not
doing personal business online, man.
We have a guest on the panel. Can we let them continue, please? Thank you. Go for it, brother.
All right. So what I was saying is that the Islam of today is riddled with innovation throughout the whole spectrum, on the Sunni side, Shia side, Sufi side, Salafi side, whatever side. It is riddled with innovation today. How do we then, Muslims living in 2020, decipher the true pure Islam?
Okay. Good question. Now what?
So, okay, what does Islam mean?
That's to Zubaydah. Hold on, Zubaydah.
Okay.
I think Walid was saying something.
It's a very good question, Aki. You know, I feel like for me personally, a lot of these sects that have emerged out of the original Islam are definitely political. They've been used as a forefront for a political agenda. Also due to, you know, arrogance and ignorance, you know, when people are doing certain things which really have nothing to do with Islam. And that's very cultural. So there's a cultural and a political aspect as to why Islam is in the state that it is in today. Yeah. So when people are celebrating Mawlid, and this is why I debated a brother about Mawlid, which obviously the intention is good in a sense where it's all happening out of the love of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yeah. But the action is not Islamic. So, you know, this is where I debated that brother on that specific subject. So yeah, my main thing is the reason why Islam is the way it is today is because of cultural and political reasons.
All right, can I just respond to that? Look, when I come to you lot, when you lot come on here and you start saying stuff, I come to you with Quran.
Hold on, man. Islam's fucked up because human beings.
Hold on, yo, come on, man. I'm Zubaydah. When any of you lot come on here, I come back with the Quran and your own authentic hadith. If you want to come back to me with traditions or practices, you can just use 12 Iranians. You don't need to come to me with Ismailis and history and this and that. I'm saying to you, none of it though will remove the hadiths in Bukhari. None of what you say will remove the verses of the Quran.
Well, who said that? We're just bringing up what happened in history, and these are actual facts.
You're not listening. I'm saying not history. I'm saying I'm bringing up history too, but I'm also using authentic hadith history. She's bringing me cultural practices of people that are not part of Islam. In other words, Abu Bakr is part of Sunni Islam. Umar Uthman, they're part of Sunni Islam. Their behavior, their true behavior, will determine.
Okay, how about Ali? Ali is also part of Sunni Islam.
But Isa, the only reason why I brought to you about Martin and all these things is because there are Shias like Raza Rizvi who generally believe this is a part of Islam. You're obviously differentiating yourself from that. You're saying that it's a cultural thing.
Hold on. Are you saying Raza Rizvi considers Martin to be a fard pillar of Islam? Is that what you said?
I'm sure that he's spoken about Martin and he practices it a lot. And I'm not sure if he definitely associates it with Islam, but it's definitely something that he practices. So that's bid'ah. So we agree that's bid'ah then. We agree that there's a large Shia community that
You're not listening.
No, let me finish. Let me clarify my question. I'm saying to you, and you have admitted, that there are Shias who are openly practicing bid'ah. To this day,
and they are a lot more than Isa.
Right. I want you to listen carefully. If you've already said to me that I've already accepted this, and we both know that in both groups there is bid'ah, and all the conversations in which I refute you, I use the Quran and your authentic hadith. Why would you come to me complaining about another group of people that commit bid'ah? I'm saying it never helps you.
Let me tell you why, because you said that we've got bid'ah in Sunni religion, All right, cool.
That's not what.
That's what you just said. You said there's bid'ah in both cultures.
Listen. I want you to listen. Yeah, no, I did just say that, but I'm saying in general, I'm saying the whole of the Sunni religion is a bid'ah. Yeah. So, but all right, if you want to go by what I just said, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is, the issue why I have with Shias, is when they are committing bid'ah under the name of Islam, which is not even bid'ah. It can even institute shirk. And you're too busy telling me about Sunnism doing that when your fellow Shia brothers who prescribe themselves as Shia like you are committing bid'ah openly, promoting this sort of bid'ah, associating with Islam, and to the point where it can actually fall under shirk when it comes to grave worship and all those other things that I said before.
Beautiful. All right. So do you agree that Sunnis predominantly do grave worship and commit shirk?
No, I've never grave worshipped in my life.
No. It's a,
to the question.
grave worship is clear bid'ah, man. It's clear kufra.
That's not what I asked you. I just want to answer to the question that I asked you. Just
okay, what Sunnis or what Sunni practice is grave worshipping?
I want you to just answer my question. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with you lot. I've asked you a simple question in English. You either agree or you don't agree. So when your Sunnis go to graves and they call on pirs and their Sufi sheikhs and so on, is that part of your Sunnism or is that innovation? Yes or no?
That's innovation, and I want you to also delve into
No. You're not going to divert from what you've accused me. You're pretending that I must go to them. I'm saying they already have before I converted to Islam. Even these lot have been having this dispute among themselves. There are Shias that do that. Why would I need to when they're already arguing amongst themselves? They're not going to listen to me anyway. My point to you is that Afro-Caribbean black people and other people are perceiving that Islam is an innovated religion called Sunniism, which has nothing to do with Islam. At the very least, a person who believes in the 12 Imams and commits a bid'ah can come back to true Islam. But yours is masquerading as Islam.
Okay, Issa, let me get this right. You disagree with people dragging themselves on the floor and puddles of blood and hitting themselves with knives and chains and all type of stuff and bleeding everywhere. And calling that reveration.
Right, I prefer to talk about the Sunni caliphs and usurpers and those Abu Bakr who stole from the Prophet's daughter. Rather than Shias today, let's talk about Abu Bakr who stole from the Prophet's daughter.
Why are you trying to divert the thing? Why are you trying to divert the thing, man?
I'm telling you why. I'm telling you why. Because I'm saying to you, whatever someone does today as a practice, it has nothing to do.
Okay, let me ask you one question. We believe Ali radiallahu anhu was dark. Okay, but the thing is, why do the Shia portray Ali as him with cold wearing Persian? Know what I mean? With cold on his eyes.
Iranians. I'll tell you what you do. Yeah. When you find an Iranian, go to the Iranian.
No, but look, every Shia has this picture of him. Ali looks nothing like that.
You're lying. I'm telling you, you're lying because there are loads of Shia, majorly from Pakistan, who diss and mock and make fun of all of those pictures and so on, just like Sunnis do. So I know you're absolutely lying. All I'm saying to you is not bringing me God. Look, I bring you Bukhari Muslim in the Quran. You like tell me what Iranians do, what Fatimis. I mean, if you're that weak that you cannot bring the Quran to argue your point, then leave the subject. It's as simple as that. I agree. There's loads.
But you're not taking any responsibility. You come here, you're making accusations against Sunnis, and you're saying this is a part of our Islam. Yeah, all right, fair enough. We'll discuss. Hold on.
Bring us your hadith. Bring us your hadith. We don't go into your hadith. We don't go into Shia hadith. We don't go into Jafar. We don't go into these things. Why don't you bring those things and show it to us?
You're not listening. I'm saying to you. At the moment, people believe Sunniism is the real Islam because that's all they know. You lot are predominant. So I'm saying all I need to do, because people inquire, and I show them that you lot come on the panels and elsewhere, you pretend you know about your Sunni religion and you get refuted with your own books. Just now, imagine Waleed came online and said that Shias put the word Ahlul Bayt in a hadith. So your scholars didn't know that, and they're still promoting and printing a hadith, and they say it's totally authentic mutawatir. What kind of retarded argument is that? This is what I'm saying, bro. You can't even trust. And then she comes up with this Mawlid and Egypt. That's what I mean. Anyway,
but we have the but hold on, Issa, when you're coming on the internet saying Sunni religion and this religion promotes anti-blackness and this religion promotes this, promotes that, we have the right to defend ourselves first and foremost. Yeah, I'm not saying, and I'll put my hands up right now. I'm not fully as knowledgeable in hadith and scripture, maybe as much as you are. I'll hold my hands up. So obviously, I'm just trying to understand first and foremost. That's why when I'm speaking to you, I'm really speaking to you to understand and ask questions. Yeah. So when I've spoken to you, why do you do this? Do you do that? Do you do this?
You're not knowledgeable. I mean, how can you mount a credible defense if the person you're speaking to knows more than you? I mean, I can understand the want to.
No, but he has an agenda. That's the thing.
He has an agenda. In hadith and scripture. Yeah, but I'm speaking to him more from a psychological, sociological aspect. Yeah, around what I'm seeing and witnessing nowadays. Yeah. So this is why
can I jump in on you see how you're talking about it from a social aspect as well. I want to jump in and show you from a humanitarian aspect, like from a human aspect.
I'll be back in 10 minutes, people. Yeah, give me 10 minutes. I'll be back. Take it, brother.
All right, bro.
The way that I think if you want to be a complete person, a whole person, whether that's the real Islam, yeah, if you want to be like that, man, it consists of 50% acts and 50%. This is like, I would even give it more than 50%, but it's 50% actions and what you do, and 50% how you treat other people, other human beings. And it even
Okay, no, you're right. Okay,
extended,
but what are you trying to
it even
say?
gets extended out to how you even treat animals. Like, do you know what I'm saying? That
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that. I like
is what
that.
is
Okay,
what
but what are
But
you
we've
saying?
already
the
been
real.
done saying that though.
We already know
And the
this.
other
Yeah, that's
people
what
that
I'm
are
saying.
so invested, yeah, in the history, this is the problem why Islam becomes confusing, because when people bring up hadith and they speak about historical events where we have nothing to do with, we was not there, yeah, whether someone killed that person or that person killed that person, like at the end of the day, we're here now, innit? And like the brother said, I do agree, Islam is really based on your principles, your actions, and your intentions. That's what Islam is.
That sounds like
I'm
bid'ah, though.
sorry. I
That's
actually wanna disagree with you.
Silence. Let me ask you one question real quick. Do you consider yourself a Muslim?
Yes.
So you consider
I've heard you
consider
be
yourself
very
somebody who
wishy-washy with
practices
your answers,
Islam?
though, Silence Truth, before. Because someone asked you and you was like, oh, I'm inclined to be a Muslim, and you've come on with different names as well. I don't know.
No, I've just said it. I am a Muslim.
Okay, well, what does Islam mean?
All right, just take my word for it right now. I'm a Muslim. Yeah,
No, I'm saying what does Islam mean? Like the
I think
Arabic
I know
word, like
who
what
you
does
are as
Islam
well,
mean?
you know. Maghrebi, yeah?
Islam means submitting your will to Allah. Is to submission. Islam, I know it.
Yes, and if you call yourself a Muslim, that means you're somebody who's practicing Islam. Like,
Yes.
so you know
Okay, so
shirk.
let
Okay,
me
you know what
go
shirk
back
is, right?
to
A mushrik, somebody that's practicing shirk.
a
Are you a
mushrik
mushrik?
is somebody.
And
A
are you
mushrik
lying?
is somebody.
Yeah.
A mushrik is somebody who
Who's
associates
practicing
partners.
shirk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we've established, I know the basics. Yeah, I want to say that historic events is actually what's led me to my level of open-mindedness. I feel like I don't know the truth out there. If someone claims that they're upon the truth, then to me that's a sign of an ignorant person. Yeah, because the truth is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than a book. It's bigger than anything. Yeah, the truth is massive. Yeah, so the only way I've got to this level of thinking is by following the purest form of Islam that is out there. Yeah. And it's a form that is constantly been oppressed and squashed on. Therefore, my name is Silence Truth. Because what I'm trying
And
to
what is
speak-
that? And what is that? What form is that?
Okay,
What form do you call that?
you want to follow the pure Islam of today?
No,
Yeah.
I'm asking you, well, what form is that? You saying you know out of everybody. You know more than the other people of knowledge. So tell me,
No, not
what's
at all.
the true
I did
Islam?
not say that. I said I don't
Tell
know
me what
nothing.
form is the true Islam? Yeah.
Okay, but I'll tell you the form of true Islam. Yeah. What was the prophet? What sect was the prophet?
You said what sect was the prophet?
Yeah.
Yo, sorry, Ultra, can
He
you
was a
mute your
Muslim.
mic, bro? There's bare noise. I can't hear the brothers.
He was a Muslim, of course.
So was the prophet? That's it then. So if you follow or try to assimilate the same Islam of the prophet, yeah, you are following the true Islam.
Okay,
And how
and
do you-
what
how do
about
you
okay?
find
No. Go back to what you just said. You said if you try to what?
Assimilate, which
repeat
means
it. You try to
assimilate,
assimilate,
which
and
means-
what else? And what else?
the way that the prophet lived. If you try and assimilate the way that
Okay,
the prophet lived, you
okay. Then
basically
let's
live
stop
how
there.
he
Let's
lived.
stop there. Okay. Now, what does Sunnah mean?
Sunnah.
Yeah.
It's the things that the prophet used to do, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so what you just said is what we're doing.
Yes,
We're
but
following
what
the
I'm
Sunnah
trying
of
to
the
say,
Prophet. So what are you saying? You just
what I'm
you
trying
just
to
made
say,
yourself
my
look
bro.
dumb, man. Yeah.
My bro. First of all, salam alaikum. Yeah. Second of
Wait,
all,
silence truth. Are you a Muslim? Yes or no? Just yes or no.
yeah, yes, I am a Muslim. Yeah.
Well, all right. Oh, no, wait, hold on. Sorry. Would you consider yourself a Muslim? Yes or no?
Based on what?
Coming to help you.
No, just on your own criteria. Would you consider
Yes,
yourself a
yeah,
Muslim?
on my own criteria,
Right.
yes,
This is
I am a
what. This is
Muslim.
what I understand why this guy's going on trial. The guy's saying he's a Muslim, right? It's no. That's it. It's done. What's the argument here?
I haven't even
The guy came on. He came on here to talk to me, man. To
But hold on,
argue
there's a
with
lot of
me.
people that say that they're Muslim, yeah. Like anyone can say they're Muslim, innit? But if behind closed doors they're doing all sorts of things that are un-Islamic or committing
Yeah.
shirk, then
Do you mean,
anyone
do you
can say they're a
mean my
Muslim.
perception of Muslims on this planet?
Yeah, that look, Ultra, in the Quran it says there are people that say we believe in Allah, but when they're alone with the evil ones, they say we were only mocking.
Yeah.
So what?
So how is he a Muslim then? If look, that's what we call like a monarchic, yeah?
I'm saying this guy's saying he's a Muslim, and to be fair,
I'm
I
not
don't know who
doubting
this
him.
guy
I'm not
is,
doubting he's a
but
Muslim
he's
or not. I don't have
sincere.
an
But
issue.
I feel like at this point, we're sidetracking by putting this dude on trial. The dude said he's a Muslim. Move on. Like it's long.
Thank you,
And we're
my
not
bro. I
learning
appreciate
nothing.
that.
Have I
Like it's in
spoken
the
to you
name. It's
before?
called
Soldier
silence
of
truth.
silence
It's
truth.
called
Have I
silence
spoken to you
truth.
before? Have I spoken
It's,
to you
yeah,
before?
yeah,
Aki?
yeah. You have spoken to me before on a different name. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not
yeah,
even
sorry,
trying to
because I'm
do
getting
this.
confused. I recognize the voice, but the name's different. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. But it's in the name. It's in the name. Most moral. Yeah, silence truth. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to get the truth out there, my bro.
No, you
But,
call me Ultra. Call me Ultra. Call me Ultra.
Ultra. Yeah.
Yeah. Big up yourself, bro. Welcome to the G block, though.
Thank you, my bro. Yeah, I've been there before, still. I've been there before, still.
Okay. Yeah, no, because you know what it is? We're sidetracking, and at the moment we're not learning anything. Like there's about a million precepts of Islam.
You teach us about African spirituality.
Who, me personally?
Yeah.
Have you been to Africa before, Ultra? Have you ever been to Africa?
I've flown over Africa. Does that
You
count?
need to come home. You need to come home, man.
You need to come home.
Oh no, I will. I'm actually planning to, especially now this Corona thing. I'm actually planning to get down there.
Would you say that you have a colonial mind, Ultra?
My view on African spiritual systems, I actually gave my response this morning to Shakira directly. I said, I don't see the point in following some ancient old thing that isn't really relevant to today. However, I do believe personally, because it is inherently us and it's something that we don't know about, it's probably worth your time investigating it, looking into it. However, like no spiritual system, well, I don't see any spiritual system as relevant.
All right, let me ask a question. Yeah. Wait, let me ask a question to the Muslims. Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Let me ask a question to the Muslims. Yeah, like, what does it mean to be a Muslim according to you?
Oh my goodness.
No, because like what I find in conversation with Muslims, everyone's got different interpretations and reasons. So, what is the truth? Like, what does it mean to be a Muslim?
Somebody that submits his entire will to Allah and worships Allah and sticks to the Quran and the Sunnah. That's what the Muslim is to me.
All right, cool. Worship is something you can't prove. Cool, we get it. That's fine.
Okay, but look, Ultra, okay, you saying something relevant to today. Okay, say if a cyborg was created right now, just say some kind of bot or even a drone, and you could see it, would you worship that?
Why would I worship
It's relevant to today, right?
The point is not trying to prove to him whether Allah exists, because he wouldn't care. We believe in Allah, yeah. So I'm saying to the Muslim brothers, yeah, what does it mean to be a Muslim according to you? Why are you a Muslim to this day? Yeah, like obviously, no disrespect to you, yeah, but either way, you're not gonna believe in it. But the people that do believe, hold on. Hold on, also, yeah. I just want to know, yeah, because every Muslim has his own journey. Yeah, every Muslim becomes Muslim for a reason. Some people are born into it, and it's only till later that they really understand Islam. Or some people eventually adopt the way of Islam. So I'm asking the brothers, like, what does it mean to them to be a Muslim?
Okay, I was born a Muslim, but then after a while, I started straying to I started getting into like different things I shouldn't be getting into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a different sects in Islam. Everyone's going to do their own thing at their own time. So, Vader, how many people have you spoken to personally where they were big sacks of shit? They found Islam and straightened themselves out. It happens.
That's why I'm asking.
Okay,
that's why I'm asking the people,
okay.
because I'm more
Islam
on the same.
helped me, especially on the life part, because I almost lost my life. I was shot when I was 18 and when I was 22. So that was like 2 times in my life, you feel me? And I feel the second time was a reminder from Allah. I saved your life last time, and then you ignored that. So he reminded me again to come back closer to him. And I take that as a sign from Allah to come closer to him. And since I was 22, that's what I've been doing.
I mean, for me, yeah, what it means to be a Muslim, yeah, is first and foremost believing in the Creator. That's like the main consensus to be a Muslim, acknowledging there is a Creator and worshiping that Creator alone. And then when I really, understood Islam is with the Quran, with guidance. I believe everybody in this world needs guidance, and especially like some room where he said, when I was on a road where I didn't have much guidance and I was very, very lost. The Quran and Islam was that sort of guidance, and it made sense. It was logical. It was beneficial. It's like everything that everything that the Quran says, all the teachings, all the restrictions, all the things that we are told to do have long-term benefits to sustain a healthy, positive lifestyle. Yeah, and especially when you've been through a very unhealthy, negative lifestyle, and you have an alternative which actually is for your self-betterment, right? And there are so many principles and beautiful teachings within Islam that I think if people adopted, then we would have a much better society. Like things like giving charity, praying 5 times a day. These things are all positive things.
Zaveda, hold on a second.
What do you
Pause.
think
Wait, pause.
What do you think it means to be a Muslim?
To be honest with you, to be honest with you, like from my understanding, to be a Muslim, you have to. This is the thing. My opinion on what it means to be a Muslim doesn't matter, Reggie. The reason why is because when you talk to Muslims, you get 1,000 different answers. Yeah, because I'll tell you the truth. The reason why this is annoying me is because over the last month or so, I've heard about 17 different renditions of what Islam is. Yeah, Muslims themselves will tell you that their doctrine tells them there's going to be 75 or 72 different sects.
This is why I said to you, the Muslim world. But hold on, this is why I said to you, the Muslim world is in a state right now due to cultural aspects and political aspects. One of the reasons why a lot of Muslim nations are divided is because of political reasons. Yeah, because I'm better than you because I'm from Saudi Arabia and you're just a mere Egyptian camel herder. I've got more oil than you. So then this arrogance. No, but that's a lot of Saudis, they don't like a lot of Egyptians because they look at them as lower class people. Yeah, same with the people from Dubai and stuff like this. They diss other Muslims. And then
are you saying not doing Islam properly?
Yes, exactly. Right, okay. People have actually. Let me just say one thing, Ultra. Yeah, let me just one thing. Yeah, Islam has been. Hold on. Islam has been set in stone. Yeah, you've heard the saying, Islam is perfect, Muslims are not. Yeah. So right now, a lot of the Muslims have deviated, have gone astray. They have gone astray because like I said to you, because of political reasons. Yeah, there have been infiltrators that have. Hold on, Reggie. There's been a lot of infiltrators that have infiltrated the Muslim world. Yeah, and have caused divisions based on sex, based on land, area, mass, and caused Muslims to hate one another. Yeah, and we have become very destabilized people, and it's up to us to become stabilized again. And I say this before, that we have a lot of enemies, and that includes ourselves as a Muslim community. We have a lot of enemies, which includes ourselves.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why we say jihad enough. That's we have a struggle within ourselves. Jihad enough. So let me ask Zubaydah one thing. Let me just say one thing to Zubaydah real quick, and I'm done. Zubaydah. Zubaydah, you give me? Yeah, alhamdulillah. Tonight and then tomorrow, like it's the blessed of months. Ramadan is here, you know what I mean? So don't let shaitan piss you off, you feel me? Like don't ruin your Ramadan for other people, you feel me?
Yeah. Yes. Definitely. You've got to behave for 1 month, and then you can go back to your wickedness.
Literally, man. Like, anyway,
do you agree, Zubaydah, that division and theft and all of the things that you're complaining they shouldn't do is astray from Islam?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, so do you agree when Abu Bakr caused division and he stole from Hazrat Fatima, that was away from Islam?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. No, listen. And this is me being honest and being humble. I don't know enough about that situation to make a comment on it. I can take your word and listen to what you're saying, but I would have to verify that, and then I can answer that question. To be honest,
Zubaydah, don't take his word for it. He's a cat and monkey dog. Don't take his word for it.
Zubaydah, I'm gonna answer your question.
Can I just answer Isa's question? Yeah, can I just answer Isa's question? Yeah, I didn't finish. Yeah, hold on, Isa. Yeah, what did I say to you the other day? Yeah, there are Muslims who sin. Yeah, so every Muslim now, that even if he is committing acts of sin, he is not beyond redemption. It's not like he cannot ask Allah for forgiveness. It's not like he can repent.
Hold on. Listen to what I said. You agree these actions are non-Islamic. But if your first rightly guided caliph is doing those actions, and you consider him the best after the Prophet and is rightly guided, then how do you complain that those people doing it today, but he's the best of the Muslims? So you've said you don't know the story. That's fine, Zubaydah. Do you know anything about that to do with Fadak, where Fatima alayhi salam went to Abu Bakr and said to him, "I want my property back"? Do you know about the story at all? Anything?
I've only really heard it from Shias. Maybe I think one Shia told me something similar.
So it's in Sahih Bukhari and it's in Sahih Muslim. Okay, so the story's not far away from Sunnis. It's in your most authentic text.
Okay, Shia, can we leave all this political talk? Okay, all these political entities like the Shia. Okay, just leave it alone, man.
She mentioned political talk. It's not Shia. You squeeze your history. It's not Shia books. I'm quoting Bukhari. So my point to you is that you can't complain about what Sunnis are doing today, and they're following somebody that you're saying is the rightly guided caliph and the best of the ummah. Doesn't make any sense. It's done.
Doesn't.
But brother, there's the Muslim world is corrupt. All Sufis are doing corrupt things. Shias are doing corrupt things. Sunnis are doing corrupt things. It's the whole of the Muslim world that I'm speaking about. Anyone that says he's a Muslim, I don't care if you're Shia, Sunni. If you're Muslim, you claim to be a Muslim. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, of course, no one is
That's why they
infallible.
come around to you and say they're not because they're following Abu Bakr. Don't you get it? Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh wait, Isa, let me ask you. Abu
Isa, if
Bakr.
you did that, does that make him a kafir? Did you commit shirk?
No. Abu Bakr was with the Prophet since the beginning, man.
Stop.
He's the most closest. He's the most closest to the Prophet.
Listen to what I asked you. I said, do you agree that those people are deviants and astray from Islam? You said yes. Then I said, well, if Abu Bakr done the same thing, I didn't say to you whether he's a kafir or not. Is he a deviant and astray from Islam for doing the same as they're doing?
Okay, let me ask you, if he's you're saying deviant, based on your explanation, if I really deep it, I will class it as maybe a sin, possibly a sin or a bad act. But it does not mean that he still didn't do good things. Does not mean he did not pray his 5 salahs on time. Hold on. When I'm speaking about deviating from Islam, I'm speaking about people that have completely lost Islam in their mind. They don't care. They don't want to come back to Allah. They're completely lost and in a state of sin. And it's like committing very, very immoral, evil acts. I mean, when I mean immoral and evil, if Abu Bakr done that, I wouldn't even class that as immoral or evil.
No, but look, Zilda, remember the Ridda Wars, man. Okay, the Ridda Wars. Okay, apostasy, did that happen? Okay, what happened after the Prophet died? Abu Bakr remained strong and he kept Islam strong.
Stealing from the Prophet's daughter, you wouldn't consider that. All right, so that's number one. But then Abu Bakr started killing Sahaba. What about that?
We know about the in-house wars, the first fitna and all these things that were happening, and I can't comment on that.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying to you is, there's no point you talking about these like innovation and they're wicked and so on. But then what did you say about stealing from Fatima? If he done that, then what? What did you say? You wouldn't consider that what?
Immoral or evil.
So let me get this right. The Prophet gives Fatima Fadak. This is the leading lady of Jannah in Islam, in Sunni Islam. You have to send your salawat on her in your prayer. But if Abu Bakr steals from her, you don't think that's immoral. Thank you very much, Zubaydah.
Okay, let me tell you something, Prior to a lot of the Sahaba, that did that, listen to me, Umar ibn Khattab, wanted to kill the Prophet himself, and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam forgave him. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam told him that he has his place in Jannah. So who the hell am I now to say somebody's a kafir when people done much worse to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself, and he forgave every single one of them?
I'll tell you, number one, the story is that Umar bin Khattab had received false information that the Prophet was just trying to cause division amongst tribes. Then Umar bin Khattab was told by his sister, well, after he hit his sister, he got the piece of paper and he realized, no, he's actually bringing something that's civilization, unconverted. Never the same when Abu Bakr converted to Islam, then after hearing the message, after the Prophet died, committed these actions. Don't dare ever try to compare the two. Umar bin Khattab was in Kufr, and then he was trying to kill the Prophet. He then converted. Abu Bakr converted, was allegedly the Prophet's friend for 23 years and more. So he would have known the daughter of the Prophet. He would have known that Fatima was given that by the Prophet. And then you're saying it's not immoral to steal it. Well, at least we know where your morals stand when it comes to Islam.
Okay, well, I mean, at the end of the day, like I said,
no, Zubaydah, don't respond. Just say, I don't know. I will do
but
my
that's what I
research.
was about to say. I don't know about the encounter that he is speaking about, so I can't really give an in-depth comment based on what he said.
Even if he did,
say it's immoral, though, isn't it?
Immoral. That's what he said. Even if he did, I mean, seriously, that's to the Prophet's.
But Zubaydah, forget the fact
do you understand? But hold on, do you understand, I'm getting
why are these niggas like why are these Kafirs always lying with these Shia and things like that, man?
Ultra, give me a second, Ultra.
Shut the fuck up.
Samaroon,
Bloody
Like,
hell.
Okay, Walid wants to ask Isa a question.
Isa, how
Yeah,
all these stories affecting my Islam and affecting my relation with Allah? If this,
Yeah,
if all what you're saying happened or not?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
explain
is
to
Islam?
you.
Let me finish my question, please. Yeah, I just came now. I'm talking nice.
Always ask it, but go on.
Yeah, how is this gonna affect my relation with Allah? And if is Islam is about the family of the Prophet, or already Islam and Quran and descended by one messenger, and he did his mission, and he died, give us all what we need.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
So
How come your story is affecting it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, brilliant. So do you agree? If your salah is batil, if you don't send salawat on the Prophet and his family, and if you believe it's not immoral or sinful to steal from her property.
What do you mean by batil?
Hold on.
You mean it's a false salah? Like, what are you talking about? How is it batil?
And we also say كما صليت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم. We not only اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. We say اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وآل إبراهيم. So we should be Israelite now.
Excuse me. We're talking about the Prophet, and you have to send blessings on his family. We agree with
Yeah,
Ibrahim.
we do blessing in our prayer. Yeah, true.
Yeah, right. No, you're not. I want you to listen, bro. You know what it is? Tell Zubaydah and let her tell me, because it come like you don't understand.
Why you trying to find excuses? What I'm saying to you is fact, innit?
No, I want you to listen to what I'm saying. That doesn't add to your story. How does it help your argument? Telling me Ibrahim and the family of Ibrahim. How does that help your argument? Tell us.
It's helping me because you're saying that because we say Al Muhammad that we need to follow Al Bayt now. So
No,
I'm telling you that we also in the same prayer say Ali Ibrahim.
Bruv, you're not getting it. I already said that earlier on, and it doesn't help your argument. Because who is the Ali Ibrahim? Hello? Who is the Ali Ibrahim?
Ali Ibrahim, Ismail, Ishaq,
were they
the
prophets?
Israelite.
What? Hold on. The Israelites, the whole of the Israelites?
That's Ali. That's his sons, innit?
Right,
No.
He doesn't want to answer. He doesn't want to answer.
No. I do know the answer. I want you to listen where the guy fumbled up, right? Because you people don't have any brains. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You first said Ishmael, which is his son, who is a prophet. I agree with you. You then said Ishaq, which is his son, who is also a prophet. Then you said the Israelites. The Israelites, according to Quran, went astray and astray and astray. Are you really going to tell us now that is who is considered to be the Ali Ibrahim in our Salah? Yes or no?
So you also mentioned Al-Hassan or Al-Hussein from Al Bayt. Yeah.
Let me ask. Okay. Wait. Let me ask you something real quick, Isa. Okay. Ishmael had a son named Kedr. Wait, Ishmael had a son named Kedr. Let me ask you a question real quick. Ishmael had a son named Kedr. Okay, so all Arabs, are they part of this?
No. I'm simply to this guy. Let him speak. So I'm saying simply to you, very simple question. Are you saying, Walid, that all of the Israelites are part of this when you say Ali Ibrahim? Yes or no?
Listen. My question to you was how all your stories affecting the relation between me and Allah.
Listen carefully. You were going down this road. Now you realize you bodged up. You want to go back to your original question.
I don't want you to run away from my question. That's it, because I'm gonna close this section now if you answer that.
Listen carefully. I said to you, and I'll show you how your question is being answered. You asked me, how do these historical events and all of this stuff relating to Ahlul Bayt affect your Islam here and today now? Correct? Yes? Hello? Yes?
No. What I'm saying, the stories you said about Abu Bakr and Ahlul Bayt and all what happened after the Prophet died, if I believe that or not, how is this going to affect what happened between me and Allah?
I'm telling you, do you pray your Salah today? Yes or no? In today's time, do people pray Salah? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you send blessings on somebody out of one side and then out the other side of your mouth, you're okay, and you think it's okay to rob them, and you think it's okay for other people to lie on the Prophet, then how is your Salah accepted?
Walid, have you heard about this? Yeah, exactly. Have you heard about this hadith about Abu Bakr stealing from Fatima?
No, I don't know. First time to hear it also. I always hear stuff like that from Shia.
You don't even know the basics. Just forget it. Samaroon, go ahead, bro. Bloody hell, they don't even know the basic stories and want to argue with me.
Samarin, have you heard the story? Have you heard the story about Abu Bakr stealing from Fatima?
No, I've never heard any stealing, nothing like that.
It's in Bukhari.
No, but I understand, but what he did.
If this happen, is this gonna change my Islam? I believe that with the Islam which in the Quran, which is the Prophet said when he's alive.
The reason why he's saying that is because if that happened, hold on. He's saying if we saying that, hold on. He's saying it. If we say that Abu Bakr is a rightly guided Khalifa and respect Abu Bakr, how can we respect him if he done that to Fatima?
Well done. There you go. Remember I told you.
You have a proof of what you said now.
Flipping men, brother. Like, how easy was that? Yeah. Well, anyway.
Okay, well, like I said, is there a hadith for that? Can you give me some reference, please, so I can do my homework?
You know what? We got Google today, but I'll Google it for you, and I'll just put the references there. All right? It's very simple.
This for the the Prophet was already died.
Wait, let him bring this hadith, and then we look at it later or something.
This guy keeps saying
while he brings the hadith out, yeah. What makes me
okay? I have a hadith for you. I judge when I say Isa one hadith. This is by Ali. This is by Ali. Ali said this.
Oh, for
so can I say one thing?
No brain.
Issa's point is that you are who your teachers are. You are who you get me. You are who your teacher students. Yeah. So my teachers now. I'm telling you that to be a righteous Muslim, a good Muslim, you need to have 50% of acts of worship, and the other 50% is how you treat
we know this, blah, blah, blah. We know this, bro. Okay.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me, man. I just want to say my one point, and then I'm going to jump off the panel for someone else to come on.
No, stay on the panel. No, you stay on the panel. I'm enjoying you, bro. This is my first time.
I just wanted to ask Isa about this hadith, about what does he think about this hadith?
Wait.
I can't say what I did. What the fuck you need? You bring all type of hadith, but you call out a bitch. Fuck out here, fat ass nigga, man.
Hey, blood, just wait, Maroon. Do you know?
I'm asking Isa one thing. Why you get so emotional, nigga? Emotional ass nigga, man. Stop crying.
Shut up, Samaroon. Go change your battery in the bloody fire alarm. Just take 5.
Why you so worried about a battery, nigga? I charge your battery with a fucking bullet, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. All right, Isa, let me see. Okay, Isa, let me ask you one question.
How can you threaten someone on the other side of your
Isa, let me ask you.
I'm not going to answer your question until the other person goes first. Yeah, so you
all right, go. All right, you scared of this right here?
Know yourself.
And this shows what the son of Ali ibn Abi Talib said about Abu Bakr.
Oh my goodness! Hold it. You're gonna drop it in a second. Yeah,
okay, guys, go on, silent truth. Go on.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the mainstream Muslims of today, the majority of Muslims today, they have this version of Islam where things have been so overcomplicated and overcompensated for, that they miss the essence of the true message of love thy neighbor and that side of things. Not just praying, it's not just about fasting, it's not just about learning hadiths. There's a whole other side to being a Muslim, that is how you treat other people. And that has been lost. The reason why I feel like I've maintained it, and many others have probably maintained it, is because when you're dealing with the family of the Prophet, i.e. the people that lived with him, ate with him, slept with him, not the brethren that came in and out, his family, you're gonna get a true image and a true description of how he really lived. And the things that I'm talking about is stories like, for example, the Prophet's walking through the town, someone's throwing rubbish at them, at him, sorry. And he didn't turn around and be like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? He dealt with it in such an elegant manner. And that is what would give you the other 50% of Islam that I believe you only get through knowing the Ahlul Bayt, through knowing the household.
But can I say one thing to you? Silence of truth, Silence of truth, You're saying about these brethren coming in and out. You do realize that the Prophet Muhammad SAW married the daughters of his brethren, and he also gave his daughters to these brethren that you're speaking about. And we know within Arab culture, they want to keep it in-house family, That's why we have cousin marriage and tribal marriage, so everybody can come from one unit, So it's not just brethren, because he gave his daughters to marry these brethren that actually accompanied him through Hijrah, that fought beside him, that maintained and spread Islam. So let's not just call them brethren.
All right, fair enough. I get that word might have triggered you. Okay. What I'm trying to say, Samarin, quickly. No. I can't disrespect them because of the facts that you said, innit? He's married from them, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Where is that? Where is
I
that?
can't disrespect them. I can't disrespect them. But what I will say, yeah, is that if you had something like £5 million, yeah, and I get this case would be different from person to person, but majority, who would you trust with something? Your family or your friends? Do you know what I'm saying? That's not a rhetorical question for people to think about.
It
Yeah?
seems like you're forgetting that Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was the father of Aisha. So he was a friend of the Prophet since the beginning. So it's basically like family.
One of the richest people in his time, Abu Bakr.
Exactly.
It's not because of the family. Hold on. Allah does not tell you it's the family because Allah chooses. So there may be times when certain family betray those individuals and friends become closer. The problem is when Zubaydah quotes stuff, she's just quoting culture. If I ask you, Zubaydah, where is the evidence that the Prophet gave his daughters to Uthman? Where is it? Tell me where it is.
Brother, in many hadiths,
history books,
stop. Give me one book.
Okay, let's be honest here. Are you saying to me that the Prophet did not give his daughters
I
to
asked you a question. I'm saying everything I quote, I have references. When you are talking, all of you are talking from culture. Well, where is it? Tell me now. Where's the book? What's the book? No, don't look. Tell me now. I'm saying I'm making a point of when you lot talk, it's only
I understand where you're coming from, Isa. We only know this because it was oral tradition and we never actually read no books and stuff like that. Okay, I understand what you're saying. I understand.
So therefore, what's right? So my whole point is this. When you lot are talking and trying to fire back with people that have actually done the research, I'm saying when it comes to people like Waleed that like to just ask questions and waffle on and you refute him 10 times and he'll come with more, rather than saying, you know what? I actually don't even know my own religion. I don't even know my own hadith.
To be fair to you, Isa, listen, he's from Egypt, yeah? He studied Arabic. No. He actually studied these things in his school. This is part of his curriculum back home.
I haven't finished. I'm saying whether his curriculum did not tell him that they cursed Imam Ali. His curriculum did not tell him that Abu Bakr stole from Fatima. His curriculum did not tell him that Imam Ali opposed Abu Bakr and Khalifa. His curriculum didn't tell him hardly any of the stuff. It didn't tell him that there's 12 caliphs after the Prophet.
I visited Hussein. Have you ever visited Hussein? I went to his grave, read the book, which from thousands of years. I saw it with my eyes. And you here trying to say I'm lying. I saw the history with my eyes. Al-Hussein is in Egypt. Al-Hussein is in Egypt next to my house. It's 20 minutes.
I want you to listen carefully. You claimed that Shias put the word Ahlul Bayt in Sunni Hadith book. Already you're retarded for saying that. Forget any other conversation. How the hell can you say that?
Okay, maybe that's not okay. Maybe just to correct him, yeah, or maybe what I think he meant is the interpretation of what that hadith meant. When we came back, and we can go back to if you like to or not, but the wording before I'm not going to say that.
I asked him, no, listen what I'm saying to you. Specifically, I wanted to clarify, and he clarified, yeah. He said that they put it in there. Only when I came back and said, hold on a minute. So you're telling me your Sunni scholars didn't notice that the hadith said Quran and Sunnah before, and the Shias came along and swapped the word Sunnah for the word Ahlul Bayt, meaning family, and they didn't notice. And for all this time, over 1,000 years, they've been teaching a hadith that apparently Shias changed, like in your own books. Like that's retarded. Bro,
okay, Isa, let me ask you a question real quick. You hear me?
Yeah, go.
Okay. You see, I posted a hadith in the back chat regarding what Ali's son asked him regarding Abu Bakr.
Did you hear my reply to that hadith? Did you hear my reply to that hadith the other day? You didn't hear?
No, I didn't hear your reply. No.
Okay. So it says, right, let me read the hadith. Sahih Bukhari, the Sunni book 3671. Muhammad ibn Abi, I said to my father, who was Imam Ali bin Abi Talib, the true successor of Prophet Muhammad. Which of the people is best after the Messenger of Allah? It says that Imam Ali said, he said Abu Bakr. I said, then who? He said, then Umar. Okay, there's more to the hadith. Have you got the rest of it? And I'll refute the whole lot together.
That's the hadith right there. Show me
I'll explain the rest of the hadith, which maybe you haven't got. So it then says, then I asked about who else? Do you know the rest of the hadith?
No, okay. Tim.
So then he said he was afraid he was going to say someone else, right? when he asked about you, meaning the son asked about him, Imam Ali, he said, I, according to your bogus fabricated hadith, I'm just a man among the Muslims. So I'm going to refute it with 2 points. Look at my 2 refutations of this hadith to show it's not authentic. Number 1, if Imam Ali thought Abu Bakr was better than him, he would not have opposed him when Abu Bakr became the Sunni Khalifa. That's the first refutation. The second refutation is you put in there, I'm just a man among the Muslims. Now, it's not
The thing is,
the end of this.
who are you to say if it's authentic or not? Of course, it's Hassan. Okay, and it, yeah.
Listen.
What do you
I'm
mean?
telling you how you go through the process. Everybody agrees, right, that Imam Ali opposed Abu Bakr originally because Bukhari says so and history says so. Everybody agrees that, or sorry, at least the Sunnis agree, and we agree that Imam Ali was a rightly guided caliph. So in the rest of the hadith, which says this, it says that Imam Ali said, I'm just a man from among the Muslims. But according to Sunnism, he's the 4th best after the Prophet. Do you agree, Samaroon?
Oh, yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay. So therefore, he can't just be a man among the Muslims, then, can he? Do you get my point? So when you're saying he's saying Abu Bakr is better than him,
He was answering a question. He was asking a question given to him by his son.
I'm saying to you, it's a lie. The hadith is batil. That's what, bro. I'm saying to you, how can he say Abu Bakr is better than him? Then he opposed him. All right, in Sahih Muslim, it says that Imam Ali considered Abu Bakr to be a liar, treacherous, deceitful, dishonest. What do you say of that now? All right, let me post that hadith for you. In fact, let me give you that hadith. Let me see what you got to say about that.
Do you know this companion you're talking about? They have a charity running till this day in Saudi Arabia, but in their bank, they have bank accounts.
Zubaydah.
I'm telling you truth and the fact, and you're gonna tell me stories from 1400 years we don't know about. But I'm telling you about one story. Let me say, because I'm Sunni and I'm proud with Osman ibn Affan.
Yeah, good.
He bought one wool for water.
You don't even know nothing about
He bought one wool for water, yeah, from 1400 years, and they make it for the Muslim. The water kept running. The Muslim people found it's a lot of money can make it, and they sold it and they bought companies with his name. And they till this day, millions of like you can say pound given every year from Osman ibn Affan charity bank account. And you're talking about him. He's a charity running till this day.
Okay,
and you can go and check
it. What's up? Who's that you're saying? Who done what?
Another heretic.
Osman ibn Affan. He bought one wool.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Who said that? Who are you saying done this?
You're saying Osman ibn Affan bought a well from a Jewish person, and it still reaps its benefits to this day.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Do you agree there are many people in who've conquered certain countries, raped their women, bombed them to pieces, conquered their countries, and they've also put wells and they've done things? Yeah. So please stop with the
the Prophet. Listen, the Prophet who ordered the Muslim to go open Egypt. The Prophet who ordered to open Spain.
Why ignore what is?
Zubaydah, if you keep bringing this guy on, he's got no argument against what we're talking about.
He's doing his thing, man. He's obviously fighting his case. Like, you know, he's not
stupid.
He's
not fighting a case. Listen to what I'm saying to you. There are wicked people that we still drive Volkswagen car that was set up by Hitler. What are you going to tell me? He's good just because he bloody made a flicking Volkswagen? Listen to what I'm saying to you.
But so you're saying Osman was bad then? What are you saying, bro?
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. You say they're rightly guided, yes? Yes?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
Does Imam Ali say they're rightly guided? Okay.
To be honest, I'm not really gonna.
Anyway, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, he does.
Yo, Isa, this is a little bit difficult, bro. There's 1,400 years of people being raised and taught one thing, people being raised and taught other things. It's very difficult on both sides. It is.
What do you mean both sides?
According to their information, they also have information saying that Imam Ali thought they were righteous.
Wait! Stop rushing 100 miles an hour. Wait, you made a statement. What are the both sides you're talking about?
On this both sides between Sunni and Shia.
Okay, stop. So when you say between Sunni and Shia, I'm saying you can talk about you who were born into a culture. I am a researcher, have been researching this for time. So let's talk about Sunni and Shia. Hold on. So it's between cultural people that claim they're Muslims and researchers. So this is the two differences. Yeah. And I'm saying when they keep talking about things off the top of their head and bringing evidence of wells and good deeds and all of this stuff, I'm saying none of this erases Quranic verses.
none of it erases the hadith of the Prophet, the authentic hadith of the Prophet that refutes all of the hadith they bring. So it doesn't matter. I'm saying to you, if you're telling me that these people, it's hard for them to accept it because of culture, then Jahannam is there because Allah says in the Quran.
I didn't say because of culture, Isa.
Well, okay, so explain to me, other than culture, what makes these people go on?
Even if you're trying to be genuine, there are other hadiths in their corpus.
Are you saying I'm not genuine?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm saying that you're trying to say that you're the only one being genuine. But what I'm trying to say is, even in their corpus of hadiths, there are other things that counter this claim. So
no, but they don't,
them,
brother. Stop, brother. I want you to listen carefully, right? Do you agree there are certain hadith that would totally override other hadith? Yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm biased, man. But
Brother, just answer. No, brother. Listen to the question. I didn't say Sunni hadith. I just said hadith. So let's say in your collection of hadith, do you agree there are some hadith that would override other hadith? Yes or no?
Of course, bro.
Exactly. So what I'm saying to you is, when you have something where all the Sunni scholars agree Abu Bakr went to Saqifa, all the Shia scholars agree, all the historians agree Abu Bakr went to Saqifa, then when you come in and telling me, oh, Imam Ali loved Abu Bakr, and he refused to give him bay'ah, it doesn't matter what you bring after there, everyone agrees with this particular thing. So I'm saying,
I understand that everyone agrees with it, but are you trying to tell me, for example, that they don't have explanations or ways to justify this? They do.
Right. Oh, no. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Number one, these people I'm talking to have they don't even know the event, number one. They've never heard of any explanation. And I'm saying to you, when I was a Sunni and I first heard it, I investigated why, because I'm saying, I've never heard this before.
That's a fair argument, Isa.
One sec. I'm saying, as a researcher for truth, I was like, hold on, I was never told this. How come? I always heard that Sahaba loved each other. They were this, they were that. They never even told us that they had wars and all of this stuff. But anyway, so when I'm hearing Imam Ali withheld bay'ah from Abu Bakr, I'm like, hold on. He's rightly guided and Abu Bakr's rightly guided. How can one rightly guided oppose another rightly guided and they both be rightly guided? That's retarded. So I'm saying from there, I investigated, I inquired.
Well, are you saying disagreements don't happen between even family?
No, I went to not disagreement. Don't reduce it to disagreements. I said he withheld bay'ah. In your hadith, it says if you withhold bay'ah for more than 3 days, kill him. Imam Ali withheld bay'ah.
Okay, did Ali give bay'ah, yes or no?
Bro, you're not going to jump there. I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying.
Yes or no?
No, he didn't. Now
Maroon,
stop talking rubbish.
Let's be honest, man.
Yes, he did give bay'ah.
No, he never. But anyway, you keep jumping around.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Isa? Do you take from Albani? Like, do you take from Albani? A credible source?
Albani. Are you serious? He's a Salafi. But anyway, anything that's authentic, yeah, I don't.
Okay, this was authentic. This is graded Sahih. Yeah.
Zumida, people like Albani have contributed to damaging Egypt. I know you guys really care about Egypt.
I'm just going off the hadith, yeah. This is a Sahih hadith, yeah.
God, people just,
we can say the same things about the Ismailis.
Clutching at straws.
I really don't.
Everyone's coming from their own perspective. Like you're Shia, of course you're going to defend things that benefit your nature.
Zubaydah, you're not getting the point. I'm saying to you,
I am getting the point. What you're telling me is to study the history, and what you'll find out is things are not as what they seem or what they have been taught.
That's not what I'm telling you.
I think you should be saying.
No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm saying to you, once you have heard Imam Ali opposed Abu Bakr stole from Fatima, that is the end of all of this. No matter what you bring after it, the Prophet said Abu Bakr's lovely, and Imam Ali allegedly said he loved Abu Bakr. All of that goes out the window because it's been proven in history that he opposed him on the most important thing that you lot said he was given, which is to be the first rightly guided caliph. So if Abu Bakr was a rightly guided caliph, Imam Ali would have been the first to know this and the first to give him bay'ah, because Imam Ali was the fourth rightly guided caliph amongst you, according to you lot. So how the hell are you going to tell me you know more than Imam Ali about Abu Bakr?
But brother, let me just say one last thing. Yeah, I believe in the qadr of Allah. Yeah, so let me tell you. Yeah, as we know, Imam Ali was much younger than the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ himself. Yeah, and Ali radiallahu anhu had a perfect reign. Yeah, when he came into power, it was the perfect setting for him at that time. Yeah, so yes. Did he not establish great things during his time?
Are you crazy? Oh, let me explain something. This is how you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Even the people under him, listen to what they said. They said, how come since you become the caliph, there's so much fitna? Right? And then under Abu Bakr and Umar, they spread Islam and all of this. You know what Imam Ali said? Let me finish. I'm talking. What's wrong with you people, blood? I'm saying this is what you lot say, yeah? So Imam Ali then responded to this person. He said, because under Abu Bakr there were people like me, and under me are people like you. Throughout the whole of Imam Ali's rulership, he had to deal with people like you that were flipping, continuously fighting, continuously robbing.
Okay, let's just read this, man. Isa Hassan, I want you guys to go to Egypt. I want you guys to go to Lebanon. I want you guys to go to Iran, go to Iraq, and see if you get embraced. Now I want to see if you get embraced by the Shia over there, by the Rafid.
I don't care, bro. Why don't you go to somewhere else and see if you get embraced?
I want to see the Rafid. I want to see if they're going to embrace you. So go to Lebanon. Go to Iraq. Look, go to Lebanon.
One thing to Isa, yeah.
But the thing about Saudi Arabia, there's plenty of people studying in Saudi Arabia.
After Samaroon, yeah, listen to this, yeah. Isa, same way there's hadiths that you can bring out that say that Ali did not give bay'ah and he opposed him. There are also many hadiths that says that Ali did. So which one do we choose? You can understand why we are so where there's a confliction.
I'll tell you. I want you to listen now. The hadith that says he gave bay'ah, you read the full hadith and all the hadiths surrounding it. Fair enough, I've read all this stuff. But my point to you is, even in the hadith, it shows you, because Aisha's wording, it says he sought reconciliation. Okay, we can break down those hadith. What I'm saying to you is, all of these different things, you're going to keep bringing me stuff after you've heard the Prophet said, I leave the Quran Ahl Bayt. You lot try to play with the Arabic, telling me that the word udakirakum means look after. So it's